Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4SK Chapter 105 The Human Forbidden Zone. 200 late tips plus more updates. Apologies to the adoptive fathers. Poseidon burial at sea. Holding the trident of the sea in his hand, the great swordsman of the sea carries the mighty power of the sea. The blue sea current adheres to the halberd body, and the whole sea is affected, like a tsunami thousands of meters away, rolling down with catastrophe. However, when he was about to hit and completely destroy the scientific defense god of war, Saint Satan, he disappeared in an instant. Huh? Adolf suddenly turned his head to look at the other 4-5 elders. Not only Saint Satan, the other 4 disappeared in the sea area together. What's going on? I am? Fathers, please don't complain. Here's the setting. 5 elders is similar to Payne's 6 paths. Close black lens bracket. The comics also show that 5 people can communicate consciously without using phone bugs. Maybe it's a product created by I am. Or it's simply a growable puppet made from draconic materials, and then eats devil fruit. It's too much to even eat and take it. Adolf took an inventory and found that in addition to the disappearance of the 5 elders, Sengoku and 2 other members of the Knights of God disappeared together. Damn it, I completely regard them as prey. And those bastards from the 5 elders, Garen Sheng, Garp and others gritted their teeth, but they could not speak out what was in their hearts. They had to tighten their lips and hold in their last breath. What makes it even more difficult for them to accept is that the 5 elders ran away too suddenly and abandoned them all. Their eyes scanned the bottom of the sea, looking for Bruno's location, but they still haven't seen the door appear. It's normal. The impact of the explosion blew them dozens of miles away. It would take some time to come from another space. Garp, surrender, Marine surrender. Lieutenant General, he wanted to say out anxiously, but as an ability user, he had lost his strength after falling into the water. When he opened his mouth, seawater poured into his mouth, making him unable to speak at all. Poseidon trident. Adolf looked at the people who were completely submerged in the water. The ability users immediately lost their fighting power and sank toward the sea. It can be said that even if he does nothing, he can watch them drown alive. However, there was no waiting. He took the initiative and made the final decision as soon as possible. Hateful, Garp glanced around and saw that apart from the commander of the Knights of God, Saint Garen, he was the one with the highest qualifications. Once the responsibility falls on your shoulders, you have no choice but to stand up. Fistbone impact. The top level of domineering energy blasted out, like a meteorite hitting the trident head on. After that, he took the initiative to rush out and pester Adolf. Old man Garp, I don't have time to fight with you this time. Poseidon burial at sea. Advertisement. The trident of the sea gathered together again, swung down with the power of huge waves and tsunamis, and collided heavily with Garp's fist. The seawater surged, rolling and tumbling towards the distance. My strength has improved too fast and I have become stronger again. I'm afraid I will really have to stay in the deep sea this time. At the moment of contact, veins popped up on Garp's forehead. He had to hold his breath, otherwise seawater would pour into his nose and trachea, and he would instantly lose his fighting power. It would be impossible to fight Adolf with all his strength. He flew out as soon as he came face to face. Before Garp could adjust, Adolf had turned into a blue stream of light and caught up with him, appearing below Garp at an incredible speed. The whole body is full of blue luster, which seems to illuminate the entire space, showing the dreamy beauty of the blue of the sea. Poseidon boundless sea. The azure jade dragged countless seawater, as if it was dragging the entire sea and smashed it over. Even he couldn't ignore the deep water pressure at 200 kilometers below. His mobility was greatly reduced and there was no way to avoid it. I can only use my top-notch domineering power to bless my arms and force myself to block him. Seen from a distance, the seemingly tangible blue waters are pushing against the Garp and impacting the red earth continent above. It is impossible to resist. Boom. The red earth continent shook with a radius of hundreds of miles, large rocks cracked, and a huge crater exploded. Unknown how many huge red rocks were shattered above the entire Sunshine Cave space, falling like meteorite rain, as if they were about to collapse. Wow, Gululu. Garp could no longer hold up after being hit by such a vast and powerful force. Even his sternum was broken. He spat out a strong breath along with blood, and seawater poured down his throat and nose. He instantly lost all ability to breathe, and even his lungs were filled with seawater. And this also means that the heroic sailor who chased the Roger pirates has lost his combat effectiveness. Even if he is as powerful as him, even if he has no abilities, he will still be like this in the deep sea. This is the limitation of being a human being. It is a restricted area for all creatures that cannot breathe water. Garp, who was embedded in the red earth continent, raised his head and looked at the mermaid Adolf, who was waving the trident of water and looked like a swimming dragon. He had an extraordinary mysterious aura. Luffy, I heard that a pirate named Red Hair appeared in Windmill Village. Please don't become a pirate. Live freely in the future. And Long, you unfilial descendant. The revolutionary army we created really failed. It's not as enlightened as this kid who just debuted, but you are more organized. Warring states, Xiaohei, my life has come to an end. His eyes slowly closed, and the curtain came to an end. Countless scenes from his life flashed through his mind like a slideshow. There is glory, honor, warmth, and comrades. Advertisement. Mr. Garp, Giaji's eyes were about to burst. Without thinking, he swam straight away, as if he wanted to escape with Garp. Obviously this is impossible. Poseidon burial at sea. Adolf caught up and swung the trident in his hand heavily, followed by the blue sea currents. It was like a 1,000-meter-long giant wave gathering and smashing down the trident, which was so heavy that it could break a small island. I couldn't resist the mere addition, so I let out a hard-held breath. In this world, strong people have physical fitness that matches their own strength, and they also have such amazing defensive things as arm color and hockey. Even such an attack will not be enough to destroy them with one hit. That's the case, burial at sea funeral service. The trident was swung down twice in succession, causing the bones and internal organs to completely collapse. Finally, a halberd was shot out, nailing Gigi to the Red Earth continent. If you don't hold your breath, the final outcome is already doomed. When Adolf wanted to cut off Garp's limbs, Guion appeared and stood in front of Garp, but made no gesture of resistance. Obviously she knew that she was no match and couldn't even escape. Come one after another, Adolf's hand holding the trident tightened. Guion looked back at Garp, and then at Cake, who was crucified on the Red Earth continent, slightly clenching his fists and feeling unwilling. If they were on land, there was no way they could be defeated like this. But in the end, he just took off the famous sword from his waist and presented it to him. He pointed at himself, then at Garp, and finally put his hand on his collar and looked at Adolf pleadingly. It seems to be saying that I will exchange my life for them, and it seems that I will exchange myself for them. Adolf looked at her deeply and understood what she meant. Huh? Before he could make a decision, he noticed something and turned around. Don't move here. After saying that, he ignored Guion's answer and immediately chased after the commander of the Knights of God, Lord Garin. Guion sighed in his heart and looked back at Garp. He did not take the opportunity to escape or do anything unnecessary. The only one who can hope now is Bruno, the Gatefruit power user who Adolf doesn't know about yet. Chapter 106. Casting Bones and Condensing Souls Bloodline Inheritance. Saint Garin noticed that Garp's aura was weakening, and looked back, and through the heavy seawater he found the old Garp with a broken leg embedded in the red soil continent. Damn it. The deep sea environment suppresses us so much that even Garp's breath that he was holding was no longer able to resist. Seeing this scene, Saint Garin moved a little further away, without leaving any thought of cooperating with Garp. That kind of trick of recklessly squandering great power, he had to join in with him. In a deep sea environment where you are holding your breath, you are destined to be unable to carry it. Every minute you use up your strength, you lose every point. But I didn't want to leave the Sunshine Cave space, I just wanted to stay away from that monster Adolf. Where is that guy Bruno? He hasn't come here yet, he's a piece of trash. Jialansheng was anxious in his heart. He had learned the speed of mermaids in the sea at the cost of an arm last time. Would he have to sacrifice his life this time? Damn it. Bruno is a loser. Not only Saint Garin, but the other two members of the Knights of God were equally angry. They are all waiting to retreat into a different space. On the contrary, Jorkol Mahawk saw that something was not going well and returned directly to reality. As for the others, Moonlight Moria, Sand Crocodile, Boya Hancock, Lieutenant General Crane, and the Knights of God, all those with abilities fell towards the bottom of the sea. It can be said that except for Logia frozen fruit ability users, and a very small number of space system users, other ability users will get as much as they come, and the deep sea will destroy all the bells and whistles. Not even ice-type fantasy beasts, comrades, come on, everyone spread out their long-range attacks. As long as they are exhausted until they can't hold it back, we win. Bury these humans who cannot breathe in the sea in the deep sea. Aaron laughed ferociously, his eyes full of excitement and madness. They actually have a day to hunt the world government? 50,000 Murloc warriors finally arrived, and the 3 and 3 first teams quickly dispersed and covered them like an overwhelming force, as if hundreds of thousands of troops were pressing down on them. However, in fact, they were dispersed far enough away that the strong ones would not be able to destroy them all with one move. You. Annoying fish, King Garin Sheng's emotions collapsed to the extreme. In his eyes, the king conquerors suddenly swept away and rushed out. Who are you looking down on? We are a clan of the sea. Aaron's eyes were crazy and fearless, and he roared as conquerors rushed past, dark red thunder arcs and thunderbolts. Advertisement, go ahead. Kill him. What are the celestial dragons? Even if I die, I can't surrender to you anymore. Even if Fishman Island is destroyed, we will still live freely in this sea. All the Fishman warriors went completely crazy. The execution of the celestial dragons and the destruction of their hometown of Fishman Island brought their emotions to the extreme. Like a murderous spirit, the inner will to resist materializes, and a blood-red wave sweeps across. That is their blood, their will, their unyielding resistance. Everyone in Aaron share the same mood and belief. Gods can also be killed. How is that possible? Tens of thousands of conquerors. King Garin Sheng uses his own conquerors as a hedge, forcefully resist the blood-red wave. But when I saw the blood-red wave, my pupils opened to the maximum in disbelief, and I went crazy. That was conquerors. The courage that only a king can have. Normally, he wouldn't look down on these fish as slaves, but now you tell tens of thousands of conquerors fish? Even the collective will and belief of tens of thousands of Fishman warriors can forcefully compete with him, whose strength and power has reached the extreme in the world, the commander of the Knights of God, the king conquerors? Who can tell him what's going on? Is the sea already so crazy? Ha. Are you scared? Tianlong people? Aaron is crazy, not afraid of the threat of death at all. Even if you have conquerors, you are just a bunch of stinking ditch fish. I can kill hundreds of rubbish like you with one sword, and it is only a matter of time before I kill you all. King Jielen Sheng looked angrily in embarrassment and wanted to roar back. Forget about Adolf, now an ordinary fish trash dares to mock him, taunting a king who can execute the supreme authority of the Draconians. But in the sea, even if I am full of anger, I can't express it in words. I can only hold it in my heart, and I can't even open my mouth. How annoying. The fierce light in his eyes was fierce, and he pulled out a western sword with his right arm, and the dark lightning flourished, and was activated in a substantial way. This is the high-end use of conquerors. It wraps around the weapon's fists and feet, becoming a substantial destructive force. It is a skill that most powerful people on the sea cannot possess. Even the dark red lightning released made Eren feel that he had been destroyed, but he still stood here with strong willpower. Advertisement. So what if we die? We fishmen finally stood up. How could we take a step back because of fear? Eren was heartbroken and crazy. He knew that he was definitely no match, that he could never block any attack, and that the huge difference in strength made it impossible for him to even dodge, but so what? They were here to hold these people back. If other fishmen warriors could be sacrificed, he could be sacrificed too. Die, fish. King Jielen anger has reached the extreme. How dare a fish in a stinking ditch dare to face him without fear? Brother Eren. Hody Jones shouted anxiously. Resist, compatriots, what are you waiting for? Same Sharktooth. Eren not only did not dodge, but instead resisted with fierce eyes. Even though he didn't even have general level strength and was so weak that it made people laugh, he still took action. Come on, Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu flowing iron cannon. Each of the soldiers went completely crazy. The cannonballs were attached to the seawater in their hands and they were thrown out wildly. Many warriors even realized the domineering power of weapons or the domineering power of seeing and hearing due to this madness. Boom, boom, boom. However, in the face of Jielen huge strength difference, these shells were meaningless. They were destroyed in one blow, including Eren's counterattack, and they were torn apart. That was Conqueror's entangling blow. How could these warriors resist it? Bang. The deep water surges, the dark red lightning shatters, and the blue water flows like substance, taking the king's wrath abruptly. Adolf, Jielen pupils shrank, and the overwhelming anger in his heart was extinguished by the tsunami. His whole person fell into the bottomless abyss, and the crazy look on his face disappeared and turned into panic. Well done, Eren. Adolf held the trident of the sea and blocked Eren's attack. Poseidon. Your Majesty. Eren reacted and looked back at Adolf, who had saved him. Eren. The few seconds you put your life on the line to resist will cast our bones, condense our souls, and completely change the fate of the Murlocs. Chapter 107 Heroes and Sacrifice. The geographical location of Fishman Island is so close to Marie Joa. It can be said that at one point, the Tianlong people are like a big mountain pressing down on all of them. The moment Eren beheaded the Tianlong people, hundreds of years of oppression were shattered, and the darkness in the hearts of the 5 million people on Fishman Island was completely broken. If Adolf is the light that illuminates the darkness, then the moment when the celestial dragons are beheaded is the moment when the dark clouds in their hearts are torn apart, and a ray of light comes in. Let them see the free sun and the vastness of the entire sea. But this is not enough. The soul of a race must have pioneers injecting this blood and burying the same spiritual belief in the bones of everyone. They are real heroes, not personal heroism. Personal heroism cannot make a great nation, but a nation must have heroes to stand up. Only heroes can lead people. The light they shine will determine the future direction of a nation. The reason why these heroes are great is because they truly love this nation, have lofty beliefs, and go on firmly. Eren does have various shortcomings. He is not smart, knowledgeable, or strong enough, and he treats many things too roughly. But these can all be improved through acquired learning. Only his blood, love, rationality, and unyielding will to resist. These precious qualities are the most important cornerstones of a nation. Your Majesty Poseidon. Eren looked back, moved in his heart, and felt that the extremely strong backing was supporting them. He has never been a slave, but seeing his compatriots being arbitrarily captured and enslaved, and seeing the former tiger boss being betrayed and died by humans, the unwillingness and anger in his heart even engulfed him whole. Yes, he was not that powerful, so he was caught while taking revenge and imprisoned and impelled down. Jinbei was later rescued when he became Shichibukai. But he didn't think he was wrong. What was wrong was that he didn't have enough power. What's wrong is that Fishman Island cannot be his backing, Odahime's ridiculous ideal. You didn't take a step back and fought back with strength. You straightened our backs, Eren. Adolf patted him on the shoulder and was extremely pleased. He glanced at all the Murloc warriors throughout the Sunshine Cave. Go and deal with the others, we are fighting side by side. Yes. Everyone clenched their fists and raised their arms in a frantic manner. Power kept pouring out from their hearts. At this moment, they even felt that they were omnipotent. Even if the Red Earth continent was blocking their way, they could cut through it. Advertisement. Although they are still very weak, all the warriors here will use their lives to hold up the starting point for the rebirth of the Fishmen. King Garen Sheng didn't even think about it. He waved his hand and struck and fled immediately without confronting him at all. If we join forces with Garp to resist, we can hold on for a while longer. Now we can escape? Can we escape? Adolf waved his hand to smash the slash and chased after him. Hateful. Saint Jielen grabbed a Murloc warrior blocking the road ahead and threw it towards Adolf, delaying it as much as possible while looking for the location of the different space door. Go ahead, kill them all. Don't be afraid, brothers, the king is with us. All the Fishman warriors rushed towards the other 2 members of the Knights of God, including the fruit ability users who fell towards the bottom of the sea. One of the Shichibukai, Moonlight Moria, what a pity, you are going to die in the deep sea. Octopus Hachi slashed with 8 blades. With his strength, there is no way he can be a match for Moonlight Moria on the ground, but at this moment, the ability user has completely become a chopping block to be slaughtered. Hancock, don't move, let's dedicate such a beautiful woman to the king. Anyway, the person with abilities has lost resistance after falling into the sea. I will bring her the Shanghai Tower stone later. Hahahaha. That's really good. It is necessary to leave 1 or 2 trophies for the king to enjoy after winning such a major battle. The Fishman team, which swam toward Hancock with the order from the beginning, laughed, and the reason immediately convinced the others. Hancock's eyes secretly glanced at the Fishman captain beside him. The moment she was caught, her physical condition suddenly returned to its best. Even the suffocating feeling of seawater was refreshed. But after all, you are in the seawater, and you will be in a state of drowning the next second. The Fishman captain also took a look, and their eyes met each other, conveying some kind of message. Don't kill that old woman over there, go catch her. No, captain. Do you want to keep such an old woman for the king? The Fishman warrior showed a confused expression. What are you thinking, idiot? These are all well-known figures on the sea, and they will be publicly executed again. Do you know how much of a blow it will have on Marine and the world government? How much impact will it have on the reputation of Fishman Island? The captain hit the soldier on the head. This is too perverted. Advertisement, that's it. The soldier breathed a heavy sigh of relief, but it also scared him. Quick! Catch all the drowning ability users. Captain Zauba, don't stab him to death, he can still be executed. One by one, they shouted reminders. They have no regrets, but more expectations. The killings now are just for fun, and when the time comes, they will be executed publicly again, which will be so delicious. I won't give you this chance. A round, transparent door opened, revealing a dark and strange interior. At the same time, a tough guy with horns haircut appeared from behind, but did not come out of the door. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Doberman, Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, Flying Squirrel, and Gumir rushed out from the different space door and headed towards 5 different locations. However, the moment it came into contact with seawater, the bubble membrane immediately collapsed and was exposed to the pressure of deep seawater. The bubble film degradation solution in seawater will definitely be completely diluted and purified by seawater, and it won't even take too long, but this long time will never include 20 minutes. Each elite lieutenant general covered his body with armed domineering to increase resistance, but even he looked ugly and his movements were forcibly restricted. Land kick and slash, quickly kill the surrounding Fishman warriors. Damn it, come quickly, there are people with abilities ambushing me here. The Fishman captain was cut off at the waist, and even though his body was divided into 2 sections, he screamed wildly. After exhausting his last breath, he turned his head with difficulty to look at Adolf's figure. His eyes gradually dimmed and the picture began to blur. Your Majesty Poseidon, my mission is accomplished. Although dead, there is a satisfied smile on his face. When Adolf found him, he knew the danger of this mission and that he would die. But he decided to do it anyway, without even bringing an extra cure for himself, because that might make the enemy suspicious. Chapter 108 The End of the King. Stop them quickly. We must not let them rescue people. Attack. Covering attack. Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu flowing iron cannon. The surrounding Murloc warriors reacted and immediately surrounded him, and countless cannonballs completely covered him. In the deep sea, the swimming speed of the mermaids may be slower, but the speed of the mermaid warriors is no worse than the hard power speed of the elite lieutenant generals, and they are the first to entangle them one by one. Especially after Lieutenant General Marine rescued the people, he was heading towards the last cover. Even the way forward was blocked by a sea of people, and he was bound to catch them. Whoa, cough, it's alive, damn it, that guy Adolf, so despicable. The members of the Knights of God were the first to be rescued, coughing up large amounts of seawater from their lungs. Hancock was then taken to a different space, still panting and coughing in the same miserable condition. As a person with abilities, the sea doesn't care about your beauty and charm, everyone who deserves to be drowned will be drowned. When you two calm down, come and guard the door, let's go and rescue the others. After speaking anxiously, Ghost Spider took a deep breath and rushed into the deep sea again to pick up the others. It's finally here, it's too slow, GL and Shang noticed it instantly, his eyes were crazy, and he headed straight towards the different space. This was his only hope of leaving alive. Bruno, push the door and go towards St. Garin. Hancock and I are guarding the gate, these ordinary fishmen are no match for us. The members of the Knights of God who had recovered their breath immediately ordered. Bruno nodded and put one hand on the door of the different space. The ship of the world government in the different space also headed towards St. Garin. Seawater gate of opening, of course the seawater outside will not flow into another space. Is Hancock okay? Use your fruit power. Now is not the time to mess around. The Knights of God blocked the door and shouted. Hancock wiped the seawater from the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath of oxygen. Drowning is a kind of torture for any person with abilities. At this time, Marine Lieutenant General Doberman also rescued Crocodile, took another breath and drove him out. They must rescue as many people as possible before Adolf arrives, otherwise they will never have a chance again. Advertisement: if these people weren't closer, their first choice would have been to impale Garp and his own people on the Red Earth continent above, but there is also Lieutenant General He here, and the rest are incidental. It's a pity that it's too far away. It took me an hour or two to travel hundreds of kilometers, but by then everything had settled. Get out of the way of everyone in front. Poseidon, boundless sea. Adolf bypassed the Murloc warriors thrown by St. Gielen, and the azure jade gathered in his hands again. It was a substantial manifestation of the high concentration of boundless seawater. Hateful. Hurry up, faster. St. Gielen instantly noticed Adolf's movements and saw the power of the sea coming towards him. The scope was even more outrageous, as if the entire sea was crashing down. This hit would definitely break the last breath he was holding back. But he also saw hope of escape. How could he be killed at such a time? Using all his strength, even squeezing to the limit regardless of physical damage, he completely transformed into a stream of red light across the deep blue sea. Quick! Garen! The members of the Knights of God were anxious, but they were not done yet. The body stiffened, the eyes turned downward, and the pupils shrank. A jade hand passed from behind to the left chest, and the body that should have been made of flesh and blood around the jade arm turned into stone, and even broken stones flew out. Including the heart in the chest, it turned into stone and was crushed. He turned his neck hard and gritted his teeth in an extremely unwilling tone. Hancock, you actually. Ouch. Cough cough cough, escaped in. Moonlight Moria lay on the deck and coughed up seawater in a panic. The flying squirrel took him and fled back to another space. Hancock immediately turned around and kicked the sea door shut, then turned to look at Bruno. Cold sweat fell from Bruno's forehead, and he felt bad for a moment. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened, and the powerful conquerors charged out, knocking him out directly. What? Hancock. King Gielen's eyes were about to burst, and he could only watch the sea door close, watching his last hope disappear. Just a little bit away from him being able to escape into a different space. Advertisement: but now he has passed through the original position of High Gate, but he cannot enter the different space? The sudden change between life and death almost made him vomit blood. At this time, the attack from behind also caught up. The entire ocean crashed down, the entire undersea space shook, and all the Fishman warriors and Marine Lieutenant Generals were all thrown away in the surging undersea undercurrent. Even the Red Earth continent blasted out a huge hole a kilometer in diameter and 3 to 4 kilometers deep. 500 or 600 of the 100-meter peaks can be crammed into it. This is the Red Earth continent. The entire mountain is rocky and extremely hard. If it were an island like Dressrosa could be destroyed with one strike. Wow, it's over. How disgusting. Hancock. Gielen Sheng's bones were broken one after another, and his muscles were crushed repeatedly. The most hateful thing was that the difference was just a second or two. The breath that was being held was also forcibly taken out, and a large amount of seawater was poured into the trachea and lungs. In fact, with their extreme armament and domineering power and strong physical fitness, even if Adolf's special move is so powerful, it will not be able to destroy or even kill him with one blow. Just look at Whitebeard and you will know that he was already in a lot of pain, and even before the war started, he was given intravenous injections. Afterwards, he punched Akainu with 2 holes in his chest and covered his body with bruises, and he almost hacked Teach to death. In the end, after being covered and attacked by countless strong men, he still had the strength to call out one piece. The strong man's vitality can be said to be extremely tenacious. However, the biggest problem is that human beings cannot exert their due strength in the deep sea. They must consider issues such as breathing, footing, pressure, etc. Breathing is especially the most deadly. King Gielen Sheng used his own life to once again explain what is the human forbidden zone and the law of the deep sea. It's time for you to come to an end, Commander of the Knights of God, Figland Garen Saint. Adolf arrived, swung the trident in his hand, and chopped off his head. The drowned St. Gielen looked at Adolf. He was tired and gave up resistance. He didn't even want to use his armed domineering force anymore. 5 elders, you guys are such big scammers, you've done me a lot of harm. With your IQ, don't come to the deep sea anymore, just stay in Mariajoya. The severed head showed bitterness and arrogance, as if he still harbored deep reluctance. What is hateful is that there was not a decent battle from beginning to end. I am a majestic king and hate it. Poseidon. Adolf. Chapter 109 Sweet Fruit Awakens. What's going on, Hancock? Do you want to betray the world government? The flying squirrel gasped and looked at Hancock sternly. His eyes swept over Bruno, who had been knocked unconscious under Hancock's conquerors. Betrayal? The I family has never joined the world government, so why betray it? Hancock took it for granted and was happy that he had completed Adolf's mission. Adolf had made too many preparations for the current scene. First of all, he himself cannot get too close to the bait, and he must give the target a sense of security. The team of Fishman warriors cannot be too large, and they must be given a chance to disperse. We also need to create a time difference of just a few seconds for Hancock, especially General He, who cannot let her return to another space. Washing the fruit is likely to unlock the negative status, including petrification. But I can't kill him, not a single marine, just to save Shichibukai? It can be said that all success lies in the details. It is too small. From the moment the world government set foot on Fishman Island, their scalps were numb. But the more detailed it is, the lower the fault tolerance. An accident in any link may lead to failure. There are still people from the Air Force after making nests in several sacks. The author feels aggrieved and gets trolled, so he just wants to show that world government has something to offer underscore. Hey, what's going on? If there's any internal strife, let's wait until we leave the deep sea, Moonlight Moria coughed. Idiot, haven't you discovered Hancock's condition yet? Apart from drowning, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. I don't think you can react to such a sudden big explosion, so you can only know it from the beginning. Crocodile sat on the deck, took out a cigar from his coat and lit it. He also suffered extensive burns all over his body, his charred skin was horrifying, and most of his clothes were in tatters. Logia's elementalization is not afraid of ordinary physical attacks, but high temperatures can also crystallize sand and even burn it into magma. Even the nature of the elements has changed, so it can naturally cause substantial damage to him. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel also reacted, his heart sank to the bottom of his heart. Hancock. Damn it. Are you a traitor? Moonlight Moria looked at the tragically dead Knights of God and dug out his heart with one hand, which was beyond everyone's expectation. It was the 5 elders who forced the I family to come, otherwise they would ban the I family's Shichibukai title. The I family hates being threatened, Hancock said proudly with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. We are all here under threat. We would like as many people as possible from the world government to die, but that is under the premise of ensuring our own safety. Bruno is our core figure in a different space. If you knock him out now, it may be more than that simple. Crocodile smoked a cigar and sneered, then looked at Adolf in the real world in the distance. He is a boss with an online IQ. Do you really think he can be deceived by just a few words? Advertisement, was discovered. The relationship between Adolf and the Aja. Hancock held his face shyly, and was so happy that he couldn't help himself. She wanted to tell the whole world that Adolf was her man, but she was also shy and embarrassed that others would know. She looks like a little woman who is sweet and shy in love. This crazy woman. A drop of cold sweat ran down Crocodile's forehead. Hey, we don't want to get involved in your affairs. Come back to the land quickly. We don't want to stay in a place like this for a second. Moonlight Moria bared his teeth and claws in displeasure. No, Lieutenant General, he and Garp haven't been rescued yet, so they can't leave here yet. Hancock, if you continue like this, it won't be as simple as losing your Shichibukai title. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel put his sword in one hand and looked at Hancock solemnly. The I family no longer needs this title. When looking for shelter, he said that in order to protect the I family, he would become the sun in the heart of the I family. Hancock looked at Adolf from the outside world, and the surrounding space exuded a sweet pink atmosphere. Even the celestial dragons were executed, and the commander of the Knights of God was beheaded. The government's prestige has plummeted. Can your ship still sail the sea in the future? Shichibukai's name doesn't matter anymore, Crocodile mocked. Hee, world government is no longer good, Moonlight Moria mocked wantonly. Even though they are Shichibukai under the world government, they are very willing to see the world government suffer, and it is best to be destroyed. The Flying Squirrel looked gloomily and glanced at Hancock, Crocodile, and Moonlight Moria. Pirates should not be trusted. Shave, suddenly he got angry and wanted to escape from the ship with Bruno. Facing 3 Shichibukai, he had no chance of winning, but as long as he took Bruno away, it didn't matter even if he wasn't on this ship. Don't try to succeed, fragrant legs. Hancock reacted instantly and intercepted with a kick with his long and beautiful legs. The Flying Squirrel had no choice but to quickly raise his sword to block it, but was still kicked out. To be able to enter the world government's vision, the special recruit is Shichibukai, whose strength and talent are not bad. Crocodile's early bounty was 81 million berry, because the plot required him to be defeated by Luffy and sent to Impel City. He completed the epic level enhancement before leaving Impel City, and it was raised to 1.965 billion berry. Although it is still almost 10 years before the future New World chapter, it has been 5 or 6 years since Tiger broke into Mary Joa. Under Adolf's influence, Hancock's strength, which was already on the rise, improved even more rapidly. Advertisement pink light flowed around her body, and at the same time, waves of pink shock vibrated from her feet, as if the embodiment of sweet love, beating her heart like a deer. This is the awakening of the fruit's ability. Hey, be careful. Don't let it affect us. Moonlight Moria shouted in frustration, trying his best to resist with armed domineering force. Captive's arrow. The index finger touches the red lips, and the pink heart is pulled out. With the blessing of fruit awakening, 7 or 8 huge pink hearts are suspended behind it, as if the king's treasure is unfolding. As the bow and arrow were released, dense pink arrows flew, completely covering a large area. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank, covering such a large area. Shave, after all, the Lieutenant General who has mastered the 2-color domineering power will not be able to easily kill him in an instant. He will disappear in an instant and hide behind the mast. But under the countless pink arrows, a large section in the middle of the mast was completely petrified and was filled with dense arrows. Big fragrant legs, catching up in an instant, her beautiful legs are waving, dark red lightning is entwined, but her beautiful figure gives people a frightening and destructive beauty. Domination is just a skill, not something that can only be possessed when the strength reaches a certain threshold. As the owner of Conquerors, it is natural to master it under Adolf's influence. Boom! The Flying Squirrel clenched its steel teeth and tried its best to block with the blade, but was still violently kicked out. It hit the hull like a cannonball, a large amount of wood shattered, and the whole ship shook suddenly. Even the blade of the sword was broken by a kick, and the petrified part could be seen. Even the thick mast was kicked apart and fell sideways. This woman. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly and became serious. He underestimated Hancock's strength, thinking that just a woman would not be too strong. Unexpectedly, not only the fruit awakened, but also Ba Matang was mastered. Ahem. The sword with the full strength of armed color hockey was kicked off. The flying squirrel fell on the ruins and gulped blood, staining his clothes red. Not only the sword, but also his left arm was shattered by the petrified kick. His whole body collapsed, his internal organs were in disarray, and he couldn't even stand up. Hancock landed on the broken mast, and a pink shadow flew out from her side, passed through the flying squirrel's body, and was instantly petrified. This is a dominating blow. Hancock conquerors surged again after the Draco execution. The supreme authority has fallen, and God can be killed, so nothing can ever become the haze that envelopes her heart. Chapter 110 Infinite Love. 200 rewards plus updates. Thank you all adoptive fathers. I love you infinitely. Hee. Hancock. Marine has been dealt with and returned to the surface. I don't want to stay in the deep sea for a second. I have already begun to miss my zombie army. Moonlight Moria laughed wildly. Crocodile bit his cigar and looked at Hancock on the mast with slightly squinted eyes. Moonlight Moria is a rampant idiot, but he doesn't think things will end that easily. Go back. The I family will hand over this ability user to him next. If you want to survive, swear loyalty to that man. Otherwise, he said he would kill all pirates. There will be no more Shichibukai. Hancock stood on the mast with great arrogance, as if announcing their end. Every strong man has absolute confidence in himself, let alone the empress of a country, who is as arrogant as her. What? Let us swear loyalty to Adolf. Isn't this just kneeling in front of him and being like dogs? It's even more hateful than the world government. Crocodile. I want to leave here next, what do you say? Moonlight Moria gritted her teeth and was humiliated. He likes to let others do whatever he does. If he can incite Crocodile, of course he wants him to deal with Hancock and then enjoy the results himself. If men bow to power, then don't go to sea. We also have our own ambitions. Hancock. When you return to the ground, I will allow you to take this ability user away, but you must listen to us now. Crocodile narrowed his eyes dangerously. A man like him can be a father, but he will never bow his head. This ability user belongs to the I family. As for you, just listen to his decision. If you dare to resist, I will kill you now. Hancock also refused to give in. She has a strong personality and is very patient with the people she loves. Even if she is hurt, she will not get angry. As for the others, children who admire her can be kicked away. It seems we can't reach an agreement. Crocodile slowly stood up and touched the golden hook on his left hand. I'll leave her to you, Crocodile. Moonlight Moria walked towards Bruno. Crocodile glanced at him and agreed that Moonlight Moria would take Bruno away for protection and not participate in the battle. Now their interests are aligned, and Hancock is clearly in Adolf's camp. Shua. Just as Moonlight Moria was about to catch Bruno, Hancock jumped from the mast and backflip landed on Moonlight Moria's back. As a man who launched an attack on the Blackbeard pirates in order to rescue his subordinate Absalom, but was besieged by the designs of Shiryu of the Rain and Katrine Chom, and even let Blackbeard recruit them, he has some strength. Advertisement. But at this moment, what's going on? My body has no strength. Moonlight Moria's body collapsed on the ground, supporting her arms with great difficulty. Hailu Stone? Crocodile's mouth twitched and he looked at Hancock's high heels. Although the Sea Tower stone was not directly seen, Hancock only had his feet in contact with Moonlight Moria, so it was probably hidden in the high heels under his feet. As expected of Adolf, his method is really effective, easily defeating a powerful enemy. Hancock was instantly intoxicated with his love for Adolf. Damn it! Moonlight Moria reached out with difficulty to grab Hancock's feet and throw her away from the predicament. But Hancock's beautiful legs suddenly exerted force, interrupting his movements and falling heavily to the ground. A streak of pink smoke passed through Moonlight Moria's body and instantly petrified him. Even thinking stops, then it is naturally impossible to use domineering power to break through the shackles of the fruit's ability. The majestic empress actually used such despicable means. Crocodile looked troubled and felt a little numb. They never thought that if you were already a capable person, why would you still use the Sea Tower stone? Or should you hide it in the high heels of your feet? It's like a certain emperor's sperm hiding poison. It simply breaks the limit of what the brain can imagine. It's obviously a kind of wisdom. Hancock not only did not feel despicable, but instead felt proud. But if someone else suggested this to her, it would be too despicable. The empress would not bother to use such an insidious trick. Desert Sword. Crocodile slashed his arm, and it instantly turned into a huge sand blade and cut through it. Its sharp edge can cut through even the desert with one strike. Fragrant Legs. Hancock kicked out and confronted him head-on. The sky was filled with sand and gravel, and the harsh collision sound of gold and stone came out, as if a chainsaw had gnawed into the steel plate. Both have powerful armed colors, and can resist each other whether it is Logia elementalization or petrification ability. But the weirdness of the fruit's ability enriches the methods. If you don't pay a little attention, even if you master armed domineering, you will still be attacked. Desert Diamond Sword. When Crocodile saw this, he waved his hands at the same time, and immediately produced 4 huge sand blades, which could cut even a mountain into large pieces. Big Fragrant Legs. The dark red conquerors entangled, kicking all the sand blades to pieces. Even Crocodile's armed domineering blessing could not resist it, and even a large amount of sand was petrified into pieces. Advertisement: she doesn't have any other special skills in close combat. One move, fragrant legs, is all she needs, because she doesn't need anything else at all. Sweet fruit's petrification ability is very strong. No matter how hard the material is, it can be petrified by contact. Her attached physical attack only needs to break the stone. Sandstorm. The yellow sand splashed all over the sky and swept wildly around the two people. The whole scene suddenly became dangerous, and even Crocodile himself disappeared in the sandstorm. Countless yellow sand rotates at high speed, turning the sand into a meat grinder. If an ordinary person is sucked dry in just 1 second, even their bones will be completely transformed into sand and merged into the sandstorm in a second. A large amount of sand spurted out from Crocodile's body, turning the entire deck into a desert field, and swarmed towards Hancock, seeming to submerge him. Scorpion venomous needle. Hidden in the yellow sand, the golden hook in his left hand suddenly flew out. Even though Hancock subconsciously dodged, it still scratched his skin and caused blood. Poison. You are using dirty tricks, right? Hancock frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on his shoulders that had turned black. This is wisdom. Crocodile's upper body emerged from the yellow sand, showing a proud expression. The surrounding sandstorm is completely attached to Crocodile's aura, and on the main body side, the golden hook is hidden on the other side of the sandstorm, making it difficult to detect even by sight or sight. I can't fight with you anymore. Hancock looked towards the outside world and noticed that Adolf had already eliminated all the lieutenant generals. Tread, stomping his feet suddenly, the dark red conquerors vibrated, washing away all the yellow sand. It's not that she doesn't need to fight Crocodile with Batang. On this different spaceship, both of them are restraining from using powerful tricks. Once the ship is destroyed, they will both be ruined, and there will be no one to rescue them. Love is infinite. Pressing one hand on the huge heart, endless love surged out. Even the surrounding space showed a pink love field, and pink streams of light rose from under the feet. Following the direction Hancock raised his hand to point, streaks of pink light flew out. Passing through heavy sandstorms, even with armed and domineering resistance, he still passed through Crocodile's body. What's going on? I obviously used the armed color to isolate. Why did my heart suddenly start to beat? What's going on with this sweet feeling? Love. Click. Crocodile looked at Hancock before he finished speaking. He was completely petrified, and the sandstorm stopped, leaving yellow sand all over the deck. Hancock took out a small test tube from the abyss in his chest and poured out a drop of healing tears to remove the toxin. If I hadn't given him all my tenderness and beauty, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you at all. She mockingly trampled Crocodile to pieces. She was so beautiful and sweet. Besides, your intelligence isn't that great either. Chapter 111. I'm here to save you, my students. Boom. What a powerful impact. Has Fishman Island been destroyed? Really, Commander, what they did is too exaggerated. The members of the God group felt the impact and shock coming from the Red Earth continent, and looked back at the cave passage. They thought it was the 5 elders and St. Gielen who had completely destroyed the entire Fishman Island. I also want to find Vegapunk's brain as soon as possible, and then rush back to join us. Do. Take the brain detector and continue to go all the way down the channel. The light spot on the detector keeps flashing, which is the direction of Vegapunk's brain. I finally came out of the passage. It was really far away. Coming out of the long serpentine passage, we came to a huge dark crack. It was so dark that we couldn't see our fingers, and we didn't know where to go. It made people panic. The light in his hand became the only bright spot. This is the next direction. After all, the strong and the skilled are bold. Looking at the brain detector in his hand, he continued to move in one direction. About 300 to 500 meters, a rock wall blocked his eyes. Rock wall. What kind of garbage detector? It doesn't display a map, it only has one direction. Doesn't it mean you have to search everywhere again? The members of the divine group were annoyed, but they had no choice. The conditions were like this, so they could only look around. Unfortunately, he could never find the entrance. Because after putting Vegapunk's brain in, the entrance was sealed. Peefed. Above the crack, there was an extremely weak sound of bubbles breaking, and then, the milky white viscous liquid inside melted into the seawater and slowly spread throughout the crack space. An uneasy feeling. The members of the group were nervous. This dark environment was really worrying. Soon, his worries came true. Broken O, the exceptionally stable and pressure-resistant bubble suddenly exploded. He reacted quickly, took a deep breath, and was immediately submerged in the sea. What's going on? Why did the bubble membrane suddenly burst? Wait, what does this seawater feel like? What's in it? He glanced around with sharp eyes, but he quickly discovered the problem in the seawater, and his uneasiness became more intense. But here comes the problem. What happened now? What if he finds out? I took the bubble coral out of my pocket and was about to squeeze out a bubble wrap, but it broke before it even took shape and couldn't be used at all. Trap, my pupils shrank, and this time I not only felt uneasy, but even felt shrouded in death. The entire rift is a trap for him. Without thinking, he immediately turned around and fled. Advertisement, but it's too late to realize it now, right? The way out has been sewn up by Pika all the way, and even the entrance of the hole cannot be found, and the traces have completely disappeared. In other words, he is now in the Red Earth continent in a completely closed canyon. Even the closest distance to the outside world, in the direction of Fishman Island, is separated by a 50-kilometer thick red continent. And Vegapunk's brain is 70 kilometers away. It's over. Even the passage back has disappeared. I can't even find where to come in, and I can't even figure out the direction. In an instant, the sky fell. Even if there is no strong enemy, he would rather have a strong enemy that he cannot defeat, at least there is a possibility of escaping. But in this completely closed deep sea environment, there is not even a bubble membrane. How long can he hold it in? Isn't he waiting to die? Holding his breath was not enough for him to use several powerful tricks to forcefully break through the red soil continent and escape. This is the red earth continent, which is far harder than ordinary rock. Hee. Just drown in it. Pika was laughing secretly several kilometers away from the red earth continent and did not take any action to fight. Leave directly without giving the other party a chance to defeat him. Of course, this was also what Adolf ordered. I'm just afraid that these idiots will take the initiative and do something stupid over their own abilities. What should I do? What should I do? The passage in is so long, how can I possibly penetrate it? This is the red earth continent. It's a waste of energy, and it won't last long. Damn it. Vegapunk's brain has not been found. Doesn't it mean that even Lousy has to stay here? The members of the divine group were anxious and annoyed, not knowing what to do at all. In this case, even if he has extraordinary means, he can only wait for death. Sakaski, Perusalino, Kuzan, I'm here to save you, my students. Zephyr smiled when he came to the rock cave in the red earth continent. Teacher Zephyr. The three of them stared in shock at Zephyr, who appeared in front of them. While being moved, my mood also sank. With the closeness of that man's work, it is impossible for any spy to know our location. Advertisement. But Teacher Zephyr still got the information and found this place, so there is only one answer. Adolf deliberately let us leave, for a reasonable reason. The three people have complicated emotions. They only need to pretend they don't know anything, so they can go back and continue to be their generals, and no one will doubt them. They even saved their dignity, not by paying a humiliating sum of money to redeem them, but by rescuing them. It can be said to show the greatest sincerity, show the broad mind that a king should have. Even these three powerful forces can be returned. From this point of view, it can be seen that Adolf approves of Marine's attitude and hopes that Marine will continue to sail the sea and execute true justice. Just like what Adolf said when he was executed, he will take care of the pirates that the world government does not care about, and the exploiters that the world government will not take care of, and he will even clean up the world government. This is him, Poseidon Adolf. In short, times have changed. How to decide? The choice is left in their own hands. Hahahaha. Do you feel humiliated by being rescued? Each and every one of you with abilities has been cursed by the sea. You came to the deep sea and did not follow the laws of the deep sea. Do you regret eating the devil fruit? Zephyr laughed and stepped forward, using his overwhelming strength to forcefully break the bonds on their bodies. Boom, as if a mechanism was triggered, a terrifying fire exploded, and the bubbles outside the water prison flooded down. Unfortunately, Zephyr is not a person with fruit abilities, and Boomu is also blessed with domineering energy. The three generals were extremely strong physically and did not have many scars, but they drowned directly. If you are not prepared, you may drown. Zephyr took out the bubble coral from his body, squeezed out 3 bubbles and threw the 3 of them into them respectively. Although the 3 of them could move, they were extremely reluctant. What? Have you been nailed to the Shanghai stone too? That guy Adolf is really ruthless. Even Shangsheng has not done this to treat prisoners. Zephyr frowned. I heard that Satan was captured by Lieutenant General Garp and escaped, and then came back to nail us, Perusalino said. Hahahaha, that's what happened. Thank you for your hard work. Zephyr laughed. Let me help you take it out first. At least you can use the fruit's ability. Kuzan, your frozen fruit will probably come in handy next. As Zephyr spoke, he turned Aokiji over, tore the clothes off his back, and took out the dagger he had specially brought. After Aokiji pulled out, it was Kizaru's turn. Marine General Zephyr, don't try to take them away. Fishman Karate's second art Kiwa Shoken. After all, it was the 3 parts of the spine where the central nervous system was densely packed. If he didn't want to cause too many sequelae to them, Zephyr had to concentrate on it. So much so that his reaction slowed down a beat, allowing Jinbei to get closer and attack Sakaski. Zephyr reacted quickly and blocked Sakaski with his body. Chapter 112 What is Marine's Justice? Teacher Zephyr. Jinbei. Sakaski looked in shock at Teacher Zephyr, who was blocking the front with his body, and at Jinbei, who launched a heavy attack from behind. Gritting my teeth, extremely annoyed, but Hailu Stone was still nailed to the spine in 3 places, so there was no way to fight back. 2 Thorn Spear. 3 Ice Spear weapons condensed in midair and shot toward Jinbei. Yeah. Jinbei quickly dodged. Laser. Kizaru had a cold sweat on his head. He raised his hand with difficulty and aimed it with a trembling index finger. The golden beam flew and exploded into a huge fireball. Also blows Jinbei away. At that moment, Zephyr also took action, ruthlessly pulling out the last sea tower stone from Kizaru's back, and his power and fruits were no longer suppressed. It's just that it's not the awakening of the animal system after all, so the wounds on the back cannot be healed quickly. Ahem. It was so close, Sakaski. Although I dislike you very much, you are my students after all. I can't just watch you die like this. Zephyr calmed down and was not injured, let alone penetrated his chest directly. But if it is Akainu who has no resistance, the damage effect will be different. Teacher Zephyr. Akainu complicated. You have to wait until you get out. Fishman Island doesn't have much combat power, but they can still send Jinbei here. It shows that something that none of us could have predicted happened. Zephyr looked at Jinbei. Except for the 5 elders who escaped, everyone else was doomed. First expected that Marine would definitely come to rescue them, and sure enough, he did. Jinbei's face darkened. It's all over. Zephyr simply didn't believe it, looking at Kuzan and Perusalino. How are you two? Can you move? It's very reluctant, Kuzan said. There is no way to retreat. Let's rescue you guys first. I can't mess around in the deep sea. Zephyr made a decision immediately, took out a rope and threw it over. Tie it around your own waist. Jinbei, you are no match for us, get out of the way. This is not okay. Jinbei stood up. Advertisement. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu, Water Heart, Sea Current over shoulder throw. Jinbei hugged a person, literally picking up the current and smashing it over, as if setting off a tsunami. Laser, boom. A simple beam of light instantly exploded with huge waves, and the seabed surged. At the same moment, Zephyr broke out of the bubble, forced his way through the explosion, knocked Jinbei away with one punch, and hit the rock hard. I just have difficulty moving, it doesn't mean I can't fight, Jinbei. Kizaru lay in the bubble and raised his hand, his fingertips shining with dazzling light. On the side, Zephyr squeezed out the bubbles and put it on the head like a Tianlong, and blessed it with armed color and domineering. This way it will not affect the fight, and you can breathe. Although it will be affected by the water pressure, it is better than hiding in the bubble before. And this thing is easier to use than scuba and the like. After all, this is a deep sea 200,000 meters below, and the pressure is terrifying. Jinbei was solemn and suddenly felt in trouble. Zephyr did not insist on fighting and took the 3 generals away by pulling the rope. They are confident that they can solve Jinbei, but if the opponent Jozan delays, it will not be solved in a short time. Aokiji stretched out his hand and froze a large area of seawater to prevent pursuit from behind. Damn it. I can't do anything. Can Wang be the only one to withstand all the pressure? Jinbei looked ugly and clenched his fists unwillingly. World Government 5 Elders, Knights of God, Marine Headquarters, so many experts came to Fishman Island just to kill Adolf, they all knew this clearly. It is their king Adolf who holds up the sky of Fishman Island, their dignity and future. At this moment, he deeply felt his powerlessness and weakness. However, the matter has come to this, and now he can only suppress his emotions and go back to tell Adolf the news. In the deep sea, Zephyr pulled the rope and swam towards the return route at full speed, without looking for Bruno to enter the different space. They all felt such a big explosion, but Jinbei still appeared in front of him without any worries, which showed that the situation was favorable to Fishman Island, and he would be throwing himself into a trap if he went now. The 3 people in the back group, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, were lying in the bubble, looking at the backs of those who came to save them with mixed emotions. Their mentor, Black Arm Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr, did you see the image just now? Akainu said. Aokiji and Kizaru looked out of the corners of their eyes, not expecting Akainu to take the initiative to talk about it. Advertisement Zephyr looked back at him, his heart sank. I saw part of it. What is Marine's justice? To maintain world stability, to eliminate pirates, or to obey the orders of the world government? I used to think that by wiping out all the pirates who were causing trouble and letting people understand the consequences of becoming pirates, we could stabilize the world order. But now it seems that our justice, Marine's justice, can really be realized? Even the justice within Marine is in chaos, it's not as good as the 5 million people on Fishman Island who have a unified will. Akainu said inexplicably that the absolute justice he pursues is to eliminate all pirates. Simple and crude, with clear goals and direct results. But teammates are struggling one by one, bosses are failing one by one, and the top few were just talking but not doing anything, and they are even the biggest evil group themselves. In such an environment, evil groups are breeding everywhere. It is difficult, too difficult to achieve justice. Only by using tougher methods can he instill fear in people's hearts and suppress evil. When O'Hara was performing his mission, he even personally killed innocent people. He was cold and ruthless and didn't care about affecting civilians, but did he really do something wrong? Yes, it's definitely wrong to affect innocent people, but sometimes, it doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. First of all, this is an order issued by the highest authority, and he is the soldier who executes the order. As a soldier, he can only execute, unless he doesn't want to be a soldier. The premise of that mission was that the world government had expressly prohibited the study of blanks for 100 years. His doctor was also arrested by Marine. He was clearly informed of the consequences of such behavior, but he still summoned a large number of people to peep at him. This behavior itself is equivalent to secretly studying state secrets, and it is a secret that threatens national rule. If he doesn't die, who will die? Of course, the world government sucks, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to overthrow it. But this group of doctoral scholars, knowing their fate clearly, are still doing research on the inhabited island. Have they ever thought about whether other innocent people on the island will be implicated? The tragic deaths of these innocent people are directly related to their scholars. It is normal to kill 1,000 people by mistake rather than let one go. Even the 8-year-old Robin who was bullied by his family can become a scholar. Who else on the island is not suspected? Seriously threatening the rule of the country, it would not be surprising to punish the 9 tribes, suppress the system, massacre the city, no matter what kind of torture is used. Only in this way can people be in awe. Even if the world government is full of black spots, it can only say one word of cruelty on this matter. In my memory, Akainu only took action twice, right? Once to fight the war, and once to O'Hara. Where did you see Akainu randomly affecting innocent people and massacring ordinary people? Close black lens bracket. Chapter 113 Don't kill the general. I have worshipped heroes since I was a child and wanted to be a hero. Train hard for this, fight against pirates, and always be at the forefront. But I didn't kill the pirates. Instead, I sent them to Impel Down City and handed them over to the judges of the law to give them the punishment they deserve. There is no such thing as murderous intent in my heart. Even if I am angry, I will not show murderous intent towards pirates. That means that I am no longer a puncher to defend justice, but a madman who uses violence to fight violence and vents his inner emotions. It will make me lose my original intention to protect the weak, and the justice behind it is no longer justice. I have always regarded myself as a hero who protects the weak and upholds justice. He was clearly 60 years old, but he still talked about his childish dream of becoming a hero like a child. Even he couldn't help but smile. But he has always done this, and it is also his lifelong pursuit, and he has protected many people at the same time. General who will not kill is a title that sounds very kind, weak, and cowardly. But it doesn't mean that when you encounter a pirate, you just beat him up and let him go. Instead, you capture the enemy alive after he loses the strength to resist, and then hand him over to the judge. The final result is basically the death penalty, or being imprisoned in Impel Down City for a lifetime, but the meaning is different. He was not venting his emotions and lynching the pirates with his own emotions. Of course, it is unrealistic to capture everyone alive, and he is not a virgin B*ch whose hands are not stained with blood. He just said that after the enemy loses the power to resist, he will not kill them at will. Given the difference in strength between the general and the weak, and the vitality of the strong enemy, it would be difficult to kill him directly. Until my family was killed by pirates, I started to hate pirates. From then on, I couldn't defend justice anymore. The punches I threw were no longer to protect the weak, but to vent my emotions. This kind of justice is no longer true justice. The three generals were silent, especially Akainu. They all know Teacher Zfa's dream, but each of them has their own understanding of justice. Sakazuki, my justice is to protect the weak, and this is what I have always taught you. If you want to overthrow the world government and overthrow the celestial dragons, I won't stop you. It's just that I'm not mentally prepared yet. I don't know if it's right. You have to think clearly before doing this. Once Marine becomes an enemy of the world government, it will lose military spending, lose all supplies, and all branch bases will also face a major crisis, and Marinefondo is near Mariajoya. Zfa's heart was complicated and he had no idea what to do. He could only tell him to make a careful decision and do it after thinking about it. Under the sea, there was once again a long silence. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, including Zephyr, all have a sense of powerlessness with nowhere to use their strength, and they are full of passion and can't find a way to vent it. This can be said to be the sadness and pain of the entire Marine. There is no ideological, academic, enlightenment or wisdom in this world. It is really difficult for the big bosses whose brains are filled with large intestines and whose large intestines are filled with muscles. Advertisement. Even though there were more than 100 vassal states in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, how many techniques were used to govern the country? How many failed? In the end, they were all practiced in the long war, and many ended in failure. Huh? Net? Is it that guy Doflamingo? Zephyr came to the long passage and suddenly stopped when he sensed something. The fingertips rippled, and a huge net invisible to the naked eye opened. It's as thin as a knife blade and extremely sharp, but it's so thin that it's tougher than steel. He saw stones falling from the sky, filtered by large nets, and the weight of the stones alone chopped them into pieces. And such nets are spread throughout the entire passage, one every 1 meter. Zephyr couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Adolf, what you do is really uncomfortable. Yeah, it's really scary. I wonder what the 5 elders will experience at the bottom of the sea. Kizaru was impressed but also had a headache. These were all set up after you passed, right? Akainu said. The net has not been broken yet, which means that no one who came to the deep sea has come here. If there is no victory, then there will be a big problem, Aokiji said. Zephyr was immediately heartbroken. Combined with Jinbei's attitude, it was very likely that he was not optimistic. If he had not escaped into Bruno's different space, the result would have been. Akainu, Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go back to the ground first. I hope there won't be any more traps. Zephyr made the decision. Raising his fist, the top-level weapon punched out, and the black gold streamer instantly broke through the 1,000-layered giant net, causing the seawater to tremble. When Zephyr was about to leave with 3 students, a black shadow came quickly from behind. It's Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, Jorikal Mahawk. The sharp golden eyes, the elegant and aloof temperament, are also filled with bubbles like the Tianlong people, coming from behind at great speed. Mahawk? Have you even summoned all the Shichibukai? The 3 generals were surprised and understood something. Mahawk, what happened on Fishman Island? Zephyr asked. When I left, Garp was defeated. If they had not escaped into another space, Marine, world government, and everyone who came to the deep sea would have been annihilated, Mahawk said directly with a calm face. Zephyr instantly became solemn. The 3 generals each bowed their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. Shua. Holding the supreme sharp sword 12 skills black knife Yi, he slashed it with one sword, and the same 1,000-layered giant web was torn apart. Advertisement as a net that intercepts the world's top combat forces, Doflamingo has made every effort to produce high quality, and it can cut through warships on the front line without any problem. except for the lack of armed domineering, it is already the highest strength. But without armed domineering, it's a different dimension. It's not surprising to destroy 1,000 layers with one blow. The problem is, the entire passage is tens of kilometers. Only after 25 miles, the blocking net disappeared, and they even saw Doflamingo waiting in front of the channel. Bah! It's really embarrassing to escape, you guys. Doflamingo laughed excitedly, and the 10 Fishmen warriors on both sides of him couldn't help laughing. Do you want to stop it, Doflamingo? ZFA's face darkened. Jorakal Mahawk also raised his sword slightly. They looked down upon the 10 Fishman warriors, and even Doflamingo, as an ability user, they were confident of quickly resolving the battle. It's just that they are worried that Adolf will chase them from behind, which will cause trouble. Everything that happens in the deep sea proves repeatedly that Adolf is worthy of the name Poseidon, both from the perspective of power and strength. Forget it, you haven't arranged it since you didn't see me? Our king said that the purpose of the mission has been achieved. If you want to leave, just leave. Doflamingo's mouth will be split to the base of his ears. The world government that he once prostrated on the ground could only glare at, those celestial dragons standing in the sky. How easily they dragged down the clouds and stepped on the mud. Even the Knights of God lost most of their lives, and the commander was even beheaded. And he boarded the ship of the new era, became the powerful class heading to the next era, and stepped on the heads of the Tianlong people as a winner. Ha! Mahawk, our king sincerely invites you to join. You can read his ambitions and dreams in the newspaper, and then make a decision. Doflamingo extended an invitation as Zephyr and Jorakal Mahawk passed by him. Jorakal Mahawk's sharp golden eyes swept over him, and he seemed to understand that this time he escaped. There was indeed an element of Adolf deliberately letting him leave, and the hostility in his eyes softened. I will think about it. As he said that, he passed by and swam toward the sea. Chapter 114 Declaring War on the World Victory Will Belong to Us, revised. Purple life card burned twice at intervals. The different space battle is over. Hancock successfully completed the mission. The cyan life card burns twice at intervals. Vegapunk's brain is well protected, and the members of the God group are trapped in the Red Earth continent. Pink life card burned twice at intervals. Doflamingo is fine. Yellow life card intermittent burning twice. Mary Joa is in stable condition, and IM has not performed. Black life card burned twice at intervals. The canyon safety zone in the Red Earth continent, the people of Fishman Island are safe and have not been attacked. Adolf watched the 5 life cards in his hand burning slightly, and couldn't help but smile. Very good, the overall situation has been decided on my side, and all plans have been completed. If it burns twice, it means success. If it burns once and it is a big burn, then the problem is troublesome. Your Majesty Poseidon. Brothers are already helping the wounded, and the compatriots who died in the battle have also been counted, a total of 4,284 people. With the golden magic medicine you gave me, as long as I don't die on the spot, I can be saved. This will lead to a significant reduction in casualties. Aaron and Hody Jones made serious reports, which also made them see their own weakness. Adolf's heart felt heavy. More than 4,000? It was too much? The entire Fishman Island only has a population of 5 million. How many adult males are suitable to serve as soldiers? Race war, or other strategies, are the last resort strategies. They say it to show that they are not afraid of fighting. But if it is really activated, then the fate of the entire Fishman Island will be at stake. Even if we win, not many will die. What is the difference between such a victory and a disastrous defeat? In fact, in this high-level encirclement and suppression battle, only he was the real main force, and the other soldiers were all arranged to entangle the enemy. But he was only one person after all. If these soldiers hadn't entangled the enemy, Bruno would have all run away the moment he hit the gate of opening, and Hancock wouldn't have a chance to strike. It can be said that this is an order he must give, even if he has already seen this scene when planning. The strength of these strong men is too exaggerated. If you touch them casually, you will be killed or injured. Aaron felt heavy. I'm sorry, let Zephyr go. The 3 Marine generals. Jinbei lowered his head, and the joy of victory turned into self-blame. Do you feel the pressure? Although each of them is a well-known strong man, it is true that you are too weak. This is because they are desperately trying to avoid and are unwilling to fight. Adolf looked at the 3 of them. He was anxious too. Jinbei, Aaron, and Hody Jones felt uncomfortable and lowered their heads even more. The 3 of you really loved Fishman Island before I appeared, especially you Jinbei, and you have made many sacrifices for everyone. I know all of this. But this intention is not enough. You also need enough strength and resourcefulness. Now during the war, you should hone your strength as much as possible. It may be very dangerous and you may die at any time, but it is also the fastest stage to improve your strength. And Aladdin too, I need you to grow up as soon as possible. Adolf looked at them expectantly. The population of Fishman Island is too small. Even the royal family used to live in a dawdle, and there were too few people available. Yes, several people made a certain determination with great heaviness. Adolf looked around and felt a little relieved when he saw the warriors who had completed their transformation. If 1 month ago they were just ordinary fishmen, they were still worried about the destruction of Fishman Island. Then after the baptism of war, the infusion of faith, the fall of divine power, and the exaggerated performance of strength by the powerful, he began to truly grow into a qualified warrior. When a man sees the vastness of the world and has unwavering beliefs and dreams, he will burst out with endless motivation to move forward. Of course, there is no shortage of people in this world who have ambitions, dreams, and hard work. Even if they risk their lives, the gap in talent is real. What if it is combined with the buff he opened by Poseidon? As long as he is here, he can stimulate the genes of these warriors and their bloodline factors, giving them the possibility of continuous growth. As long as they exercise like crazy, they can unleash their potential. It's just that whether it's Jinbei or these warriors, their growth takes time. Lord Poseidon, the videophone bug has been connected to the canyon safe zone, and all the fishmen can see it. A soldier came over and reported. Adolf nodded and took a deep breath. A majestic, powerful, and even oppressive madness surged out, and even the eyes flashed with the dark red conqueror's arc of destruction from time to time. It seems as if the war has just ended, with the aura of war and destruction. Even through images and phone bugs, my soul is still strongly impacted. Everyone swallowed involuntarily and looked at the man nervously and tremblingly. What's the result? Did you win? His victory or defeat is not only related to the fishmen of Fishman Island, but also to the decision of everyone in the entire world. Decide whether to launch a resistance and whether there is a possibility of victory in the resistance. All of them need a successful role model, warriors, the 5 million people of the fish people, all the oppressed people in the world, the royal nobles who oppress others. You know this leader. The last time I invaded Fishman Island, I left an arm behind, and this time I even left my life behind. I will behead it myself. World Government Supreme Commander of the Knights of God Figeland Garin. A celestial dragon who attempted to destroy Fishman Island and obliterate the entire Fishman clan, beheaded under the deep sea. Adolf grabbed the head of St. Garin, raised it up, and introduced it to everyone in the world with a mad roar. Advertisement. Even after death, he looks miserable, with only a head left. But the huge and unique crescent moon hairstyle still carries the majesty of the king after death, and everyone knows it. Even if they had never read a newspaper before, the Fishman soldiers carried a large amount of newspapers and distributed them one by one at each broadcast point. The man who was defeated by the deep sea and had his left arm chopped off. In an instant, everyone opened their eyes wildly, looking at the head in horror. This proves without a doubt that he won, and the man who rebelled against the world won. He defeated the world government. This time the world government 5 elders personally led the team, leading the Knights of God. Shichibukai, Marine headquarters, a total of 29 powerful masters invaded. They are all famous masters on the sea, and each of them has the strength to kill a country by one person. But in the end, we still won. Even Adolf roared the craziest way to announce his victory to the whole world. Poseidon! 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 All the soldiers were red-faced, shouting wildly and heartbreakingly, looking at him with crazy faces. Looking at the king who will lead them to victory. The king of this sea, Poseidon. People in the canyon safe zones were anxiously waiting for the results, including Odahime, Shirahoshi, and 5 million people. They were filled with endless fanaticism and admiration. Shui Yi blushed and shouted his name. The emotions so surging that they were about to burst out of their chests made them want to rush out immediately and go to the scene to see him in person. Cheers to their king. Win. Adolf won. He defeated the Tianlong people. The oppressed people all over the world also see the golden sun rising from the sea. The light of warmth and hope shines on everyone. We won. No one can kill any of us. No matter our lives, families, wealth, or our dignity and freedom, they should not be taken away by anyone. Not even the royal nobles or even the celestial dragons can do it. We must have such a spirit. Even if we die, we must defend the will that belongs to us. If we don't even have the courage to resist, then who will save us? Are we looking forward to a savior? Wake up, there is no savior in this world. Adolf roared crazily, spittle came out of his mouth. The voice is not pleasant, and even the expression looks ferocious. But that penetrating roar, as if coming from the soul, is an emotion that all speeches cannot give. The heartbreaking expression became the most sincere expression of trying your best. Boom! Extremely intense emotions erupted from conquerors, and dark red lightning like thunder surged from his hands, filled with the power of destruction and madness. Forcibly crushing the head of St. Gielin, it turned into red blood mist and filled the sea. Even still unable to release the extreme emotions in my heart, I turned my head to look at my body. Under the enthusiastic gaze of all the soldiers present, and under the crazy gaze of everyone around the world. Destroyed together with his body, it exploded into a blood mist that filled the air and merged into the seawater. Even Adolf's body was covered with a faint blood-red color. But that is not cruelty, it is not tyranny, this is the blood that must be shed in the revolution. The blood necessary to awaken people's numb hearts. If it's not the enemy's, it must be theirs. Dragon people, they are not gods. They can bleed just as well and can be killed as well. In the red blood mist, Adolf, with his slender blue fishtail, clenched his fist and roared the craziest voice with the most brutal behavior. But it expresses the most determined pursuit of beauty. Kill, 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 all the Murloc warriors in the audience, even the steady Jinbei, roared together. Let out the strongest cry. All the people in the world stood up and looked at him with longing and enthusiasm. A certain belief in their hearts seemed to have stood up. Revolution must bleed. There is no savior in this world, not even the celestial dragons can do it. Advertisement. They saw the future direction from Adolf. Seeing the right direction leading to happiness and beauty. A force called hard work surges out of the body. A great force called faith blooms from the heart. Even the weak and kind-hearted Odahime began to strengthen this belief, clenching her fists and blushing, looking at the man who was shouting unyieldingly. Respond to his voice with the same enthusiasm as everyone else. Her knowledge and experience can make people empathize with her, and she has a very strong affinity. But the most fundamental thing about a person is his thoughts, which cannot be changed by an emotion. As for Adolf, his words conveyed a strong spiritual chord to people and gave them the power to glow from their hearts. This is the awakening of the mind. Even Odahime, who has a strong affinity, was attracted by Adolf's words and change. They allowed them to vent their inner emotions for a while before Adolf raised his hand. Everyone stopped involuntarily and looked at him with burning eyes that seemed to have flames burning. 800 years ago, the mermaid princess of Fishman Island made an agreement with a human on the ground and forged a friendship between the two races, but this agreement was not fulfilled. Adolf's eyes were profound and he began to talk about the past. Just like people long for light, the fish people in the deep sea long for the sunshine and air on the ground. Those huge and terrifying Poseidon species, giant monsters that can only be said to live in the sea instead of fish, who is not afraid of the dark deep sea? The fishmen are also afraid of this. 200 years ago, Fishman Island became a member of the world government and took the initiative to establish friendly relations with mankind. Fishman Island was qualified to participate in the World Conference. But despite this, those royal families, nobles, and celestial dragons with ugly human natures. They still have a disgusting and discriminatory attitude towards us fishmen, and even capture us as slaves. Especially the beautiful mermaid lady among us. The auction reached hundreds of millions of belly, which shows that they are greedy. I wish I could capture our entire race and make them slaves. Adolf clenched his fist, anger burning in his heart, and all the mermaids clenched their fists unwillingly. And those people in front of the phone bug also began to understand the history of Fishman Island, which was humiliating. But from the moment Adolf steps up, it will be great. But now, everything has changed. We have proved with facts that we don't need to look at anyone's face or surrender to anyone, not even the superior Tianlong people. We can swim freely in the sea, and we are the masters of this sea. Adolf shook his fist powerfully and shouted in some madness. No, just this is not enough. Since the celestial dragons regard themselves as creators, they regard all living beings as insects that can be trampled to death at will. The world government maintains the order of their celestial dragons. Those cruel royal nobles are just like the celestial dragons, and they exploit and kill us at will. Then it's up to me to break all this and break through their supreme authority. Let me tear off the gods' clothes and kill them. I will make the laws of the world and punish all evil. It's up to me to regain the power of happiness for all people and defend the blue of this ocean. At this moment, as Poseidon, I officially declare war on the world government. Declare war against all evil forces that oppress the people. No matter the powerful, world government, pirates, gangsters, or mafia, as long as you harm innocent people, I will bury you in this sea with my own hands. The will in Adolf's heart was released with the powerful conquerors, and his words impacted everyone's hearts. Royal hegemony? Submission from all over the world? Or freedom and equality? World peace? Happiness for all people? Whether it was ambition or a dream, he couldn't tell. But one thing is certain, these are not contradictory. Everyone around the world looked at him with their mouths wide open and their eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, looking at the man who brought revolution and hope. For the sake of the people at the lowest level, he actually made an enemy of the world? But this world is so dirty, even human nature is distorted. In this case, it should be completely shattered and the world order should be re-established. Such a thorough man is the savior they hope for. We have good intentions and do not take the initiative to harm others, but we will never allow anyone to harm us, infringement of our interests. Those who are willing to resist with me, I will lead you to fight back against anyone who exploits and oppresses us. I will firmly stand on the side of the oppressed and exploited. When the mission of history falls on my shoulders, I am willing to become the wind, covered with sunshine and shining brightly. Victory will definitely belong to us. Chapter 115 Off-Field Support Video Editing. P.S. The last chapter has been greatly changed, 2000 has become 4000, I recommend reading it again. Jinbei, Aladdin, Aaron, Hody Jones. I have arranged for Neptune to send food. You will rest where you are for an hour, and then lead 50,000 soldiers. Surround the Marine headquarters, Marineland, from a distance of 30 kilometers. No ships are allowed to approach within a radius of 500 kilometers, especially the distance from Mariajoya to Marineland. All ships and warships of the world government will be sunk. All other ships will be sunk if they do not leave. Adolf looked at the generals beside him, surrounding Marinefondo. The pupils of the four people shrunk, surrounding the Marine headquarters, Malinfondo. That's not what it means. That's right, we are going to start counterattack, Adolf said firmly. Yes, 4 people, no, all the fishmen warriors became excited. Uncontrollable enthusiasm appeared on their faces, and they couldn't wait to head towards Malinfondo now. Adolf glanced at the audience. In the previous 2 wars, only Jinbei could barely be considered a helper on Fishman Island. The others could only rely on their numbers to gain strength. He could only use the right time, place and people in the deep sea to make plans. Although they are still not strong enough to be on the world stage, they still have to be trained. If the siege starts from 30 miles away, and the geographical advantage of being able to dive into the sea at any time, if anything goes wrong, then just stay on Fishman Island all the time, and don't talk about sunshine and freedom. When Adolf arrived, he did not eat, drink or rest here, but immediately went to the Red Earth continent to deal with the trapped members of the God group. If there is no interference from fierce fighting, it will be no problem to hold your breath for 3 or 4 days. In the first half of the Grand Route, on the calm sea surface, a huge palace-like pirate ship floats, with 2 snakes slowly dragging it. In the most tightly guarded spacious bedroom, one strong little mouse was paralyzed in the cage half dead, with a look of despair on his face. Although they have been cured with healing dandelions, the trauma in their hearts may follow them for a lifetime. Call. Advertisement, it is finally over. Violet let out a heavy breath, her body became limp and collapsed on the bed, and she could let go of her worries. How's it going? Did you win? Aina, Sarah, and Haida were anxious and had not dared to disturb them just now. How is Lord Poseidon? Mrs. Shirley asked. How are you doing, Oni-sama? The green-haired second sister, Sandasonia, and the orange-haired third sister, Marigold, gathered around. A great victory. No one was injured. Even if they were injured, they could be healed. Hancock is in a different space. He can come out of the different space as long as he waits for Bruno to wake up. Violet said. Great, it's really scary. The number of powerful people in world government is too exaggerated. Sir Adolf can win like this, it is simply a miracle. By the way, he has already created many incredible miracles, right? He is indeed the man that my sister likes. The girls cheered, finally relieved of their worries. From the beginning, Violet could see the configuration of world government's combat power, which was simply terrifying to the extreme. With this configuration, even if the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido pirates, and Big Mom pirates are tied together, they will be able to beat the shit out of them. It would be a shame if any one of them escapes. The disparity in combat power between the two sides is so great that even in a deep-sea environment, a swarm will only result in an instant kill. Not to mention that there is also a gate fruit user named Bruno. The unpredictable sudden attack and the almost absolute ability to save lives make the entire combat team extremely difficult and almost insurmountable. They are always in a different space, and even if you want to kill the support first, there is nothing you can do. Bruno is even surrounded by many elite lieutenant generals to directly protect him. It's a pity that they not only opened the door but also had the brains. But even if Hancock is an undercover agent, it is equally difficult to find an opportunity to kill him, and there is only one chance. Even Adolf was mentally prepared for failure and solemnly told Hancock, if there is no right time, never take the risk and leave with the world government. At least there will be a chance to be an undercover agent next time. There was only a thin white gauze on the bedside, and Shalulia Palace's skin could even be seen through the gauze, with a complex expression on her face. As a celestial dragon, the 5 elders were defeated and the Knights of God were almost completely destroyed. It was like the myth was shattered. Although the 5 elders won, she could not be saved in the end. Being used by a mermaid as a cleanser was a shame among the celestial dragons. Even if she was saved, she would be executed. Advertisement. But that is the most powerful fighting group in the world government. It's an exaggeration to be treated like this beyond the standard, but to still lose? It can't be described as a miracle. You should be lucky. If the world government is overthrown, all the celestial dragons will be killed, including you, green-haired Sandasonia looked mockingly. But not only will you not die now, but you will still be a woman serving the future Supreme Poseidon. This is what countless women around the world dream of longing for. Orange-haired Marigold was proud. How old are you now? Do you want to die with other Tianlong people? Aina, Sarah, and Haida are not persuading, but laughing. They hate the celestial dragons so much, how can they possibly persuade them to return to their hearts and become sisters? Now the world government will be overthrown, all the celestial dragons will be executed, and the remaining celestial dragons will still be used as cleanup girls at will. There is nothing better than this result. Shalulia Palace lowered her head and remained silent, not daring to speak back at all, but she also acquiesced in her heart. Now that things are like this, why are the celestial dragons so arrogant? At least it's better than going back and being executed. Maybe you can get it for a longer time in the future, and there's a chance of getting better. At least she is not just taking nutritional supplements now, there is still hope. Okay, everyone, get to work quickly, sort out the images, and then send them to Caesar Current immediately, spread them out from him, and give Morgans a copy to write in a newspaper. They have just spread once, and it is likely to be noticed by the world government. We here are also responsible for transmitting the image to the signal station. Our ship must keep moving at all times to prevent it from being discovered. Violet took command. Yes, several others started to help. And she has also selectively edited the scenes she saw into videos. For example, the taunt before blowing up the Fishman Island is inevitable to be used as a tactic, but it is obviously not suitable to be released. But without this section, the scene would be too sudden, and it would be very confusing to change from the Fishman Island to the Sun Cave in the deep sea environment. Here you can let Aina, Sarah, and Haida transition through their mental imagination. The most important thing is the last speech, which is also the signal Adolf sends to the world. Violet can see it directly here and can directly import the video. Chapter 116. Sweating profusely after the execution of the celestial dragon, the speech continued. At first, the powerful pirates were quite interested, but later only the grassroots people were still listening, and they completely regarded it as the truth of life and the direction of struggle. But in fact, this was deliberately prepared just to wait for the 5 elders to show up. Let them know that he, Poseidon Adolf, is provocative. If you are indifferent, then I will continue to use my face to output. Even if it doesn't come in the end, it can still cause the collapse of world government's influence. And his external reputation will also change from the king who leads the Fishman Island to resist oppression, to the leader of all the oppressed people in the world, and the natural enemy of the greedy and sinful people. This is a very important transformation. The 5 elders are here, and Violet delays transmitting the image for 30 minutes. And these 30 minutes are reserved for video editing. But after the world government came on the scene, the terrifying lineup silenced the whole world and broke its defense. Gouda. Are you kidding? All the 5 elders came to the lower world in person? Even the Knights of God came out together. On top of that, General Fleet Admiral of the Marine headquarters and even summoning the Shichibukai? How exaggerated is this? Epidemic Quinn's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes popped out, his fat body pointed at the impact with 2 fingers, and he was completely stunned. Not just him, everyone else also swallowed secretly and looked at it in disbelief. More than 20 powerful combatants. Yan Jijin was extremely dignified. The amount of powerful combat power displayed by this world government that exterminates their race is so terrifying that any force that appears in front of it is no different from trying to fight with porcelain. Even Kaido wasn't drinking, he was looking at the image without blinking, his face darkened, his face serious and stern, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. He is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. His interest is suicide and his goal is to create a violent world. But to show up in Mariajoya would really be suicide. And with the configuration of this ship, it only takes a split second to kill him. Advertisement, to put it bluntly, there is no need to control or entangle, as long as he appears in front of you, and then he will be killed in seconds. How can he carry it? No matter how tough he is, his vitality is not enough. In the end, only a mouth is left and he is still tough. To put it bluntly, he is not worthy of being treated by this lineup. Not only Kaido, but also Whitebeard, Big Mom, and all the top warriors at sea who saw this scene were silent. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, 5 elders, Shenden, Shichibukai, isn't this just an easy push one by one? All bases and forces have become a joke. At this moment, they had endless admiration for Adolf. Even if they escaped in embarrassment, they would have to shout, awesome. Being able to get the world government to come up with this kind of configuration already shows his threat and strength. But it is also telling the whole world what will happen if you provoke the world government. 5 elders have transformed, the second son, Nuo fruit category, expressed solemnly. All the important ministers and high-end combat power of the Big Mom pirates are watching. Curtains have been set up on more than 30 islands throughout the world to help promote their future uncle. The Fishman Island exploded and the screen was interrupted for 2 hours. Can you contact Garrett? Asked the eldest son licking fruit Parasparrow. No, Whitebeard and Kaido can't contact the people who went to Fishman Island, 4th son Owen replied. Mom, it's been 2 days, 14th girl squeezing fruit smoothie looked at the host. Well, a man who dares to declare war on the world government and the pirate group at the same time before the war will not do such a thing. Big Mom laughed. There is no worry that Adolf will kill Garrett or Praline. After all, facing more than 20 top-notch enemies, it's understandable that I can't do it during filming. As long as Adolf can survive, it's already a victory. 4th son Owen admired him, he was simply an idol. Look at the picture. Sure enough, the entire Fishman Island was blown up. What? Isn't Adolf a person with fruit abilities? He just took out his memory. Hahahaha, my leg was broken during the Warring States period, but this is really a masterpiece. Kill 3 gods in one confrontation? Are they so weak? Idiot, that's the effect of the big explosion and deep water pressure. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene, and they all watched the scene the whole time. But the 3 divine groups in an instant really shocked all of them. Advertisement, gla la la la. This kid really likes to surprise people. The 5 elders must have been deceived too. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Although the entire Fishman Island was destroyed, being able to kill 3 divine groups is already a very good result. Saki, the captain of the 4th division, said with a smile. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom have all expressed satisfaction with this result, and are even surprised. It's their turn, it would be great if they could escape. However, the subsequent battle was completely silenced by them. The bubble burst, the 5 elders fled, and what followed was a deep-sea hunt. One-sided hunting. Even the hero Garp, even the King Garen Saint. When the scene of Hancock digging his heart out was rewritten, Bruno looked horrified and afraid of death, and took the initiative to close the door. These idiots with their guts connected to their brains couldn't even see the scene where the 5 elders and Adolf were having a conversation on Fishman Island. As we all know, videos cannot be edited. What's more, it's still a live broadcast. How is it possible? Actually, failed miserably. Red-haired Shanks couldn't believe it. Watching a battle, all of them were silent, their faces gloomy, and their moods plummeted to the bottom. Even the so-called Emperor of the Sea, the legendary great pirate, and the most famous sea warrior are all afraid of the sea. Be in awe of the king who rules the sea. Such a terrifying lineup ended in a disastrous defeat? Almost the entire army was wiped out? This is something none of them could have imagined. From the beginning, they felt that being able to escape was already great. Now it's more than awesome. It's so amazing. All of a sudden, everyone was sweating profusely. With such a display of combat power, even standing on the island does not feel safe. I have to ponder what Adolf said before. Declare war on all pirates. Obviously, he is different from the world government. He does not need chaos and cannot tolerate pirates. Chapter 117 Revolution and Ugly Human Nature. What? Is this Eren? But what's going on with this prefix? The first man in history to execute a celestial dragon, the deep-sea Murloc who inherited the Great Will, Jagged Eren. What is this? The Fishman pirates who ruled this archipelago more than 10 days ago have now transformed themselves into inheriting the Great Will. Going to execute the celestial dragons on behalf of the heroes who resisted oppression. A-hole, aren't you doing the same thing yourself? Belmir's left arm is comminuted and fractured. Belmir, 10-year-old Nami, and 12-year-old Nokagawa were all stunned when they saw the newspaper falling from the sky. But after reading the contents of the newspaper, I began to understand Eren's behavior. He was oppressed by humans and took revenge on humans. It's just that the transformation from an evil pirate fishman to a hero who resists power is too sudden. How can you accept it? Although my brain is not stupid, my body is numb. Hey, look, he really executed the Tianlong people. Great, someone finally stood up to resist the world government. 10 billion bellies of gold every year is too heavy. Heavenly gold is very heavy, but the total amount of money we turn in every year far exceeds the heavenly gold. It's all the B*********** D king who used the heavenly gold as an excuse to collect money indiscriminately. What's even more outrageous is that even though we have paid the money, the world government still allows pirates to plunder. Isn't this a complete failure to protect us? Aren't we just cattle and sheep that they slaughter at will? It's so abominable. They don't care about our life or death at all. My daughter disappeared last year. The whole kingdom is so big, I searched everywhere but couldn't find it. The king's army was also perfunctory. Could it be that she was captured by human traffickers? My poor 6-year-old daughter. Speaking of which, people seem to go missing on the island often. They're either young and beautiful women or strong men. Could it be? I really hope Poseidon can overthrow the world government and overthrow this country soon. Only he can bring us good things. That's right, as long as he can destroy the pirates and the royal family and nobles who oppress us, then he is a hero. I don't care if he is a human or a mermaid. Didn't the newspaper say that more than 30 races have been exterminated? Who knows how many races there are in this world? I think so too. As long as he can protect our safety, then he is a good person. He is much better than the celestial dragons. The execution had been completed a few days ago, and newspapers had been prepared. After the live broadcast began, Newsbird immediately distributed it around the world. There is no need to spend money, just throw a copy down when you see someone, and even spread newspapers over a large area above the city. Advertisements strive to spread the news to the whole world as quickly as possible, and distribute it for free at your own expense. After reading the newspaper, countless people expressed their high respect and admiration for Eren, Adolf, and Hody Jones, who led the Celestial Dragons to the execution stand. Even the Celestial Dragons were executed, so resisting the world government is definitely not just a casual talk. If an alien said, they want to enslave you, work a full 8 hours a day, and only provide 3 meals and snacks. There is only milk to drink in the morning, and the lunch break is only 1 hour, so you will die of exhaustion. The most cruel thing is that your salary is only raised every 4 months. Are you going to resist this alien, or are you asking the Imperial Army to lead the way? They usually live under the oppression of the royal family, but they are already so miserable. They may be robbed by pirates at any time, and their lives are not guaranteed. Do you think they don't care who rules? What's more, can the world government celestial dragons be said to be human beings? As for Adolf in the newspaper, that is a popular mermaid legend in the sea. What is unacceptable? Very handsome, everyone, it's time to overthrow King Cha. There is no savior in this world. If we ourselves cannot resist fate, are we waiting for death? Brothers, come here. The soldiers of Fishman Island are beside us. Kosa, quit the king's army and work with Dad to kill this king who exploits us. Even if you become the king's army, our family will still be oppressed by this king. Come on, everyone, gather all our strength. Victory will belong to us. People who directly watched the Videophone Bud live broadcast saw the disastrous defeat of the world government and saw Adolf order the siege of the Marine headquarters, and they could no longer calm down their emotions. Please ask the Murloc warriors to gather manpower, or even ask the warriors to withdraw from the army and join them. A resistance movement revolution begins, especially in the East Daxia Sea, where the average bounty is 2 to 3 million Baileys. The defenders of these kingdoms rarely have experts, and they can definitely be defeated with people and weapons. Not to mention that there are fishmen warriors at the head. Each team is equipped with at least one major level captain, and there is even a sea beast accompanying it, which is simply walking sideways. Because of a speech, the flames of revolution burned everywhere in the sea. There is no need to spread, and it cannot spread. Advertisement: all countries in this world are built on islands, and an island is considered an independent country. Even the kingdom of Alabasta, with a population of over 10 million, is just a large island. As for the franchising countries and non-franchising countries, they do not have a direct superior-subordinate relationship with the world government. They can only be said to be vassals and are independent in the kingdom's political power. Whether it is the right of first night or more perverted laws, they can all be promulgated as they wish. Even Marine can't say anything. This is the right of these kings. But this also has advantages. The island is a country and the political power is independent. It would be too fast to overthrow the royal rule. Just summon a large number of people, carry the general trend of the people, and press them into the palace. No strategy is needed at all. However, come on, these rich people are so abominable, they have taken away the wealth that belongs to us. A-hole, this is mine, I've already grabbed it. Gee-hee-hee. Look, there's a rich woman here, come and let me have some fun. Let you look down on us before. Ah, no, don't come over. The oppressed people are basically in the slums, which can even be said to be garbage dumps. Even if the people in the slums enter the rich areas, they are dazzled by everything they see. In this way, nearly 10,000 people rushed into the city, spread directly, and robbed madly. No longer heading towards the royal city along the main road. They picked up food and stuffed it into their mouths, swarmed over to grab valuables and jewelry, even fought with each other, and even took out a dagger and the white knife turned red. Seeing those clean, beautiful and extraordinary rich women who were scared and screamed, the ugly and greedy hearts were completely released. There were even flames burning from the house. It was obvious that someone had set the fire. Idiot, didn't you see the jewelry she is wearing? This is worth at least 1 million Baileys. Tear, the blade slashed down, directly cutting off her wrist and taking away the jewelry. Chapter 118 Worldview and Atmosphere. Boom, put it down. I ask you to put down all the things you grabbed. The Fishman captain shot the man directly and roared at everyone. A-hole Fishman, what do you want to do? How dare you kill people in front of so many people? The thug was startled and even more angry. Bang! The captain punched the man hard in the face and knocked him to the ground. I tell you, we're here for revolution. We're here to overthrow the oppressive royal rule. We're here to pursue a better future. I'm not taking you into the city to burn, kill, loot, and harm other innocent people. If you rob innocent people's property, how is it different from the royal family who exploited you? What is the difference from those pirates who burned, killed and looted? Such people should be executed together with them. The captain roared ferociously, resisting the urge to kill them all. All the other Murloc warriors are equally furious. How ugly. Are they helping this group of people to revolutionize? They should be whipped, foraging in garbage heaps. Roar, the accompanying 100-meter sea beast roared at them, and they were shocked. Feel sorry. We used to live in too much poverty, so we couldn't help it. Everyone lowered their heads after being scolded, feeling guilty and ashamed. This is a wealthy area, but it is not a wealthy area, and it is not a palace. Put down everything you grabbed. The captain jumped up to the house and scolded him again. Nearly 10,000 people are pouring in below, and there are still many who have not yet entered the city gate of the wealthy area. They are squeezing in like crazy, for fear that the good things will be snatched away by others. However, the people who grabbed the things looked at the treasure in their hands and realized that it was something they would never get in their lifetime. Advertisement. How could they hand over the wealth they had already obtained? Why are you yelling? These rich people haven't harvested their money from us. That is, you can stop us, but when they all come in, can you still stop everyone? Let us just grab it and kill all the royal family members together. You are just fishmen. What does human affairs have to do with you? Help us defeat the king's army, and then won't it be great to share some of the treasures with you? The more you say it, the more reasonable it becomes, and the more you say it, the more people will agree with it. What does the so-called shame mean in front of the wealth you have already obtained? What revolution, what freedom, what future generations, for a ridiculously beautiful future. These were just the reluctances aroused at the moment of Adolf's speech. The moment they entered the luxurious wealthy area, everything turned into greed. Isn't the beauty they pursue a treasured woman? It's right in front of them now, how can they restrain themselves? Except for a very few people, most of them have no character at all from the beginning. Under the influence of the general trend and the release of greed, these few can't help but take action. Everyone rush with me, robbing all these rich people, and then killing the nobles and royal families. Come on, these fishmen are just revolutionary troops, can they still attack us? Seeing the temptation right in front of me, the greed in my heart could no longer be controlled, and I pounced on it like a tide. Like a group of devils opening the door of greed and plundering everything they see. The urban areas are still normal, but the people in the slums and garbage dumps have long lost their so-called morality, conscience, and face. In a place where you can't even get enough to eat, you can only survive by grabbing rancid garbage food. Even a person who was originally upright would never have the so-called face again after a few months. Y equals V equals underscore equals hash. If you overthrow the royal power and establish a new order, you will be happy. The Fishman captain clenched his fists and his sharp teeth gnashed loudly. Anger and unwillingness surged from his chest. Looking down at the blonde rich woman, her right hand was cut off after someone robbed her of jewelry, and blood flowed down her arm. She collapsed and cried and screamed. She is so innocent. Advertisement and these thugs were brought in by him. The Fishman warriors obey the order and kill all the robbing thugs. They are not fighting for revolution, but burning, killing and looting pirates. We must not hurt those innocent people because of us. These people should die. The Fishman captain roared crazily, his angry murderous intent no longer controllable. Exit the city gate. Everyone go home. Hundreds of Fishman warriors could not restrain their anger and went to kill them. He was obviously leading the people to launch a revolution, but he was fighting against these people. 10,000 versus 100, a huge disparity in numbers. But a ragtag group of people and warriors who have seen the top battlefields in the world are not on the same level at all. After killing nearly 1,000 people, the mob was completely defeated and fled away. No one dared to break in. The Fishmen warriors were all scarred and exhausted. Captain, there are only 10 golden magical medicines. I will give them to the most seriously injured brothers. You can use this. A soldier gave him the healing dandelion. No, I want to remember this injury. I will never forget the faces of these people. The captain clenched his fist and punched the ground, full of unwillingness. Well, it can only be said that we are blind to help these people. The captain looked at the red gem-like jewelry next to him and thought of the blonde rich girl. He looked up and crawled away with a long trail of blood, leaving only one palm behind. But he didn't run away. Not only his hands were cut off, but his feet were also injured. Ah, don't kill me. I can give you money, lots and lots of money, whatever treasure you want. The woman saw the Fishman captain screaming in terror, completely losing her rationality. The captain clenched his fist in guilt, grabbed her broken arm, put the pick palm up, and then used a healing dandelion to connect it. Sorry. Go home quickly. Place the red gemstone jewelry in front of her, turn around and leave. He didn't know what to say other than apologizing. The blonde rich girl stared at him blankly, looking at her arm that was still covered in blood. She could already feel the presence of her palm, but fear was still shrouded in her heart. Chapter 119 The Revolution of Thought. Your Majesty Poseidon, I was too impulsive and didn't do things well, so I killed so many people. If it spreads, it will cause a huge blow to your reputation, and the revolutionary cause will also be hindered. The Fishman captain blamed himself even more and wanted to commit suicide to apologize. No, you did a good job. I will tell others about you, and if something similar happens, let them do the same as you. Before, these people were indeed oppressed and weak, but when they abused others, they also became perpetrators of harm to others. Leading such a group of greedy thugs to enrich themselves by robbing other people's lives and wealth cannot be called a revolution at all. I don't even need these people as my people. After hearing this, Adolf not only did not blame him, but actually approved of his actions. Even if nearly 1,000 people are killed, indeed, after ancient soldiers broke through the city gate, they would basically indulge their soldiers in R*****G and plundering. Because these soldiers are working hard for you, and after narrowly escaping death and attacking the city, you want to cut off their wealth? But it's different here. This is not a siege, but a revolution. It's their inner awakening. Then this kind of thing must not happen. The most basic attitude is not to commit adultery or robbery. Otherwise, it would just be a group of damn garbage replacing another group of damn vampires, with essentially no difference. Your Majesty Poseidon, we have clearly led them to happiness, but they are only a little short of it. How can they not restrain themselves even in such a short distance? The captain felt relieved, but was still full of unwillingness. Thinking about it from another angle, maybe we should be glad that they exposed their true nature. Otherwise, if they were to expose their true nature again, we would be in trouble, and now they themselves will be regretting that they didn't get anything. Adolf smiled easily. Eh? The captain was stunned. Thinking about it, it seems that this is indeed the case? Adolf hung up the phone and his expression darkened. Advertisement, King Adolf. Odahime, who was delivering food with Neptune, happened to meet Adolf and looked at him worriedly. She could feel the emotion in Adolf's heart, the invisible anger that seemed to overturn the entire sea. Pika next to her was even more nervous and shrank her body. I overestimated the humanity of the slums and the atmosphere of the world by imagining all ordinary people based on my own values. Adolf took a deep breath and reacted. He has always understood the world of pirates based on Huxia customs and 3 views, and indeed feels that everyone is rubbish. Even the Marines who fight pirates have problems of varying degrees. But many places here are much more dangerous than Mexico, Honduras, Yemen, El Salvador, the most dangerous countries on Earth, and even the level of civilization cannot keep up. The living environment at the bottom is even worse, and there is no sense of etiquette, justice, integrity or morality at all. In such a general environment, if the moral level is lowered to the point where no killing or robbery is considered a good person in the slums, petty theft is normal, then many things will be easy to understand. But this, good guy, must not be stimulated, greed must not be aroused. Adolf quickly conveyed his will and revised the revolutionary plan. No longer blindly attack the royal palaces in wealthy areas, but first strengthen ideological education and correct their style. No harm to innocent people. No abuse or abuse. This will slow down the progress of the revolution, Odahime said. It doesn't matter, the entire world map is already in my hands. I only need more people to occupy it. Those who join the country in the non-franchised countries are just a piece of cake. It makes me notice that the revolution I want to make is not to overthrow tyrannical rule, but a revolution of human nature and a revolution of ideas. Advertisement Adolf's eyes were deep, and this incident made him see the world more deeply. A group of cruel and greedy people is of no use. It is better to let them fend for themselves, and then let those people with normal character in civilian areas create another group. As Saint Satan said, life is just killing insects that can reproduce. But the whole world is a society composed of insects. Only by empathizing with each other and being warm to each other can the insects no longer be insects, but the same kind of people are also my people. I don't blame them for their current temperament. It's the result of being forced by the world and having no choice in life. Everyone hopes to have everything when they are born. But since the reality is this, we must re-establish 3 views. Adolf's thinking became clearer and he understood what to do. Nothing is more immediate than violence, and nothing is more lasting than thought. When all countries in the world learn Huxia, use products made in Daxia, and understand Huxia culture, then the whole world becomes Daxia. This is also Huxia thought and philosophy. Odahime looked at him, feeling the changes in his inner emotions, and inexplicably began to admire this man who was full of infinite charm. Pika, you go to the Sunshine Cave space to condense rocks, and I want to recreate a Fishman Island. Adolf looked at Pika. It's His Majesty Poseidon. Pika nodded and went immediately. But I was having trouble in my heart. That is an island with a diameter of 20 kilometers. This workload will not let me rest for a second. It's not easy to get the position of minister, pure history. Odahime, please go back to the safety zone of the Red Earth continent and tell everyone that Fishman Island will be rebuilt soon, and I will lead them to the surface soon. Adolf looked at Odahime. Okay. Odahime nodded. Looking at Pika, she felt funny. She could feel Pika's uncomfortable mood. No wonder he exploded so happily. Chapter 120. You were really talking. When Adolf returned to the battlefield, he had already seen Hancock coming out of another space. Adolf. Hancock hugged him happily. I'm sorry for letting you take the risk. If it weren't for you, even if I won, I wouldn't have been so thorough. Adolf apologized and was sincerely grateful. For you, these are nothing, Hancock said sweetly, not caring about the danger at all. In the different space, if Bruno does not live and die without the gate of opening, then Hancock will really be trapped in the different space. Although there is a lot of food on the ship, it will not be a problem to support him for a year or two. But it is almost impossible to find a way to enter the door fruit space during this period of time. Fortunately, Bruno was not that tough-minded and gave up on the spot when he saw something was wrong. Are Crocodile and Moonlight Moria still alive? Release them and I'll try to recruit them, Adolf said. He is very strong now, but his power is really poor. Any increase in strength requires his own efforts. The Murloc warriors sent outside are always paying attention. Although he is a deterrent, they are afraid of some powerful gangsters who will hide in a 3-acre land without reading books or newspapers. No one cares who the Emperor Laozi is. But if there are two masters like this, the effect will be completely different. Not only will it be a deterrent, but it will also have execution power. Despicable Hancock. You actually used the Sea Tower Stone to plot against me. Moonlight Moria was petrified and he was furious on the spot. Idiot, that's called wisdom. Hancock held Adolf's arm and shouted with disdain. The corner of Crocodile's mouth twitched. It was a very familiar sentence. He had also said it mockingly. But looking at Hancock, it's obvious that his intelligence is a joke. Idiot, be quiet. He looked to Adolf aside with his heart sinking. Scanning the surroundings from the corner of his eyes, it was obvious that the battle was completely over. Winner Poseidon. Adolf. Moonlight Moria looked at Adolf with an extremely nervous expression. Hancock, petrify Bruno, we don't need him yet. Adolf looked at Bruno. Wait. Bruno was petrified by Hancock as soon as he opened his mouth. The gate fruit can reach the deep sea, and it can also reach Mariajoya directly, but he will not enter the different space of Bruno fruit. If he rebels and is trapped, it will mean that the sky and the earth will not work. After all, the mirror fruit can catch people out, so let's wait for death. Maybe we can use the memory fruit to modify the memory and create a dead soldier? Only then did Adolf look at the two of them. I'm going to attack Mlinvondo later, so just click on the gate of opening and get straight to the point. Attack Marinefondo. Marine headquarters. The pupils of the two people shrank. I want to overthrow the world government and rule the world with a centralized system, all countries, races, regardless of whether they are affiliated countries or not. Now I invite you to join me, and I can give you a good treatment. Of course you can also choose to refuse, and I can also let you go. But after you leave, you will no longer be able to behave as pirates. I said that I will kill all pirates, including those guys from Whitebeard in New World. I won't repeat the consequences, it will always be the same. Adolf went directly to the topic. Recruiting talents requires showing sincerity. It's enough to force them to agree now and then turn around and trip you up. The two were silent and did not give an answer immediately. If someone else is recruiting them, they won't even look at them even if they're a sea emperor like Whitebeard. Making chicken heads instead of phoenix tails is their pride. But they know better than anyone how powerful the world government's team is. Even such a team was defeated by Adolf, and now they want to attack the Marine headquarters. Overthrowing the world government is more than just a slogan, it is really powerful. Coupled with the threat of all pirates, they have to consider it. Enemy with Adolf? It's only been a few hours, and your brain is not working well, right? Advertisement. I can tell you that Doflamingo was already my subordinate before his execution, and I gave him the position of Minister of Commerce, Adolf said. What positions will you give us? The two asked with concern. As for Hancock, they have ignored it. What kind of position can he have? A proper princess. Downgrade by 2 levels. The empire has not yet been established and there are many opportunities to make meritorious deeds, Adolf said. Their expectations collapsed instantly. A general becomes a major general. There are too many differences. But if you think about it carefully, it seems natural. Doflamingo joined before his execution, which means that he is determined to bear the revenge of the world government together, and maybe he will also make some contribution, allowing Adolf to see his loyalty. The difference of just a few days is a huge difference in treatment. It seems that you can't decide at the moment. It just so happens that I am going to the sea. I will take you for a ride. Come to me when you have made a decision. Remember to do it early. After Adolf finished speaking, he didn't force anything, and headed directly towards the sea with a few bubbles. Talk. You guys are talking. There are only 2 Knights of God left, not to mention I broke a leg, Marine's entire family is left at the bottom of the sea, and now I don't even know if Zephyr has rescued Sakaski and the others. What should I do? What will Marine do in the future? What will world government do in the future? They are not planning to leave the island, are they? The Fishman Island is right below Mariajoya. I don't think we can even touch the Red Earth continent. Warring States was extremely angry and completely overwhelmed. It's true that the 5 elders' noses are sprayed, and they can't even stop spitting. The brainless apes sat silently in the Hall of Power. Even if they were scolded by Warring States, they did not refute. Even they themselves regret it. The losses in this battle were too great. They didn't care even if the Marine elite soldiers suffered 100,000 casualties. They just lowered the Marine threshold and reached the strength standard, and they could quickly replenish them. But this is the top combat power on the sea. A powerful combat power that can destroy a country by one person. Not only Marine suffered heavy losses in battle, but the world government also suffered heavy losses. What's more, after all, the Marine organization is also part of the world government. Marine's losses in the battle are also their world government's losses. Bulu bulu bulu. Report. The images from all over the world have started again. I will cut through the images. The communications department immediately acted. What's going on? Wasn't the recording he played before? Why is it still live? Cut off all signals on Fishman Island immediately. The 5 elders' incompetence and anger suddenly ignited. But we didn't find any signals from Fishman Island. Vegapunk has seen it and there's no problem, the communications department said nervously and fearfully. How is that possible? What he played before was recorded. It is impossible to send the video to all over the world in such a short time, 5 elders said directly. This technology simply breaks common sense. Does it use some kind of fruit ability? Warring State's mind was also in a mess. Yes, it is indeed a fruit ability, but not entirely. Violet's visual distance is 4,000 kilometers. The person is not on Fishman Island, but more than 3,000 kilometers away in the windless zone. The world government is keeping an eye on Fishman Island, so how can it pay attention here? After the video was imported into the phone bug, it was not transmitted directly, but to Caesar Current, who was thousands of kilometers away. He, a scientist, served as a transfer station and prepared some springboards. Finally, I was worried that the world government would find out and obstruct it, so I planned to expose the coordinates for transmission. Anyway, it was the last video, and I would run away after transmitting it. It's a pity that Caesar Coolant didn't find it, let alone Wu Feng with Violet and the others. Advertisement. All I can say is that it is far ahead. Crazy. It's really too crazy. This fish actually dares to kill Saint Garen and declare war on the world government. After seeing the video, the 5 elders were furious, their eyes were bloodshot and they released auras, and the terrifying conquerors all started to ravage. Dark clouds were covering the entire sky above Mariajoya, like destructive lightning crackling in the clouds. I don't know how many nobles, CPs, and celestial dragons fainted. Siege Marinevando. Is he going to completely destroy the Marine headquarters? Warring State's eyes were cold, and his heart was even more angry, and he couldn't help roaring. How many times have I told you, the most powerful people, don't make things bigger, don't continue. You have indulged in so many things before, why can't you indulge him once too? If we had not gone to the deep sea in the first place, we would never be in this situation. Sakaski and the others will not be caught, and the world government will not suffer such a fiasco. Do you know what it means when he formally declares war? It means that both Marine and world government will completely lose the power to rule the world. Without Marine protection, can those participating countries still transport gold from the sky? Do you think those countries on the sea will listen to the world government? We can't even show up in the sea with warships. The Warring States' mentality has completely collapsed. The disastrous defeat in the undersea war means that even their high-end combat power has been infinitely compressed, and they can only be forced to huddle on the Red Earth continent instead of appearing in the sea. If the high-end combat power is still there, they can still use the high-end combat power to kill a large number of Murlocs to curb their expansion. At least they cannot appear on the island at will, but can they still do it now? Adolf's current threat is no longer the execution of the celestial dragons, which will lead to the collapse of the prestige of the world government, but an actual direct threat. As long as he stays at Fishman Island for a day, we won't be able to get off Mariajoya for a day. Even the Marine headquarters has to give up, bang. The legal martial god, Mo Sheng, suddenly slapped the table, his face extremely gloomy. That's enough. You don't need to tell us. The other 5 elders also had ugly expressions on their faces, looking directly at Sengoku, as if they would FK him if he said another word. There are only 2 Knights of God left, and they cannot be too strong against the Warring States period. It's not that they can't be beaten or killed, but the situation is stronger than the people, and they are in urgent need of combat power. The ruling crisis is no longer in the future, it has already happened now. A large number of alliance countries have launched revolutions, but they cannot send Marines to suppress it. There is no other way. Warring States clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. There was no point in continuing to talk. Looking at the image with great pain in his heart, damn it, Garp, Crane. At this moment, neither the 5 elders nor him, the man known as the Wise General, could think of a solution. In addition to relying on the high resistance of the Red Earth continent, is there any other way? No, it's not completely impossible. The god of scientific defense, Saint Satan, spoke to break the torment, and the others couldn't help but look over. No matter how many countries Adolf rules and how many things he does, he is the only real core. Get rid of Adolf, and everything else won't be a problem. Even if the Fishmen are active underwater, we can study weapons for underwater combat and we can clean them up quickly. Didn't Monkey D. Dragon demonstrate it? The so-called revolution will turn into a joke in the end. As time goes by, the new king will become a noble who exploits insects, no different from those people now. Indeed, no matter who is in charge, they will only be on the sidelines. Each of the 5 elders said one sentence, seeming to have regained their confidence and become more stable. Warring States looked at the 5 of them, completely silent. Chapter 121 Dragons and Shanks, Bulu Bulu Bulu. The phone bug rang again, this time it was the phone bug from the Warring States period. Warring States. I have rescued Sakaski and the 3 of them, and are now on the sea, returning to Malinfondo. ZFA's voice came. Rescued. Warring States was surprised. 5 elders also revealed unexpected surprises. Come directly to Marigio. Adolf has sent out troops. He wants to completely destroy the entire Marine headquarters, the agricultural god of war Peter Saint said. Huh? Zephyr frowned. Abandon the Marine headquarters completely? But there are still tens of thousands of Marines and their families on the island? There is no way around this. It is impossible to solve the problem of the Fishmen in a short period of time. The environmental martial god Mo Sheng said indifferently, not caring about the life and death of these ordinary soldiers. Zephyr clenched his fists unwillingly. No, I refuse. I will not allow the families of sailors to be killed because we abandoned them. If even their families can be abandoned, then why on earth did everyone become Marines? Zephyr is determined. He will never allow what happened to himself to happen to others. Teacher Zephyr. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji looked at Zephyr complicatedly. If it were them, maybe they would give up. Because no matter how you look at it, this is a dead choice. In the end, nothing can be saved and you die in vain. But even so, Zephyr still chooses to die. He must also keep his inner bottom line. ZFA. Warring States clenched his fists, feeling complicated. The 5 elders were angry and disobeyed their orders. They were obviously just dogs that swore loyalty to the celestial dragons. But a strong man's determined will is difficult to change, and they can't take any tough measures now. If you want to die, go ahead. Sakaski, Perusalino, Kuzan, come to Mariajoya. This is an absolute order. The 5 elders were tough. The value of the 3 generals is too great, especially Aokiji and Kizaru. They really need the frozen fruits and sparkling fruits of the general's combat power. Sorry, I haven't recovered from my injuries yet, so I can't go to Mariajoya, Aokiji said. Ah, I can't move around here either, Kizaru said in a helpless and casual tone. Sengoku Fleet Admiral. What is Marine's justice? As a Marine Fleet Admiral, he hid in Mariajoya when Marine was in danger and accompanied a group of idiots to make farce. It's really impressive, Akainu said indifferently. Advertisement apparently, all 3 of them refused the 5 elders' orders. And perform a set of taunts. That's it for 5 elders, we will guard the Marine headquarters. The corners of ZFA's mouth curled up slightly. He was in a great mood and no longer felt any pressure. After speaking, he hung up the phone. He turned around and looked at the 3 of them unexpectedly. I thought you were going to Mariajoya. Even if you did go, I wouldn't blame you. Even in a situation where death is inevitable, it's not impossible to hold on. Akainu and the other 3 didn't answer. They were silent and didn't know what to think. Ahole, how dare you say that? It seems that I'm usually too indulgent towards Marine and doesn't obey our orders at all. The 5 elders' anger seems to be rising from their chests. A group of dogs who have sworn loyalty to them dared to call them idiots. He looked at Sang Guo with angry eyes, but Sang Guo turned around and left. Wait. Where are you going? A tsunami of murderous intent seemed to destroy people on the spot. Warring States turned his head and looked at them from the corner of his eye. I've been fooling around with you for so long, I really don't know what I'm doing. After saying that, he walked away with his cane, completely unafraid of the fury of the 5 elders. And his left leg was cut off. Hateful, this is over, the entire Marine must be cleaned up. The 5 elders gritted their teeth and watched Sengoku leave, but they still did not stop him. It would be useless to kill Sengoku now. It would be better to drive a nail into Marinefondo and attract attention for them. But this kind of cowardice has never been tolerated by their highest authority. Really, it has only been a short time since Adolf appeared, and the whole world has gone completely berserk, and the turmoil caused cannot be stopped. The world cannot remain balanced forever. It seems that a general cleaning is necessary. Please ask Master I am. Such a light should be extinguished. The 5 elders stood up with ferocious faces and walked towards the void throne. Monkey D. Long stood on top of the house and watched the people in the distance, with the help of the Fishmen warriors, push straight into the palace and complete the revolutionary feat. Advertisement: there are some people you can't save, but the world is diverse and not all places are trash. Even if Adolf immediately stopped, there are still places where success has been achieved. The island country is too small. The royal family and nobles were publicly tried and executed, and the Fishmen warriors temporarily managed them. All harsh systems were abolished. Even the system of hunting and killing doctors can be promulgated and implemented, and no one has rebelled yet. You can imagine how deformed it is. Adolf. Dad. Long's face darkened, extremely complex. His father, the hero Garp, was defeated by Adolf and his life or death was unknown. But it brought about revolutionary movements all over the world, and even attacked the source of darkness. Compared with it, his pattern seemed too small. Dragon. His goal is also revolution. Let's go see him. The bear has already gone to find him, Embryo Ivankov said impatiently. Speech encouragement is stronger than the encouragement fruit. The phone bug can give people a sense of power. The most fascinating thing is that his power has even defeated the world government head-on. In the phone bug screen, the commander of the Eastern Army, inspirational fruit, Betty is smoking a lady's cigarette. With only one red jacket unbuttoned, her broad mind is completely open, and her words are full of surprise. I really want to meet this man. It's so amazing. We worked hard for so long to revolutionize a country, but he actually started a revolution all over the world at once. In the phone bug screen, the leader of the Confederate Army, the fur tribe Lindbergh, said excitedly. Looks like I have to go meet him. Long was silent for a moment, and finally made a difficult decision. Saint Figeland Garin. Red-haired Shanks stopped the scene at this scene. His face was ugly, and his heart was equally complicated. Beheaded, crushed and exploded, leaving no bones left. For others, it is extremely domineering, but for him, it was too much. Although he had been taken away by Roger since he was a child and had never met St. Gielen, some of his relationships were real. Shanks, what's wrong with you? Uda asked. Someone very important to me has died. Shanks felt heavy. A very important person. Couldn't he be talking about St. Gielen? Uda was stunned, and even more confused. Didn't he say he wanted to help everyone? He couldn't be a lie. Together with the pirates, they haven't realized that they're actually the bad guys. Chapter 122 Encirclement and Blockade. Boss, let's pack up and run. The Sabaody Islands are too close to the Marine headquarters. Maybe they will come to this island too. His men were anxious. Idiots, we are serious businessmen, don't look like thieves with a guilty conscience. It's those pirates who should run away with their tails between their legs. The caravan captain cursed and glanced at the pirates on the street. What are you looking at? Lousy is a mad bull captain with a bounty of 170 million belly. Do you want to die? The sturdy and burly man became angry instantly and kicked the stall over. I think you are the one who wants to die. Poseidon is about to attack Marineland. The Sabaody Islands are so close, there is no way they can let you pirates go. Stay here and wait to die. Business owners all belong to the same enemy faction, and the courage of those who can do business here is beyond ordinary people. Pirates, human traffickers, gangsters, and bounty hunters are much more ruthless than those who buy them for $0. Don't say you won't give him money. He might turn around and kill you because he put beef in it, because he doesn't eat beef. Captain, let's leave quickly. We won't be able to leave until the fishmen come out. Boss, don't wait any longer. He is a ruthless person that even the world government cannot afford to defend. The younger brothers were all anxious, fearing that the boss would be desperate to save face, which would be really fatal. Damn Fishman Island. These fish have made it impossible for us to enter the New World, Captain Mad Bull left angrily. Not only the Mad Bull pirates, who had a bounty of 170 million, but also other pirates, human traffickers, gangsters, etc., almost all criminals left by boat. Even a government as big as the world government dares to declare war head-on. How arrogant are these little bastards. Great, this garbage is finally gone. The Sabaody Islands are right next to the Marine headquarters in Mariajoya. There are so many pirates and there are no lawful areas. I can't even imagine it. Great job, Poseidon. The world needs men like him. Every boss is happy. As a serious businessman, the most disgusting thing is the pirate. Damn it. There are only two ways to enter the New World. Mariajoya can't go up, and now she can't even go to the bottom of the sea. Captain Mad Bull was annoyed. Captain, I don't think we should go to New World. Times have changed. Let's find a place to hide for a while. Hundreds of ships fled from the Sabaody Islands. On one side was the Red Continent, and there was only one direction they could run. It can be said to be huge. Boom. There was a loud explosion and the entire pirate ship shook. The captain is bad. There is a big hole in the bottom of the boat, and seawater is pouring in. What's going on? Did it hit the rocks? But the ship is still sailing. Advertisement. All the pirates came to the boat and looked at the sea, but found nothing. Not only their pirate ship, but other pirate ships nearby were attacked one after another. A large amount of seawater was stirred up, and they reacted instantly. It's a Murloc attack under the sea. Everyone is ready to fight. It's so despicable. You didn't even say hello. How are we going to fight when we are in the sea? Quick. Aim the cannon at the seawater and blast. Rumble. Before they could fire, there were two more explosions. The big hole originally opened had filled with water, and this time it sank directly. The pirate flag is already flying. Do you still remind me to stay away? Just sink it? Hateful. Captain Mad Bull's eyes turned red with anxiety, and suddenly the beast transformed into a muscular tauren, blasting a hoof towards the sea, and a vacuum blast was blasted out. Mad Bull Blood Seal. A blood-red hoofprint flew out of the air and hit a depth of 500 to 600 meters under the sea. It happened to hit a Fishman warrior. The bounty content in this era is extremely high, 170 million belly, which is quite powerful. How are you okay? Hody Jones came over and took out the healing dandelion. Brother, I have embarrassed everyone. The Fishman warrior's chest and abdomen were completely turned into rotten flesh, and even his heart was broken. Fortunately, he was saved in time, and he was cured by dandelion 7 or 8 times in a row. Be careful to dodge attacks. Don't underestimate your opponents just because of the Fishman's advantage. None of the pirates close to New World are easy, Hody Jones shouted. Look, their ship has sunk. The underwater explosion was so powerful that the wooden ship could not withstand it at all. The entire bottom of the ship was blown to pieces, and it bubbled and sank in just a few minutes. Damn, I won't give in. It will not help if Captain Mad Bull is unwilling to be irritable. So what if there is a reward of 170 million? If you fall into the water, you will become a useless dog. Shark tactics, kill them all, Hody Jones ferociously ordered. Yes. The soldiers rushed out one by one. Damn it, these fishmen don't come close at all. As soon as we get close, they run away. They're trying to kill us alive. The boss is a person with abilities, but now the ship has sunk, it's over. Advertisement, don't worry about it, boss, and swim back quickly, go to the Sabaody Islands. At this moment, they can't protect themselves. Who cares about a burden? Just abandon it. Damn. You guys are damned. Captain Mad Bull's eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength. Shui Shin Sharks, Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu Flowing Iron Cannon. The Fishmen soldiers, even if Hody Jones has realized the two-color hockey, cannot compare with the pirates with a bounty of 100 million, and even the sea monsters cannot get too close. Their strength can completely kill the sea beasts. But this is the sea. For any other race, without the ship, the sea becomes an infinite forbidden land, and sooner or later they will exhaust their physical strength and sink to the bottom of the sea. Under the stranglehold of 3,000 Murloc warriors, hundreds of ships escaping from the Sabaody Islands were all sunk. We are soldiers of Fishman Island. Marine is in a state of war blockade. No ships are allowed to approach within a radius of 500 kilometers. Leave quickly, otherwise we will sink you. There is no need to talk nonsense if the pirate flag is flying on the ship, and only those who are not flying the pirate flag will be persuaded to leave. And on the other side, look, there's a warship coming from the direction of Mariayo. Sink it, Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu Flowing Iron Cannon. 10 cannonballs flew out of the hands of the Fishman warrior in a stream of water. Without any suspense, it hit the bottom of the ship directly, causing a shocking splash of water. The high temperature and impact of the explosion caused a large number of hot bubbles to appear. The power of underwater explosions is much higher than that of air. Coming, on the deck of the warship, Sang Guo appeared with a cane. His sight and color had already detected the Fishmen troops thousands of meters under the sea. With a flick of his eyes, conquerors, as strong as a substance, struck out. In an instant, 3,000 Murloc warriors were stunned when they came face to face with each other. The difference in strength is too great, and the unreserved conqueror's impact is simply not something they can resist. Even if Aaron, who has also awakened conquerors, is there, without a sufficient number of Fishmen warriors, he will still be unable to resist. Conquerors, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu Ippon over the shoulder throw. Jinbei looked ugly, and he lifted up a large amount of water with all his strength and threw it out, like a water column rising from the sky from the sea. Damn. Right below the warship, Sang Guo also looked ugly. This was an angle he couldn't attack from. Chapter 123. This is also the sea. Boom, bombarded by soaring water columns, the entire warship flew into the sky, and even tilted over at an altitude of 100 meters. Warring states followed and flipped in midair, blessed by jet black arm domineering energy, but was not torn to pieces. His cold eyes turned into the golden body of the Buddha, and his huge body was full of oppression. Buddha's shockwave. The golden Buddha light struck directly on the sea surface, and the seawater with a radius of 1,000 meters was pressed down. The power vibrated, and the entire sea surged hundreds of meters high. But then, a powerful impact spread and suppressed the sea. Its power has the terrifying power to destroy an island with one blow, causing it to break into several pieces. Plumskin. Wow. Under the sea, even if Jinbei resisted with arms, he still flew to the bottom of the sea with such power. The muscles all over the body were broken, the bones were about to be broken, the internal organs in the body collapsed, a mouthful of blood mixed with the internal organs was vomited, and even moving was the persistence of will. Compared to the last time I fought Akainu at the bottom of the sea, the unrestricted Sengoku is so much better. Damn it, am I not their opponent, even if I can't stop them? Jinbei was unwilling to give up, and took out the healing dandelion with difficulty to recover, and rushed forward again. Just destroy his ship. Just destroy his ship. Fishman Karate Second Art Wara Icon. Huge water waves roared up from the sea again, and the huge scale completely covered the entire warship. Huh? He actually recovered? Sengoku controlled the skateboard with one leg and made the warship fall on the sea. Jinbei was shocked to attack again. But at the same time, it was also struck with the shockwave of Buddha. Although he was standing on a warship and the attack angle was wrong, as long as the damage range was large enough and the shockwave was large enough, it wouldn't be a problem. Before the attack roared up from the sea, it was forcibly suppressed by the warring states period. The ocean current hit 1,000 meters away and exploded, turning into a surging curtain of water rising to the sky. And under the sea, a powerful impact was transmitted, falling on Jinbei again, and flew out together with him. A huge palm print is on the seabed, and Jinbei is embedded in the palm print. The sea surface was calm under the warship, showing its extremely terrifying control over the shockwave. Advertisement, hateful. Jinbei was covered in bruises and bleeding everywhere. What was even more frightening was his internal organs. His broken and twisted arms struggled to reach into the bag. Recovered again. Warring States frowned, his face darkening. We can't delay it any longer. It will be troublesome if Adolf comes. No longer entangled with Jinbei, he slapped his palm towards the sea, and the powerful shockwave turned into thrust. The warship flew out like a speedboat, and even floated on the sea, leaving a long wave trail. I can see my deep fear of Adolf. Hateful. Jinbei was unwilling to clench his fist, so he could only report it to Adolf. The current Warring States period is 69 years old, and his condition is much better than during the war. But Jinbei has not grown up yet, or in other words, it is impossible for him to be an opponent of Sengoku even 10 years later, let alone Sengoku who is in better shape now. If he doesn't get slapped to death, his life is in danger. Zephyr. When the Warring States period returned to Malinfondo, Zephyr and the three generals had returned and were undergoing treatment. Warring States, your feet. Zephyr and the three generals immediately noticed that the left leg was cut off from the lower half and was completely supported by the right leg in crutches. It's lucky to be able to leave the bottom of the sea alive. Warring States shook his head and sighed. What happened under the sea? So many of you lost. Isn't there Bruno from another dimension? Zephyr couldn't understand. With that kind of lineup, just ask how you can lose. But the result was a loss, a disastrous defeat. After I was taken away, I don't know what happened next. Warring States sighed. It's crazy to use Fishman Island as bait, but I have to say it does work. Not only will they all be blown apart, giving you the opportunity to defeat them one by one, but you will also be suppressed by the deep sea, especially since you can't breathe. Zephyr took a deep breath and recognized Adolf more clearly. The corners of Akainu and Aokiji's mouths twitched a little. Thinking of the big explosion that happened in the submarine channel, they really felt the excitement. But even so, Garp, Crane, Cake, Guion and the others, Marine has suffered too much loss this time. Zephyr still couldn't accept it. The world government has also suffered heavy losses. Maybe it will be overthrown by Adolf this time. To be honest, I don't have much confidence in the world government anymore, unless the world government finds an opportunity to use national treasures. Warring States looked heavy. Is it already so serious? Zephyr sank. Akainu and Aokiji frowned slightly. Advertisement. The national treasure of the celestial dragons. Kizaru muttered, his eyes turning to Akainu and Aokiji. Akainu and Aokiji also looked at him. The three people's eyes met, and then they looked away for a moment. When I came here, I encountered Jinbei blocking me. I obviously inflicted fatal injuries on him, but he recovered instantly twice in a row. They must have secrets that we don't know yet. If Adolf also has this ability to heal injuries, the possibility of guarding Malinfondo will be reduced again. Sengoku turned to look at the three Akainu people. The only good news now is that you three have been rescued. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. On the Sabaody Islands, Adolf put Crocodile and Moonlight Moria down. Jinbei blamed himself and came to Adolf. Poseidon, I failed again. I didn't even stop him. Failure is normal. You don't have to look at the opponents you are facing. Go back and practice hard. There is no need to blame yourself too much. Adolf didn't mean to blame at all. Although he is in the deep sea, Zephyr is not a capable person, and this time he is a long-famous Warring States person. If he could deal with it, he would be as powerful as a general. Jinbei clenched his fists unwillingly. This time he even wanted to prepare to fight to the death, even if the sacrifice had to be delayed. But Sengoku also knew this. After seeing Jinbei's aura restored, he didn't want to entangle him at all and ran away. Adolf looked at Jinbei and could see his unwillingness and self-blame for his own weakness. It's a good thing, it can be a motivation for him to become stronger. Even if there is stimulation from the aura he radiates, it will be difficult to have any effect if you don't have the motivation to become stronger and put in the effort. After Sengoku came out of Mariajoya, did you think Marinevondo could be saved? With Aokiji's frozen fruit? Adolf faced the sea and looked in the direction of Malinfondo. Hey, this is not the bottom of the sea. Crocodile was speechless while biting his cigar, as if he was killing a chicken. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Zephyr, and Sengoku, even if they are not in very good condition, they still have 5 powerful forces. Moonlight Moria expressed contempt. Can you brag like this if you win a battle? He said it's hopeless, so it's hopeless. What depressing words did you two say? Hancock was instantly unhappy. Crocodile pursed his lips and did not care about this crazy woman. The charm of the Empress, he was afraid that Adolf might really FK him for talking too much. Adolf patted Hancock to calm her dissatisfaction. Although it's not the bottom of the sea, this is also the sea. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and suddenly open them. Endless dark red lightning swept across. A powerful aura shook out from the cold eyes. Chapter 124 Darkness Shrouds. Ship. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and at the Marine headquarters, Malinfondo, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers and their families subconsciously looked up at the sky. Right in front of their eyes, the sky and the earth changed color. Billowing dark clouds appeared in the cloudless sky, and the thick clouds blocked the sunlight. When they looked up, they couldn't see the border at all, as if they enveloped the whole world. It's so heavy that one can hardly breathe. Whether it was Malinfondo or the Sabaody Islands on the edge, they all stopped and looked at the sky in horror. What's wrong? Why are you so depressed? Is a huge storm coming? Everyone, hurry up and secure the doors and windows, don't let the house fall down. Bang bang. The dark red thunder suddenly thundered in the thick dark clouds, flashing hundreds of miles away in an instant. shining a dark red light on the large dark clouds, and at the same time illuminating the dark world shrouded in dark clouds. Blood red color, whoa, whoa, whoosh, before anyone could react, a heavy rain of heads fell down like cannonballs. The black clouds seemed to be shrouded in doom, scarlet lightning flashed from time to time, thunder exploded, and even the rain reflected scarlet, and the rain was like blood. The whole world presents the scene of hell and Shira, which is shocking to the soul. The soldiers of Malinfondo were still trying to show their courage, but the people of the Sabaody Islands had already been cast into a shadow. I don't know how many people fell to their knees with their legs weak. How long has it been since this guy conquerors awakened? Is he already so strong? He even covered it from the Sabaody Islands. Warring states looked at the sky with fear. In their perception of sight, hearing and color, they can clearly feel the strong conqueror's aura far away, as if the sun enveloped the world. After all, he is a man who declares war on the world government and wants to revolutionize the world. Kizaru teased in a weird way, looking at the sky through yellow sunglasses. Ambition is overflowing from conquerors. This guy. Akainu's cursing tone didn't know what he was talking about. The climate in this sea area is completely chaotic. Aokiji looked at the waves more than 10 meters high in the distance, and the waves were rolling in the entire sea area. Boom. In the sky above, the dark clouds stimulated by conquerors turned into cumulonimbus clouds, lightning and thunder. Dark red lightning crackled in the thick black clouds, covering an entire sea area of 400 to 500 kilometers, and the weather was completely disrupted. All of you, take care of yourselves and other family members to prevent being affected. Leave the frontal battlefield to us. Zephyr ordered to the Marine beside him. But, the soldier hesitated. Advertisement, Admiral Zephyr, Warring States Fleet Admiral, let us fight together. We are not afraid of sacrifice. This is an island, not the bottom of the sea. We still have 5 powerful forces here. I'm afraid he won't be able to do it alone. Other soldiers raised their weapons one after another, showing no fear. This is no longer a battlefield you can participate in. Just protect yourselves, Warring States ordered. Yes. The soldiers had no choice but to leave, leaving the 5 powerful men standing on the high platform in the torrential rain. But after waiting for a long time, Adolf did not appear. Isn't this guy here to put pressure on us? Or is he using Malinfondo as bait? To continue fishing for people from the world government? Zephyr frowned. From the looks of a few people, it was a bit humiliating to use them as bait for making nests. I am very concerned about the explosion on Fishman Island, blowing up the entire island at once. Such power is definitely not an ordinary explosive. If it happened in Marineland, the consequences would be disastrous. Sengoku felt heavy. It can't be a power rock, right? Zephyr said. Probably not. The world government specially sent people to take away the power rock. I remember Saint Garen said that there is a very powerful explosive on Fishman Island. Sengoku looked at Akainu and Aokiji. It's an exaggerated power. If Saint Garen hadn't intervened to interrupt the superposition of power, we wouldn't have been able to get out of that passage. A large number of them were buried underground on the island. It's not surprising that the entire island was blown up. Aokiji nodded. Doesn't it mean that Marinavondo can be blown up by throwing this kind of explosives directly at us on the island without Adolf taking action? The threat is too great. Warring States frowned. That's the theory. Aokiji also cast a shadow on the series of explosions in the submarine channel, which is really exciting. How are you 3? Zephyr looked at Akainu and the others. After taking the medicine, I will almost recover in a few hours, Akainu said. Zephyr looked at the 3 of them and nodded. Just like Luffy and Brook drinking milk to fill their teeth, even if they are not of the animal type, the physical recovery of a strong person is not bad and can be recovered given time, obviously except for broken arms and legs. In addition, since you will get sick or poisoned, it means that the disease or poison has broken through the body's immune system and is not the same concept as injury. The scope of conquerors is too exaggerated. You can't even see the light on the horizon. How big is this scope? Moonlight Moria couldn't help but say. Not even the white-bearded conquerors is so exaggerated. Crocodile opened his eyes wide in horror. This is the king of this sea. Jinbei was proud. It's amazing. Hancock put his hands on his chest and worshipped him, looking completely nymphomaniac. Adolf looked at the sea and was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Advertisement. Although Aokiji's frozen fruit is restrained, this is the sea. He can freeze seawater and freeze the entire sea. The biggest thing the sea is not afraid of is its size. Huh? Adolf suddenly turned his head and looked to one side. A bold old man with silver hair and glasses stood opposite, and next to him was a lady holding a cigarette. Rayleigh and Sha-Chi. Long time no see, Adolf. Congratulations on defeating the world government and doing something earth-shattering. Shaki greeted. Some time ago, I was calling you mermaid brat, but now I have to change my name to Your Majesty Poseidon. Rayleigh said with a smile. According to my original idea, it should be just growing slowly now, but I didn't expect that the world government couldn't wait to kill me and destroy Fishman Island, so I had to fight back, Adolf said. Rayleigh? That deputy of One Piece? Pluton Rayleigh? Moonlight Moria took 2 steps back in surprise. I didn't expect Pluton to be on this island, Crocodile was surprised. Hahahaha, this is not just a simple counterattack, the whole world has undergone substantial changes. Even if Roger is not as powerful as you, he will definitely be recorded in history. Rayleigh walked over with a heroic smile. In Adolf's eyes, Roger can only be regarded as the king of thieves, Shaki joked. The man who will overthrow the world government certainly has the qualifications. In the end, we are just thieves. Rayleigh smiled and did not recommend that his captain be called that. It was also a recognition of Adolf's strength and identity. Adolf, in the video you not only declared war on the world government, but also included all pirates? Rayleigh asked. Yes, any pirate is exempt, including guys like Whitebeard and Kaido. Of course, you who have already lived in seclusion and no longer go out to sea to rob may not be held accountable. In the previous era, the world government ruled, and the environment they governed was like this. I can give everyone a chance to turn around. Adolf said directly, not afraid of anything. Although Rayleigh helped him last time and the relationship was barely good, the issue of principle cannot be changed, and there will be no verbal warning like, I won't do it again. If the foundation is shaken because of this relationship, the order will definitely be unstable. Is the great pirate era created by Roger coming to an end so soon? In this way, Rayleigh had mixed emotions. As the deputy of One Piece, he can guess why Roger called out One Piece to create a wave of the pirate era. Now in the ending, doesn't it have no effect yet? Adolf. Have you heard of Joy Boy? Chapter 125 Who Understands My Family? Crocodile and Moonlight Moria looked at Rayleigh. Only Jinbei frowned. Hey Rayleigh, what did you see on the final island of Rafteru? Is there really a large connected treasure? Moonlight Moria couldn't help but ask. Yes. Big treasure. You wouldn't be interested in these treasures, would you? Rayleigh looked at Adolf. Sea, soil, resources, population, real wealth is generated between people. Adolf is plain. As his status continues to rise, his horizons also improve, and he has long lost interest in gold and silver. The whole world belongs to him, even if it is not in his pocket, but the population belongs to his people. Doesn't the wealth of his people also belong to his wealth? We learned the truth about the world in Rafteru. Rayleigh's voice deepened. The truth about the world? Moonlight Moria became serious, and Crocodile also pricked up his ears. They all have the ambition to dominate the world, until they get an arrow in the knee. 800 years ago, there was a huge, extremely advanced kingdom in the world, Clan D, Kingdom of the Sun. The technology and civilization of that kingdom were far beyond what we have now. Their king was revered as God Joyboy. Like you, he proposed the concept of freedom and the idea of equality. They broke the most primitive form of slavery. However, it encountered strong opposition from other kingdoms in the world. 20 kingdoms joined forces to eliminate the Kingdom of the Sun and establish the current world government. In order to erase such thoughts, they made the entire Kingdom of the Sun disappear into history. Roger said we went early. Although we found the right place, we didn't wait for the right time. It's a pity that we couldn't be born in the same era as Joey Boy. Rayleigh spoke slowly. Isn't Joy Boy dead? Jinbei asked. Devil fruit phantom beasts all have their own will. They can choose their own masters, and they can run away no matter how the world government looks for them. Advertisement. The human fruit, phantom beast species, Nika form, the legendary liberation warrior. This is the devil fruit that Joy Boy once ate, also known as the sun god, the sun that brings liberation to slaves. It will find someone who can inherit Joey Boy's will in the future and move towards the track of destiny. Rayleigh looked at Adolf. You mean, in the future there will be a person who eats the Nika fruit and inherits Joy Boy's will? Jinbei frowned. It's boring to believe in a person who died 800 years ago. If this is what Rafteru recorded, there is no need to go. Moonlight Moria was disappointed. You said so much, don't you just want me not to take action against the pirates? Let the era of great pirates started by Roger continue, in order to guide a fool to the so-called road of destiny. Adolf was completely uninterested in what Rayleigh said and even scoffed. You have been to Rafteru and learned about the black spots when world government was established. Then do you know how Joy Boy's kingdom was first established? There were no bloody black spots. Everyone willingly and voluntarily threw themselves into his rule. The past of world government is not important at all. What is important is that the current world government has hindered me and has made the entire world dark and turbulent and the people are living in dire straits. This is the reason to overthrow them. If the world today is peaceful and like a pure land, even if what was done 800 years ago was evil and terrifying, and the so-called D-clan was massacred in the most brutal way, it would be an irrelevant past. Just like me overthrowing the world government now, as long as people in 1,000 years are overwhelmed, no matter how great I am now, it will still be defined as evil. It hasn't been decrypted in the comics yet, and he is now forcing the world government not to go to the Red Earth continent. There is no need to worry about these messy things. What's more, is the cause and effect of 800 years ago worth talking about now? What? Didn't you overthrow the world government because you couldn't survive now? But because it was founded 800 years ago and was not established correctly, so it needs to be overthrown? Who knows, my family, this is too outrageous. You said studying history and mastering ancient weapon. There is nothing wrong with that. But if you look for dark spots in history, why don't you look for dark spots on the sun? The sun still has sunspots. No country or person can be perfect, and no one can predict whether a policy will produce bad results. Advertisement. If the country is restored, the country will be restored. How can we talk about savior and liberation? What a shame. A pirate, but looking for a savior to save the world. Or a loser who died 800 years ago and inherited with the devil fruit. Aren't the people who want to revolutionize the world right now right in front of you? If you ask the current king to make way for a kid who doesn't know where the corner is the world crazy or am I crazy? I have never seen such an idiot in my life, let alone the deputy of One Piece. Crocodile chewed his cigar and said nothing. He had never seen anything so outrageous in his life. Rayleigh, are you trying to prevent Adolf from becoming the savior? Don't think that because you saved me, I won't take action against you. Veins popped up on Hancock's forehead, and he clenched his fists and wanted to punch him. Ha. Sure enough, it's not possible. After all, it's attacking the Marine headquarters and forcing the world government to the point where it can't even leave the Red Earth continent. Rayleigh said with a helpless smile. You just need to be a pirate group. Don't have too great ideals and don't regard yourself as the guide of your destiny, otherwise you will look ridiculous. Adolf looked away with disdain. That's too much to say. Rayleigh had a headache. The talks have collapsed. The only way left is to take action. Do you want to take action? Crocodile watched the excitement and did not think it was a big deal. I don't want to die here. I hope that in the future Nika will go to Loftru and learn the truth about everything. Rayleigh simply gave up. You are self-aware. Otherwise you would have died here. Rayleigh, Hancock was unhappy. One Piece Roger used his own life to start the era of great pirates. Now his deputy is used to sacrifice the flag. Isn't it great? Moonlight Moria laughed wildly, wishing that the two of them would fight now, and then he would touch the body. It's better not to make such a joke. Shaki looked like he wanted to attack Moonlight Moria. Adolf took a look at it and to be honest, he was a little moved. If Roger's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, who started the Great Pirate Era, dies in his hands, he will indeed be able to severely blow the arrogance of pirates and contain those sea garbage that are ready to move. Chapter 126 Ancient Weapon. What kind of look do you have? Rayleigh couldn't resist. She didn't really want to attack him, right? After seeing the images of the undersea war, he was really unsure and couldn't escape. Shaki smoked a lady's cigarette and looked at Adolf. Since I said I won't do anything, as long as you don't go back to your old business, Adolf said. What a pity. I thought I could get Pluton Rayleigh's body and create the strongest zombie, Moonlight Moria regretted. I advise you to shut up, or you will become a corpse, Crocodile reminded, biting his cigar. Without him having to say anything, Rayleigh and Shaki turned their eyes, and Moonlight Moria suddenly felt a thrill in her heart and a chill down her spine. Lifecard. Adolf suddenly noticed something. A black lifecard on his body burned and extinguished 3 times. Frowning, he shot the huge cumulonimbus with the trident of condensed sea in one hand. Boom. The endless dark world is filled with heavy rain, and the dark red thunder in the clouds flashes crazily, as if some kind of terror is still gestating, making the world shine. The howling wind blew up, and 7 or 8 sea spouts rose in succession, making people frightened, for fear of passing by the island. The sea is even more turbulent, and the world seems to be overturned, showing an extreme climate unique to the new world. Jinbei, you are responsible for this. Just seal off the sea area. If anyone wants to go to Marinefondo, let them go. Adolf gave an order, took Hancock and disappeared into the sea. Yes. Jinbei didn't ask any more questions. Jinbei, who does that lifecard belong to? It must be very important to Poseidon, and he left so suddenly. Moonlight Moria was curious. Idiot, whose lifecard will burn 3 times repeatedly. It's obviously a way of transmitting signals, Crocodile noticed. Compared to Moonlight Moria, this is an online IQ. Jinbei glanced at them and jumped into the sea without any intention of answering. Advertisement, damn it. Forget it, Poseidon. Even Jinbei dares to ignore us. Moonlight Moria stomped her feet angrily. Crocodile ignored it and turned around and walked inside. Hey Crocodile, do you want to go sit on my boat? Only my thriller bark can sail in such strong winds and waves. Moonlight Moria chased after him. Rayleigh Shaki ignored these 2 guys and looked at the place where Adolf disappeared, sensing their departure. It's really an exaggerated scene. The warring states period and the others are going to be nervous. Rayleigh looked at the sea and said with a smile. Even I was nervous just now. Little Adolf has grown to this point in just a short time. He is really a monster. No, he should be said to be the darling of the sea. The world government can no longer deal with him. I'm afraid Whitebeard and the others are no match. The advantage of living in the sea is really helpless. What do you think? The age of navigation that Roger started with his life is coming to an end. Shaki was holding a lady's cigarette and was in a mixed mood. They are all members of the pirate era. Starting from the era of Rock's overlord, now their era has passed, and in the future, even the afterglow may not exist. The future no longer belongs to us, let's witness history. It's a pity that the captain's idea couldn't be realized. No one expected that a man like Adolf would appear. Before the real heyday of pirates, it turned to dusk. Rayleigh was helpless. Even though he used Raph Drew and Joe Boy's secret from 800 years ago, he couldn't make Adolf change his mind. What else could he do? Hard fight. If it were anyone else, he could still give it a try, but Adolf, a mermaid who survived in the sea. What does he use to fight? Use his head to fight. That guy Adolf, why don't you come when there is such a big battle? Warring States was very stressed. It's so scary, isn't this really a devil fruit user? It's too exaggerated. Kizaru looked at the sky and was speechless. Not only his strength, but also the tactics and ideas he proposed are all far beyond marine and world government. It can be said to be ahead of the times, Zephyr said. Akainu and Aokiji sat on the general chairs at the back, letting the heavy rain hit their faces, waiting quietly. Crocodile stood on the canopy of a huge mangrove tree, biting his cigar and looking at everything in front of him. Cumulonimbus clouds covering the entire sky, sea spouts from the sky to the ground, and lightning following the tornadoes to the sea, illuminating the entire sea spout in bright and dark light. It's like the end of the world. Advertisement, Poseidon Adolf, the world's strongest person is about to be replaced. Mermaid Adolf, the name of the strongest creature is also going to be changed. Moonlight Moria next to him said the same thing. The two looked at each other, feeling surprisingly good. Guhahaha. The strongest creature plus the strongest in the world, and then plus the most vicious in the world. How exaggerated is this guy? Crocodile couldn't help laughing. Who knew that killing so many people in the world government by one person is beyond our understanding, not even Whitebeard and Kaido, Moonlight Moria said. They don't deserve to be treated like this by the world government. How's it going? Have you thought about it? Crocodile asked. Don't tell me you plan to surrender to him. Moonlight Moria looked at him with a sarcastic grin. I have a plan. As long as I find the weapon, both world government and Adolf can easily handle it. Do you want to help me? Crocodile issued an invitation. Huh? What weapon? Moonlight Moria was curious. Ancient weapon Pluto. Crocodile's expression became serious. Moonlight Moria's pupils suddenly dilated, looking at him in disbelief, and then laughed wildly on the spot. Hee. Have you mastered this yet? With my zombie army, we will be invincible? It's just news, but I already know my whereabouts. My purpose of becoming Shichibukai is to use this identity to find the specific location, but I lack someone who can understand ancient texts. Crocodile's lips curled up slightly. Then you go and think of a way. It just so happens that I also need to prepare a lot of corpses. It would be great if I could get the corpses of those people at the bottom of the sea. Moonlight Moria grinned excitedly and could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. That guy Adolf won't give us time. It seems that only by agreeing to him first can we buy time and find the weakness to defeat him. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. How can men like them, who challenge maritime hegemony and have great ambitions, live in depression for so long? I advise you to forget it. Crocodile and Moonlight Moria lowered their heads suddenly. It was Rayleigh who came to take shelter from the rain. The Fishman Island also has 3 ancient weapons. Poseidon. Poseidon? Hey, is this Poseidon you were talking about, Adolf? All of a sudden, Crocodile and Moonlight Moria were all numb. Chapter 127 Uranus Lightning Storm. What's wrong with Violet? Adolf hurried over with Hancock. The 5 elders plan to use the national treasure and have already reported it to IM. Violet said quickly, and at the same time showed the scene she saw to Adolf. I used it when I attacked Marinefondo and fought fiercely with Sengoku and the others. I wiped out Marinefondo along with them, and then put the blame on me, and legitimately took over the entire marine. You're still worried that you won't be able to kill me, or that I'll escape into the deep sea. After watching the picture, Adolf understood what 5 elders IM thought. Thanks to you, Violet, otherwise I would have been in dire straits this time. Every time, you provide strong intelligence support to achieve a complete victory. Adolf happily held her in his arms. When you overthrow the world government, you must reward me well, Violet said proudly. Hancock's charm and status as the king of the daughter country are incomparable to her. No man can resist her, especially her strong strength. Even Adolf's domineering attitude was taught by Hancock. But the strategic significance of her staring fruit is far greater than that of Hancock. Of course, my princess, Adolf chuckled, naturally hooked her chin and kissed her. Hancock on the side gritted his teeth angrily and clenched his fists, very unwilling to do so. Let's talk business first. First must win Marine, and I must take over all the power perfectly. Only by mastering the entire Marine system can I achieve domination of the world. Only by taking down Marine can I have enough troops to directly rule all the kingdoms, solve the gangsters, pirates, and CP spies on the island, and govern the country for a long time. This is an importance that cannot be replaced by any force. If I start from scratch, it will take at least 10 years to develop into a mature system like Marine. In these 10 years, world government will always have a dominant influence on the world. But as long as I completely rule all countries, they will immediately lose actual control, and even a piece of bread will be a problem. Adolf understands the importance of Marine to him. The current Fishman soldiers are still too weak. They can just stab boats under the sea. The minute they land, they are taught how to fish by pirates who offer a bounty of 50 million. But the world government's national treasure is too dangerous. They will do anything to kill you now, even if they abandon the entire Marine headquarters. Violet was worried. This is also a problem that must be solved. I can't possibly hide under the red soil forever just because they have a national treasure, Adolf thought. Advertisement, Uranus, information obtained from several celestial dragons and other sources. It is a weapon that can control the weather of the world and has the power to destroy the world. But I haven't seen it, and they haven't seen it with their own eyes. They're just records handed down. The authenticity needs to be investigated. Adolf compiled the Uranus information and did not believe it just because they said so, and Violet also saw it from their memories. It's outrageous that so many people know about a country's most secret and important weapon. Even if there are celestial dragons among them. But do these celestial dragons have a high status among the entire celestial dragons group? Are they powerful figures like the 5 elders and GL and Sheng? What's even more exaggerated is that even a group of pirates who can't stand on the stage know that the legends of some races are recorded? Outrageous. It's been 800 years. Not to mention that civilization has gone backwards. Even those who know about it can't deal with it completely. The most outrageous. According to the plans made by the 5 elders and I am for me, it can be seen that the use of Uranus is not instantaneous, there is a precursor, and it is used for weather formation. And they were worried that they wouldn't be able to kill me, so they let me escape into the deep sea. In other words, the attack power is limited and cannot kill me at once, but at the end of the day, it is the destructive power to destroy an island. Adolf contrasts with the known Poseidon. Poseidon can communicate with Poseidon species and control all Poseidon species, even giant Poseidon species tens of thousands of meters in size. What is the concept of a body size of tens of thousands of meters, tens of kilometers? I don't know if there is an exaggerated 100,000 meters, for example, like the Elephant Master. And with a Poseidon like this, it's easy to bulldoze the island. But it can definitely kill something like Whitebeard that can't fly, but not in a single face-to-face. So my biggest support is the sea. As long as I go into the sea quickly and go below 10,000 meters, even if they control Uranus to hit me with lightning and chase me, it will be difficult to kill me, not to mention I have a healing dandelion. No, it's not that absolute. Adolf thought of the Virgin's Flame, which destroyed an entire island of a kingdom and created a huge hole that could not be filled by seawater. This kind of destructive power is probably not enough for 10,000 meters of seawater. Ancient weapon is stronger than the Virgin Flame studied by Vegapunk. Advertisement. In other words, if the world government uses Uranus to deal with me, I will have to run to the Red Earth continent to find cover? The 5 elders can only escape my pursuit by running to the Red Earth continent. I also have to rely on the Red Earth continent to block the world government's Uranus? Good guys, they all have to hide in the Red Earth continent. The 5 elders emphasize that it must be done once. If you are prepared, it will be difficult to succeed next time. Violet has been monitoring the 5 elders. I can't give them this opportunity. It's too dangerous to take risks, Adolf said. Violet nodded, she was watching, and if there was any sign of I am taking action, she would immediately shoot Jerry to death. Can you use the power rock to kill them first? Hancock asked. Adolf shook his head, I thought so before, but as my strength continues to improve, my understanding of individual power becomes more and more profound. The individual power of destroying an island with one strike, if it is not a concentrated attack, even the strong-armed color cannot break through, not to mention that the 5 elders are all awakened animal-type fantasy beasts, so it is meaningless. The power rock is only comparable to it after all. How many levels of power this is comparable to is unknown. The explosion impact is a diffuse and continuous process. Even strong people can react and be armed to resist the subsequent impact. Even the seafloor stone won't work. The top powerhouse's sight color can predict the future, and then the armed color and the bunker can resist it. I used so many methods to attract attention last time, but I only took a moment to blow them into the sea with impact. After the seawater became weak, I forcibly caused damage. As his knowledge increased, he gradually regarded the power rock as an explosive to clear troops, rather than the final means to determine the outcome. This Qing army refers to all troops at elite lieutenant general level and below. Wouldn't that be useless? Violet was disappointed. It's not completely useless. What's certain is that it can blow up Mary Joa, and it can also be used to clear the ground during the final battle, and then block it at a fixed point. But it may not be able to kill powerful men like 5 elders, especially I am. I used to compete with them because I was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Now they're the ones who fall to the ground with broken jars. A pauper with nothing can fight you tooth and nail. But look at that billionaire and the desperate man who is bankrupt. The stock market is jumping off the building and is eager to drag down a boss. Why are you trying to get there? He was a pauper before, but now the world government is the bankrupt one. He was stupid to fight like this. Uranus is very incomprehensible and knows the weather all over the world, but as long as you know this information in advance and find the key points, it is not impossible to crack it. The staring fruit once again demonstrates its strategic significance. Chapter 128 Answer me, Marine. This is different from the crispy assassin next door. The strong ones in this world have high attack, high defense, tenacious vitality, and strong domineering power to deal with all the bells and whistles. As long as the difference in strength is not too big, it will be difficult to kill. But it also means that it is difficult to kill Uranus, the national treasure of the world government. There is no way, the race that lives in the sea is so tough. It's been 3 days and Adolf hasn't come yet. What are you trying to do? Warring States looked at the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. Darkness covers everything, and the roar of the sea shows the insignificance of human beings. Even they feel depressed. The most worrying thing about this guy is not his individual strength, but his layout. Both attacks on Fishman Island were defeated due to layout. We have Aokiji here, so we are not particularly worried about him attacking the island itself directly, but if he plays tricks behind his back, it will be difficult. Zephyr was equally uneasy. We can't even get out of the island now, we are completely trapped here. Warring States became more and more depressed as he thought about it. They were not afraid of Adolf's arrival, and they would not even have a fight. They would have experienced so many life and death battles along the way. But now that people are not coming out, they can't leave yet and can only wait. Who can bear this? 3 days, Kizaru sat on a chair and looked at the sky, with a complex expression on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. Akainu lowered his head and his hat blocked his face, making it impossible to see much of his expression. Aokiji propped up his knees and looked at the seawater as if nothing had happened. After these 3 days, their injuries have recovered, but they seem particularly heavy in such an atmosphere. Coming, suddenly, Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all looked up. In front of their eyes, a huge waterspout rose from the sea, and above the tornado, Adolf's figure suddenly appeared. As if the sea lifted him up, this is his throne. In an instant, Sengoku's expression became extremely solemn, beside an Adolf. Adolf was condescending and scanned the entire Marineland, scanning them one by one. Especially Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. Warring States period, it's time for you to recognize the reality. Advertisement. The world government has lost. The celestial dragons have completely lost their control over the sea. Are you still going to fight me to the end? Lead tens of thousands of people throughout the headquarters to be buried with you? Adolf set his sights on Sengoku, and the irresistible pressure was overwhelming and suffocating. Warring States clenched fists unclenched, and he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was the despair that no matter how hard he tried, it would be of no avail. As long as Adolf is at the location of Fishman Island and arranges a large number of surveillances at both ends of the Red Continent, then it is impossible for the world government to come down from Mariajoya. One will die, two will die. As he said, he completely lost control of the sea. Even Malinfondo is the same. Even if they defend this time, they can't leave by boat. They will be finished if they go to sea. If they go to sea collectively, Malinfondo will be finished. It can be said that this is true powerlessness. Even if he is a group of strong men at the top of the sea, he feels powerless. But, this is normal, you haven't won yet, Adolf. Warring States looked directly into Adolf's eyes with cold eyes. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru looked sideways at Sengoku but said nothing. Oh, is your confidence because of the national treasure owned by the world government? Adolf pointed out. You already know? Warring States' face was gloomy. Is it difficult to guess? All the pirates like Kaido, Whitebeard and New World know that I have captured so many celestial dragons, but I still can't find anything through torture? At this point, only this can turn things around. Adolf looked at the sky with a dull expression. If he didn't find a solution, he really wouldn't dare to show his face casually. For example, come here while I'm fighting you, and bring the whole of Marinefondo in. Destroy together. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru looked at Sengoku attentively. Including you, including tens of thousands of sailors and their families. Zefei's heart shrank and he turned to look at Warring States. Zephyr said in a deep voice, Warring States, is this true? Adolf. Does the man known as Poseidon only stir up discord? Sengoku clenched his fists and glared at Adolf, but was unable to answer. Advertisement because when leaving Malinfondo, although the five elders did not say it explicitly, they did express this meaning. His denial was just self-deception. Then as Marine Fleet Admiral, what kind of justice have you carried out? Have you eliminated the pirates like Whitebeard? Have you eliminated the pirates in the Grand Line and the Four Seas? Is it intentional or is there really nothing you can do? If it weren't for people like you to uphold the rule of the celestial dragons, how could the world be like this? Where would I have any reason to fight against the world government? Adolf attacked Sengoku's inaction with all his strength. Only by saying what Warring States did was wrong can we express his correctness. By making others feel that following him is the right thing to do, Marine is turning his back on the dark side. HMPH. If Marine hadn't maintained order in the sea would have been in chaos. Sengoku snorted coldly. Let's not talk about whether it will be as you said, Sengoku, you know the Tianlong killing game, right? Adolf interrupted and silenced Warring States with one sentence. Not only did he know about it, he also arranged for a large number of fleets to protect him, including the Valley of the Gods incident where he tricked Garp into protecting him. Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all looked at Sengoku from the corner of their eyes. Waiting for his answer. Obviously this cannot be said, and they all know it. It started hundreds of years ago, not only in the Warring States period, but also in the Empty Bones and in office. Marine was originally established by the world government to maintain their rule and meet their various needs, even if it means endless killing. Every promotion in Marine requires long-term consideration, especially positions such as General and Fleet Admiral, which require long-term performance of more than 10 years. If you don't do it, don't want to do it, and don't bow your head and show allegiance, then it's impossible to get promoted. Even if it is just a pretense, it is a good one, and it is promoted all the way to the position of Fleet Admiral. If it harms the interests of the Celestial Dragons and is discovered by Marine pro-world government elements, CP spies, etc., that is the time to send out the Knights of God. Can you guarantee that there is no such person among your party members? Not 1, not 2, not 10, not 20? The world government is just stupid and not really stupid. How could it possibly let Marine lose control? Haha, it seems you all know what the former Marine was. Then here's the problem. The world government is weak and can no longer control Marine. Now you can make a choice. Should I risk my life and burn everything for the justice in my heart, or should I shout the slogan of justice and safeguard the justice of the Tianlong people? Answer me. Marine. Chapter 129 Warring States Fleet Admiral, Dark Hound. Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, each one is more silent than the other. It is clear that the 5 top combat powers, even if they face any pirate group such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, they can be regarded as the ones who want to sell out. But now facing Adolf, I really lack confidence and feel guilty. There is no way, standing on the moral high ground is so powerful. Before, Marine didn't talk to you about justice at all, but about stance. But starting from Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, I probably learned it from Hayazawa too. They're true to their true nature and uphold justice, and no longer simply serve the celestial dragons. You are so glib. You use revolutionary rhetoric to stir up popular riots. Do you know how many kingdoms you will plunge into war? Even if they overthrow the king and nobles as you said at first, they will fight each other over the distribution of wealth and power later on. The strong believe that they deserve more, and those who have contributed more believe that they deserve more. Faced with unimaginable wealth, no one can remain rational. In the end, the entire kingdom will fall into war. Kid, the world is more complicated than you think. Warring states looked cold. Adolf didn't refute this. He didn't expect that there would be people who couldn't control themselves and robbed people before they were done, not to mention that they were already done. This was something he didn't expect at all. If you don't know what to do, just go back. Next, Marine will do its best to solve the pirate problem. When things have reached this point, the world government 5 elders have no choice but to recognize the legitimate rights and interests of the Fishman, release all slaves captured, and even completely abolish slavery. In this way, you have achieved your goal. Warring states looked at the man on top of the tornado with admiration in his heart. A man who single-handedly shakes up the world government and forces the highest authority to compromise. Ha, ha 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 ha. Legal rights, emancipation of slaves, abolition of slavery, sounds good. It's a pity that my ambition is greater than you think. What I see is further than what you think, so I don't need your advice. Adolf laughed at this. Warring states, don't you ask the opinions of others around you? Of course they're just like me, they don't need you to sow discord. Warring states looked directly at Adolf. Kid. No, Adolf. I admire your actions and thoughts very much. You let people strive for the happiness they can get and resist the oppression of the powerful. You also clean up all pirates and strive for a happy world for everyone. I admire these. I have wanted to be a hero since I was a child, to protect the weak from being bullied, and I have been working hard for this. But when I see you, I have to admit that you are the real hero. Advertisement. The power to protect compatriots in the country and to fight for the happiness they deserve for people all over the world can be called great. If you want to go against the world government, go ahead. I have already thought about quitting Marine. But if you want to take action against innocent sailors and their families, I will never allow it even if I risk my life. But even if I die by your hands, I won't have any complaints. Who said Marine is a subsidiary of the world government, and I am a member of Marine? Zephyr burst out laughing happily for a long time, and his suppressed emotions were suddenly relieved. Even if he died next moment, it wouldn't matter. He had been getting information about Adolf from cold data, but when he actually saw him, he realized that he was the hero he longed for. Even if he died in Adolf's hands, and the sailors and family members he protected all died in Adolf's hands, he would not complain to Adolf. Because this is the position, only by killing them and destroying the entire Marine headquarters can Adolf cut off the world government's arm that extends to the outside world. Only in this way can the world government be overthrown, and the world government be trapped on the Red Earth continent, without being hindered by Marine and world government. Zephyr. Don't forget that both Garp and he died in his hands. Warring states gritted his teeth and looked ugly. Teacher Zephyr. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru looked at the teacher who taught them justice. Ha 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 ha. I'm not a murderer, I have no interest in killing people at all. As long as you surrender honestly and join me, I can guarantee their safety. Adolf laughed happily for Zephyr. Only such a man can be considered truly righteous. Incomparably pure from the heart. Then he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku, don't act like you value your comrades. In fact, the only ones you care about are Garp and he, 2 old comrades. I can feel that the justice in your heart is just to obey orders, that's all. As for civilians, slaves, maybe you are used to it? Adolf gradually saw Sengoku's thoughts. I can't say it's bad, but I'm numb. When he was a boy, he was high-spirited and conceited, but after working in an electronics factory for a year, all his heroic dreams were awakened, not to mention that he is now 69 years old. Accepted my own mediocrity, accepted the cruelty of the world. Justice? Marine is an institution of world government, and it was just a slogan from the beginning. In other words, the celestial dragons are what Marine calls justice. HMPH, little brat, as long as I am still in Malinfondo, I will never allow you to act recklessly. Advertisement, Renren fruit phantom beast species Buddha form. Warring states directly transformed into a golden Buddha, with a huge body of more than 10 meters, standing at the highest point of Marine headquarters, emitting golden light, full of strength and wisdom, and standing out in this dark world. Strong winds, heavy rain, tsunamis, sea spouts, and golden Buddha. As if the savior has arrived, just missing a leg. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you sure you want to fight me? Sink the entire Marine Bando? Adolf was standing on top of the whirlpool rolled up by the monstrous seawater, looking at the golden figure. Marine is never afraid of fighting. The golden and solemn face of the Warring States Buddha looked directly at Adolf. Buddha's shockwave. The giant golden palm was raised, and invisible impacts gathered in the palm. Before the shot was taken, the surroundings were already feeling pressure, as if everything was going to be shattered. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, unfortunately I had other ideas. Dark Hound. The red lava is rolling, and the extremely hot temperature even heats the lava until it shines. The material in it boils, as active as solar lava. The pupils of the great Buddha and the Warring States period shrank. Looking at the position of the Hun's mouth in disbelief, a huge burning red cave penetrated from behind. His neck stiffened and turned, he gritted his teeth in disbelief. Saga. Ski? Why? Kacha kacha kacha. Ice Age, the ground was white with ice, and large ice crystals were frozen. The entire high platform was frozen in an instant, and it continued to spread. The cold air climbed up from the feet, and even the Warring States period and even Zephyr on the side froze most of his body. I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr, please wait a moment. Aokiji put his hands in his pockets, expressionless. Kuzan. So that's it. You were instigated to rebel after you were arrested, right? No, it was him who persuaded you and let you see a just future. Otherwise, you would not be able to give in with your character. No wonder I rescued you so easily. I thought it was Saint Gielen and the others who restrained Adolf. Zephyr looked at Aokiji and understood instantly. Teacher Zephyr, this is the best result for all of us. Kizaru couldn't use his abilities, but he also lost his usual carelessness. Kizaru, even you. Warring States and Zephyr couldn't imagine it. If they didn't feel the chill, they would even suspect that they were dreaming. This is Kizaru, Chapter 130 Marine Fleet Admiral Handover Ceremony. The Golden Buddha with a copper wall and a steel body possesses extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. But Akainu's rock berries are not natural magma at 700 to 1200 degrees, and the height is not fixed. Even water can be heated infinitely to high-temperature plasma. Why can't lava increase its strength? For a boss who can collapse an island with a punch or smash a mountain into pieces, it's no problem to wash his feet with natural volcanic lava. Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Akainu retracted his right fist and raised his head slightly, showing a serious expression. Lava is billowing from the right arm, black smoke is rising, and the terrifying high temperature has even evaporated the surrounding rain instantly. The magma drips on the ground and burns, which is equivalent to a white phosphorus bomb that melts through steel. Sakaski. Warring States clutched his chest. The terrifying heat did not bleed a drop of blood, and the flower-like wound was scorched. My heart is cold, even if it was burned by the scorching heat just now, there's only a biting chill. He never dreamed that Akainu, Aokiji, and even Kizaru would suddenly rebel. This is his most trusted and capable general. After decades of marine career, he knows the ins and outs, so when he needs it most, he reaches out to an unfamiliar flower. Zephyr. Suddenly turning his head to look at Zephyr, the only one he can count on now is Zephyr, if even he betrays him. Warring States. The three of them sided with Adolf. You had another leg cut off and your mouth was seriously injured. There's not much fighting power left. We have lost. Zephyr looked at the three Akainu, Adolf, and the seriously injured Sengoku, and had to shake his head and sigh. The two of them were frozen, and it was very easy to break free, but the question was what happened next. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru alone can make the two of them drink a pot, not to mention the more difficult Adolf. What's more, he no longer has any hostility towards Adolf, but he is just fighting to the death for his belief in protecting others. Warring States looked livid, clenching his fists, extremely unwilling. He could accept being defeated by Adolf and even sinking the entire Marinevender, but being stabbed in the back by three Akainus was really heartbreaking. Warring States Fleet Admiral, I hope you can see the situation clearly. Advertisement Akainu slowly raised his lava palm, as if he wanted to hold down Sengoku's head and subdue him to the ground. Zephyr, I told you, I have no interest in killing people. On the contrary, I need you to continue sailing on the sea and maintain the order of the sea and the world. Adolf confessed. I see, then there is no reason to refuse. Zephyr felt relieved and relaxed. So Sengoku, is your current stance world government or marine justice? Adolf looked at Sengoku again, the current Marine Fleet Admiral. He wants to take control of all the real power of Marine as soon as possible, and then take control of the entire Marine organization. The transfer of power should be smooth. But now that the situation is like this, if he still clings to the old decency, he can only help him to show decency. Warring States was silent for a long time and sighed deeply. The giant Buddha was lifted, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years older and looked extremely lonely. His marine era has just begun and is over. Marine surrenders, you win, Adolf. Ha. It should be said that we won. Only by leaving world government can Marine truly practice the path of justice instead of just serving the celestial dragons, Adolf laughed. A current dragged him in a long parabola in the air and reached the top of the Marine headquarters. At the same time, the strong wind and heavy rain subsided, the sea was no longer rough, but the dark clouds remained in the sky. Warring States, notify the headquarters of all sailors and their families to come to the square and transfer the position of Marine Fleet Admiral, and arrange for video recording. Warring States nodded disappointedly and took out the phone bug, but the phone bug didn't open its eyes for a long time, huh? I have blocked the signal for hundreds of kilometers. Let's go there myself, Adolf said. No wonder there hasn't been an Uranus attack for so long. You blocked Marinevendo's signal. Sengoku understood and went to inform. Regardless of the use of Poseidon or Uranus Pluton, an accurate target is required, at least one coordinate. But the 5 elders, I am, and others are not in Malinfondo. They don't even know the exact location of Adolf, so there is no way to determine the location. Of course, what reassures Adolf the most is that Violet is watching, this is the key. The life card will notify you immediately when there are signs of use, plus the formation and control time of the weather, as well as the life-saving means of healing tears, and the obstruction of the deep sea, Basically give him the ability to survive on the verge of death and crazy temptation. It can be said that as long as you don't die immediately, you have room for maneuver. Advertisement: if this could kill him in one go, he would simply choose to practice hard for 2.5 years, waiting to become invincible. It's just that the weather is like the Poseidon type, which can launch continuous attacks again and again, which is also very important to pay attention to. Adolf, all the officers and soldiers of the Marine headquarters and their families are already in the square. Sang Guo came, and his chest was wrapped with a big gauze bandage. Burns from back to chest. Huh? Adolf raised his voice slightly twice and looked sideways at Warring States. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched. Your Majesty Poseidon. Adolf nodded with satisfaction and looked at the jinbei he had summoned. All the 45,000 Fishman warriors who surrounded Marinefondo have also landed, jinbei reported. Adolf nodded. Then let's go to the square, Marinefondo Square, where Ace will be executed in the future, where 100,000 Marine troops gather. The sailors and their families on the left, and the Murloc warriors on the right, the two together total more than 100,000, and they will all be witnesses to this ceremony. What's going on? Why are there so many Fishman soldiers in Marinefondo? I have restrained myself. The Warring States Fleet Admiral ordered none of us to act rashly or attack them. Did Fleet Admiral lose in the Warring States period? We have 5 powerful forces. Why didn't I feel any movement at all? I remember when the Golden Lion broke into Marineland, it almost brought the entire island over. On the other hand, the Marine soldiers were all hesitantly asking questions, unable to understand what was going on. Idiot, of course it was you Fleet Admiral who lost us Poseidon. Otherwise, why would His Majesty Poseidon let us come to Marineland? And we would still stand with you. Shut up, no one is allowed to provoke, otherwise, you will be kicked out of the army. Pass the command. Shut up, no one is allowed to set the pace, everything is subject to His Majesty Poseidon's orders. Aaron and Hody Jones scolded and forcibly controlled them. But their faces showed excitement, making them guess. Yes, they were, and still are, pure racists. But when you have a higher mountain in your heart that you want to climb, you won't care about the mire at your feet. There is no contradiction between the fishmen and the humans of the world. Because the whole world will crawl at the feet of their king, the king of the fish people. Chapter 131 Marine Fighting Only for Justice. Hahahaha. The Marine headquarters is merged under Poseidon's command. Big news. This is big news. Get out of the way. I want to personally record the iconic scene of the new era. These are all great experiences before the rise of Poseidon. They are to be recorded in world history. Veteran News King Morgans couldn't help but laugh wildly, and even pushed aside the sailors to take the field himself. Huh. I didn't expect that I would set foot on the Marine headquarters so quickly. His Majesty Poseidon is really fast. The undersea war has just ended, and he immediately attacked Marine Fando. Doflamingo waved his arms ferociously, and couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh wildly, his face full of defiance and madness. This time, he is not as a Shichibukai pirate, but as the Minister of Commerce of the Empire. Together with his king, he takes over the world's largest violent organization, Marine, spread across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Young master, life is really incredible. Standing in the right position is even crazier than working hard. Pika smiled in surprise. Idiot, you should call me minister, or colleague, the future Minister of Construction, Doflamingo laughed. Damn it, you lucky guy. Diamante had a shit-eating expression on his face. Others had obvious fruit abilities. What could he do with his flying fruit? And everyone else is also envious and jealous of this bullhorse minister. Whoa, 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 do you know me? Do you know me? It's me, the world's most talented scientist, the future president of the Academy of Sciences. Caesar Current was floating in the air, showing off to Marine in an extremely arrogant manner, his face twisted into a lewd expression. You be asterisk 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 D. Stay away. My saliva is spitting in my mouth. It's disgusting. Madara Point Dog Lieutenant General Dalmatia punched Caesar Current in the face. Looking at these arrogant and domineering guys, the Marines feel aggrieved. On the contrary, the Fishman army was controlled by Aaron, Hody Jones, Aladdin, and Jinbei, and they did not cause any commotion. They all stood upright. Now, they all represent the image of the fish people. That old bird, did you call him here at this time to disgust us? Behind the scenes of the headquarters building, Akainu's steel teeth are about to be bitten into pieces, and his eyes are like lava rolling, wishing to destroy everything. They all regretted their decisive move. They should have fought to the death just now, then put forward the conditions and grill the Morgans on fire before agreeing. It was really hasty to agree. Poseidon, it's already this time, do you still want to humiliate us? Sengoku also suppressed the anger to attack. As a person who is famous all over the world, even if he falls into a dark history, you actually called the person involved to dance in front of them? Don't be excited. Although he was called by me, he does not belong to me and has not joined my empire yet. It can barely be considered a cooperative relationship. He is the only one in the world who has the strongest ability to convey information. He can spread newspapers across the entire ocean. Who told you, Marine, not to do it yourself? Advertisement. Adolf took out a small bag of golden dandelions and threw it away. This is? Akainu wondered. The product of the devil fruit ability can be restored as long as you are not dead. Remember, this has nothing to do with me. You robbed it from the Fishman captain. Besides, he can't die now, at least not until our own public opinion system has been established. Adolf said, Obviously this is selling Morgan's. Although he is his licking bird now and is completely on his side, this kind of person has no position at all for making shocking reports and is almost impossible to be included. As for giving money, people prefer Boruto's eyeball report. He is so timid that he is not afraid of anyone. This time it's just a knock. If he can't be included after the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia, he will have to learn from Liu Bang and Lao Zhu. Sengoku, Akainu's mouth corners turned up, and his eyes glowed red like a devil. Even though they are as steady as they are, they all show ferocious smiles. What's going on? Is there a cold wind after it rained? Old Bird Morgan suddenly shivered while holding his arms, still a little confused. Zephyr, Aokiji, and Kizaru all looked strange. Although they didn't say anything, they all saw that newspaper, and it was a dark history for a lifetime. If it wasn't for his personality, he would have laughed heartlessly like Garp. Let's all get ready, let's get started, Adolf interrupted. Warring States took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and returned to the topic. At this time, Akainu Sakazuki, Aokiji Kuzan, and Kizaru Perusalino came to the seats where their three generals sat down. They all lowered their heads and faced Marine and the world in silence. Instructor Black Arm Zephyr came to the turret where the ordinary soldiers were located on the lower level. As for Aaron, Hody Jones, Aladdin, Jinbei and others, they do not appear on it because this is the inclusion of Marine. Look, it's the three generals, they are all safe, they said they were rescued from the deep sea. Sengoku Fleet Admiral is also coming out. How? That's Poseidon Adolf. At the top, at the highest point of the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku walks out from the left. At the same time, Adolf walked out from the right. Advertisement: the two of them came to the high point in the middle together. All Marines are nervous and all Murlocs are excited. Morgans and Doflamingo, who were chattering wildly, restrained themselves under the reminder of Jinbei and Ziafei's cold eyes, and the whole place fell silent. All Marines here, all Marines around the world. I am Marine's current Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Warring States mustered up courage, clenched his fists and shouted. Even he had to be nervous at this moment, even more nervous than when he became the Marine Fleet Admiral a few months ago. At that time, he was the protagonist that attracted much attention. Now he is still the protagonist, but he is the protagonist who ended his career within a few months, full of humiliation. Everyone knows the person next to me. Defeat the three generals of the Marine Fleet, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Defeat the strongest lineup of the world government, more than 20 powerful combatants, all of whom are well-known strong men, and nearly annihilate the Knights of God, including Commander Gara Lin Sheng, force the five elders to flee. The man who possesses the strongest combat power in the world and dominates the sea, Poseidon Adolf. This is an achievement and an honor. When this list of shocking achievements was told, the whole audience was suffocated. That is a man who can defeat more than 20 strong men. Only by understanding the value of the famous strong man in the sea can we understand his power. The strong man from the sea is just the threshold, and in the end he can only be defeated in front of him. Only all the Fishman warriors looked at their king with gushing blood and crazy eyes. The king who would lead them to land and even conquer the whole world. Adolf stepped forward and faced more than 100,000 people. His face was plain and not inferior. After experiencing nearly desperate crises again and again, when the strength reaches the strongest level in the sea, able to easily destroy an island, submerge a country, and become the king of a race, the experience along the way is growth. Strength and inferiority do not coexist at the same time. Hoo-ho! Warring States took a deep breath and roared in a louder voice. Starting today, Marine will be completely separated from the jurisdiction of the world government and will no longer receive any instructions from the world government. Marine fight only for justice. I will also be stepping down from my position as Marine Fleet Admiral and will be replaced by Poseidon Adolf. He will lead you to realize true justice. Chapter 132. Marine's black material. Nothing is destroyed isn't found. The Supreme Commander of Marine was transferred to Poseidon. Doesn't that mean that our Marine has been completely defeated? He is here to take over? Damn it, we surrendered before we fought. We are so unwilling. What is true justice? Isn't the justice we had before justice? Sengoku Fleet Admiral, are we Marine going to betray the world government? Below, countless Marines were in an uproar. Although I had some suspicions when I saw the Fishman warriors, it was still hard to accept when I actually heard it. It was so sudden. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru lowered their heads and remained silent, sitting quietly on their chairs. Even if they hear someone calling their name, they pretend not to hear it and act as a backdrop. Even the chair felt a little stuck under so many people's gaze. Everyone is quiet. Adolf stood at the highest point of the Marine headquarters, looking down at the whole place with a cold gaze. The ruthless voice swept directly along with conquerors, making the words full of strong majesty and domineering. For a moment, everyone was speechless and stared at him with their mouths open. Bring it up. Following Adolf's instructions, a group of Murloc warriors dragged the bubbles up. That's Marine Hero Lieutenant General Garp. There are also Lieutenant General He, Lieutenant General Jiaji, and Lieutenant General Doberman. Damn it, you treat us Marine like this, it's so cruel. I cut off all their hands and feet. Under the angry looks of all the Marines, Garp, Crane, Kaji, and all the Marine soldiers heading to the deep sea were all lifted up. But at this moment, their hands and feet were cut off like human pigs, their faces were ashen, and they were completely in despair. Even when he returned to the Marine headquarters, he only felt sadness and humiliation. If he ended up like this, he might as well just die. Even Marine Fando was struck by lightning. Marine surrendered. Lieutenant General, he felt extremely complicated. What a terrible guy. He changed the world's structure with a defensive battle. Roger. No, we old guys can't compare. Advertisement Garp has lost his boldness and vigor and looks extremely old. I am completely convinced. To be precise, I can no longer think of fighting, because even this life is a charity from the other party, and cutting off the limbs will be a shame for the rest of my life. Stop nagging, come pick your own parts. Make sure you get the right ones, otherwise you will have to cut them again and reattach them. The Fishman warrior interrupted their mood, and the Fishman warrior behind also lifted up a bunch of arms and thighs, and fell to the ground in a mess. The coagulated blood was in a mess. It was like a dismemberment scene in a horror movie. Hey, what's going on? It's been 3 days, can we still take him back? Jiaji couldn't wait to ask. That's right, if it weren't for His Majesty Poseidon's order, these parts of yours would have been fed to the sharks. In an instant, the hearts of Garp, Crane, Jiaji, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Huashaoshan, Flying Squirrel, Gumir, and Bastiou started beating again, and a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts like the sun. Quick, that arm is mine, the one with the tattoo on the back of my hand. Hole, this leg is mine, don't admit it, can you have such strong muscular arms? Look clearly, idiot. Don't I even know my own feet? Boys, you want to snatch this old man's legs too? Lieutenant General, he couldn't help but say. What's going on? Why is there a missing leg? Which one of you took my leg away? The Flying Squirrel was anxious. Lieutenant General Garp, didn't you have one of your legs broken by Poseidon? Why are you still trying to rob it? Hahahaha, I forgot, I think you did it on purpose. A group of people immediately got into a mess and hurriedly grabbed the arms and thighs on the ground. If this was too slow, parts would be missing in the future. Lame or broken arm, it depends on this time. The whole audience looked confused. Even the 3 generals looked a little stupid. What was going on? After they selected the parts, the Fishman warrior used healing dandelions to connect them one by one. Why do the legs stink? It smells like a completely rotten corpse. Can't you use some ice to chill it? The blood is completely coagulated. Can this connection really still be used? Even though it was my own body, it still felt like it had been cut from a rotting, maggot-infested corpse. Stop talking nonsense, it would be nice if I gave you a few more. Advertisement as a few more healing dandelions fell, the rot, blood coagulation, and corpse odor all disappeared. The nerves of the body are also fully connected to the limbs. It's amazing. What is this? Can you find me some B************* D pirate's leg to attach to it? Lieutenant General Garp, this is not our stage now, Guillaume called out. I really envy you, you don't have to be like us. Isn't it because women are treated specially? That pervert mermaid. Lieutenant General, he glanced at her and felt uncomfortable. Was this expelling her from female status? Who hasn't been young? The 10 of them were happy, but Marine in the audience was dumbfounded. But still confused, it was clear that Garp and others were not dead, but the way of disarming resistance was somewhat unique. That's so unique, just take off the hands and feet. If you leave it for a few more days, it will not only stink, but also get maggots. Among the 3 generals, Akainu touched the cloth bag in his suit and looked at Morgans below, with a serious and tough guy expression on his face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's just that Morgans didn't notice it at all and was still immersed in the excitement. But no matter what, most of Marine's collective hatred for Adolf has disappeared. Adolf looked at him. These people were not only kept to eliminate hatred, but also to work for him. Destruction is always easier than creation. Who should I use to kill them all? For a long time, Marine, as an organization directly under the world government, has maintained order around the world in the name of justice. But in fact, Marine maintains the order of the celestial dragons in the interests of the kings and nobles of the franchised countries, not the common people. You have all heard about it, the game of annihilation of the country by the celestial dragons. Sengoku. Let me explain to you all the cruel things Marine did for the celestial dragons. Adolf looked at Sengoku. Are you sure you want to do this? This will cause huge damage to Marine itself. Sengoku looked at Adolf solemnly, struggling in his heart, unable to make a choice. It cannot be destroyed or established. All sailors must understand the nature of the former Marine organization and what they have done, Adolf said flatly. Doing this will definitely have an impact on the Marine organization, and it will be infamous all over the world, but it is also necessary. Only by letting all sailors know what they have done can they be completely torn away from the world government. And the role played by Adolf has made Marine go from being a helper of evil to now being able to eliminate violence and protect the people. Chapter 133. We have a standard. Sengoku is 69 years old. He has only been a Marine Fleet Admiral for a few months and his 1-year term has not yet expired. The time for experience has come. But he has been a Marine Admiral since the time when the Rocks pirates dominated the sea, and he has dealt with so much darkness. Otherwise, how could he get the nod from the 5 elders and become a Fleet Admiral? Most of these are not recorded in files because they have been destroyed. But coming from the mouth of Marine Fleet Admiral, it has real weight. How could this be? How could we Marine be like this? I can't believe that we, Marine, have done so many horrific things. Isn't that mission to protect the Tianlong people on their school trip? How could it be to cover their hunting country massacre? I really deserve to die. Are we all accomplices of the celestial dragons? Then why did first join Marine? Just for those pigs who oppressed us. The sailors who can stay at the Marine headquarters for a long time are all soldiers who have been sailors for many years, have performed many missions, and their current positions are not low. In other words, participants can be found in many of the events listed in the Warring States period. The more this happens, the deeper they feel and their hearts collapse. The justice they have always practiced is actually a lie to deceive the world. They are the accomplices of the celestial dragons. So why did they join Marine? If you knew what you were doing from the beginning, it would be better to commit suicide directly. You would rather die than violate your inner morality. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Sengoku Fleet Admiral told me that these are all false, and the mermaid forced you to say so. Marine screamed wildly and completely broke down. It was obviously to protect others, but he became an accomplice of the devil who was full of evil. How can righteous people like them endure this? Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru raised their heads and looked at the sailor, but they all remained silent. Garp, Suru, Cake, Gion, and other lieutenant generals also fell silent. Zhang Guo looked down and felt guilty. I'm sorry, these are all true. Thump, I couldn't hold it up anymore, so I fell to my knees heavily. We are fighting pirates regardless of our own safety. No one knows when we will die. Advertisement. But even so, everyone is still risking their lives to protect the peace of the world. We are proud of practicing justice. If that's not the case, why do we still join the Marine? Isn't it bad to become a pirate, burn, kill, loot, and play with women? Isn't it bad to spend your whole life on an island? But now you are telling me that this result is unacceptable. I cannot accept it. What on earth do I mean in this life? What do those dead comrades mean? You're talking about Warring States. The burly man's tears just flowed down. He even screamed at the powerful Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as a righteous Marine. The Warring States period was silent. He can only remain silent because he cannot answer these questions. Do you think your efforts are worth it? If it were in the past, he could say this: no matter how bad the order is, it is better than no order at all. But not anymore. After a long silence, he turned to look at Adolf. I have already told you what you asked for. There is no need to go into more detail. Adolf. Since you are determined to overthrow the world government, then do better and overthrow it all. I also hope that you will not become the next Tianlong after you succeed. Warring States looked at the man next to him, feeling depressed. Because we have a standard. People are happy and live and work in peace and contentment. But history will give the answer, and we were right. Maybe the approach is not correct and there are various shortcomings, but being able to become a Marine is already valuable. Establishing a unified centralized power. This has nothing to do with muscles clogging the brain. It is simply more extreme than happy education. There is no education. It was he who shattered all the justice they had done, but it was he who still recognized the justice in their hearts after all their mistakes. If you don't even have the courage to pursue beauty, then you deserve to be dominated by me. After saying that, he felt relieved that his bad experience as Fleet Admiral was finally over. And the promise that is worthy of the heart. As long as we have this guideline, we can't go in the wrong direction. Advertisement. This experience of less than a year was even crazier than the more than 50 years of experience in the first half of his life. Top-notch armed domineering, supreme conquerors domineering, came out from the words. Poseidon. This is a commitment that is worthy of the heart. How courageous. As the sailor said, in a world filled with burning, killing, looting and evil, you did not join in and release the darkness in your heart. Adolf pointed at them one by one with all his strength and bluntly said that you are stupid. But I will tell the world if I become the next Tianlong. Then the next king will gather the power of everyone in the world to overthrow me. Every Huxia idiom is an enlightenment of wisdom. There are too many historical stories to broaden your horizons, and even the wine table culture is an ultimate appreciation of human nature and sophistication. You are wrong because you are stupid and cannot see the relationship between social classes. You are wrong because you have a narrow vision and cannot see the essence of the world. You are wrong because you are shallow in wisdom and cannot find the right path. Marines looked at him one by one, the mermaid with a long tail fin, and their hearts were extremely complicated. Even if we fail, we will serve as pioneers and use our lives to warn future generations and provide them with valuable experience. It is to take up arms, eliminate evil and promote good, and defend the lives of the weak. This is a rare and noble quality. Adolf nodded and looked at the entire army. Warring States was shaken in his heart, and looked at him with the same shock, admiring in his heart. I didn't expect you to directly declare to the world. Such a magnanimity is unmatched. I began to believe that you can do everything well and clean up the world. Adolf clenched his fist and confirmed their intentions in a firm and strong tone. This is the answer I give you. It is the direction for you to make up for your own mistakes, and it is the result that will be achieved in the future. With the same domineering blessing, everyone in the audience heard it, couldn't believe it, and looked at him with admiration. There are no perfect rules in the world, and there is no eternal human nature. I can't guarantee what will happen to me and my descendants in the future. Adolf's expression was plain, as it should be. Then I'll leave it to you, Marine, and to comfort them who are injured, please. No need to be depressed, no need to be discouraged. The fault is not yours, but the world government, the Tianlong people. I can tell you bluntly, I will overthrow the world government. I will even overthrow all joining countries and non-joining countries, and smash everything that exists now. But just intention is not enough. An accomplice is an accomplice, and you will not change what has happened just because of your original intentions. Chapter 135 Goal: The whole island, the whole country and the whole world departure. I would like to apologize to all Marine families. I deeply apologize for causing you fear these past few days. You can go home now. Thank you for your testimony. After speaking, Adolf bowed slightly to show his gratitude. On the contrary, it makes these family members embarrassed. Without bowing for too long, he stood up and gave the order. All Marines obey. All officers return to their respective posts, and all officers and men return to their respective ships. Target: the entire island, the country, and the world. Mission 1. Overthrow the king and publicly try the crimes. Arrest for serious crimes and execute them uniformly. If there is a benevolent king, he can continue to be in temporary custody. Mission 2. Take over the kingdom militarily, eliminate all pirates, bandits, gangs, gangsters and other illegal organizations in the country, and protect the lives of the people. Task 3. Temporarily manage people's livelihood, count the population, and ensure people's livelihood. If anyone dies of hunger, immediately open a warehouse to release grain. Mission 4. In the future, Marine bases will rebuild ports in various countries to ensure the safety of people's lives, and pirates will no longer be allowed to set foot on land. Do you understand everything? Adolf glanced. I understand. Even if you don't understand it at this time, you won't say it out loud. There are so many people who must have written it down. Very good. Corruption, collusion between officials and bandits, and sailors causing trouble for one side will be punished as thieves and bandits, and those who commit serious acts will be punished with death. Set off, Adolf reiterated again and then issued an action order. Yes, without hesitation or concern, all Marine soldiers took action. I no longer had any doubts about Adolf, but followed his footsteps with determination. Even lieutenant generals like Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, and Flying Squirrel are like this. The long-lost passion arose, and the justice in my heart was rekindled. Sakazuki, Kuzan, Polusali, Garp, Sengoku obey the order. The 5 of you are now ordered to go to the first half of the Great Route of the Four Seas to assist the local branch bases in carrying out their tasks. Anyone who obstructs them will be executed. The overthrow of all kingdoms is the priority. Advertisement. Adolf turned his attention to the 3 generals, even Garp and Sengoku. Seeing no reply, he shouted again, "Did you hear that?" Yes, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru looked strange, but they also spoke. The degree of freedom brought by their level and strength is so high that they haven't received orders like ordinary soldiers for an unknown period of time. Of course, this is a trivial matter, and this privilege can be granted in normal times. But you don't give him this Fleet Admiral face in formal occasions? And Garp and Sengoku looked weird. They also want? That little Adolf. Fleet Admiral. I'm just a lieutenant general, do you want it too? Seeing Adolf narrowing his eyes slightly, locked in an inexplicable crisis, Lieutenant General, he pushed Garp before reluctantly changing his words. What? Didn't you work very hard when you saved Saint Satan? Can't you move now? Adolf said. Garp, don't be willful. All of us must make up for the mistakes we made in the Tianlong people. Lieutenant General, he began to persuade. Then let me go to the East Daxia Sea. My hometown is in the East Daxia Sea. Garp looked down at his severed left leg and had to sigh. I approve. Adolf agreed directly. The world government once ordered the arrest of One Piece Roger's children and sent people to the island to investigate all pregnant mothers. But the one who really escaped was not the fault of Garp, but the great mother who endured for 20 months and still did not give birth to a child for a period of time after Marine left, as if to ensure that the environment was safe, and then Garp arrived. There are members of the world government CP in the investigation team, and they will never betray Garp. After reporting it to 5 elders, Garp even knelt down to no avail. Given the nature of urine in the world government, even if Garp revealed it in advance, other pregnant women would still be taken away for investigation. As Marine, Garp must be responsible for choosing to remain silent, but he did not intervene directly during Marine's search, but picked him up afterwards. At most, it is a crime of harboring. Without help such as destroying evidence, the crime of covering up is considered a minor one. This is just criticism for Garp, a hero who has made great contributions, and then he writes a review. There is really no need to mention it. He also wants to kill Garp in the final battle with the world government. Where are you, Warring States? Adolf looked at Warring States. I have already transferred Fleet Admiral to you. Sengoku felt uncomfortable. He is already so aggrieved and even has a broken leg. You still want him to do this or that? Isn't it a bit too much? It's okay. Now I'll give you the position of Marine General. The 3 generals will become the 4 generals. Zhejiang Sengoku. Adolf waved his hand and directly increased the position. Advertisement. The corner of Warring State's mouth twitched. Zhejiang? He is now mentally retarded, right? Adolf said as he looked at Zepha. Zepha, is it okay for you to become a general again? Are you still strong? Can you still do it? Zepha grinned. Although my body is a little old, after what you just said, I am now full of strength and want to have a big fight. Very good. Then the 5 generals, the main direction instructor, and the political commissar will cultivate more outstanding next generations for Marine. Centralization of power and world unification are unprecedented changes. Not to mention the 3 generals and the 5 generals, even the top 10 fleet admirals can be awarded to anyone who has the ability when the empire is founded. There must be at least 4 fleet admirals in the world to host. Adolf opened his arms to all Marines. Each and every Marine became excited and geared up with great energy. Fleet Admiral can get 10 places. How many places will the General get? Doesn't everyone have a chance? Okay, everyone, let's go. Yes, as regular troops who have been trained for a long time, their actions are undoubtedly efficient. In just half an hour, all the warships were replenished and set sail. For them, it is a brand new future from this moment on. Even if they fail, they will become pioneers and learn experience from those who come after. They are great and noble, but they are also humble and atone for their past mistakes. Adolf stood on top of Marine Fando and watched this scene quietly. As an ordinary person, although he has 3 views on morality, he himself does not have such noble qualities. How many loves that promised each other fell apart overnight? How many people's marriages are the most beautiful first love? Even he himself doesn't believe that he can be determined and firm in his current thoughts. Holding a high position, possessing power, money, and lust, in 10, 20, or 100 years, you may really become the next celestial dragon. Even if he was on the side of the pirates at the beginning, he would definitely fall and have more fun than anyone else. Not possible, but absolutely. This army is also reminding him of himself. The human heart is like a beast. Only by restraining the wild nature and being moved by mutual empathy for a long time can we truly be warm and kind. This is where the world will be taught. Chapter 136. 5 elders are stupid. Poseidon cut cake. Whoa, 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 Poseidon broke an island. Adolf jumped into the sky, slashed with his sword, and cut the entire Malinvondo into long pieces. Then it fell into the sea, and with a slash of the water level, the entire island was cut off from the bottom of the sea. Kuzan. Frozen ice coffin. Adolf's order. Aokiji instantly understood what he meant. Ice frozen ice coffin. Jumping up from the ground, ice spears condensed around them, then flew out and pierced into the center of each independent huge block. The huge amount of cold air was released, and the long cubes that were cut out were frozen like glass jar display cabinets. The ice crystals extend upward from the edges of the 4 corners, but they perfectly protect the people inside the ice coffin from external harm. Doflamingo, it's time to use you. Yes, my king. Super hit whip. Putting his palms together, hundreds of nearly 1,000 almost transparent thin silk threads spread out like silk, and then intertwined to form a thick thread column. Then use this strong and flexible wire column to connect the huge ice coffin island boxes. Poseidon sea membrane. Adolf moved his hands, and an extremely viscous milky white unknown substance appeared, and then he blew a strong breath on the bracelet. Wrap the ice coffin island boxes one by one, and the last part is the highlight. Hey, this is too scary. A drop of cold sweat fell from Kizaru's forehead. He doesn't mean that, Lieutenant General. He was shocked. Cut the island, then seal it with ice to protect it, use a bubble wrap to isolate the water and resist pressure, and finally move the entire Malinvondo. Under the sea? Akainu opened his eyes slightly in shock. If the world government knew about it, those 5 idiots would probably make everyone stupid, warring states mocked. Use the red Earth continent to avoid Uranus. Even Uranus can't do anything, Zephyr laughed. What's going on with this guy's brain circuit? Is this something that anyone can think of? Garp's nose bubbles came out when he saw the feed in front of him. Advertisement. I thought it was something when Adolf called him to stop when he was about to set off when he issued a collective order, but he didn't expect it to be this. It was beyond all their expectations. Poseidon Uzumaki White Dragon. As Adolf literally grabbed the seawater and pulled it back suddenly, invisible force rolled around, and a submarine whirlpool was formed. Island cut, 1 kilometer wide and dozens of kilometers long. Just like a railway container turning into a long queue into the sea, a large number of bubbles are rolling, full of visual shock. This is too crazy. Guillaume couldn't help covering his mouth in shock. What an exaggerated move. Even other strong men on the sea were shocked and admired. There are some islands in this world that can transport islands, such as Oz, which is known as the country of transport, but it is only a small island. The others are Kaido and Golden Lion. They can still understand if they eat devil fruits, but what are you doing? What racial talent can be so powerful? Are you kidding? Even Jinbei, Aaron, Hody Jones, Aladdin and others all have their eyes popping out. I started to have some doubts about life. Can the Fishmen really be so powerful? Hold on to the ground. We're leaving. Who? Adolf was at the front of the Whirlpool White Dragon, with his body as the leader. The water rolled in the sea like a tornado, turning into the most terrifying whirlpool current on the seafloor, dragging the island chain dozens of kilometers long, straight towards the Sunshine Cave. 45,000 Murloc warriors and hundreds of sea beasts surrounded and followed. The scene is particularly spectacular, and with their Adolf leaving, Malinfondo returned to his original position and the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed. The huge scale changes can be seen with the naked eye even on the Red Earth continent. There is no way, even if the Sky Island is only 10,000 meters high in the sky. Mariajoya is on the Red Earth continent of 50,000 meters high. Anyone with eyes can see such huge cumulonimbus clouds. It is precisely because of these huge cumulonimbus clouds that they cannot intuitively determine the exact location of Adolf, and cannot cover hundreds of kilometers, right? For super strong men like Whitebeard, violent storms can overturn them into the sea, even with strong navigation skills. But for a mermaid like Adolf, a big storm will only make his waves go higher. And to be powerful, one must hit with one blow, and then continue to attack. Advertisement, report to the 5 elders. the cumulonimbus clouds have cleared. Dispersed? Didn't you say that if there is a battle, you will attack to the sky as a signal? Maybe there was no battle, and Adolf gave up. Could it be that the siege of Marine Admiral was a cover from the beginning? It fits his character, this cunning fish. Then what is his real purpose? Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, frowned and picked up the guard's monocular. Several other 5 elders also picked up their binoculars and looked over. I saw the Sabaldi Islands, but where is the Marine headquarters, Marinevando, right next to it? You don't have one either? I thought I didn't find it. Could it be? The 5 elders searched the sea for a while, but found no trace of Malinfondo at all. With the scale of an island in Marinefando and the distance from the Red Earth continent, they could see it with the naked eye from a height of more than 50,000 meters. But now it's gone. The whole island is gone? In an instant, all 5 of them were in bad condition. An unbelievable fact is before them. Even if they break their heads, they can't figure out how to do it. It's impossible, even if Sengoku loses a leg. As long as he's on land, he can't be defeated by Adolf with one move. That's right, not to mention Zephyr and Sakaski, there are 5 powerful forces in total. We had a conversation with warring states 3 hours ago. It was impossible to deal with them on the sea so quickly. Even if Adolf uses the powerful explosives from Fishman Island, the impact of the explosion will be enough to lift the cumulonimbus clouds. The 5 of us have been watching it personally these past few days. Even if Adolf borrows the power of the sea, he won't be able to solve it all at once. Aokiji's freezing ability can restrain the seawater. No one can believe the facts in front of them. Marine headquarters, Malinfondo, disappeared? That is an island. Although it is not as huge as the kingdom, it is still more than 10 kilometers in diameter. Just disappear? What's going on? What happened? At this moment, 5 elders is in a mess, and everyone is stupid. Okay. What should I do if my brain is not enough? I am so anxious, I really want to take some brain supplements. Chapter 137 The Ministry of Construction Akainu and Aokiji are in complicated moods, especially when passing through the undersea passage, and they still have some palpitations. See, hear, and feel the rock wall with all your strength, fearing that there may be some surprise treasure hidden somewhere. When they came to Sunshine Cave, Warring States and Garp also had mixed emotions. Both of them had their legs broken here. One was a fleet admiral but abandoned his subordinates and ran away with the 5 elders. The other was a marine hero and had to sacrifice his life to save others. Both of them were deeply shocked. Lieutenant General He, who has the best temper, has an equally subtle mood. As a character who has been active in the sea since the days of Rocks as a pirate, she was soaked in seawater throughout the entire underwater war and was of no use. Even her comrades who rescued her were captured, which was really frustrating. Even Zephyr, the only one who was not defeated, couldn't laugh. He tried his best to save the 3 students, but the result was, well, a helpless sigh. I don't know which one of them made it. My Minister of Construction, work. Adolf took the Long Island chain and turned it into an undersea whirlpool all the way, and finally stayed in the sunlight space under the sea. That is, it is thousands of meters away from the edge of Fishman Island. As far as the islands are concerned, they are still very close to each other. Pika stood up and looked at the huge long squares piled together. All the bubble wraps had been glued together to form a huge sphere, and he swallowed secretly. He just finished the Fishman Island mission, another big job? A drop of cold sweat fell from Doflamingo's forehead next to him, and he looked towards the Fishman Island where the Sunshine Cave space appeared again. The Ministry of Construction has no subordinates, all of them are working hard, but they are responsible for hundreds of thousands. No, that is the workload of tens of millions of slaves in a year. Can 10 million Murlocs reorganize an island in 3 days? It's simply impossible. It takes 3 days to collect so many stones from the Red Earth continent, not to mention that they have to be transported and glued together into a whole. And now, the reconstructed Fishman Island has been floating in the Sunshine Cave space for only 3 days. But it's not just a base island, the general framework has been built, including Coral Hill, Geelong Court Square, Mermaid Bay, the estuary, etc., and even the planned road has been paved. What kind of work efficiency is this? Absolutely invincible. Okay. The remaining humanistic architectural decorations on Fishman Island are slowly being completed by the Fishman residents. Wasn't it completely blown up 3 days ago? The huge pit in the ground is still there. Warring States was dumbfounded. Of course that's the credit of my capable subordinates. The future Minister of Construction of the Empire, the person with the stone fruit ability, Pika. By the way, the position of minister is equivalent to that of a general in the construction field. Even if the individual strength is weaker, the position is the same as yours. Adolf took the initiative to introduce this minister of cows and horses. Not only was he good at drawing cakes, but he was also able to make chicken blood. Advertisement, hello. It's an honor for you. Pika quickly stood up straight and screamed excited greetings. Her body felt infinitely motivated and she couldn't wait to do it for another 3 days and 3 nights. Why are you so tired? He is the Minister of Empire Construction and the cornerstone of the Empire. Looking at Pika, Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu and others nodded slightly, but did not laugh at the sharp voice. You have great potential for development, but your strength is a bit lacking. Come to my place to train for a while after you finish your work, Zephyr suggested. Thank you. Pika didn't feel humiliated at all. After all, he knew the strength of each general. This sea was ultimately dominated by strength. This time it is cut into pieces. You can glue the broken edges of the island and then fill it with red continental rocks to strengthen it. Then just rest for a few days. You will be busy with other tasks later, Adolf said. Yes, Your Majesty. Pika was so excited that she immediately devoted herself to the great cause. Adolf nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't even given one Bailey yet. Your Majesty Poseidon, what do you think my ability is for? What is it suitable for? Diamante was embarrassed to stand up. I am Paramecia Flying Fruit. I can turn any object I touch into a shape as light as silk, but the material of the object will not change. For example, I can make clothes made of steel and wear them to increase defense. How about I make military uniforms for everyone? Minister of Logistics, this can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of soldiers. Diamante suddenly thought of it and became excited and looking forward to it. That's good. It sounds like we should customize military uniforms, but your ability is more suitable for research. Caesar Current. He's in your hands, Adolf said. As for the logistics director, you have a pretty good idea. Paramecia Flying Fruit. What's the use of this? Caesar Current couldn't understand it at all. Extremely hard metal is fluttering and can be kneaded at will. What use do you think it has for scientific research? Adolf glanced at it. Remember, you have a formal status now, don't act like a pirate. Bulu Bulu Bulu. Gradius, you make explosives. Monet. Please create a snow mountain on Fishman Island. None of the children on Fishman Island have ever seen snow. Sugar and BABY5, your abilities are very special. Please follow me from now on. Poseidon. Do you still have the golden product you gave them to Tree before? The wounds on my chest, and mine and Garp's legs? The world government has no way to leave the Red Continent. We can take over the original arsenals and shipyards. Take a look at these locations and let Marine take over first. Advertisement. Those whose names were called also became happy, which at least meant that they were useful, but there was no mention of remuneration, so it shouldn't be free work or voluntary labor, right? Torbal and Jorah are all looking forward to it and want to come forward and recommend themselves. Sengoku grabbed a few and pressed them on his chest, from his back to his chest, completely healing the burn scars. How dare you even think about it? The corners of Zongguo's mouth twitched. It's just that the strength of this group of people is too low and they haven't increased their intensity. Torbal. You produce a large amount of slime, which is indispensable for any manufacturing industry. It is best not to be flammable or dangerous. Making ships can be like putting together building blocks. Adolf arranged simply. Each of Doflamingo's subordinates has unique skills and a large team of talents, especially the two god-level fruits Sugar and Baby 5. Akainu doesn't care at all. Do you think you are still Fleet Admiral now? Now that we are separated from the world government, military expenditures, warships, guns and ammunition, etc. all need to be resolved by us. Okay. Monet nodded and smiled. He must have remembered what he said when he dug his heart out. I have sacrificed my life for you, why don't you give us treatment? Oh, you all seem to be excited. Monet looked at the other people around him and smiled happily. Adolf chuckled. It's okay, take it, I just have a few words to tell them. Bah. No need to say it so many times, I understand, Doflamingo laughed. Warring States took out the phone bug from his arms, his face darkened, and he looked at Adolf. Adolf didn't care and just gave them a small bag. After all, he will be regarded as his Gaozan subordinate from now on. It would be funny if he burps because of this injury outside. Caesar Curran's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, wow, wow. As expected of His Majesty Poseidon, he actually thought of changing the properties of matter, but the material remains unchanged. Stubborn, I haven't held your head down yet and surrendered. Doflamingo, it's time for you to get to work. Work with various marine departments to sort out marine finances and military supplies first, and see how much can be solved. Huh? 5 Elders phone number. Adolf looks at Doflamingo. Your abilities are very good, I will reuse them. What's more, they're still from the dragon, and you, the original Fleet Admiral, are their contribution, so what? As for the rest of you who are too weak, try to improve your strength. HMPH, Akainu snorted as he glanced at him. When Warring States opened his mouth, he was confident and confident. Chapter 138 Uranus and Poseidon. Warring States. What happened to Marinefondo? What happened? The anthropomorphic face of the environmental warrior god Masheng appeared on the surface of the phone bug. Sengoku's expression dropped as he appeared in front of the 5 elders. Marine no longer belongs to you, 5 elders. What do you mean? The 5 elders haven't reacted yet. I have transferred the Marine Fleet Admiral to Adolf, and the Marine headquarters has been moved to the bottom of the sea, under the Red Earth continent. Warring States took a bit of schadenfreude. As long as the camp changes quickly, there will be no sadness, only love. In the past, he was still worried about the Fishman tribe's submarine barrel ship, and he couldn't sleep because Marine lost its navigation rights. He was still scared about the war between the two tribes. Now this group of comrades is so delicious? What? How dare you betray the world government, Warring States? Where are Sakaski, Kuzan, Perusalino and the others? Did they also betray together? You are not colluding, are you? When exactly did it happen? The 5 elders gritted their teeth. No matter how dire the situation was, they never expected that this would happen. We had obviously contacted them a few hours ago. The CP in the Marine headquarters and the Marine Lieutenant General and Major General who favored them also came to report. There was no sign of rebellion at all. I said, how could so many strong men fail in the undersea war? Even Bruno in another space lost news. It turns out that you Marines have rebelled long ago. It was you who did it. Join Adolf and kill the strong men of the world government, even St. Garin. Warring states. You are so kind and scheming. 5 elders breaks defense and curses. Huh? Warring states was confused, and suddenly felt something was wrong. This pot was a bit dark. What else do you want to argue with? Even if Adolf is powerful, it is impossible to prevent so many strong men from returning to the different space. Even if they are entangled by the enemy, can't the door of the different space be opened in their faces? The only possibility is that you Marine people attack Bruno. Only you Marine people are responsible for the rescue in a different space. 5 elders. The more I think about it, the more correct it becomes, and the more I think about it, the more reasonable it becomes. Everyone in the Warring States period was confused. Could it be that the undersea war was lost because of their Marines? Stop your bullshit. Advertisement, obviously it's your fault, but it's you who have no brains. I told you to stop, don't have a war under the sea. Did you listen? Is that what you said at the time? You are the ones with the highest authority. You want me to shut up, now you are throwing the blame on me, right? What bullshit 5 elders, they are just a bunch of brainless orangutans. You stupid orangutans without brains have the nerve to talk about other people's fishes? Treat others as insects? Do you have that face too? A bunch of old diehards from the old days. You really think of yourself as a god, ah? Warring States was completely shocked and cursed on the spot. He is no longer a member of the world government. If he is so angry, isn't that his rebellion in vain? I can't stand it any longer. For a moment, the 5 elders were stunned. This is the Warring States period that was obedient to them. A subordinate organization that obeyed their orders and did whatever they asked? Next to them, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Zephyr, Garp, and Crane were all stunned. Is this still the Warring States period of Buddha? The Warring States period of wisdom general? Garp couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I tell you 5 elders, Marine no longer belongs to the world government, and it is impossible to listen to your orders anymore. I know there are people from your world government in the Marine system, but as long as he dares to disobey Marine's orders, he will be finished. The Marine system spread all over the world plus the fish people who control the sea navigation rights. Let me see who will maintain the rule of your world government. Your era is over. The emotions of the Warring States period were completely released. As the top strongman on the sea, Marine Fleet Admiral, he really knelt down for the Tianlong people. And he still got a face for this? Even if you obey the celestial dragons, you still have no emotions at all? And now that we are leaving the world government system, it is so exciting. With the phone bug expression, 5 elders had veins popping out on their foreheads, their faces were distorted, and their eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to go berserk. Above the red Earth continent, conquerors rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky, and there were angry dark red lightning bolts. Warring States. You really dare to say that? We thought you were threatened by Adolf. It seems that you have already thought of betraying the world government, now it's just a matter of finding the right time. It's really good, 5 elders are really furious. If it weren't for the deep sea, they would have thought about getting rid of Sengoku now. Snort. Warring States snorted coldly. It was impossible for him to bow his head and explain now that the matter was at this point. That would be really shameful. I'm telling you, the Marine headquarters has moved to the bottom of the sea, so what if you have Uranus? Advertisement. Can you blast Mary Joa together? Can you penetrate the red Earth continent? The Warring States period was completely risk-taking and fearless. Each of the 5 elders gritted their teeth, and the anger in their hearts made the atmosphere around them extremely oppressive. Both eyes turned to look at the person on the side. The Ministry of Communications sent news that the signal is indeed at the bottom of the sea. CP's scalp is numb. Bang. After he finished speaking, Ko's whole body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. They don't know how an island as big as Malinfondo can reach the deep sea through the undersea passage. But this is reality. They can't take revenge, not even if they take possession of the national treasure Uranus. This is also reality. The losses in the undersea war are tragic enough. The right to rule the world and even the most basic navigation rights are being lost. As the highest authority, they have to accept this anger? Warring States, I will cut you into pieces. I couldn't help but roar. The anger in my heart reached its extreme. If you can still come to the sea, Warring States disdain, you are so arrogant. Warring States, let me say a few words. I'm quite pressed for time. I don't have time to watch you guys slander each other. You can continue after I finish speaking, Adolf said. Adolf, do you think we can't retaliate by bringing the Marine headquarters to the bottom of the sea? We will wipe out all the islands you rule one by one. What we Tianlong people can't get, you can't get anything either. The 5 elders gritted their teeth, and the anger in their eyes almost came out. This is the culprit of all incidents. That's right, it's good to get straight to the point. Let me tell you some good news. You have Uranus, and we also have Poseidon. After Adolf finished speaking, the 5 elders were instantly silenced. Their faces were extremely dark, but their expressions were also extremely distorted. It seems that you have also thought of it. Yes, it is a threat. I can understand if you want to kill me, but if you use Uranus wantonly, I can only let Poseidon order all the Poseidons in the world to climb up the red Earth continent and besiege Mary Joa. The red Earth continent is very high, at least 50,000 meters. There are many large Poseidon species that can exceed 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 30,000 to 50,000 meters. Even Poseidons with a body size of 100,000 meters should exist, right? Chapter 139 Tentacles of Power. Adolf's voice was not loud, and he did not even show any arrogant tone, but spoke very calmly. It seems to be describing a fact, and this is indeed the fact. The phone calls were sparse, and the 5 elders didn't even say a harsh word, they just stood there with gloomy faces. Adolf's strength had to make the 5 of them calm down. Even if they wanted to take revenge madly, they had to think clearly before doing it. Navigation rights, dominion rights, marine institutions, knights of God. They don't have much leverage anymore. For a while, I suppressed my emotions forcibly. Fish are fish after all. As long as they go to the Red Earth continent, Poseidons can also be solved with Uranus. Their shortcomings will pose a real threat to us. Bruno is likely to fall into the hands of Marine and Adolf. If he helps them transport troops and explosives, he will even be more threatening than the Poseidons. The real problem is still Adolf, and now there is another Poseidon. The most difficult thing is that the 2 of them are together. After all, strength is the dominant force in this world, so let's temporarily give up all the countries to him. As long as Adolf is eliminated, these wallflowers will still submit to us. If there was no insect nation, it would be meaningless to deal with Adolf. Not to mention that we would have to rely on the power of insects to collect resources and develop technological capabilities to completely eradicate the deep-sea fish people. The 5 elders felt depressed. Whether it was Poseidon's threat or Bruno, they were all depressed. They don't have as good a natural barrier as Fishman Island. Although the Red Earth continent blocks teleportation, no one can stop it, it's so easy to climb. And it is impossible for them to forget the power of the explosion that blew up the entire Fishman Island. It is true that strong men of their level are fine, but what about the others? Where is the research room? Even the last foundation is gone, and we are really waiting for death in the Red Earth continent. In the final analysis, they tolerated this threat. Adolf wants to directly rule all the royal families and nobles in the world. Let these countries launch a rebellion, incite the people to resist together, and try to attract as much attention as possible. North Blue's Germa 666 took advantage of the chaos and annexed many countries, which kept Adolf busy for a while. Contact the Sea Emperor of the New World. Adolf wants to destroy them as well. If you don't want to be wiped out by the times, there is only one way to cooperate with us, so that the entire new world can be divided among them. The group of gods who are looking for Vegapunk's brain haven't come back yet. I'm afraid it's going to be very bad. I don't have time to let Vegapunk rest. He has to move even one finger. And impel down. Release all the prisoners and impel down, even the guys from Eternal Hell. The 5 elders were not in the mood to continue looking at the scenery and turned back to Mariajoya. Advertisement as for turning off the lights as mentioned before. Why turn out the lights? They are about to turn out their own lights, so they turn out other people's lights. And at the bottom of the sea, Marine Headquarters, Malinfondo. Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru and others have left the deep sea and set off towards their respective target sea areas. As for Sengoku and Akainu, they are guarding the door of Morgan's office like 2 door gods. After he finishes the newspaper, you can give him a cordial greeting. This trip will last for at least a year. Who knows where Morgan's will be when they come back next time. They can't bear it for that long. And Adolf came to the original Sengoku office. Communicate my status as Marine Fleet Admiral within Marine as soon as possible, especially along with the current mission of Marine, and even record it. If anyone else wants to quit Marine, I will allow them to quit. Don't make it difficult for these people. Yes, the subordinate officer immediately went to do it. Marine Communications Technology Department, I don't want Mary Joa to be able to monitor the communications here. Yes, I will immediately ask the Ministry of Communications to strengthen communication security. Print out the several tasks I mentioned before in the form of documents, and then formally fax them to each unit. In addition, there are 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. Obey the command in all actions, do not take advantage of the masses, all seizures must be returned to the public. Every Marine, even seaman recruit must remember and do it. It's His Majesty Poseidon, I've written it down. Establish an internal reporting office. If a superior violates the regulations, anyone can report it to Marine Headquarters, and no one else can interfere. Yes. Bulu Bulu Bulu. Hody Jones volunteered. Adolf formally issued the instructions in the form of documents in the Fleet Admiral office and signed his signature. Although he has modern legal thinking, because of this, many details do not apply to this world, and these are things that he himself cannot realize. Yes, you claim not to kill generals, you are not impulsive in your actions, and you do not hold a hatred towards pirates. The whole world sends a notice. Your Majesty Poseidon, let our Murloc troops be dispatched. We Murlocs can easily defeat these pirates. Zephyr, come with me. Go to impel down, Adolf said immediately. Advertisement Violet's voice said, without going into too much detail, as this would reveal a lot of information. World Government Import City. It's also because he really doesn't have the time. Adolf looked at his phone bug. The tentacles of power have truly spread to the entire world. Your Majesty Poseidon, us, Hody Jones spoke unwillingly. In this world, the concept of integrity and good and evil has become very blurred. Volunteer yourself, register on the register, remove the reward, and start a new life. In other words, you have a very upright concept of good and evil, which is very important. Well, I will think about it. Adolf responded but did not give confirmation. He turned to look at Zephyr beside him. This is unmatched by the entire Fishman Island. Okay, I'll give it a try. Zephyr felt the pressure. This task is very heavy. It used to be under the control of the world government. I can give all pirates a chance to change their ways. Me? Law? Zephyr pointed at himself in confusion. Zephyr, I need you to write the legal framework for the future empire? Adolf looked at the world map on the desk and had a lot of thoughts in his mind. You stay on Fishman Island and train the troops, Adolf said and had already left the office. The entire Marine headquarters is running. This time it is not just influence, but action. They have already integrated the entire Marine, and asking them to lay bricks is overkill. It's His Majesty Poseidon. This notice does not mean that looting can be legal during this period. If you attack Marine or the kingdom, you will be killed directly. If you don't surrender on the day the empire is founded, we will all be cleared away. By now, the 25,000 Marine prisoners captured earlier were already carrying out missions with the large army. But just these two names, plus the call from Violet, are enough to explain a lot of problems. Seeing that Adolf was neglecting him and favoring Marine, Hody Jones wanted to say something else, but Aaron stopped him. What's more, this world is very different from the original world. He can give some opinions as a reference, but you can't let him come, otherwise there will be trouble. 5SK Chapter 140 Impel City Monsters of Eternal Hell. Release all prisoners in Impel Down City, including the 6th underground floor, or now? Director, is this true? I will definitely report the fake order to the highest level, and then I can become the director. Deputy Director Hannibal's pupils widened, his heart moving, but he hoped it was a fake order. The reason was not given, but this is a direct order from the 5 elders, and I am hesitant to execute it. Magellan, the director of Impel Down, was sitting in the mobile toilet and hesitated. Direct orders from the 5 elders. This is too abnormal. Is it because of the failure of the undersea war a few days ago? Warden Shiryu bit his cigar. Would you like to confirm with the Marine headquarters? Or, Director, go to Mauricio in person? Domino, the blonde beauty's deputy warden, suggested cautiously. If all the monsters in Eternal Hell are released, the entire Impel Down City will be completely out of control, and that means we are being abused. Lil Sadie, dressed in a pink SM pervert outfit, was holding a whip nervously. The 5 elders prohibited me from contacting the Marines, and asked me to use these warships to transport prisoners. Director Poison Fruit Magellan was hesitant. It is so abnormal to release all pirates and not allow contact with Marine headquarters. Not only was it abnormal, he was unwilling to carry out such an order. You want to say 1 or 2 are okay, all of them? And the 5 elders seemed to have expected this result and came in person. 5 elders, Saint Topman Voshuli? Magellan was shocked. The highest power in the world government, everyone else was instantly nervous. Magellan, haven't you carried out our orders yet? Saint Voshuli, the legal warrior god, appeared. There is no way. It used to be Adolf's race against time, and they sat firmly on the Diaudai. Now it's their turn to race against time, very passive. Not yet, I thought. Peeved. Before he could finish his sentence, Magellan heard the sound of a stomachache. The face of the legal martial god, Saint Vuchuli, turned gloomy and ugly. The person with the highest authority has just been very angry, and now his subordinate is squatting in the toilet to talk to him, and even has diarrhea to make him smell it. Lord 5 elders. That. The elevator is over here. Let's go to Eternal Hell now and release all those rubbish. Deputy Director Hannibal rubbed his hands and expressed his courtesy. Too slow. After saying that, he directly used the magic circle to lead a group of people to the 6th floor. Huh? It directly attracted the attention of everyone on the entire 6 underground floors? What was that just now? Magic circle. Advertisement. Did they appear in an instant? Who is the person next to Magellan? The highest power in the world government actually appeared in the lower world? A big boss recognized it? Eternal Hell, at the very least, has the strength of elite lieutenant generals, including many legendary figures. Abalo Pizarro, Basque Choate, Katrine Deem, San Juan Wolf, Baloric Redfield, Douglas Bullet. One by one they looked up. His eyes passed over Magellan and rested on Saint Voshuli, the legal warrior god. I didn't expect that world government power would come to a place like this. Is it really 5 elders? What brings him here? The legal martial god, Saint Wachuli, glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. Dozens? No, more than 100 strong men are imprisoned here. Every one of them is a famous strong man on the sea. How about 5 elders let me out and let me join you? Just give me a ship and I can help you kill the pirates. Trash, are you surrendering to the world government? Hahahaha. You don't think that the 5 elders are out of their minds and would believe your nonsense? One by one, the pirates laughed wildly, which of course was also mixed with begging for mercy. Veins popped up on the forehead of the legal martial god Saint Voshuli. He now hates the words 5 elders and his brain are broken. Very disgusting. Boom, the powerful conquerors directly impacted and shook the entire Eternal Hell, instantly shutting up all the pirates. It's not that I'm afraid of conquerors, but that I'm afraid of being operated on. Trash, give you a chance to see the light of day again. As long as you can unleash your ambitions in the sea like you did before. Whether it's robbing wealth or slaughtering cities and annihilating countries, whatever you like. The legal martial god, Saint Wachuli, said indifferently. Huh? You mean, release us all? The evil king Abayo Pizarro was shocked. Hahahaha, did I hear correctly? No strings attached? Every pirate doubts life. Is it that simple to let them all go? Advertisement. In addition to letting you all go, You can also choose to join the world government, become a combatant specially recruited by the world government. Devil fruits, famous swords, wealth, power, fame, everything you want can be obtained. The legal god of war, Saint Wachuli, spoke up and made a promise. As for the crimes that have been discovered, of course, all of them will be written off, and even the reward list will be invalidated. Hahahaha, this is really good treatment, I want to join. It's really ironic to go from a wanted pirate to a member of the world government. What happened to this sea to make the 5 elders take such a big step back? Now that I can be free, who would want to join you? Of course I will re-establish my pirate group after I go out. Is there anyone who wants to join me? Every pirate laughed wildly. Some are willing to join, and some are unwilling and want to go it alone. As for the legal martial god, Saint Wachuli, if he doesn't force it, there is nothing he can do about it. Now the world government really doesn't have the capital to force it. If they suddenly rebel in Mariayo, they will cause trouble for themselves. It would be better to put it on the sea and cause trouble for Adolf. W. Lord Wachuli. Hannibal opened his mouth wide the whole time, feeling frightened and worried. If these pirates are released back to the sea, there will be big trouble. Countless people will be killed. They kill. Shut up. You don't need to say anything. The legal martial god, Saint Wachuli, gave him a cold look. Hannibal's legs were shaking with fright. Hahahaha. That's really exciting. A world full of killings. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar and raised the corners of his mouth, his murderous heart boiling. Saint Wachuli, when you say release, include us, Deathless Bullet spoke. Including you, Deathless Bullet. Do you need me to find you a strong enemy who can let you taste defeat again? A man who defeated Garp, Sengoku, Garen Sage, and more than 20 strong men. The man who calls One Piece Roger the King of Thieves. Has the power to subvert the entire ocean. The legal martial god, Saint Wachuli, turned around and looked at the man who was called the descendant of the devil. Huh? Ha. After Roger's death, is there still such a strong person? Tell me where he is. I can choose to join you. Deathless Bullet instantly stood up with a grin, his ferocious eyes boiling, and the heart-stopping conquerors struck. What is going on out there? Beloric Redfield became more and more curious. Chapter 141 The Devil's Descendants Bullet. It's been 20 years. It's been 20 years. Lousy finally sees the light of day. What's the barking of the dog? Why don't you quickly find a boat? This is 5 elders personally letting us out. They must be ready. Can Marines still come out to arrest us? Hahaha. That's right. The weather is so good today, the sun is shining brightly, and even God is celebrating us. Hey, didn't you notice something was wrong? This is a windless zone, but the seawater below is moving. Is it a Poseidon? A group of pirates lay on the edge and looked down. The water was spinning faster and faster. Whirlpool. How can there be a big whirlpool in the windless zone? Boom, the terrifying blow where azure and dark red meet, shoots into the sky at an angle, and can even be seen with the naked eye from outside the world, as if it is shooting out particle rays from the universe. And in this blow, the city was pushed to the first floor of the sea, and the entire city disappeared under the sea level. Including those prisoners who were so crowded that they ran out, they were all killed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the seawater poured in, rushing into the city like a flood, and crowded the pirates at the exit, flushed like a toilet. What's going on? What happened up there? Run, the seawater is pouring in. Quickly find a way to block it, idiot, this is an impelling city. Why don't you swim out quickly? The further you go down, the more you'll end up in a dead end. It's over, I'm a capable person. Why did it suddenly explode up there? This was the 5 elders who let us out. Countless pirates fled downward wildly, and some pirates moved forward in reverse, rushing directly into the seawater, withstanding the pressure of the seawater pouring in, and swimming desperately upwards. The scene was completely chaotic. It is wise to escape in the opposite direction, because impelled down is a giant great prison that is almost completely closed. The further down you go, the further away you are from the sea, and the harder it is to escape. But upward is also the closest to death. With Impel City as the center, a radius of 10 kilometers turned into a huge whirlpool with an astonishing flow rate. The prisoners imprisoned here are all in the lowest state of life without starving to death, so how can they have the strength? Even if he withstands it with extraordinary strength, he is still the king facing this sea. Seawater? Could it be? The legal martial god Saint Wachuli, who had almost reached the exit on the first floor, shrank his pupils and suddenly thought of a possibility. Advertisement, hey, what's going on? Are you being attacked? Katrine Demai said. There was no time to explain, and the legal martial god Saint Wachuli immediately transformed into a beast. Pig fruit phantom beast species ceiling form, conqueror's roar. The powerful conquerors who rules the world combined with the howl of the phantom beast boar's huge voice, the terrifying and shocking sound swept directly in one direction. It forcefully pushed out all the water that was pouring down, and even gushed out from above the Impel City toward the sky, like a whale spouting. And the prisoners as garbage swept by the seawater, at such a close distance, were all shocked to death. Quick! Block the entrance! The legal martial god, Feng Shi, and Wachuli Saint shouted anxiously. On the side, Pizarro, Basque Chote, Katrine Deem, San Juan Wolf, Beloric Redfield, Deathless Bullet. Nearly 100 powerful pirates looked at him strangely. The highest authority in the world government showed such anxiety, even fear. Although I don't know what the situation is, he is on our side now. said the evil King Kizaru. Whoever has the ability should use it quickly. Katrine Demai looked around, there must be someone with ability among so many people. Sanwan Wolf, are you so big? Why don't you go up and block it with your butt? Bask Shode looked at him. I feel a powerful aura above. Deathless Bullet grinned and looked up excitedly. It's better to wait for you to recover before fighting him, and it can't be in the sea. Otherwise, no one has a chance of winning. The legal martial god, Saint Voshuli, was extremely dignified. It must be Adolf. I heard that you world government 5 elders gathered Marine and Shichibukai together, and you still failed miserably? That's an exaggeration. Shiryu of the Rain became very interested. Has most of the world government's combat power been established? I've never heard of a name. Valoric Redfield became interested. Although they have been imprisoned in Impel Down City for who knows how many years, the pirates who have been imprisoned one after another have also heard about the news on the sea. Even if they are behind, it will not be so sudden. Poseidon the Wrath of the Sea. The huge long column of blue water seemed to be bombarded by the real thing. In this small space, it seemed as if the sea was falling with vast power. Douglas Bullet was so excited that his blood was boiling, his eyes were filled with madness, he jumped up and rushed forward. The Conqueror's domineering force, which is powerful enough to literally change the color of the world, wraps around his right fist. The terrifying pressure even shakes the entire Impel Down City, let alone people. As expected of a monster known as the Devil's Heir, every strong man who became famous at sea felt the pressure. Boom, during the collision, strong and substantial airflow roared. Advertisement: the entire Impel City shook violently, and the strong pressure even caused cracks to appear on the solid rock wall. The weak pirates on the first, second and third floors were all blown away and hit the rock wall. They were like debris in the wind, and they couldn't even stand still. At the same time, he also forcefully attacked like this and retreated tens of meters upward. Buzz, boom, boom. However, the anger of the sea can never be calmed down by one wave. The waves are trying to overthrow the world. The energy released by a huge tsunami for a long time is hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than a nuclear explosion. This is the power of the sea. Douglas Bullet's pupils shrank, and he couldn't even crush the bully with a single blow? Even he felt irresistible pressure? At level 6 in Impel Down City, everyone else is just moaning and groaning, but he is the only one who has been practicing quietly for 20 years in a state of extreme concentration. Daily high-intensity basic training, regardless of strength, speed, skills, or physical strength, is impeccable. It can be said that he is even stronger than when he was on Roger's ship. Idiot, I already said that you can't be his opponent in your current physical condition. What's more, this is the sea. The legal martial god Feng Shi and Saint Voshuli were angry and roared with conquerors again. Shua. At the same time, a sharp edge flew out, and it was the proud Red Redfield who took action. With one strike, it tore the entire Azure Ocean current in half. Even though it was trapped in Impel Down City for decades, it still showed great strength. Immediately afterwards, Feng Zai's dark red roar swept across the sea, shattering the current. Douglas Bullet landed and directly used the combined fruit ability. The power of the fruit's awakening spread from the ground, extending upward along the rock wall. The entire underwater first floor of the propelling city was controlled by matter, and then twisted, blocking the entrance to the sea above. Even the entire underwater layer was twisted into a ball to block the entrance to the second layer and reinforce the surrounding area. I just saw it. The other party is a mermaid, right? Douglas Bullet looked at 5 elders. Mermaid? Are you kidding me? Is there also a powerful person coming out of Fishman Island? You, the world government, won't let a small Fishman Island be pushed to this point, right? The big pirates were all confused. Thinking back to when they roamed the sea, what kind of character was Fishman Island? They're just leftovers from the world. Are they all so crazy now? Advertisement Chapter 142 Adolf Attack. There was chaos inside the city, and Adolf outside the city was even more busy. Swim all the way down from the Red Earth continent to Impel Down City in the windless zone. It was very hard to get there before the prisoners escaped. The Conqueror's stunned warships were then pushed away by the waves to prevent them from sailing away. If you continue to create a new world-level super-large vortex, it can swallow the entire island. The last step is to take action against the tens of thousands of prisoners in Impel Down City, especially those monsters in LEVEL 6. Very busy. Such a big movement also alarmed the Poseidons in the windless zone, attracting more than 100 Poseidons in less than a minute. Poseidons measuring tens of thousands of meters in size stared at him from thousands of meters away. It seems very far away, but these Poseidon species are over 10,000 meters away and are less than 10 feet away. Even if one eye is 100 meters long, ordinary creatures are too small in front of these terrifying existences. A mountain seems insignificant. Role, known as Poseidon, although Poseidon cannot command them, he has nothing to fear in this sea. The ultimate conquerors, who swallows mountains and rivers and shocks the world, strikes from the eyes. Everything he passed was azure, and the seawater responded with a blue shimmer and echoed with the sound of turbulent waves, as if it belonged to his own kingly domain. Even the giant Poseidon type suffered a substantial impact, as if it hit an invisible wall and stopped. The king's breath? Is he a king? Isn't he a king? Isn't the king a princess? The giant Poseidons with weird shapes looked at Adolf. They were extremely huge but only had a head the size of a walnut. They couldn't turn around at once. King? Adolf was stunned. No, I heard the sound of Poseidon-like communication? I was busy with work, and although I had contact with Shirahoshi for a long time, the distance between me and Shirahoshi was not personal, and there was not even anything high intensity happening. So I can get the ancient weapon Poseidon blood factor. He has always regarded Poseidon as a nuclear bomb, a strategic weapon that is best left alone, but that is only when others use it as a weapon. Especially a fragile baby like Shirahoshi might lose control. But if he controls the launch button at will, then the meaning is different. Shirahoshi, it is necessary to have an in-depth discussion. Stand by the edge, don't let any of them escape, Adolf said and ignored them, as long as they don't cause trouble. Advertisement. The Poseidon stood there in a circle, not moving forward, but not leaving either, just looking around. Adolf looked back at Impel Down, which had completely shrunk in the sea. The material on the entire bottom layer of the sea was used by Bullet to block passages 1 to 2, and the reinforcement was completed. The action was very fast. Adolf frowned. Normally, he doesn't care about delaying time. He is going to die anyway. The problem is that there is a Saint Voshuli inside. Who knows how many people will be taken away? Poseidon burial at sea. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, pulling out the water trident from the seawater, and it was a giant version magnified dozens of times. The obvious water quality made people feel separated from the surrounding seawater, and the whole body was flowing with azure brilliance. Boom! The sea was buried, and the terrifying blow shook the entire Impel Down city. Old dust fell, gravel cracked from time to time, and some cells collapsed. Outside the pushing city, cracks of different sizes spread rapidly, leaving a huge pit that was more than tens of meters long. But it didn't break it and penetrated into the Impel city. Adolf looked down at the giant tower-like buildings below. The interior space became more spacious as he went down, but the base walls were thicker. As a prison where monsters are imprisoned, Impel Down City was built with the possibility of strong men escaping or robbing the prison into consideration. What's more, in a windless zone full of supergiant Poseidons, just bumping into it would be equivalent to smashing an island down. It would be too fun to dismantle it. It must be made of extremely strong materials. The strength of the outer body is probably second only to Hylu stone. Of course it's the second largest, it's hard to say how many times. Turned around and glanced at the Poseidons watching on the side. Okay, let's give up. If I can't break the turtle shell in one attack, can't I attack a few more times? Burial at sea funeral service. The dark red flashing conquerors wrapped around the blue trident, like a tsunami that stretched for dozens of miles to destroy the country, and continued to hit hard. This move of boundless sea consumes too much stamina. Tens of thousands of pirates are waiting for him in Impel Down City. Bang! Boom! Each heavy blow caused the entire underwater prison to shake violently. Shocking cracks spread everywhere, appearing inside and outside the body. It makes people worry whether they can hold on no matter how they continue. Hey 5 elders. What's going on outside? Come and let us out, won't you be unprepared? Katrine Demai looked at Saint Wuchuli. When I came to Impel City, I had already stunned the surrounding warships. I just came out and left by boat. I didn't expect that guy to come too. Did the news leak? Advertisement, impossible. The 5 of us have just decided on this matter. Could it be you? Magellan, the legal martial god, Saint Wuchuli, looked extremely solemn, and suddenly looked at the director of the Impel City. Although I also want you to remove his position as director and replace me as director, we have just received your order, Hannibal explained hurriedly. Master 5 elders, we were just about to go to the Marine headquarters for confirmation, Domino also said hurriedly. Magellan remained calm and did not panic. The mention of Marine made Saint Wuchuli angry, but the current situation did not allow him to continue to struggle, so he had to swallow it. Boom! At this time, they also heard a loud noise, and the entire Impel City was in turmoil. It was the sound of Adolf launching an attack. We're attacking Impel Down now, call Marine quickly. You, the world government, have lost your control over the world, right? Where are your knights of God? I have only been incarcerated for 2.5 years. Have the changes outside been so great? Each of the pirates was in disbelief. How long had they been imprisoned? Saint Wuchuli's face turned darker and darker as he asked. If they still had a way, they would be crazy to release so much garbage. If you don't want to die here before you escape, just use whatever means you have. Otherwise, choose to become a world government fighter. I can barely take away a few. Saint Wuchuli glanced at the group of people around him in a deep voice. He has no hope on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th floors. They were just released to cause trouble for Adolf. The monsters on the 6th floor are the top priority. Bang bang. In just a few attacks, Adolf successfully blasted a huge hole of more than 10 meters outside the city, and tons of seawater poured in. But he didn't go in personally, he was still attacking the Impel City and expanding the holes. There are over 100 monsters on the 6th floor, even if they are in bad condition, there are still so many of them. Going in is not as simple as being beaten out of the shit, you will really die in there. The giant soldier of poison hell. Magellan took action, and it unleashed the most powerful poison. It was a terrifying poison that could corrode materials like stones. People around quickly moved away and shouted, "Stop! The water is flowing, are you going to poison us all?" But I'm not willing to just run away after passing the hand. Large Bullet form. In this situation, Bullet stepped forward, only he has such ability and strength. With the crazy roar, the blood in the whole body boiled, and the super strength extended the power of the fruit awakening to the entire Impel Down City. Chapter 143 Face the Sea. Bullet. Hahahaha. Impel down city is really good, I almost want to move away. Cruel and crazy wanton laughter shook the sea, hundreds of meters? Kilometers? No. That was a behemoth nearly 10,000 meters long appearing in the deep sea. Its size is much larger than that of the super-large Poseidon. Fusion fruit. It can arrange and combine all objects. It can not only merge with the body, but also combine inorganic objects and rearrange them to create new weapons. For example, scrap iron and rubble can be used to create submarines or weapons, which are an endless arsenal. After awakening, the ability is extended, and the super strength can even cover the entire island, or even the impel city of a large city. What a monster. It's better to let him go. Adolf felt uncomfortable. If we let this go outside, the worst possible outcome would be to sink an island and then flood the island with seawater. But Bullet can be directly combined to push forward the city to use the strength of the stone wall to push forward the city. Who can withstand this? It turns out there are only two people. The 10,000-meter terrifying beast turned to look at Adolf and Zephyr behind him. What? There are only two people? Your supreme authority actually makes two people afraid of being like that. I thought there were hundreds of masters ambushing you outside. It's so shameful that so many of us scared him? Among the giant monsters, the big pirates on the 6th floor were astonished and looked at Saint Wachuli like they were looking at garbage. Trash, don't forget who let you out. Veins popped up on Saint Wachuli's forehead, and he became angry with embarrassment. At the same time, he turned to look at Bullet. Don't kill the other prisoners, just leave the windless zone and send him out. What you want to do after that is your business. Besides, he is the opponent I told you about. That's him? Bullet glanced at Zephyr and looked at Adolf. He knew General Zephyr and he was very powerful, but that was all. Only Adolf he didn't know. The monsters from 14 years ago, plus the Impel City where the monsters are imprisoned. Poseidon. Isn't the sea your home? Or let Poseidon do it, and leave the monsters to the monsters. Zephyr felt the pressure with the bubble wrap on his head, and looked at the giant Poseidons behind him. Not just behind you, but everywhere around you, completely surrounded by thousands of giant Poseidons. If you have a phobia of giant creatures, it would be a nightmare. Because there really is something here, beyond the visibility of the seawater, there are huge, vague shadows everywhere. 10,000 meters of Poseidon means a body size of 10 kilometers, and how visible is an ordinary person in seawater? Open your bloody mouth and swallow it. Not to mention seeing the whole monster, you don't even know what happened. Anyone who came over this distance will run away. He really wanted to call Shirahoshi over, because he was afraid that if Shirahoshi started crying, he might become indistinguishable from friend to foe, and he would be unable to coax the 5 elders. Advertisement: how to fight this kind of monster. Even if it is broken into pieces and cut off, the bottom of it can be reabsorbed and repaired, which is meaningless. Is it a waste of energy if you are not in good condition? Using seawater to consume energy is indeed my strength. Adolf was in trouble. Boy, I heard that you defeated more than 20 strong men in the world government? Ah. Bullet grinned excitedly, and the blood in his body was boiling. But apart from talking, what else is the mouth chewing? What are you eating? Adolf heard. I'm a little hungry. That guy Magellan didn't give me a full meal. I'll beat him sooner or later. Bullet laughed so wildly that he couldn't stop laughing. Adolf was speechless and was still in a state of dissipation. He started eating directly. A Blood Bowl monster of this level passively controlled the return of life and digested it after eating. What's more, there are countless powerful people hidden in the giant monster, especially guys like Ao Hong. They're consumed by the opposite wheel. This is not the deep sea like Fishman Island, and the completely enclosed space inside the monster's body also contains enough air. Zephyr, please retreat and tell Sakaski and the others not to get too close, or let World Government Uranus destroy them with one hand. Let them form an encirclement outside the windless zone and stop all those who escape. Someone will give you the coordinates of the target location. Be careful with the Poseidon when retreating, don't get swallowed. Adolf ordered, and his eyes were vaguely looking at the giant Poseidons around him, as if he was also planning on them. Isn't Poseidon on our side? Zephyr was stunned. Didn't you see that there are only 2 of us here? No one is commanding these guys. Then get out of here, I thought. Zephyr was speechless, but began to retreat carefully, and at the same time contacted Sakaski and the others. Hey, you haven't answered me yet, kid. The 5 elders said you have the power to subvert the sea. Calling One Piece Roger the king of thieves, it's really outrageous. Bullet threw away the bones in his hand, and the huge conquerors struck out. Even the armed domineering body was covered in the giant monster's body. Obviously he has finished eating and is about to fight. You're talking about the 5 elders and the Knights of God. They've been defeated before. Let's think about tactics and win with your brains. Hahahaha. That's good, whether it's your brain or something else, let me try your strength. Bullet laughed wildly. Even though his condition has not fully recovered, most of his physical strength has been restored. Ultimate Faust. The extremely huge fist is like a mountain smashed down, and it has the terrifying power to shatter the island with one blow. However, what is even more frightening is that the incomparably huge amount of domineering power covers the right fist, and at the same time conquers wraps around it, the intersection of deep purple and dark red, full of a sense of heavy and destructive power. Advertisement: the extremely terrifying whirlpool could not hinder it, and the seawater was torn apart. Poseidon boundless sea. This is already the case, so Adolf might as well turn it up. Substantial azure gems gathered above, and thousands of blue streams of light connected with the sea. This was the secret understood by the great swordsman, the power of the entire sea area gathered together, pulling the entire sea with every move. It is also entangled with Conqueror's arc that gradually turns blue, as if infused with Poseidon's power. It's this power. I approve of you, boy. Bullet was not frightened, but because the stronger Adolf showed, the more excited he became. He desires to be strong and only recognizes being strong. Rumble. The sea is in turmoil. The terrifying impact spreads out. Balls of blue water exploded suddenly, swelling and swallowing in all directions, and a shocking water column broke through the sky. And in such a terrifying explosion of power, the bullet monster, which was larger than a giant city, was knocked down with force. Even with the domineering blessing of top-notch weapons, there are still countless cracks in the fist to make up for. Face the sea. Bullet. Poseidon 10,000 waves of sinking. Without giving him a chance to breathe, he held the trident of water and waved his hands as thousands of waves surged, and the entire sea area became his territory. The trident in your hand is the power to control the sea. Although it is on the bottom of the sea, not on the sea surface, it cannot form a tsunami in an intuitive sense. But at the bottom of the sea, it is completely covered by seawater, and the power of the undercurrent is even more invisible. It's completely driven by the seawater, and the impact of the seawater comes from all directions. For example, an invisible force field forcibly imprisons a giant monster, and washes it away with water dripping through the stone. No matter how hard it is, it will be worn away bit by bit, even Bullet's huge domineering power. Damn it. The feeling that I can't catch it even with all my strength, and the consumption of strength. This is really a punch in the water, it's meaningless. Bullet gritted his teeth and was annoyed. This is the sea. Everyone can feel the wrath of the sea, but have you experienced the tenderness of the sea? Adolf waved his trident in his hand, and the undercurrent of the seawater increased to another magnitude. A power even more eerie than the devil fruit, it is simply the nemesis of violence. Bullet felt uncomfortable. Roger gave him the first taste of defeat in his life, and now Adolf gave him the first feeling of powerlessness in his life. That is the powerlessness to face the world and the sea. No matter how powerful you are to break free from the restraints, you can't be freed from the invisible force. However, when Bullet was feeling uncomfortable and trying his best, Adolf had retreated and disappeared from his sight, and was communicating with the Poseidon. Chapter 144 Monsters and Poseidon like 1v1 group duel. Hey, do you understand what I'm saying? Adolf shouted while looking at the huge Poseidon in front of him. The body winds in circles, with a huge and angular turtle shell growing in the middle, like a combination of a giant python and a snapping turtle, at least 30,000 meters tall. What kind of concept is this? It's equivalent to a prefecture-level city standing up. Ultraman's legs are weak when he comes. In front of such a giant monster, he is simply a speck of dust. You have to use a magnifying glass to see it. Where did that mermaid go? Didn't he stop fighting? By the way, why does he have the aura of a king? Did he eat our king? The giant Poseidon species were talking to each other, completely unaware that Adolf had arrived in front of them, and they were still communicating with each other. Well, my small size and weak voice really don't deserve anyone's attention. Adolf took a deep breath, his pupils condensed, and conquerors, the king from all over the world, started to wreak havoc. Expanding in a spherical shape for kilometers, tens of thousands of meters, even 100,000 meters. The entire dark deep sea appears azure, and there seems to be a bright stream of light flashing, just like the realm of God. His conquerors are not enough to cover the entire sea area, but the size displayed has already crushed any Poseidon here. It even makes Poseidon type palpitate. Appeared in front of us? What a terrible feeling. Is he really not our king? Poseidon communicated with each other, looking at Adolf in the blue field in bewilderment. My name is Adolf. I am of the same race as the mermaid princess, and I am also her future husband. Also known as Poseidon, the king of the Fishman, the king who controls the sea, and the king of the mermaid princess. It was natural for Adolf to hold his head high. He is 22 now, Shirahoshi Ahem. In 10 years he will almost be able to eat. As a Poseidon, it's not too much to raise a few more fish, right? Wearing pure gold is his thing. Poseidons looked at each and every one of them in confusion, their big heads filled with question marks. You are our king's king? Isn't our king a princess? Are you our king's father? How can Wang's father become a husband? Advertisement. The Poseidon class means I really don't understand it and it's too confusing. I'm not your king's father. Well, I might as well be. To put it simply, the original king of the Fishman tribe abdicated to make way for the next one. Now I am the king of the Fishman tribe, that is, the king of the mermaid princesses, the king of your kings. Since she is a princess, of course she has to marry the king. Is it possible to marry a knight? A warm man comes after a dog? Adolf, of course. No matter how old Shirahoshi is now and what he raises. He has the breath of a king and the power of a king. What he says must be true, right? The king's husband can still communicate with us. Do we want to listen to the king who controls the sea? Listen. With the approval of the king, you also have the power of the sea? The Poseidons looked at each other and easily accepted this idea. Having the power and aura of the mermaid princess is equivalent to being labeled and recognized by their king. He also confirmed his identity as husband. This soft force breaks down all my violence and then bounces back. No matter how I attack the seawater and hammer the seabed, even if I break up 10 kilometers of seabed, the final response will be an even more violent impact of the water flow. It's like hitting the seawater with all your strength with a stone and splashing yourself with water. Bullet gritted his teeth, feeling helpless and annoyed in his heart. As people who live at sea, they understand the nature of water, but their understanding of water nature is swimming, and then using muscle power to defeat the sea, rather than how to control it. I didn't expect that his understanding of seawater has reached such a deep level. Get out of the windless zone quickly. Take these rubbish out, and you can do whatever you want from now on. Because in front of this man, his lies are meaningless. Within the range of Jien Wensei Haki, people were surrounding him from all directions. This was the windless zone, the nests of giant Poseidons, the number of which could be described as endless. Hahahaha. It seems I will definitely be defeated here today, Adolf. This guy fought with me and everyone disappeared, and he trapped me with the seawater. You say I'm a monster, aren't you yourself a monster? How can anyone command Poseidon type? The giant stone statue turned around, but the first thing he saw was not Adolf, but the extremely huge giant Poseidon behind him. What he wants to be the strongest in the world is not based on how weak the opponent is. Being powerful will only allow him to see higher mountains and then climb them. Advertisement: it is simply impossible to escape a Poseidon type attack by relying on a ship. I recognize your strength, Adolf. Leadfield, a man like you wouldn't surrender in front of a boy, would you? Saint Wichuli's heart tightened instantly. The terrifying power of sinking an island with one punch, forcefully sending a 10,000-meter Poseidon hammer flying tens of thousands of meters. Bullet is getting more and more excited. You have power comparable to Roger Whitebeard at such a young age, and you have seized the control of the world from the Draco, forcing you to a dead end. You have to liberate the prisoners and impel down to delay time. The proud Redfield admired. Bullet directly ignored the nonsense of Saint Wichuli. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he recognized the strong and recognized the power. Bullet. Let's start the second round now, Ultimate Faust. It even stopped after knocking down the Poseidon behind it. For such a behemoth that exceeds 10,000 meters in size, the distance between 10,000 meters is only one body position. Tens of thousands of meters is only a few bodies. Although it is a 1v1 group, he accepts such an unequal battle. Even though he is known as the descendant of the devil, his mentality is shattered. Go and break it. Holy Wichuli is getting heavier and heavier. Will not make any excuses for his failure. The supreme hegemony of the Shibi Mountains punch, dark red thunder entangled, the sky collapsed, and the sea was like a violent wind, sweeping endless undercurrents. 1v1 monster versus monster duel, but it looks exaggerated. Adolf dragged the blue stream of light back and appeared in front of the 10,000-meter stone statue. You were afraid, Saint Wichuli. Redfield glanced sharply and saw through his heart. Saint Wichuli's face darkened and he did not answer. Their concept of scale is completely different from that of humans. Adolf waved his hand, and a giant Poseidon with a size exceeding 10,000 meters opened its teeth and claws and bit it directly. It's like driving to avoid a monster. It seems ridiculous. 1 head, 2 heads, 3, 30, 300 heads, 3,000? Chapter 145 Sweaty Pig? Bullet is very strong, a real monster. When he was on Roger's boat, he was on par with Rayleigh in his prime. Bullet was barely 20 years old at that time. Rayleigh was in her early 50s and at her peak. Bullet is now 35 years old. It is true that in pushing forward the city did not even have enough food to eat, and the results of the hard training were not good. Even after coming out of Impelled Down City, his physical condition has not yet recovered. But the ability of the awakened fusion fruit absorbs the Impel City as a weapon and turns it into a 10,000-meter supergiant stone monster. It is no worse than the 10,000-meter Poseidon type, and its defense is even better than the crustacean Poseidon type. It is no exaggeration to say that an island like Dressrosa can be built by just one Baekwan. And it is almost impossible to cause harm to his body inside the giant stone beast. Its strength has been enhanced to an unimaginable level. Wang Luffy, who is in 4th gear, only needs to step down to get rid of his addiction. Even the 5th gear can be pressed and rubbed, because there are a lot of sea tower stones in the pushing city. Use the sea tower stone as the fist, and then wrap the armed color and conquerors. The sun god will have to shake his head. It can be said that to fight the current Bullet, you must at least have the basic strength to carry an island. Hahahaha. So happy, an unprecedented fighting experience. This is the real thrill of fighting. Adolf. Let more Poseidons come. Bullet adrenaline hits the brain, completely crazy. The giant stone beast that exceeds 10,000 meters is covered in armor, and its arms are continuously entangled with conquerors, and the thunder of dark red destruction is booming. Every punch fired has the power to completely shatter the island. However, hitting the giant Poseidons will only repel them, but it will not be able to blow them up with one punch like the island, let alone kill them. Hiss. A roar shook from the deep sea to the sky. The sea exploded in the ultrasonic roar. I don't know how many small fish and shrimps that are hundreds of meters and thousands of meters in size were shocked to death, and even the Poseidon species with a body size of 5,000 meters were scared away. The giant python that Adolf faced before combined with the snapping turtle, and a weird Poseidon like a basalt appeared, with a supergiant body of more than 30,000 meters. It's exactly the same perspective that adults look at kindergarten students. Boom, it suddenly knocked away the Poseidon blocking the road in front, and then wrapped around the giant stone statue, grabbing it with sharp claws like a turtle, tearing out a white mark 3 to 5 meters deep. Kilometer-level Poseidons can be found everywhere in the windless zone. It's not surprising if they are over 5,000 meters, and they often appear when they are over 10,000 meters. It is a huge body that can swallow islands in one gulp, hold several small islands in its body, and have a large space. It is difficult to judge how strong this super-large Poseidon is. Even if it only counts the volume and tonnage, it is definitely island level. Just a touch like this is the potential energy of an island. Advertisement, boom. Just one collision made a loud noise like an island collapsing. Teeth larger than a 30-story building bite into the stone monster's neck, causing sharp and harsh sound waves. However, with the bite force of a 30,000-meter snapping turtle and python, even if the stone wall of the city is made of stone and is blessed with armed domineering, it can still bite dozens of meters. Hey, what happened? Hold on, we haven't escaped yet. Why are Poseidons attacking us? What's going on? Is this Poseidon? The king who rules the sea. The giant stone statue was violently turbulent, and the insides were impacted one by one and flew out. The weak ones even hit the stone wall directly due to the terrifying potential energy, just like a mountain smashed down, and exploded into flowers of flesh and blood on the spot. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Poseidon isn't Poseidon a mermaid princess. He is a princess. How can Adolf control the Poseidon class? Wichuli's saint was stunned on the spot. Ultimate Faust. Boom. Bullet roared wildly, and the giant stone beast once again punched the snapping turtle and python from the side of the abdomen. A series of cracks shattered, and the abdominal carapace was shattered. The snapping turtle and python stung, and the sharp teeth biting the neck loosened, and even the body became a little soft. At the same time, there was a dull drum sound, which was not a sound that ordinary people were qualified to hear. It is an ultrasonic vibration sound, a sonic attack with substantial impact. A battle of this level has exceeded the intensity that ordinary people can watch. If you get close, you will be hit by sound waves and bleed to death. In water, the energy transfer of the water medium is stronger than that of air. A battle of this scale is more shocking than Ultraman fighting monsters, Godzilla, and King Kong. It's a pity that we can't record it without a phone bug. Let's go back and ask her to switch to video phone bug, and make a high-definition picture, a proper blockbuster. In the seawater, Adolf seemed to be floating in the sea like a fantasy beast elf, completely ignoring any impact and aftermath, watching the violent battle of the 10,000-meter giant beast on the spot. He clenched his fist, and like a genetic complement, the high-intensity battle allowed his genes to complete their own growth and evolve the opponent's bloodline factors, and a strong force surged from his body. Especially for the improvement of armed color domineering, it seems that every muscle fiber is the engine of armed color domineering. Get out! Bullet seized the opportunity and controlled the giant stone beast to hug the snapping turtle and python, spinning it in a circle and throwing it away. But then, more Poseidons rushed over. But at the same time, the control ability transformed the giant stone statue into a propelling tower-like structure, allowing the Poseidon to find a place for its lower jaw to bite. The mountains could not defeat him, but allowed him to see a broader world of strong men. But now, I will set my target on you, advertisement. The arrogant Redfield looked at him with a strange expression on his face. Hahahaha, Adolf, it seems that I really have no choice. It's just delaying time and causing trouble for him, that's all. One bites the left arm, one bites the right arm, one bites the left leg, one bites the right leg, one bites the head, one bites the crotch. What should I do? The space is so crowded and hot. Advancing the city, Saint Wichuli is sweating profusely. It's like a cheating power, and the ability to control seawater makes people feel powerless. But I agree with one thing. I also hate the celestial dragons. Bullet. How about delaying our battle? Hahahaha, no battle is absolutely fair. I don't need you to give me time to recover. Neither the five elders nor Adolf think they can shake the current situation. With the victory or defeat decided, Adolf began to evade verbally. Only by showing great strength can a man like Bullet listen to you. You are not an idiot, you should know my goal, although it also includes you. Now I admit defeat to you, Adolf. Bullet, your ability is also very cheating. Adolf looked at the giant stone beast. Then it was stretched out, as if it was about to be torn apart and torn into pieces. I will give you time to adjust your condition to the best. At that time, I will summon the Poseidon class and fight you head-on. I will still let you use the body of Impel down. A large number of rocks can only be broken into pieces through impact. I lost to Roger for the first time, and then to Buster Call initiated by Garp Sengoku. Saint Wichuli breathed a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, sweat fell from Saint Wichuli's forehead. As a pirate, who doesn't hate Marine and the world government? Each of them is a super large Poseidon with a body size of 10,000 meters. Can you still beat the power of a single limb by yourself? There are countless giant Poseidons swimming around. As long as he continues to consume it, he will definitely be able to tear the entire Impel Down city into pieces, no matter how Bullet is combined. But then again, even if all the tens of thousands of prisoners in Impel Down city are released, even strong men like Bullet and Redfield will be released. Admit your ability to call Roger the King of Thieves. Saint Wichuli's closed eyes suddenly opened. Even the evil King Pizarro, Basque Chote, Katrine Deem, and hundreds of 6-level powerful pirates looked at him from behind, showing cruel smiles. Bullet's cruel laughter shook the bottom of the sea. Even in defeat, he still remained bold and strong. Bullet looked at the densely packed giant Poseidons with more than 1,000 heads all around, and laughed wildly. He recognized this power. Chapter 146. What are you waiting for? The opening in the abdomen was opened, and the entire wall of the space was forcibly pushed out. Not only Saint Vosheri, but also other pirates and the prison staff in Impel Down City were all thrown out. Bullet. I let you out. Ahole, run quickly, there are Poseidons all around. Director, you are a person with abilities. This time it's really going to end, quickly save the director. Countless pirates showed off their magical powers and fled in all directions. This place has been surrounded by thousands of Poseidon species, and they dare not stay for even a second. However, when a person with abilities comes into contact with seawater, he immediately loses strength and continues to sink. Bullet. Well done. Adolf's eyes lit up. In the bubble, Saint Wichuli gritted his teeth and was extremely unwilling to give in. His eyes instantly noticed the man in front of him. The man who caused their world government to fail miserably twice and lost the right to rule the sea. Adolf. An unwilling voice squeezed out from between the teeth. Yo. We meet again. The highest power in the world government 5 elders. I remember who the god of war is? Adolf greeted him calmly. Legal martial god, Saint Topman Voshuli. Remember it, fish. The face of the legal martial god Saint Vokuli was twisted. I already captured Saint Satan last time, and I was going to take him back to find a group of gay men to entertain me warmly. It's a pity that you can still summon each other, otherwise I would invite you this time. I'm curious about what you are. Are you really human? I am was the one who pulled you back last time, right? Are you a special product of Im's ability? And then you ate the devil fruit? Or maybe it was the devil itself? Adolf simply gave up on capturing or killing Saint Voshuli this time, and didn't even have the desire to take action. Unable to kill, telepathic calls, summoning each other, how to solve it. Last time I thought it was close, but now I see that it was impossible for him to capture Saint Satan alive from the beginning. Even if they are killed and burned to ashes, they will still be resurrected after being recalled. Advertisement on the contrary, the appearance of Garp seemed to have rescued Saint Satan, but in the end, he also left him with the brain of Vegapunk. He would not have returned to Fishman Island and turned around and lost everything. Not allowing Vegapunk to research and extract the Yuki fruit of Saint Satan. He even killed Saint Queen and dumped his body, and the two separated? That's all hindsight and meaningless. He needs to know it from the beginning and be able to plan accurately. After watching it lightly, I suddenly found that it was the best result humble online. HMPH. You know too many secrets, Adolf. You're not a Poseidon, right? If you tell me the secret of why you can command Poseidons, I might consider telling you. Saint Wichuli was unhappy, but he was communicating with several other 5 elders in his mind. How did Adolf know these secrets, and how did he control the Poseidon class? I can tell you if you can't do it anyway, but how can I be sure that you will keep your promise? Adolf expressed doubts. It seems there is no trust between us. Saint Wichuli narrowed his eyes slightly. How about this? How about you first say, I will give you navigation rights as a condition. You should know that the sea is my home court. No one can provide you with supplies without my permission, let alone do other things. Adolf was very generous. From the initial passive resistance to the initiative, the change was so fast that he felt miraculous. It's only been 28 days. Do you think we will believe your sincerity? They also didn't trust Adolf. It seems we can't talk anymore. Let me ask you a question. Saint Wichuli's pupils shrank and he suddenly looked around. But for people, any one of them is the size of an island or a mountain. Saint Wichuli's pupils shrank and he shouted in his heart. I don't know why you are angry now. Shouldn't the plan fail and just go back? But the trident of water stuck in its belly was still unstoppable, and it flew out with Saint Wichuli, plowing Mariajoya into ruins and ravines, and finally nailed her to the Red Earth continent. I had no choice but to summon once again, and the pig phantom beast Voshuli Saint was recalled with his abdomen severely injured and seemingly disemboweled. Boom. Adolf looked at the surrounding sea. We haven't eaten the devil fruit yet, so we won't be doomed if we touch the water, but this is a windless zone and is already surrounded by countless Poseidons. Advertisement San Juan Wolf? Catlin Deem? Forget it, let me give you a ride. The evil King Pizarro? Basque Shote? By the time all 5 of them were immortal, they were just suffering a little bit of physical pain. He can take people back to Mariajoya instantly. He knows it, and Adolf also knows it, but others don't know it. Especially the San Juan Wolf, whose 180-meter body size is just right between the teeth. I'm waiting for those pirates to escape. What are you waiting for? In the Mariajoya Hall of Power, a huge magic circle burned on the ground, and Saint Voshuli returned here instantly. Adolf. Veins popped up on Saint Wichuli's forehead. For Poseidon species of the same size, it is indeed just a bump in the road. Help me, Poseidon Trident. He has already found half of it in the gap between Poseidon's teeth. As for the other half. And now. The other 4 or 5 elders were stunned. It was too sudden and there was no way to stop it. The enemy's anger is his happiness. Adolf happily grabbed a trident of water, like an Olympic athlete making a standard throwing motion. Surrounded by thousands or even tens of thousands of Poseidons, it was obvious that their plan to release impelled-down prisoners failed. As the pirates fled in all directions, countless Poseidons were making waves like monsters in the sea, leaping and falling from the sea from time to time, or crowding and twisting together, making the entire sea area dance with monsters. If it were squeezed between two Poseidon species, it would be equivalent to two islands hitting each other and rubbing each other over. I finally left. I can also clean up the battlefield and get rid of all the remaining garbage. Not even the bones or scraps can be found, Adolf expressed doubts. Even Hannibal, Shiryu of Rain, Domino, Sati and others in Impel Down City all fled with Magellan, leaving no one around. In just a few seconds, the entire sea area was in chaos, and all the pirates were thrown out and fled. Chapter 147 Magellan. Hey, such a large-scale Poseidon riot is too abnormal. Are Poseidons dispatched? Outside the windless zone, Aokiji looked at the Poseidon making trouble in front of him in shock. What a terrifying power! Kizaru exclaimed. Do you still need us after this? Akainu raised his head slightly. He wanted to go back and block the door to prevent that old bird from running away. The tsunami is coming. Any movement of these Poseidons is a 1,000-meter tsunami. Stay away, otherwise we will also be affected. Sengoku looked at the huge tsunami sweeping over. The giant Poseidon, which exceeds 10,000 meters, can set off huge waves of 1,000 meters with just one simple action of leaping out of the sea and then falling down. The sea beast pulled the ship and led the warship away quickly to avoid being hit by waves of huge waves. Bulu Bulu Bulu. Explain the situation, Adolf asked directly using the phone bug. Most of the pirates have been killed, and only a few are still alive in the Poseidon-like stomach. Bullet used the fruit's ability to escape from the underground. The proud Red Redfield borrowed the cover of the seabed to escape. Looking at the direction, he will probably stop at the Sabaody Islands. Prison personnel. Magellan, Hannibal, Shiryu of the Rain, and others returned to the interior of Impel Down from the kitchen on the 4th floor of Impel Down. In addition, there is a 5.5 floor in Impel Down City, which is between the 5th and 6th floors. There are currently no living people. Finally, there is another prisoner who is frozen in ice on the 6th floor. There may be something special about the special treatment. Violet quickly explained the situation. Adolf thought for a moment. Let Shirley tell Sengoku and the others to go on their mission. They are no longer needed here. Redfield is not yet an Esper, but Sengoku, Akainu and others are mostly Espers. Even if they join forces, they can theoretically escape from the sea. It's better for him to personally ensure that nothing goes wrong, and he can also improve. Okay. Violet nodded and hung up the phone. And Adolf also found the kitchen on the 4th floor of Impel Down City, which has an entrance specially used to capture ingredients. I almost thought it was over. Director, are you alive? If you were, I would be the director, Hannibal gasped. If it weren't for you, I would have almost drowned. Magellan coughed up the seawater. Can you control the Poseidon class? Is that what Poseidon means? Shiryu of the Rain couldn't believe it. Let it end quickly. If the Poseidons continue to attack Impel Down, it will be completely over. Domino prayed in the uniform of a blonde officer. Well, kill all the pirate trash. Won't little Sadie not be able to hear the wailing sound? Little Sadie held her face in anger. Don't worry, Miss Blonde, it's over. Advertisement. You don't have to worry about the pervert girl in pink leather clothes. I can make you scream and make a sound of your own satisfaction. Everyone subconsciously turned around to look, and a mermaid with a slender blue figure appeared. Poseidon. Adolf. Magellan immediately stood up and stood in front of everyone. Important city director. Poison fruit Magellan. Adolf looked at him. The destructive power of poison is not strong, but it has almost absolute damage to living things. As long as he wants to, the poisonous gas emitted by a drop of poison can kill a country. It is more powerful than the Death Kingdom developed by Caesar Current. Even if you are stronger than Magellan, you may still be killed by poison. Even strong men such as Whitebeard and Roger will suffer a great loss in strength due to the disease entering their bone marrow. Not only are poisons more overbearing than diseases, they can even develop toxins that continuously evolve after invading the human body, especially neurotoxins, which can even cause the person to lose consciousness without even realizing it. After what happened just now, you should know the purpose and consequences of Saint Voshuli, Adolf said. Sorry, I thought about stopping it at that time. Magellan lowered his head in shame. It's understandable. After all, the 5 elders died in person. Even First only became Marine Fleet Admiral 2.5 hours ago. Everything was too sudden. Adolf didn't mean to blame. Even if you say this, you can't change the mistakes I made. If Saint Voshuli could be stopped, the prisoners would not be released, and a series of events that followed would not happen. I'm glad you took care of it, but thousands of jailers died in this incident because I didn't act decisively to stop Saint Voshuli. I should commit suicide for their deaths, Magellan said in embarrassment, and actually stabbed his own abdomen with poison and armed domineering force. He is a man with a strong sense of responsibility. Since he is the director of Impel Down City, he should take full responsibility. Luffy and Blackbeard made a big fuss in Impel Down, and just letting some of them go made him want to commit suicide to apologize, not to mention how bad it was this time. Adolf agreed. In this world of muscular barbarism, there is no rule against being prisoners. I have no objection either, the blonde Domino said. Adolf asked thoughtfully, especially Shiryu of Rain. Don't do such stupid things again, director. Don't do something stupid. This time it's all because of the highest power in the world government and has nothing to do with you, Domino quickly persuaded. Although there was no clear alignment before, he was indeed responsible for the deaths of thousands of jailers. Adolf suddenly roared conquerors, and the powerful blue and dark red thunderbolts forcibly stopped his actions. Hi. Lord Poseidon. What will happen after Impel Down City? Domino with blonde hair in military uniform asked nervously. Advertisement Hannibal spoke boldly, and even brought a steak from where he didn't know, and handed it to Adolf in an extremely flattering manner. He remembered that this guy was a trash who killed innocent people randomly, not only killing prisoners for no reason, but even killing jailers. I have sent all the Marine combat forces to take over all countries in the world and carry out global reforms. The next step is to eliminate all pirates. If you had thought of Impel Down City immediately after taking over the Marine headquarters, you would most likely have avoided what is happening now. Adolf said quietly. The world has seen the dawn of peace, don't die meaninglessly. Can I be the director of this department? It's tantamount to rebellion? I told you, I took over the Marine organization, but I didn't notify you in advance, so the 5 elders jumped over the wall to seize the opportunity. If you committed suicide to apologize for your sins, wouldn't I have to be cut into 8 pieces to atone for my sins? This feeling, I can't move, Magellan was shocked. He even once sided with Saint Watcheria. I have no objection, Shiryu said after noticing Adolf's gaze. Adolf glanced out of the corner of his eye. There are only a few of you left in Impel Down. Let's abandon it for the time being. You will be merged into Marine and used as a separate department to manage prisoners. Lord Poseidon, thank you for your hard work. You came to Impel Castle because of this matter. You have been busy for a long time and haven't eaten anything yet. Domino and little Sadie breathed a sigh of relief. But I need to tell you something. If you take action against your comrades in arms, you may even kill even one of them. This is not only your responsibility, but also my responsibility. With Magellan's strength and the strongest poison deployed, the 5 elders and all the prisoners were covered. Stop, death is an escape from responsibility. Tragedy has already happened. We cannot change the fact that it has happened, we can only learn lessons. Magellan lowered his head and said, sorry, of course, if you have any ideas or which departments you want to go to, you can put them forward now. Adolf persuaded. Can little Sadie do the job of interrogating prisoners? Little Sadie, wearing a bright leather coat, looked at him expectantly. Chapter 148 Gathering in Sabaldi Islands. It has nothing to do with identity or strength. Regardless of the celestial dragons, royal family, nobles, pirates, you sailors, or even me, Adolf. As long as you are an enemy of the people, this is the first order I give you as Marine Fleet Admiral. 3 days ago, the curtains in countries around the world had not yet been removed and the video was being played in place. And it still plays in a loop over and over again. Now it is protected by Marine to prevent it from being destroyed. Everyone, come on, although the Sabaldi Islands are not a country, there are still people here. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel waved his long sword and gave the order, and the Marines of the local branch base immediately cooperated. As a sailor, I have long been unhappy with those garbage. Today we must completely eradicate the lawless zone. People must not be allowed to live in insecurity and fear anymore. There is even a lawless zone next to the Marine headquarters, human trafficking. It is simply the greatest humiliation of justice. Heed Poseidon's call. We no longer serve the Draco, but the people. Now everyone can report, we will never let go of any den. Some soldiers shouted propaganda. The remaining thousands of branch soldiers, led by Flying Squirrel, directly attacked the lawless zone and completely surrounded number 1 to number 29. With an order, thousands of Marines poured in and forcibly suppressed all the garbage. Escape? Where to escape? There is a team of Murlocs waiting under the sea? I thought it would be another legendary battle, but in the blink of an eye it became Marine Fleet Admiral, and ordered to take over all countries in the world. What a big move. Everyone in Crocodile was still confused. We have completely mastered the Marine organization, and even the 3 generals, Sengoku Garp and other old guys have surrendered. We are completely unnecessary. Moonlight Moria twisted her face, feeling very unhappy. This power suddenly expanded to the point where they were crushed into slag. Individuals were insignificant in front of the entire Marine organization. 3 days ago, they had the opportunity, like Doflamingo, to become high-ranking cadres such as ministers in the huge empire that rules the world. 3 hours ago, they had a chance to join the ranks and start as major generals, with a lot of room for advancement. Now, I'm afraid it will be downgraded by 2 more levels. In a few more hours, will they have to think about it even if they kneel down and express their desire to join? We agreed to give them time to think about it, but now it has gone from being urgently needed to being irrelevant, so how can they think about it? My mentality is broken. Advertisement, everyone, be careful, there are 2 Shichibukai here. Didn't they participate in the undersea war? They should have been left in the deep sea by His Majesty Poseidon. Why are they here? Marine spotted them and quickly called for help while also asking questions. The 2 of them looked ugly. Why? Of course because they were released. Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, the Flying Squirrel came over. Hey Marine. You don't really want to be enemies with all pirates, do you? Moonlight Moria said directly. The Flying Squirrel frowned and thought. For a moment, he couldn't tell the relationship between the 2 and Adolf, but being able to come back from the bottom of the sea meant that it was not simple. I don't know your current position, but don't hinder me from carrying out His Majesty Poseidon's orders. A word of advice to you. Marine has separated from the world government and does not accept the privileges granted to Shichibukai by the world government, which means that it does not accept the Shichibukai system. If you continue to attack civilians, I will arrest you too. Ignore them too and continue arresting others. Yes, the Flying Squirrel ignored the 2 of them, If it weren't for his uncertainty about their relationship with Adolf, he would have captured them both. Even if you can't defeat, you can still call for support. For Adolf's sake, I won't argue with you. Crocodile and Moonlight Moria were unhappy and angry. As the famous ruthless characters on the sea, who are they afraid of? Whitebeard, Bullet, and Kaido. Are you warning them now? I was annoyed on the spot. Wang Long. What fell? Moonlight Moria didn't react at all. My name is Bartholomew Big Bear. What happened to Malinfondo? I didn't find the island at its original location. The moment the flying squirrel turned its head, a huge figure fell from the sky. The huge body was full of oppression and even blocked a shadow. After several days, the big bear finally arrived. The flying of his bear paw was not a spatial transfer, and he reached his destination in an instant. Instead, it wraps the target in the palm of the air and flies in the atmosphere, not even faster than a cannonball. When he flew Luffy to the Amazon, there were several scenes where day and night were reversed, which lasted for several days. Seagulls could even walk alongside him. What are you doing looking for Marine headquarters? The flying squirrel looked at the big bear. I want to join him, defeat the celestial dragons. Advertisement, rescue. Someone very important to me. The big bear lowered his head to look at the flying squirrel, and at the same time exposed the fleshy balls of his palms, making an attack motion. Because he remembered that Adolf was going to besiege the Marine headquarters. Then Marine is. Enemy, pressure cannon. A palm is released, the atmosphere is compressed, and a transparent bear paw flies out quickly. Etc. Adolf has taken over the entire Marine organization and become our Marine's Fleet Admiral, now leading us to fight against the world government. I guess you haven't seen the latest video yet. The curtain behind you will play in a loop, go and see it yourself. In addition, the Marine headquarters has been moved to the Red Earth continent, to the edge of Fishman Island. The flying squirrel's pupils shrank and he quickly dodged, and at the same time he opened his mouth to explain. He didn't want to have a fight without getting to know each other because he explained too slowly. Huh? Thank you. Da Shang was slightly confused, then nodded politely and left. Gather a large number of people who want to resist the world government. Crocodile bit his cigar, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. This makes them less and less valuable. Although he might as well become a pirate, he is just ambitious and not afraid of death. It's not that I'm mentally ill and I want to die. The battle in the deep sea showed him the dominance of the fishmen in the sea. If it were just like this, the worst thing would be to stay on land and not go to sea casually. But now coupled with Marine's dominance over the land, combined with Marine's existing General Gao Zan, we can make up for the final shortcoming. If you want to be chased by Marines like before and run around the world with a ship, that's not possible. There are only two results now. The ship at sea is destroyed and everyone is dead, and everyone is waiting to die on land. Open black lens bracket as long as you are an enemy of the people. Close black lens bracket, even me. Ginny, hold on, Poseidon will come to rescue you soon, I will definitely rescue you. Bartholomew Bear wiped away his tears and smiled with joy, as if seeing hope. It turns out that boy is so amazing, it's really surprising. Everyone has a good voice in their heart, passing on the great ideals to more people. The aloof Red Redfield had already changed his clothes. He looked away from the screen and looked at the Marine soldiers with a cheerful and heartwarming smile. Chapter 149 Childish Justice. A-hole. Do you know what kind of existence the Wufei Zone serves? Our products must be presented to the Tianlong people. It's really unfair. That guy Adolf just warned the pirates, but he arrested us, right? Just because we are easy to bully? Stop talking nonsense, you bunch of rubbish. No one can escape, whether it's a celestial dragon or a pirate. Marine, under the leadership of that adult, will find the real direction it should go. I can no longer tolerate you trash. We still can't understand these 8 simple words. We are obviously from the people, and we don't even know what we want most. Hahahaha, it shows that he is the beacon that leads the way. There are people traffickers, pirates, criminal gangs, etc. who are caught and cursed. Marine also shouted happily, finally walking on the path of justice. How to judge whether it is truly just? It doesn't need to be very sophisticated, simple and crude standards that everyone can understand are the best direction. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful scene. The lonely Red Redfield laughed heartily. Do you think it's wonderful too, old sir? Big Bear smiled. Is the people happy and living and working in peace and contentment? Ha. It's too childish. The aloof Red Redfield couldn't help but laugh again. But, all great ideals originally started from childishness. The aloof Red Redfield's smile faded and he looked at them deeply, as if he wanted to see through their hearts. Even if I look into the hearts of all Marines, what I see is the burning collective belief. Maybe Marine will really fall as a whole one day in the future, but not now. Otherwise, how about they just become pirates? There is no need to suffer this. The man who can make the entire Marine organization be childish with him, I really underestimated him. The aloof Red Redfield grinned, suddenly wanting to see Adolf again and see his heart with his own eyes. He has possessed powerful haki since he was a child, and it has become stronger as he grows older. Odahime just listens to feelings, but he is more powerful, so powerful that he is as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. Can truly see through people's thoughts, even a top powerhouse. But because of this, I am used to seeing the ugly hearts of people around me, the selfish, greedy, and purposeful. Advertisement they are greatly repelled by others and gradually become withdrawn. If a person can really listen to other people's thoughts, it may be fun at first, but as time goes by, it will definitely become lonely. Even disgusting with people. Yes, he is a very great person, he gave me courage. I can rot in the garbage, but the one I love can't. Ginny, I will definitely rescue you, even if I punch the Draco. Big Bear is hopeful and determined. He has been a slave of the Draco since he was born. After learning that Ginny was captured by the Draco, he didn't even dare to face it or try. But now, he has such courage, even if he is shattered to pieces. The aloof Redfield looked at him and said, "What a pathetic man." Although Big Bear didn't say it out loud, he had already seen Big Bear's inner thoughts. I also saw the woman named Ginny. "Old man, what's your name?" Big Bear asked. Valoric Redfield. I don't know if anyone in this era has heard of it, said the lonely Redfield. Where have I heard of it? Big Bear thought. Crocodile in the distance was shocked and suddenly turned his head to look. Hey old man. What did you say your name was? Is this kind of monster something humans can deal with? Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Bartholomew Bear, Valoric Redfield. How is it possible? He was defeated in one fell swoop. Moonlight Moria couldn't believe it. It seems that a lot of changes have happened, but it doesn't matter. Crocodile, Collector Sand, Adolf's figure appeared. I have only heard of Big Bear, but Crocodile from the Pirate Circle is very familiar with it. Bararic Redfield, the man known as the Aloof Red. The Aloof Redfield turned his head, causing Crocodile's pupils to shrink, and he instantly recognized that face. Advertisement, impossible. You were captured by Marine so many years ago. You should have died long ago after so many years. What's going on again? Crocodile was annoyed. Can anyone pinch him twice now? Little guy, when I became famous in the sea, you were still playing the pirate game. The lonely Redfield pointed at Crocodile with an umbrella. It was precisely because he recognized it that Crocodile felt incredible. No, the 5 elders probably just wanted us to cause trouble for him, right? They didn't even think about letting us solve him. Crocodile, who had the power of the Shasha fruit, actually showed a bloodstain on his neck. It's a rare good mood, please don't disturb me. Even Adolf's own strength cannot be underestimated. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Although it is just an umbrella rather than a sword, it is still sharp and sharp. Only then did he confirm that he had really been pinched by a knife in his neck, and he quickly distanced himself in panic. It's a pity that Adolf discovered their little trick. I don't know how many people can escape from that sea area alive. Crocodile's pupils shrank and his eyes turned to look at his neck. The aloof Redfield shook his body slightly to avoid the attack, and then put the umbrella on Crocodile's neck. Adolf. The aloof Redfield thought of thousands of super-large Poseidons crowded together, even though he had no intention of defeating them. Even after so many years, I still remember this man who alone was on par with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. Instead, I feel like I could be killed at any time. Powerful Conqueror's impact, the yellow sand in the sky directly blasted a hole from the outside. Crocodile showed his ambition, his lower body leapt over the yellow sand, and he killed with a hook in his left hand. I can't predict your actions through sight, hearing, and color? Boom, the legendary Gugao Jihong, I will accept your head. Poseidon. The world government just released tens of thousands of prisoners throughout Impel Down City, in order to deal with the Poseidon Adolf you were talking about. Crocodile subconsciously laid out a sky full of yellow sand to hide himself in it, but even so, it still couldn't give him a sense of security. Chapter 150 The Ugliness and Morality of the Human Heart. Aloof Redfield. You have seen the light of day after escaping from Impel Down. Do you have any last words? If not, just hit the road, everyone else has been gone for a while. Adolf glanced around and finally focused on the aloof Redfield. The man known as the legendary man of Aloof Red. Little Sadie can't wait to hear your screams. Perverted little Sadie looked excited, twisting her sexy body curves. Should we evacuate the crowd first when fighting against such a legendary figure? If the director's poison spreads, the entire Sabaldi Islands will become a deadly poisonous place. The blonde police officer Camino asked worriedly. I will try not to use poison gas to attack. If possible, try to evacuate the crowd. Magellan stood up with a filter on his face. The poisonous fruit is poisonous to people, and the breath they exhale is highly poisonous. Although the effect of poison fruit is greatly increased in a closed space, if poison is developed and inhaled, it will challenge the immune system. And this point is calculated in milligrams. In other words, the closed space is to protect other people, so as not to kill an island or massacre a country. Poseidon Adolf. Overthrow the celestial dragons, the royal family, the nobles, pirates, human traffickers, and all lawless elements. The man who will rule the world and bring happiness to the people. The aloof Redfield ignored the others and looked at Adolf, but found nothing. He can't read the other person's mind if he doesn't want to, unless he directly grabs the other person's head and reads the memory. But how can someone have nothing on their mind? Do you think those people really deserve to be protected? Huh? Adolf noticed the curtain on the side, but why did he mention this? Since I was a child, I have had a powerful power of knowledge and color, which allows me to see through people's hearts. I have always been used to seeing the ugliness in people's hearts. Even if the beautiful words sound nice, they are all superficial and behind the scenes. Hidden deep in the heart that no one knows, the true thoughts are an endless hell that is darker than the 6th floor of Impel Down City. The aloof Red Redfield's face darkened, and he looked at Adolf with scrutiny, as if he wanted to see through his true inner thoughts. In this world, the only thing you can look directly into is the sun and the human heart. When you revealed this, I thought everyone was disgusted with you, including me. Advertisement. Everyone has their own secrets in their heart, and I don't want others to see my thoughts. Adolf narrowed his eyes, murderous intent lingering in his heart. Before, it was just to deal with the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down City, so as not to cause trouble after they got out, but now there is a reason to die. As for you asking, do they deserve to be protected? I roughly understand what you want to express: jealousy, selfishness, greed, hypocrisy, arrogance, short-sightedness, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, repaying kindness with enmity. The human heart is so ugly that it's hard to describe. If this is what you are referring to, then there is indeed no need for protection, and it is not worth asking these soldiers to sacrifice themselves for them. Compared to these people, these warriors are more noble, greater, and selfless. The aloof Red Redfield nodded. He could see the greatness of these warriors, and they were willing to sacrifice everything for the ridiculous justice of the people. But for such an ugly person, not worth it. If you really want to protect it, you have to at least make a selection. Select those worthy of these warriors to risk their lives to protect. If you can't dedicate yourself to them, how can you be worthy of others? Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and Shiryu of Rain, they don't care whether they are present or not. Even if many ordinary people die, it doesn't matter. Only Magellan and Big Bear listened quietly. When I ended the undersea war before, I ordered the Fishman warriors scattered in various countries to lead the people of various countries to launch a revolutionary war. I hope they can stand up on their own. They don't even need to fight hard and express their ideas. The urban roads are rough and the rural roads are slippery. It's the same everywhere. Being able to see people's hearts makes him hate those things even more. They can't even be called human beings. So how to select? What are the selection criteria? How to determine whether the standards are met? Even if this generation can't do it, then the next generation, and the next generation after that. I am the king. There is no point in being angry as a king. Killing these people will lead to others, which does not solve the problem. Even others showed sneers and anger. He doesn't like any type, he just likes. SM little pervert in pink leather jacket, blonde hair uniform is also very straight. You can see people's inner world. If it's based on morality, I would have to stay in jail. Advertisement. Adolf gritted his teeth. Even when he thought about it now, he was extremely angry. How short-sighted, stupid, greedy. Show your cards, stop pretending. He is also rubbish. Look at how miserable the final results of the great Western philosophers were. Western philosophy just tells you that people's hearts are ugly, and then gives examples one by one. But what's the use of knowing so much, feeling the pain? No one is perfect in morality. We can only use the law as a guideline. As for their hearts, I will educate them with morality. For this, somewhere to report, the revolution has failed. Those rubbish women are greedy for the property in front of them. They swarmed up and robbed madly. There is only lust in their eyes. That's why we should select worthy people. It doesn't matter if we kill these rubbish, said the aloof Red Redfield in disgust. Adolf smiled at the two women and turned to look at the aloof Red Redfield. Everyone is good looking, and a handsome man is a decent person no matter how you look at it. Adolf spread his hands. Now that I'm so good, I don't think about it that way anymore, I just practice it instead. Actually, I also like beautiful women, but I'm not R******D or forced. Is this considered greed and lust? To put it bluntly, a girl doesn't care what color your Ferrari is, or whether your billion-dollar villa has her name on it. What the king should really do is kill this phenomenon. Isn't this straightforward and frank? A man who is coy and afraid of his inner thoughts, but still a man who stands upright. Little Sadie is much bolder. She seems to refuse the consequences of being kidnapped, but the excitement between her legs is overflowing. Well, His Majesty Poseidon likes it. If he refuses, will he be forcibly taken away? Does little Sadie want to resist? If he resists, will he be locked in a small dark room full of torture instruments? Then he will be tortured and whipped. Beautiful, Eastern philosophy is education, teaching you how to love your family, love others around you to the best of your ability, understand a little bit of truth, and live a good life. When I heard the news, I was furious. I wanted to kill all those rubbish. Why talk about revolution? These rubbish only deserve to be ruled and dominated, driven with whips. It's okay if you like one, but there's a problem if you like many. Adolf looked at little Sadie and Domino. Lord Poseidon, please respect yourself in this large audience. Domino felt tense and blushed, nervously grabbing the corners of his clothes in embarrassment. There are problems with liking women? The aloof Red Redfield was stunned. As a healthy adult male, he also likes beautiful women, but he used to be obsessed with obese people. Chapter 151 The Freedom of Pirates? The aloof Red Redfield is silent. He only hears the ugliness in people's hearts, but can't change anything. He can only endure it silently, and then becomes withdrawn. That is what people think of being aloof, but some people want to change all this. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was too small and could not be compared with this man. Can't help but laugh. As expected of the man who pushed the world government into a desperate situation. The world is already in your hands. The aloof Red Redfield laughed. He hadn't laughed like this in a long time. It's not that he advocates such ideals, he's not that noble, but seeing this dilapidated world, there are still people who are mending. When he was a child, he saw the Lumba pirates resting on the shore and talked with Nosebrook. He was infected by Nosebrook's ideals and began to worship Nosebrook. And this ideal is nothing more than freedom and adventure. Therefore, when he grew up, he went to sea and became a pirate, but he didn't find a partner, and it was impossible for anyone to be willing to be his partner. With the increase of experience, the former ideal of freedom has long been abandoned. Because he has seen too many pirates under the banner of freedom and adventure, but all of them are revealed in his eyes. But I didn't expect to see such beautiful flowers after coming out of Impel Down City, which never saw the sun. Ah, it's unbelievable. That aloof red actually flattered me. Hannibal opened his mouth wide in shock. Hey, this is called recognition. The aloof red Redfield was unhappy. Since you are satisfied, then answer me a question, Adolf said. At the same time, you can faintly hear the sound of waves coming from far to near, as if a huge tsunami is brewing. Say. The lonely red Redfield didn't pay attention to the sound of the tsunami. Your expression tells me that you can't see my heart, right? Although Adolf was asking, he was very sure of the answer. Because there was no expression of shock or disbelief on his face, not even a change in his eyes. Even a steady person can't live without a trace of emotion. It's true that it can't be possible. It must be because you have the power of Poseidon, right? This is how the lonely red Redfield understood it. Seeing those giant Poseidons, what's the point of being isolated from them? Wouldn't he himself be able to hear and kill him? Poseidon's power? This is fine. Advertisement. Adolf was equally unsure of the cause, but the result was good. Okay, the chat is over, it's time for you to hit the road. Conqueror's blue thunder arc flashed in Adolf's eyes. And tsunamis are coming from all directions, and the huge waves thousands of meters high are closing like a giant waterflower. The huge trees in the Sabaody Islands have become stamens. Rain Shiryu's pupils shrank. This is too scary. Aren't we going to be affected too? Domino was frightened. Lord Poseidon. There are still ordinary people in the Sabaody Islands, the flying squirrel shouted anxiously. I can send people to a safe place, but I need your help to gather them together. Big Bear stepped forward to help. Wait, didn't you say that you can give all pirates a chance to change their ways? The aloof red Redfield suddenly stopped. You, a prisoner who came out of Impel City, are trying to fix a bug here for me? Adolf frowned. You just said you wanted to change the world, so why don't you let the entire Sabaody archipelago and Marine be buried with you? I'm not interested in fighting you, and I don't think I can win against so many Poseidons. If it doesn't work out, I'll have no choice but to escape to the Red Earth continent. The aloof red Redfield simply confessed and even threatened the public. He admired Adolf and did not want to fight. When these people enter the sea, I will send them away with a wave, and then let the Poseidons in the water take them away. You don't need to worry. Adolf said, but he was also seriously considering whether to let him go. A person who sees the inner ugliness of others has no interest in power, dominance, killing, and destruction. In other words, not interested in humans. Hearing Adolf's explanation, the flying squirrel breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why he could command the Poseidon class, he obviously took it into consideration. Aloof red Redfield, it's not impossible to let you go. As a legendary figure, if you can publicly announce your withdrawal from the pirate community, identify yourself as an ordinary citizen of the Empire, support and abide by the laws of the Empire, I can give you this opportunity. Of course, the Empire has not been established yet, and I hope you can join us to jointly promote a better future. Adolf said after thinking. Just as the last emperor became an ordinary citizen of the country, the imperial system that the feudal dynasty had followed for thousands of years ended in his hands. For those who support the old feudal era dynasty, it is a huge spiritual blow. Even the emperor has become an ordinary citizen, and he is no longer sacred and noble, but has a leading role. Advertisement living is more meaningful than killing. In the same way, killing those world-famous pirates can suppress the arrogance, but the most indispensable thing in this sea is a fool. Instead, the Emperor of the Sea surrendered, willing to become a part of the Empire and abide by the laws of the Empire. For ordinary pirates, their leader and eldest brother have already surrendered. How can they not be so worshipful as to run away in despair? Of course, you can't just recruit people if you say they want to. If they don't cooperate, there's nothing you can do. The law is the minimum standard of morality, and morality is the highest requirement of the law. We can't see whether a person is noble or dirty inside, regardless of his deeds or his heart. We can only judge by the things he does. You say others are ugly inside, but you can't even abide by the most basic laws, so you have no right to say anything about others. It only proves that you are more disgusting than those ugly people. Adolf said seriously. The lonely red Redfield was silent and hesitant. Choosing to agree means accepting the constraints. But he couldn't even abide by this, and he was really not qualified to say how unbearable others were. There are a lot of garbage in this sea shouting the slogan of freedom, and then doing whatever they want. Killing, robbing, G, putting one's will over others through power. Is this freedom? Adolf looked him straight in the eyes. Even the aloof red Redfield, who can peer into people's hearts, avoided it with evasive eyes. Freedom without restraint is the indulgence of desire. I cannot take them away because they are good-looking, them, and ignore their wishes. If so, my freedom will be a disaster for them. And this is the freedom you, pirate trash, pursue. Adolf pointed at little Sadie and Domino. Let the two of them look at him deeply, their expressions becoming serious. The aloof Red Redfield is also thinking about the meaning of law. Only within a mutually agreed upon framework can we coexist harmoniously. Be heart to heart, treat sincerity with sincerity, empathize with each other, and move you and me. The law is the minimum standard of morality. If you can't even abide by the law, how can you talk about morality? How can you make people's hearts bright? Chapter 152. The addition of Big Bear. Red Redfield agreed. It's not that he's afraid, but that he also wants to change his identity and environment. The legendary aloof Red is willing to become an ordinary citizen. It's really unbelievable. Shiryu of the Rain was shocked. This is a man comparable to One Piece. As a swordsman, he has respect for such a legendary swordsman, but now he is just an ordinary citizen? The myth has simply fallen into dust and been shattered. Is the status of an imperial citizen unbearable? Adolf looked away. Shiryu of Rain immediately became excited. I can see through people's hearts. I advise you to abide by Poseidon's law. This is your protection. Lonely Red Redfield sneered. He knew what kind of person Shiryu the Rain was when he was in Impel Down. Congratulations, old man. Big Bear smiled. I've always felt that people's hearts are filthy. I didn't expect that I can't even meet the minimum standards. Isn't it even more rubbish? Redfield, the aloof person, laughed at himself. He really hasn't done it before. The words he often thought about turned out to include himself. This sea is too free. Everyone indulges their ambitions and desires wantonly, and freedom becomes their excuse. Many children have admired pirates since they were young and want to live a life as reckless and unrestrained as them. It's hard to imagine how much perseverance it takes for those children who are growing up to resist the degradation and corruption brought about by the overall social environment. Adolf looked at the huge water flowers that were about to close above him. With a wave of his hand, the waves rolled back. Compared to Poseidon's power, what he saw was more profound. You will definitely succeed, Big Bear said with certainty. Advertisement, of course, Adolf was so convinced. Your Majesty Poseidon, I want to join you. Let's overthrow the world government together, Big Bear said solemnly. Adolf looked at him, a burly and unsmiling man. Your Majesty Poseidon, my name is Bartholomew Big Bear. I am a member of the Bacania tribe wanted by the world government. I was originally a member of the Revolutionary Army. After seeing your speech on the undersea war, I wanted to join you. Let's overthrow the world government together. Bartholomew Bear told his past without reservation, and finally knelt down in front of Adolf and kowtowed heavily. I beg you to overthrow the Draco and rescue Ginny. I am willing to give everything, including my life. He doesn't care about the pain he suffers and the injustice he suffers. But when I saw Adolf's speech, I can rot in the mud, but when the one I love can't. I can no longer tolerate my inner emotions. I will do the same without you praying. Adolf lifted him up. Bartholomew Bear is very strong and capable, especially the ability to eliminate pain with one hand, which is as incomprehensible as Bug. But for him who has absorbed the entire marine system, this strength is not that strong. But it is also an extremely important supplement to combat power, and it also has very strong mobility, which is very important. As for Ginny and the other slaves held by the Draco, I will find a way to rescue them as soon as possible, Adolf said. The Big Bear suddenly looked up in surprise. Don't worry, as long as she is still alive, I will definitely rescue her, Adolf said with certainty. Since you have chosen to join, you should first join the Marine Corps with the tentative rank of Major General. Like Sengoku and others, you will belong to the Advanced Mobile Force. Advertisement, now is the period of overthrowing the kingdom. If there is a request for support, I hope you can arrive in time. I need to trim the wings of world government in the shortest possible time. Yes. Big Bear nodded heavily, not caring about military rank at all. Then Adolf turned to look at Crocodile and Moonlight Moria. What do you two think about it? The two looked at each other, then at the Big Bear, at the Lonely Red, Magellan, Rainy Shiryu, and Marine's Flying Squirrel Lieutenant General. The two people who were originally unruly became heavy and silent. This is no longer an issue of military rank and treatment, but a direct issue of chicken butt. I can't stand taking orders, and I'm not a good person like you. Crocodile bit his cigar, but lost his arrogant attitude. I'm not interested in joining you either. Go back to my thriller bark. Moonlight Moria also gave up. Who can bear it when a chicken head is used to doing what he does and suddenly turns into a little brother who keeps coming and going? It's up to you, but remember, times have changed. I am not a world government, and I will allow unscrupulous chaos on the sea. Adolf doesn't insist on anything. He has control over the entire marine organization, and his needs are different. What's more, the fishmen control the navigation rights of the sea, and the game of cat and mouse is destined to be over. What a bad time. The two of them are in a bad mood. Life is not easy for pirates like them. Speaking of which, there are still 5 people in the windless zone. They can come out. They should be arranged in marine. I don't know what their strength is now. Adolf suddenly remembered. Although it is dispensable now, if you arrange more things like backhand, you can do things with ease. Chapter 153 Centennial Plan, Brother Aaron. His Majesty Poseidon has become Marine Fleet Admiral and completely ignored us. Is this going to merge us with Marine? Obviously His Majesty Poseidon is also from our Fishman clan. Even if they want to merge, we will take the lead. Hody Jones was disappointed. All tasks were assigned to him, which made him feel very different, as if he was marginalized. Idiot. Don't doubt that adult. Do you want everyone to lose confidence in His Majesty Poseidon? We all relied on His Majesty Poseidon to get where we are today. Aaron punched Hody Jones in the head. His Majesty Poseidon becomes Marine Fleet Admiral, and with the potential to defeat the world government, it is the best time to take over all the power of Marine. The entire Marine organization is not only composed of people like the Marine headquarters, but also has numerous Marine branches all over the world, and more than hundreds of overseas bases. If not, they will take the opportunity to go out independently. Now mobilize the Marine organization with all our strength. If someone disobeys orders, it means that he does not agree with His Majesty Poseidon. He can be dealt with quickly, thereby firmly grasping the entire Marine organization, not just an empty name. Idiot! Who has the time to care about you at such an important time? Aaron cursed. I didn't expect this relationship at all. Hody Jones was stunned. In addition to this, there is also the issue of the general strength and population of our Fishman warriors. Aaron sighed. We, the Fishmen, are not strong on land, but no one can match us in the sea. As long as they break the boat, they will be finished. Hody Jones is extremely proud of this. This is the natural advantage of being a Marine race, and the reason why they think they are superior to others. Then have you ever thought about dying in battle? Patrolling the sea means being often in front of monsters under the sea. Besides, there are strong men among pirates, and a desperate counterattack will cause a lot of casualties. Aaron's voice deepened. The fish people in this sea are like people in the primitive jungle, facing all kinds of ferocious beasts and even poisonous insects, mosquitoes and ants, with no safety guarantee at all. And sea beasts are just a boring snack in front of these giant creatures of unusual size. And among those pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, who doesn't have one or two long-range tricks? This. Hody Jones hesitated. He only thought about them doing it, but did not consider the casualties, especially the casualties that had nothing to do with this matter but might exist. Advertisement: you are still young, and it is normal for you not to think everything through, so you need to trust His Majesty Poseidon even more. That adult will never harm us. Aaron patted Hody Jones on the shoulder. But His Majesty Poseidon said that as long as we have a population of 5 billion, we can easily rule the entire world. There is no need to do these complicated things, right? Hody Jones said. Idiot, don't you know how to count? Aaron put his hand on his forehead and was speechless. Suddenly he realized that he was born in Fishman Street. Not to mention arithmetic, his literacy was very impressive. He was very excited when he heard it at the time, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was nonsense. The current population of Fishman Island is 5 million. Do you know how many years it will take for the population to be 5 billion? With a population of 5 million, excluding the young and old, there are only 2 million fertile women. Even if they give birth every year, the number will only increase by 2 million every year. Note: men cannot have children. The population base will reach 41 million in 18 years, and this is under the conditions that have occurred every year in the past 18 years. Every year after that, half of the 2 million adult women will join the family planning program, which means there will be 1 million more newborns every year. It wasn't until the second 18 years that the population base reached 200 million, but 36 years have passed. At that time, the number of young children exceeded the population 10 times, and the entire Fishman tribe had to do their best to protect these newborns. There was no way to distract themselves from other things. What's more, even the 5 elders in this world are not sure what is in their heads. Don't be afraid of dying. The golden magic medicine has been prepared here. Even if you are about to die, I can save you. Hody Jones said without looking back. Once a large-scale war breaks out, a racial war involving nationwide mobilization, there will be a lot of deaths. I believe that under the guidance of His Majesty Poseidon, we will be able to realize this great plan. In this world, individual muscle power is stronger than guns and cannons. Aaron followed with a smile. Although he has a wiser mind, he has not yet planned to conquer the entire Fishman Island, and his experience and thinking model are insufficient. Troop training. His Majesty Poseidon gave us this task, so there must be his intention. Why is it every 18 years? Because if you are not 18 years old, the book will be gone. Advertisement: it cannot change our current situation. Even if I can no longer understand, it's just a population of 5 billion. That's a long-term plan that started over a century ago. Mathematicians, let's calculate how many years it will take to expand the population from 5 million to 5 billion underscore. The protection fee is 100,000 berry per year for adults and 50,000 berry per year for children. Although there is a sharp increase every year, it is impossible to maintain the prerequisite for 36 years every year. Aaron has a certain foundation in calculation. He has decided to give up his brain and completely obey King Adolf's orders. I understand, Brother Aaron. Hody Jones nodded heavily. Hody Jones squatted on the ground and said nothing for a long time, then suddenly stood up and walked outside. Q. Is there any way to greatly improve the fertility progress? Please use the methods that are possible in the pirate world. Close black lens bracket. Assemble. Training. Hody Jones turns into heartless instructor. How can first compare with Marine at this level? How can I fight side by side with His Majesty Poseidon? I'm trying my best. Doesn't that mean that 5 billion people have become the world's masters, just His Majesty Poseidon's slogan to encourage people and have the momentum to win? Hody Jones suddenly reacted at this time. Idiot, you are the man who dragged the celestial dragons to the execution platform. Even Jinbei doesn't have the same treatment as us. His Majesty Poseidon deliberately cultivated us. Everyone worked hard for me, didn't you eat? Read more books. I feel like my brain is running out of energy recently. This time will only be postponed indefinitely. What are you going to do? Eren asked. As long as you don't die, just keep fighting until your muscles break. But in the eyes of a group of warriors with faith, all of them seem to want to sanctify their bodies, and are really practicing to the point of death. Eren shook his head and said, Arrive at the military camp of the Fishman warriors. Chapter 154 4 Light Bulbs. The Fishman Island was destroyed, but it also ushered in a rebirth. I feel it and hear it. Their inner voices are strong and confident, with no fear or confusion at all. They believe in the future more than ever. This is the power we should really believe in, the power that belongs to us. Odahime's petite body lay on Shirahoshi's pink tail fin, with tears in her eyes and an unparalleled sense of happiness. Because of the power of Shirahoshi Poseidon, she had the courage to go to Marihoa with the celestial dragons to seek a bright future for Fishman Island. But now she saw the power above Poseidon, the power that the fishmen really lack. Mother. Shirahoshi was touched in his heart, recalling the previous scene of Adolf, and even now his heart is surging. This is hope, this is real liberation, Neptune sighed. At this time, Adolf returned, and directly returned to Fishman Island. Odahime, Neptune, and Shirahoshi, you guys. Adolf glanced at the 3 crooked melons and split dates, and looked at Shirahoshi and Odahime. Poseidon. Your Majesty. Neptune and Sharkstar were a little embarrassed, but their eyes were full of adoration. Your Majesty Poseidon. I heard that you just took over the Marine headquarters? That's awesome. In such a short period of time, it became the most violent organization in the world. It is simply unbelievable. Odahime ran up to him excitedly and almost fell flat. It's the Marine organization, Marine headquarters, including all bases in the world. They have also been suffering from Tianlong for a long time, but they just haven't found the right direction. Adolf corrected with a chuckle. Yeah, Odahime nodded repeatedly, not understanding but very excited. She even held her little fists in admiration, and even though she was in her 30s, she was like a little girl chasing after stars, her eyes shining brightly. His Majesty Poseidon is at his busiest time now. He must have something important to do. The former eldest prince, Sharkstar, said solemnly. Well, it's actually about the reconstruction of Fishman Island. Adolf thought about it in his mind to find an excuse. He can't say, you go out, I'm here to find your mother and your sister. Want some up-close and personal discussions? Advertisement? For example, in terms of knowledge, S**X, and heart-to-heart relations, and Poseidon bloodline. Rebuilding, thanks to the stone fruit ability users that His Majesty Poseidon found, Fishman Island can be rebuilt so quickly. The next step is just to polish the details and build houses. Any other questions? Odahime said happily that she is currently responsible for people's livelihood and stability, and she has a deep understanding of the lives of ordinary people. I have been very busy since I returned to Fishman Island, and I have been tit for tat with you. I haven't had time to communicate properly. Come, let's sit down and talk slowly. Shirahoshi, you guys can join us, the future pillars of Fishman Island. Adolf came to the room and took several people to sit down and talk. We were too idealistic before. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would happen to 5 million people now. Odahime felt guilty. Don't take it seriously, everyone hopes that Fishman Island will be better, Adolf comforted. Odahime is also very talented, but she is not as strong as Gugojihong, and it is difficult to shake the heart of a strong person, especially a strong person like conquerors. In addition, the emphasis is also different. The aloof red is to listen to inner thoughts. Odahime prefers people's inner feelings, and at the same time has very strong external rendering and appeal, so much so that she can empathize with them. Not only does she empathize with others, but she can also make others empathize with her feelings. This kind of knowledge is completely meaningless to ordinary people. If the environment in which they come into contact is the garbage of pirates, they may even be as withdrawn as the lonely red, and then become the source of the spread of negative emotions. But for a country's leader, spiritual leader, and thinker who relies on language to speak, that is simply a god-level talent. Even if devil fruits are still effective, there is no time limit for changing a person's thoughts from their inner feelings. Don't talk about the past. The location of Fishman Island is between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. If you want to travel between the two ends, there are only 2 roads. Let's discuss some details. Although the human population is now large, we cannot abandon the traditions of the fish people. Just like the stars in the sky, you can see them even from Fishman Island. King Adolf. Odahime's heart was touched. What is this big drop of water? Shirahoshi asked curiously. There happens to be a person with the ability to achieve the fruit of art, and any incredible thing can be achieved. Adolf slowly described the incident. By the way, there's one thing I forgot to mention. As long as he doesn't make any major mistakes later, he can live there forever. Even if he dies, he will still keep it for his family, but he will just turn off the light and disappear on the floating island. Advertisement, Dragon Palace City, the top and outermost part of Fishman Island, Adolf said. Huh, me. Shirahoshi was surprised. Even the ships at the Marine headquarters and our ships on Fishman Island have to park the ships at the dock and then return through the water channel. I told you about the transfer station before. Ships coming and going don't enter directly. If you make a penultimate contribution, you can bring your family to stay permanently. What should I do? What excuse should I make to let these 4 light bulbs leave? The brightness can be used as a floating island light source. A small ecological garden? A castle palace? A doll city in a fairy tale? Or the traditional choral style of the fish people? That's amazing. Shirahoshi looked at Adolf in amazement. This can play a very good educational role and let everyone know that they have made a penultimate contribution to Fishman Island. This is the star everyone should pursue. Shirahoshi, how would you like your floating island to be customized? Shirahoshi looked at him half understanding, Sharksing and the other three. Adolf looked at Shirahoshi so cutely. Only those who have made significant contributions to Fishman Island, Marine, and the world and are trusted and recognized can enter. Adolf introduced each item one by one and began to make up for Shirahoshi's favorability, without even asking Neptune and Shark what they thought. How rude that is. Wouldn't it look too deliberate to just ignore it? If future generations inherit and make contributions, the light can be rekindled. Moreover, the Marine headquarters has moved to the side of Fishman Island. There are still big changes. Neptune and Odahime nodded after hearing this. Adolf said this before, mainly to prevent the world government from committing massacres. Now that we have control of navigation rights and have pushed the world government to a dead end, it is impossible for other ships to go to Marijoa to transport supplies to them, so there is only one way under the sea. The outermost edge. Neptune once again felt the gap between the kings. In addition to these protective measures, I want to build some independent floating islands around and inside the Fishman Island. There will be a luminous crystal below the floating islands. No matter what happens, the king will be at the front. Shark Shing seemed to understand the meaning. Adolf stretched out his palm, and a ball of water condensed into a sphere in his palm, surrounded by small water droplets, and there was a large water droplet at the top. As the original royal family, and with your current contributions, you can qualify for a floating island. Of course, the floating island plan is still under preparation. You and your mother can first think about how to design it. Or something more dreamy, like a painting, and then it becomes reality. Chapter 155 Shirahoshi, come with me. What? Odahime was enthusiastically immersed in the idea of Fishman Islands and floating islands in the future. Bulu bulu bulu. Huh? Adolf apologized to Odahime. You are the king of the fish people and the king of the world. It is normal for you to be busy with official duties. Odahime took the initiative to comfort. Adolf nodded and took the phone. Your Majesty Poseidon, there's news from the mouth of the Undersea Channel. The man who calls himself Monkey D. Dragon of the Revolutionary Army and many of his army commanders want to see you. After we verified the information with Marine headquarters, they have launched revolutions in many kingdoms and are an organization that resists the world government. There is also a blind man named Yishao who also wants to see you. He has shown very strong swordsmanship and gravity fruit abilities. The Fishman Island Information Liaison Headquarters reported. The Revolutionary Dragon, the blind man smiles. Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. I understand, take them to Marine headquarters and inform General Zephyr. Yes, it seems that many people will come here next. Adolf happily hung up the communication. Newspapers and images do not need to be fermented when they are broadcast, and they immediately produce explosive effects. Some people who want to change the world, hate world government, and agree with his ideas and practices can't wait to come over. This batch was able to fly over because of their strong strength and fruit abilities. Normally, it takes 10 days and a half to get started by boat, but it will be even longer if you are in Sahai. Your Majesty Poseidon, please go and do your work first. We will take care of Fishman Island, Odahime said understandingly. It's okay, you are considered high-ranking officials in the Empire, let's go together. Adolf thought for a while and simply brought them along. He has decided that Shirahoshi Odahime will be with him. Even if you are not passionate enough to stimulate the body's blood factors, then time will take care of it. Odahime's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course she wanted to participate in such an important event as the rise of the fishmen. Neptune looked helpless as Odahime wanted to go. Your Majesty Poseidon, I'd better stay on Fishman Island. Although the seabed is safe, there will be no one else to protect me if I leave. That's fine, it just so happens that you gathered all the people of Fishman Island in the square. I have something to announce later, it's a good thing, Adolf said. Yeah, Neptune nodded. Advertisement, father, let's stay and help, Sharkstar suggested. The two brothers and Shirahoshi had no objection and came to Neptune's side. Wait, Shirahoshi, come with me, Adolf said. Several people were puzzled. I've heard about Poseidon from Hody Jones and Jinbei, Adolf showed off. Neptune, Odahime and others instantly became nervous. Shirahoshi has a gentle personality, which is good. But as an ancient weapon, with the power to subvert the entire sea, you can be gentle but not weak. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for her, others, and the entire sea. I want Shirahoshi to stay with me to gain more knowledge, which will help him grow mentally and at least make him stronger. Adolf looked at the cute Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi looked at Odahime at a loss. Odahime and Neptune looked at each other and finally decided, we trust your judgment. Don't worry, I won't sell you, little cutie. Adolf patted Shirahoshi's pink tail scales. Odahime followed Shirahoshi by the hand. Father, let us also gather all the people to complete His Majesty Poseidon's mission, Sharkstar said. Yeah, Neptune nodded. Shirahoshi, do you have any dreams? Adolf asked on the way. Dream? Shirahoshi looked at Adolf. Adolf smiled and looked at Shirahoshi and joked. Adolf was speechless. What's more, stone fruits and other abilities cannot be destroyed by those with abilities. Huh? Suddenly I realized that the topic had gone off. You can't go to Shirahoshi's sea forest, but you can go to the ground. What you want to say when gathering the people of Fishman Island is also related to this. Adolf looked at Shirahoshi. That's it. Odahime used to be a braggart. She belongs to Yilin level. Even if it doesn't work, there are other ways, but you can try it slowly. Advertisement. It's such a long time ago, maybe only the world government knows about it, Odahime said. Adolf thought. Mother, your majesty Poseidon said you can go to land. The sudden change now is a spiritual blow to those who believe in it, and after seeing and experiencing it, they are almost disillusioned. Before Shirahoshi could say anything, Odahime became excited first and even swam to Adolf and grabbed his hand and asked urgently. If you write an article on the internet like this, you won't be able to be criticized to death. Can you imagine the streets of a beacon of civilization filled with rats, zombies, homeless people? Let's send some people to search for it at the bottom of the sea later. If those with the stone fruit ability can copy this material, it will be of great use. Shirahoshi is full of expectations. These were mentioned by his mother Odahime. Probably what you think. Adolf smiled. Are you kidding me if you can't recycle it after 800 years? The ground is fine, but the sea forest is impossible. It was blown up together with Fishman Island last time, Adolf said. Shirahoshi came to Adolf's left side and suddenly became excited. The top powerhouses in the historical text of the sea cannot destroy it. If this kind of technical material is used to make defensive buildings, stone shields and other things, wouldn't they be invincible? Odahime said. In ordinary human cognition, we mermaids are also legendary magical beasts, and the mermaid princess is the embodiment of dreams. It's just that this dreamy mermaid princess is too young and hasn't grown up yet. The Fishman Island can also build an amusement park. Combining the sea and bubbles will be more fantastic. This is just a creation, why should we expect other people's? Adolf, you mean, you didn't care about the lack of brains and waited until Nakanika, the sun god, was too cruel. As people themselves have said, he is a person with rubber fruit abilities. Not only does he give out bounty money, but he also jumps around like a monkey while fighting on top. Speaking of which, I didn't even ask. It's such a failure as a mother. Odahime was greatly frustrated. Wow, that's great. I want to go to the forest, see the sea of flowers, the sunset, and the human amusement park. I don't have any special dreams. If possible, I would like to see the ground. By the way, there is also the sea forest where my mother always goes. Shirahoshi thought for a while. The historical text made him speechless. There is a piece of historical text somewhere, and I don't know where it was blown up. Can you imagine that there is still the smell of urine on the European streets among gentlemen? Even Ollie has to pay to use the toilet? What is recorded above is an apology letter written by Joyboy 800 years ago to the mermaid princess at that time. Chapter 156 Revolutionary Army. Sincerity is a surefire skill, but alone it means nothing. Chatting with Odahime Shirahoshi along the way, the relationship quickly grew. There is no way, his image and fame on Fishman Island have reached the peak now. Even Odahime and Shirahoshi are very fond of him, but they originally admired him, and their intuitive feelings were hollow, lofty, and distant. As Adolf leaned over to chat for a while, the relationship naturally became harmonious. Under the Red Earth Continent Marine Headquarters Marinfondo Fleet Admiral Office. Marine. Adolf, Admiral Zephyr, Odahime, Shirahoshi Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Long, Embryo Ivankov, Bello Betty, Mori. Sanren. A smile, Revolutionary Army? Dragon, you are so capable. If Garp knew you were back in Marine, he would probably laugh his asterisk off. Zephyr couldn't help but laugh. Long was embarrassed. He once left Marine in a cool manner, saying he wanted to break into a new world, and then he worked to overthrow the world government and became an enemy of Marine. It's so G shameless to come back to Marine right now. This is what makes him unbelievable. An organization as big as Marine suddenly changed its camp. Have you ever been in Marine before? Embryo Ivankov was curious, and the others also looked at him. Why didn't you tell your subordinates? They are all here, so the meaning is obvious. Let me tell them. Zephyr looked at Adolf and then at Long, unable to help but want to laugh. I spent some time in Marine, Long said himself. His full name is Monkey D. Long. He is the son of Lieutenant General Monkey D. Garp. He once served as a major general in the Marine. After leaving Marine, I established a small organization called the Volunteer Army, which interferes with the government affairs of other countries and brings chaos to the world government. It is said that there will be a proposal about him at this world conference. Advertisement, you are really lucky, Long. The world government is about to close down, and the world conference is completely over. Otherwise, your good days will be over. Zephyr directly took out his underwear. By the way, what's with the seal on your face? Why does it feel so familiar to me? Long became even more silent. Familiar? Can you not be familiar with it? Garp? That Marine hero Garp? Embryo Ivankov and others were surprised. Yes, it's him. Garp went to the East Daxia Sea to perform a mission. Otherwise, it would be more interesting. I really look forward to you two meeting at the Marine headquarters. Hahahaha. Zephyr laughed directly. The man who ran away from home and said he wanted to start a career has come back again. How can he not be slapped in the face? What mother said about humans? Behind Adolf, cute Shirahoshi looked at Zephyr and Long with nervousness and curiosity. Desk, map, office, and a bunch of perverts. Adolf sat on a chair, holding his chin with one hand to show his posture, and observed several people at the same time. Although it is a revolutionary army, except for the leader who is normal, the others are nothing. As asterisk 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 pervert, a female exhibitionist, and a hairy-legged giant cross-dressing pervert? Is there a normal person? If the top management is like this, it can be seen how disciplined and in shape the organization is. To be honest, it's boring, Adolf said directly. Just speaking has an effect beyond the ability to inspire fruits. Although it does not enhance the power of others, it is a real ideological revolution, Bello Betty said. Currently, I am still recruiting partners to eradicate the minions of the world government starting from the participating countries and cut off their heavenly goal. Poseidon. Adolf. The man who single-handedly defeated the world government and seized world domination. Monkey D. Long's expression was calm. Long introduced their revolutionary army to Adolf. What? Boring, Long couldn't accept it anymore. And his sigh also attracted everyone's subconscious attention. Even within their revolutionary army, many people have already favored Adolf and directly discussed it in public, just waiting for their leader to lead the revolutionary army to invest. Everyone in the audience looked at him, and there was no laughter anymore. With his weak sense of politics, it's clear that he has some ideas before he gets into the topic. Advertisement after all, they are still sneaking around, while others have already confronted the world government head-on and truly liberated the whole world. How can they still play a revolution with a hammer? Good guy, these army captains are even better. After all, they're serious army captains, not deputy ones. Now with the size of Adolf's forces and the height of his revolutionary thoughts, he is fully qualified to ask them questions from overlooking attitude. Adolf looked at Long and decided to give them a stick to attack their so-called revolutionary ideas. What kind of revolution can such a group of people make? If the revolution succeeds, I don't know how to lead the people into chaos. I'm afraid it won't be as chaotic as America. He couldn't help but sigh. A blind man can still be considered a normal person if he smiles. Well, as far as I know and guess, you will lead the people in the region to force the king to change his tyranny through violence, or directly overthrow the king and let someone else become the king, and then you will leave the country soon. Others just glanced at it and returned their eyes to Adolf. Then what happens after you leave? Adolf asked. His revolutionary actions for such a long time were actually evaluated as boring? Just a sigh, everyone looked over. Shirahoshi was surprised. Huh? Long Yi was stunned. What are they revolutionizing? Mermaid Boy. Push Fruit Giant Mori made a cute and coquettish gesture. The man recognized by Big Bear. I don't know if Bear has ever met him, Embryo Ivankov thought. Odahime pulled her back and made a shushing gesture, and Shirahoshi quickly covered his mouth. The plain words made a man of his strength feel pressured and nervous. Overthrow the tyrannical kingdom, overthrow all inequality, and finally overthrow all the celestial dragons like you. You have launched many revolutions, but have you ever truly completed even one revolution? Establishing a stable and peaceful regime in the country? Yes, world government and marine will not let us continue. The revolutionary army is still in a weak situation and cannot resist these behemoths, Long said. He couldn't help but think of the transgender 4-star general, the transgender deputy minister of energy, and the 1.8-meter strong man who won the beauty pageant championship. I've heard about you, but I'm actually very confused. What are you revolutionizing? Long's voice stopped, his expression darkened, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Adolf said calmly, without any sign of recognition at all. Chapter 157 I want to rule the world. Marine came after we left and refused to let the revolutionary will continue at all. Embryo Ivankov was very unhappy. Revolutionary will. The revolution you understand is to organize the people in the area and solve the perpetrators through violence. What happens after that? Adolf asked. After? Everyone was stunned and overturned. What else is there after? Regardless of what happens next, we don't even know how to govern. Are you going to overthrow a ruler and leave, leaving the rest of the mess to them? If there is such a person who can properly arrange other people who participate in the revolution, know how to govern the country, know how to guard against pirates, and deal with the world government, he will not need your help. He can already unite with others to overthrow the original kingdom. To put it simply, how has the kingdom become after you overthrew the king? Has it become better? In the calmest voice, Adolf said something they had never thought of. However, this is indeed the case. If they really want the revolution to bear fruit, they do not need to borrow food. Overthrowing a country will create an additional revolutionary base. It is completely possible to snowball development based on the country. The next step is to keep it secret. The vast sea and the seawater leave no traces. It is actually very easy to keep it secret if you really want to. But what's the result? He's just a troublemaker. It's really worthless to be denied. Bello Betty held a lady's cigarette in her mouth and looked at the leader of the revolutionary army, Long. Everyone else was waiting for his answer. Then it gets awkward. There was no rebuttal, but he was sweating profusely because he was also aware of this problem. If we continue to interfere, wouldn't it mean occupying the entire country? We are a revolutionary army, not pirates, Long forcefully explained his thoughts. Well, that's worse than a pirate. The pirates just burned, killed and looted once, and they brought hatred from the outside. And the mess you left behind is the distrust generated within the kingdom. The competition for each other due to the uneven distribution of interests and power is driven by desire. It may even last for years or decades of chaos. Adolf completely exposed the consequences of their actions to everyone. Originally a righteous man who resisted the world government, he was even more righteous than Marine. He saw the sins committed by the world government and refused to be complicit. Advertisement. What Adolf said this time was nothing. Is the revolution I lead so meaningless? The impact of pirates burning, killing and looting is even greater. Long suddenly doubted his life. Compared to the answer I gave, you can go back to the country that once led the revolution and see the results, Adolf said. Long was silent for a moment, because this is really a sad story. Yishao felt heavy. Mother, why are you crying? Shirahoshi looked at Odahime, who was crying like an idiot, and panicked. I feel his mood, heaviness, heartache, and regret. Just like me, I almost brought the 5 million people of Fishman Island to the abyss. Odahime wiped her tears with both hands, but she couldn't stop them at all. Everyone couldn't help but look at Odahime, who was crying. Odahime, a royal family member on Fishman Island, was born with the talent of perceiving other people's emotions. As for the story of Fishman Island, I won't tell you, Adolf introduced. It's true that he has the talent of seeing, hearing, and coloring like a monster, but it's a pity that he is too weak and old. Zephyr regretted it. Idiot, who are you saying is too old? Odahime shed tears and stamped her feet angrily. I have lost my eyesight, and I can only perceive goodwill and malice when seeing colors. What an exaggerated talent, Yishao exclaimed. At this moment, everyone understood instantly that Adolf had told Long that he was right. The ones who suffered the most were the members of the Revolutionary Army, especially the relatively normal Bello Betty. E and a pervert don't care so much about these little things. Then it doesn't make sense for me to overthrow the countries that have joined the world government? If the world government cannot receive heavenly gold, it will directly affect the world government's military spending, Long said. He is now eager to prove that what he is doing is valuable. Adolf shook his head. No, if they don't hand it over, won't the world government send someone to collect it? It's just the difference between the pirates coming to collect it and the world government coming to collect it. Do you know why I want to rule all countries, and the world government will not destroy these countries? Why? Long was also puzzled by this. He also knew that the world government national treasure existed, but he didn't know the details. Because of the power, they know that these participating countries are just facilitators who pay protection fees, even after they are ruled by me. Whether it is the right to choose or the right to decide, it is not in their hands from the beginning, but in the hands of the strong with power. Now that all the kingdoms have been destroyed, and even after they kill me and take back control of the world, there will be no country or people left to rule. Is there any point in ruling then? Advertisement. What's more, I am a fishman, and they kill all humans. I have no reason to show up at sea and go to land, and they have no chance of killing me. From beginning to end, our relationship with world government is a collision of forces, not a debate of ideas. Adolf said the most straightforwardly. Yes, no matter how great he is shouting words like revolution and liberation now, if he doesn't have the strength to defend it, it's all bullshit. Violence is always the truth that determines all truths. As long as there is absolute strength, no matter how outrageous the truth is, it is the truth. Even in the modern world, people can take laundry detergent and say it is evidence of weapons of mass destruction. In this world with the terrifying power of one person sinking into an island, the will of the strong appears to be more straightforward and absolute. It's just that good ideas can attract more people to join this camp, strengthen this violence, and then in turn support this idea. The strong ones also come out of the people and grow up from weak babies, making it easier to influence. Monkey D. Dragon was silent. Adolf was suddenly hit by his doubts about life, and he doubted what he was doing. The combination of strength and thought is so perfect that it is impeccable. He is convinced. I am the one with the ability to inspire fruit. Bello Betty. Your Majesty Poseidon, what will you do next? Bello Betty asked. Adolf stood up and opened his arms, as if embracing the whole world. Unite, unify the country, unify the race, unify the nation, unify the faith, unify the culture, unify the law, unify the world. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army opened their mouths in horror. Odahime and Shirahoshi also looked at Adolf blankly, their hearts being shocked. Zephyr grinned. If it had been in the past, he would have thought this was a crazy careerist. Sure enough. You want to rule the world. The dragon is extremely complicated. Entering the topic at the beginning, he must have a questioning tone. A ruler who wants to rule the world, can such a person bring beauty and freedom to the world, instead of becoming the next celestial dragon? But now that Adolf is allowed to control the rhythm, he doesn't even have the confidence to speak loudly. Instead, he became a guilty person. Chapter 158 Autistic Monk Dragon. The world must be unified, completely unified. There are no longer so many kings, nor so many powerful people with privileges. There can only be one. It can only be me. Adolf glanced at everyone, not caring at all about being as arrogant as a celestial dragon. Everyone was in an uproar and looked at Adolf in disbelief. He actually wants to become a being like a celestial dragon. It really makes me wonder if I heard it wrong. Yishao had a cold sweat on his forehead. He came here because of several speeches given by Adolf. Your duplicity made him regret it. What are you scared of? You are all trying to overthrow the world government. Don't you have any ideas for the future? That is not suitable for saving the world. Adolf looked at him. Your Majesty Poseidon, let's talk about your thoughts. At least you are completely trustworthy when you say that if you hinder the people, you will also be eliminated. Zephyr said, not caring about being the only privilege. First of all, you must understand a problem. Overthrow is never the goal, reconstruction is. If it cannot become better and make people's lives happier, even if the world government is overthrown, it will only be replaced by a new group of people to rule. And you don't seem to be mentally prepared, even if it's just a vision of the future society. Adolf looked at Monkey D. Long and other members of the Revolutionary Army with an embarrassed look on his face. They can't even shake a hair on the legs of the world government, so they can imagine what the future society will look like, which is too far away. Only by becoming one country can we eliminate war, hatred, and contradictions. Because it is a complete country, there is no need for such things as heavenly gold, and there is no need for pirates, nobles, or all unequal classes to disrupt order and challenge the authority of a country's laws. It can also allow money from surplus areas to be used as a matter of course in poor areas to solve many problems. You don't think that if you defeat the world government, then say freedom and liberation, and give everyone enough money and food, people will understand each other and have a happy banquet, right? Adolf sneered. He had doubts about how bloody the so-called One Piece pirates' final outcome was. Just like the world of Hokage, Naruto talks about understanding each other. After becoming Hokage, the 5 major villages coexist ridiculously peacefully. Isn't it still based on the powerful power of Naruto and Sasuke? What is the difference from Hashirama and Madara's era? There is never any mutual understanding. Even if everyone has enough food and clothing, they will still want more women, more power, and start fighting again. Advertisement, as long as everyone wants something, then there will inevitably be a fight because of power. Only the country can treat everyone equally, no matter poor or rich, they are all part of the country. In front of the size of the country, in front of me, there is no difference in terms of wealth, power, or status. This is the greatest equality. Yes, he does not intend to establish a democratic vote or cabinet system. If you look at America, you will know that the election is like a celebrity draft, but it is counterattacked by the so-called democracy. What's more, do ordinary people at the lowest level really understand national policies? They don't even know which departments the country has, right? On the contrary, the simple and crude centralized system of the ancient emperors is very good. Especially in this world where power is king, it is more suitable. Without strong individual strength, the so-called political power becomes a joke. Everyone was silent for a long time, and Zephyr had no choice but to speak. I really don't know what to say. I can't keep up with my thinking. Adolf looked at Monkey D. Long, not too enthusiastically. After thinking deeply for a moment, Yi Xiao solemnly decided. What kind of trend is this? Is it politically correct? At the same time, I am sweating profusely. How should I choose? The most important thing is that you are a giant wearing a miniskirt. You can see it when you look up. In the past, Adolf was just the king of Fishman Island, but now he controls the entire Marine headquarters. I'm afraid he's just cheating. Is it a matter of fact, or is it a matter of submission? As long as the exposed girl buttons are clothes, it won't be a problem. I will assign the other 2 to other departments, not the Marine Combat Department, and I will not let them participate in the liberation battle and temporarily take charge of the kingdom. When the world is peaceful and people can live and work in peace and contentment and smile, let me open my eyes and take a look at the world. If you can't dress properly, you won't be able to get any senior position. This kind of thing would destroy the military style of the army. He would rather not have these 2 combat forces. Advertisement, what about you? Dragon, he originally wanted to sell some ideas and concepts to change Adolf's thoughts, make him more free and liberated, and let him give up the idea of power. There's something I need to make clear to you, Long. You can decide for yourself whether you want to join, but if you want to act recklessly, I advise you to think clearly before taking action. Long was speechless and touched him a few times. I have decided to believe you, Your Majesty Poseidon. Awesome. Shirahoshi admired. You can't catch up to Poseidon's strategic height even if you break your head. The world government will do something twice and it's over. I don't know how many times you can hit it with your size. Doesn't it really hurt your eyes? But he cannot accept she-males and perverts dressed as women with hairy legs. Forget it now. There are too many dirty and despicable people in the world that people cannot bear to look at. I choose to close my eyes precisely because I don't want to see the evil in the world. Yes, you can convince someone so easily. What an incredible charisma. Odahime admired the 2-eyed little star, thinking that she had so much trouble lobbying the people of Fishman Island to sign their signatures before, let alone such an important thing. But this time I realized that he was not worthy of speaking like this. As you said at Marine headquarters, this is a great attempt. Even if it fails, it can provide experience to those who come after us. Smile with a relaxed and happy smile. A man who dares to ask the people and soldiers to resist him is already worthy of trust. Zephyr looked at Long with a faint smile, but he agreed anyway. Speaking of which, I suddenly want to take a look at you with such a generous mind, Poseidon Adolf. Yi Xiao thought to himself. Exhibitionism is not bad. After all, this is a brutal and violent world, and the concept of gender is not as conservative as Daxia. In other words, this world cannot be replaced by the Huxia worldview and values, but the social environment of America. Welcome to join you, Mr. Yi Xiao. I have a healing medicine that can cure your eyes. Do you need it? Adolf chuckled. Even though the Revolutionary Army was an organization, the only ones that caught his eye were Da Shang and Long Zan, and Da Shang himself had already joined him first. Mr. Yi Xiao, what do you think? Adolf looked at Yi Xiao. Chapter 159. In order to benefit the world. This. Long looked back at the three captains behind him. This was the team he had finally accumulated. Different from ordinary warriors, these are considered to be powerful combat forces. If they are taken away, he will become a bear commander. Damn it. You actually look down on the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom. You are despised. Embryo Ivankov was unwilling to lie on the ground and beat the ground in a funny manner. The kingdom of Kamabaka, the legendary second daughter kingdom, seems to be a kingdom of monsters, Zephyr thought. Then you can go back and continue to be your king, as long as you cooperate with the implementation of the empire's policies. Adolf didn't care at all. Hormone fruit can turn people into men and women. The fish people are humans, not fish, and they usually give birth to one child. However, given the population base, twins, triplets or even quintuplets are possible. In the real world, there are even 10 children in one birth. If eggs are laid, the ant cannot give birth to a mermaid child. I mentioned it before, and I emphasize it again for the Crimson King. He once thought about using the power of devil fruit to increase fertility and quickly realized the 5 billion population plan. A more quickly ripened fruit can make a baby an adult in an instant, but it can only make the biological age more mature, but the psychological age remains unchanged. After a group of squealing babies matured into adults, the babies cried so much that they became pregnant. To be honest, he felt guilty no matter how he thought about it. Besides, would the children born really not be idiots with IQs? There are many requirements for surrogacy such as appearance, education, height, health, etc. The second one is the hormone fruit. I used this ability to turn most of the men on Fishman Island into women and then increase the fertility base, but after thinking about it, I decided not to do it. Even if you become a woman from infancy, there will be no conscious side effects. There are more than 90% women in the fish race, and the whole society is talking about topics such as pregnancy, childbirth, and childcare, which will inevitably change the atmosphere of the entire country. Without masculinity and hot-blooded responsibilities, what else can we talk about spiritual beliefs? He is now the king of the world. In the 18 years since his children grew up, he has completely solved the world government. Even the ashes of the 5 elders have not been found. There is no need to engage in these practices with huge side effects. The simpler way is to mix with humans. Let's take a bet on whether the human child has the blood of the fish-human race or the fish-human race, which one will be the main one. As for being highly integrated with human society? This world is a world of the sea, and there are only so many islands on the ground. It must be the fishmen bloodline that is popular. At that time, humans will be eager to conceive a child of the fish people and yearn for the blood of the fish people. A person who is born in a serious way wins at the starting line. Others fall into the sea and drown, but you can fall into the sea and swim back even if you only have blood. What is the difference? What's more, you can also hunt for treasures on the bottom of the sea, find various sunken ships, etc., which are real advantages. It can be said that the bloodline talent that everyone envies. Human beings, synonymous with mediocrity, advertisement. Monkey D. Long hesitated for a long time. I decided to join, what do you think? Embryo Ivankov, Bello Betty, and Mori looked at each other. When they came, they were preparing to merge with Marine. They talked about how good Adolf's revolutionary ideas were, what the future would be like, and when they would launch a general attack on the world government. Their faces were full of excitement. I never expected that they wouldn't accept it. Everyone is really numb. Is our revolutionary army going to disband? Embryo Ivankov looked at the two people beside him at a loss. Let me explain. Abilities still have many uses and can bring benefits to the people, but your image is not suitable for the Marine Combat Department, Adolf said. I'll listen to your arrangements, Bello Betty decided. Men are rude, so I can only listen to your arrangements. Mori seemed unwilling to give in. You must not. Adolf felt uncomfortable and finally looked at Embryo Ivankov. They're all like this, so there's nothing I can do. Embryo Ivankov could only lower his head and passively choose to accept it. The current timeline is too early. Kurla, the future cadre of the Revolutionary Army, is still a 13-year-old kid who has just joined the Revolutionary Army and is peeling potatoes in the logistics. Fur inventor Lindbergh, Logia, Crow, and others have not yet joined, and the current Revolutionary Army is still just a grassroots team. I just don't know if I will be attracted by the publicity and take the initiative to vote. Now that you have decided, I will take over the entire Revolutionary Army. Dragon, I need you to hand over all personnel information of the Revolutionary Army, as well as branches, including secrets. Let them join the Marine organization nearby and cooperate with Marine to launch operations. Of course, those who are unwilling to join can also be sent home. This is not mandatory. Also, no matter what the original discipline of your Revolutionary Army is, you must abide by Marine's current rules and regulations, especially the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. One of them includes dressing neatly and not being too revealing. Speaking of this, Adolf looked at Bello Betty. It's very big and he likes it very much. But a matter of principle is a matter of principle. Otherwise, we should come down from the front line and work as security guards in places like Happy Street. As for the other 2, don't appear in the army. I understand. Long nodded. Advertisement they have all decided to join, and there is nothing to say to refute. He didn't have a choice before, but now, he just wants to be a good person. It's really a harsh requirement. This is obviously my personal freedom. Bello Betty smoked a lady's cigarette and looked down at her broad mind. The image of the Revolutionary Army is not going anywhere anymore. After a brief understanding, Zephyr completely looked down on revolutionaries. Personal dress is your freedom, but a national system also has its own rules and regulations. You can choose to refuse to join, but it cannot affect the atmosphere of the military. In addition, your freedom is a freedom of indulgence, which will seriously affect the overall crime rate in society. Adolf said seriously. He has no objection to girls wearing sexy or even slightly revealing clothes. After all, he likes to look at them, especially other people's wives. But if you are R******D or even followed R******D and killed, it will be too late to regret. Does that mean there is no protection under the law? That means that you are not protecting yourself, but it seems ridiculous to rely on the morality of others for your own safety. If it becomes a trend and requires men to keep their eyes straight like saints, isn't it also problematic? Bellow Betty scratched her head and felt a little embarrassed. She relies on the power of the energizing fruit to incite people's hearts. People say that the dragon cannot lift its head when she opens her mouth. No matter whether she uses her hands or her mouth, she is no match for her. Alas. I lost to you. Okay, I'll listen to you, Your Majesty Poseidon. Can you give me a coat? Bellow Betty reluctantly buttoned up her coat and gave her a wink. Take it, next time you let me see it, go to Happy Street as security. Adolf grabbed the cloak hanging on the side and threw it over, covering her face. This is your Fleet Admiral cloak, Zephyr said helplessly. It's a great honor. Bellow Betty's lips curled up happily, and there was no helplessness about being forcibly restrained. Embryo Ivankov, please lead the demons in the Revolutionary Army back to the Kamabaka Kingdom and manage them. Adolf looked at the Demon King. Wouldn't it be better for me to go back and be the queen? It's really meaningless. Embryo Ivankov was disgusted. Mori, I will assign you to the Ministry of Construction and ask you to cooperate with the Minister of Construction, Pika, to open up multiple passages with a diameter of more than a kilometer in the Red Earth continent above the sea. It's not just about opening up the route from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. And North Blue to Donghai, West Blue to South Blue, Chapter 160. How bad are you? The moment this order was spoken, everyone's pupils shrank. An electric current hits the brain directly. A certain kind of thinking was opened by this sentence. There are only two ends of this world that can cross the Red Earth continent. One is the upside-down mountain where the currents of the four seas rush up, and the other is the route up and down Mariajoya and Fishman Island. No one has ever thought about defeating the majestic and incredible Red Earth continent. That's as stupid as Yugong moving mountains, and it won't do any good. It has been 800 years, let alone there is such a thing as devil fruit, even if there is none, the chisels have dug through it, but no one has done it. Suddenly I deeply realized the word pattern. Bellow Betty admired from the bottom of his heart. There's really no comparison. Monkey D. Long smiled bitterly. If he were still a revolutionary, he would be sweating again right now. Obviously Mori is his person, but he has never thought about connecting the world. This is the gap in thinking. Hahaha. There's really not a slight difference between governing the world and ruling the world, Zephyr said with a smile. It's really admirable. Yishao smiled happily. Obviously he didn't show any power to destroy the world, but one sentence made them feel that it was beyond the level of thinking in the world. Like a god, looking down at the whole world with wise eyes. A small plan can change the world's situation. Mother, did His Majesty Poseidon say something outrageous? Shirahoshi still didn't understand. Of course, that's unprecedented, Odahime admired. It's nothing. People in the world are cowardly and have no courage. Shirahoshi shouldn't run away when encountering difficulties. Adolf patted Shirahoshi's pink scales. Yeah. Shirahoshi clenched his fists and pumped his cheeks, nodding, looking very energetic. Ha, we have all become cowards. Zephyr laughed heartily, tears of laughter flowed out. He believed more and more that this man was the savior who would save the world and bring dawn to the world. It was this inadvertent sentence and a plan that shocked them, and their brains were hit like never before. Okay, please implement it as soon as possible. Zephyr, please ask someone to take Mori to find Pika, and the others will also make detailed arrangements. I have something to do and have to go back to Fishman Island. After Adolf finished speaking, he walked out. He was very busy. I asked you to arrange a few assistant secretaries and the like, and ask me to do these things every time. I have to read a lot of files to improve the law. Zephyr had a headache. That's right, you can arrange this. I also need to find a few secretarial positions here on Fishman Island, otherwise I won't be able to handle the busy schedule. Adolf paused to think and agreed with the suggestion. With that said, he walked outside again. Your Majesty Poseidon, can you think of me? After this period of experience, I have grown a lot. Odahime followed and introduced herself, looking at Adolf with big eyes expectantly. Well, Adolf looked up and down, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then I'll trouble you, Odahime. Yeah, that's great Shirahoshi. Odahime was delighted and excited. Advertisement. Adolf chuckled. He was worried that he had no excuse. Since there is no high-intensity collision, just grind slowly for a long time. What's more, the former royal family, Shirahoshi's mother, has conducted some internal affairs, so she is indeed the best candidate as an assistant. Mother, aren't you responsible for people's livelihood? To appease everyone? Shirahoshi asked curiously. I'm so stupid. I just tried to calm everyone down, but I couldn't solve the problem. Odahime was frustrated. People are growing up, and I am also trying to learn how to manage a country, or even the world. Adolf comforted. The three of them passed through the Marine bubble and swam towards the Fishman Island several thousand meters away. Your Majesty Poseidon. You are really busy. The blue-haired girl holding a pile of documents looked up at Adolf, who passed through the bubble above, and smiled knowingly. Ain, hurry up, the teacher is still waiting to read these materials. The law must be strict and fair. This is more troublesome than dealing with pirates. The man dressed as a samurai ninja said. Yeah, here we go. Mermaid Island, the reconstructed Geelong Court Square, where millions of murlocs gather. As for others, branches gathered in various places and then watched via videophone bugs. Adolf came to the central high platform, where the celestial dragons were executed. Scan the whole place. All the fish people, I, Adolf, was here once. When you all made me your king, I made a 3-year agreement in a crazy manner. Could it be? Everyone who was still thinking about something suddenly became excited and looked at the man eagerly and expectantly. Yes, Marine has been incorporated, the whole world is being ruled, it's time. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, Everyone was suddenly stunned. Disappointed? Disappointed for what? Do you want to regret it? Didn't we just agree? Odahime suddenly became anxious. What did you say? Neptune was confused. I didn't keep everyone's expectations for so long, but I am full of yearning for a better future. In just over a month, it can already be achieved. Doesn't this mean that the aspirations pursued by 5 million of us are meaningless? It's too easy and too cheap? Adolf was remorseful. Peeved Hahahaha. His Majesty Poseidon is so good and bad, it turns out he is just trying to whet our appetite. That's such a pity. In just 1 month, the 800-year-old state of Fishman Island has been changed. There is no sense of experience at all. I thought it would take at least 10 or decades of hard work, but it ended in just 1 month. That would be such a pity. It's just like a dream. It has no sense of reality at all. At least it hurt me once. It only took 1 recruitment and it came true. I have been training hard to be selected next time. In the end, did I win? Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Jinbei, Neptune, Aaron, Hody Jones, Aladdin, Odahime. There are 5 million people in the entire fish race, and I don't know how many tears will be shed. They came into contact with humans 800 years ago and became a member of the world government 200 years ago. What they got in return was discrimination and capture and slavery. And now, a centuries-old dream has been realized in just 1 month. I really don't know how to evaluate it. Is it the waste of the former royal family or the greatness of this king? It's too unreal, too dreamy. Poseidon, Poseidon, Poseidon. Everyone's laughter gradually turned into shouting, and they shouted in unison, with burning, crazy, and full of excitement. Looking at their king on the high platform, the king of this sea. Adolf also grinned and shouted, raising his arms in the air. This is also a huge test for me. If I can't even do this, then I am not worthy of carrying your expectations and becoming your king. The victory of the fish people is also due to your cooperation and support. This is our common victory. Everyone cheered again, and the enthusiasm shook the entire Fishman Island. Sound waves even faintly spread from the seawater to Malinfondo, causing confusion among the sailors. My compatriots, I will personally lead you to land in 1 month. Whether it's sunshine or air, whether it's freedom or dignity, we will defend it with our own strength. Our happiness does not require anyone's permission. It does not require anyone's consent. We can create everything with our own hands. Even if the world is destroyed, we must use our wisdom and strength to carve out a future that belongs to us. Adolf shouted heartily. The words even contained the ambition of a king, and that ironclad belief was imprinted in everyone's hearts. Be their unyielding soul. Everyone's eyes burned with all their emotions, roaring out their spirit. Even Odahime, Shirahoshi, and all the weak women on Fishman Island looked at the man who made them crazy. Not to mention the passionate and excited men who wish they could join the army now and burn their years for their king. But there are requirements for going to the surface. Rebuild Fishman Island within a month. The quota is 100,000 people, and those with outstanding performance will be selected into the first batch. We can go sightseeing on the ground, but we can't ignore our family and country. Chapter 161 Justice Island. Ain, a person with retrograde fruitability, has a calm personality, and he tends to be rational even in battles. Blanu, a non-commissioned officer of the headquarters, holds a civilian position and is good at collecting reports and transferring them to relevant personnel in a timely manner. Zephyr brought 2 people to Adolf and introduced them. Adolf nodded and looked at Ain. Not to mention his abilities, this kind of personality and attitude are very suitable for him to be his assistant. As a student of Zephyr, she knows everything about him and is trustworthy. As for this meeting king, as your assistant, you don't need to have strong combat capabilities. A civilian job is more suitable. What's more, with Marine's big move all over the world, there is a shortage of people everywhere, and Marinefondo is at the bottom of the sea. Even if there are fishmen to help guide the way, it is not easy to go back and forth. Zephyr said helplessly. Adolf nodded in understanding. To put it this way, the civilian Branu was indeed more suitable than Ain. Gouda. Branu swallowed nervously. There are many secrets around me, or in other words, no matter what is about me, I don't want you to mention it to anyone, not even your teacher Zephyr. This is the most basic requirement as an assistant. Adolf looked at the 2 men. Ain looked at Zephyr and then nodded. Yes, I will keep it strictly confidential. Yes. Branu stood at attention. Zephyr has no objection at all. It would be a big deal if the secret was leaked by someone around him. Zephyr, go and do your work. You will be my assistants from now on. Zephyr nodded and left the office. His task was also very urgent. I need a large combat conference room to allow relevant departments to cooperate and mark all known countries around the world, all Marine branch bases, and the action routes assigned to them by each base on a map. Let all Marine branch bases write a proposal plan for the kingdom's military operations in their area. I need to be specific about things and people, and clearly see the trajectory of the entire Marine. In addition, let the Marine branches in each region report their current strength, as well as the number of warships, ammunition and weapons. Adolf looked at the map seriously. Advertisement there attacking a kingdom and seizing its rule. If the general he leads has a change of heart, or even prefers world government in the first place, and then commits a massacre and reports it, then the matter will be serious. It's not as simple as encircling and suppressing pirates. Yes. The two people suddenly felt the pressure and took action quickly. Even Ain, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, also understands that this is related to the overall situation in the height of hundreds of countries. Its importance cannot be compared with that of one or two pirate groups. It didn't take long, and most of the bases were just getting ready to go. Adolf looked at the map and was worried. Normally, such a major task of annexing a country must at least be led by an elite lieutenant general who is deeply trusted by Fleet Admiral. He is the kind of general candidate who can be cultivated into a general. Even the general himself executed it, but unfortunately, his goal is all countries in the world, and there are not that many generals available. There is no way, in order to improve efficiency, the world government has no time to react, so it is forced to lower its requirements and directly activate the proximity principle. Even if the highest military rank in the Sahai branch is colonel, that's still high. Especially for branch bases far away around the world, the headquarters has less control over these places. Not to mention that he doesn't even recognize him, there are too many variables that may happen. Among these people, if they are just searching for property, it would be okay, but they are afraid that the CP personnel of the world government will cause trouble for them. If the three generals Garp and the others cannot arrive in time to solve the problem, he will have no choice but to pull out the commander of a certain branch base to take the blame. Don't give me a chance to kill as a warning, Adolf thought to himself. While the two assistants mobilized relevant departments to cooperate, he was also writing a plan. Establish a regulatory department, not only for colleagues to supervise each other, but also for public reporting, especially to protect the people who love the people and benevolent monarchs. Don't just click it just to save trouble. This is also unacceptable to the people of the country. Try to be as foolproof as possible. In addition, he also needs to write down a temporary management plan after mastering each country. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to let a group of big men with muscles and brains govern the country. Judicial Island, the court directly under the world government, has never been breached since its establishment. There is a door of justice here, which allows fast navigation through the huge whirlpool in the Marine headquarters, Impel City, and Justice Island. Advertisement, and now I have an uninvited guest. Tom, the fishman who built the ship for One Piece Roger. I thought he had been executed by the world government a long time ago, but I didn't expect to be locked up here. Aaron landed on the island, and behind him were groups of fishman warriors following closely behind him. Although Roger's crime of starting the Age of Pirates is unforgivable, it has also brought big problems to our Fishman Island. But as this is an agency directly under the world government, it has nothing to do with him. Hody Jones grinned, showing a ferocious expression. What? It's the Murlocs. The Murloc army is attacking Judiciary Island. Report to the commander immediately. It's over. Judiciary Island has been targeted by fishmen. Isn't Poseidon going to show up too? Upon noticing the movement, the guards stationed on Maashima panicked. Even the hands holding their weapons were trembling. They retreated step by step, not daring to step forward to resist. How could His Majesty Poseidon be here because of such a trivial matter? You think too highly of yourself, Aaron laughed. Hey, do you really don't need me to take action? Many people will be injured or even die in the battle. Jinbei looked at the two of them. His Majesty Poseidon sent you here to hold us back. We also need more battles to grow. If we are afraid of death, we are not worthy of being that lord's warriors. Right, compatriots? Aaron looked back, and all the soldiers grinned, with excitement in their eyes. Not only was there no fear, but their blood was boiling. They need to fight so much and become stronger, in order to respond to that adult's expectation. The appearance of Adolf has really brought about earth-shaking changes in Fishman Island. He can support our compatriots outside. How long has it been since I returned to Fishman Island? Granny Kokoluo, with yellow curly hair and split fins and legs, was holding a wine bottle and laughing. The Fishman soldiers met her while performing a mission outside. Granny Kokoluo also saw the changes in the Fishman Island from the newspaper, so she told the soldiers about Tom. The soldiers reported it immediately, and the scene unfolded. How dare you ask your compatriots for help when you haven't given any support to the country outside? If the other party is not directly affiliated with the world government, we don't want to pay attention to it. Hody Jones was dissatisfied. Superior, kill all of them world government people. Aaron and Hody Jones took the lead and led more than 1,000 soldiers to kill. Chapter 162. Aaron and Hody Jones. Maashima's first main entrance was easily broken through, but when he reached the second main entrance, two giants blocked the way. I don't know what you are here for, but you better go back before you get trampled all over. You said that, Wemo? The skinny giant holds a huge axe? That's right, Cassie. I will crush all your marrow bones. Wemo, a fat giant, carried a wooden mace. The two giants are more than 10 meters tall. They are both dressed in simple and crude tribal clothing. Their weapons are also very primitive, but extremely strong. Giants. Eren raised his head and frowned slightly. Forget it. No matter what race, as long as you join the world government, it will be a hostile stance. Don't take action. Since there are only two enemies, leave it to us. Hody Jones and Eren stepped forward. This operation is also a good experience for them. The giants have the most natural warriors in the world. Be careful, Jinbei said calmly. We fishmen also have arm strength that is 10 times stronger than humans. Let's compete. Thin Man Cassie and Fat Man Oimo wielded axes and hammers. Eren and Hody Jones are also holding serrated swords and tridents, and they are even more domineering and armed, corresponding to each other. Boom, there were clashes, and strong airwaves washed over them. A huge figure of more than 10 meters with a weapon fell from the sky, and the 2-meter-old Fishman resisted with all his strength. The completely disproportionate contrast in body shape, but she was able to endure it. A natural fighting race. It doesn't seem to be that good. Eren became more and more excited. He held the serrated sword and suddenly flicked the giant axe away. Damn Fishman. The giant was angry. When the giants reach adulthood, they have the power of a brigadier general. As a race of giants, they were members of the giant soldier pirates 40 years ago. Their strength is comparable to that of ordinary lieutenant generals at the Marine headquarters, especially in terms of strength, they surpass the elite lieutenant generals. It is also natural to master and dominate. There are too many scenes in the original book where combat power is compromised for the sake of the plot. Let's restore it a little here and treat it as leveling up for Eren and the others. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. As the giant mace pressed down with all its strength, the pressure on Hody Jones doubled, the muscles in his arms bulge, and the veins on his forehead and arms bulge. With the heartbreaking roar, he competed with the giant for strength. Advertisement, we are also working hard to train ourselves. Then he took the initiative and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The fighting speed of both sides is not fast, but the strength is extremely strong, and every time it is a crazy head-on confrontation. The giant's terrifying size, coupled with its two-color domineering power, makes it impossible to win with small moves. There was a loud bang in front of the door. The terrifying wind tore through the atmosphere, the earth shattered, cracks spread, and slashes flew out from time to time. How can you not defeat 2 guards even if you have such high hopes from that adult? You can't even see the king's back, right? The head-on collision with the giants lasted for more than half an hour. The huge force shook their internal organs and blood, and their bones were shaking. Boss. Big brother. All the Murloc warriors nearby looked nervously, eager to rush forward to help. Jinbei looked deeply at the two of them. Rather than worrying, he felt more recognition and the same desire to become stronger. Not just him, every warrior on Fishman Island longs to be strong and be able to play a little role. What's going on with these two fishmen? Cassie and Fatty from the giant tribe were panting. Eren and Hody Jones were even more tired. They used their will to support themselves and fought desperately to squeeze the potential of their bodies. Even if the muscles of hands and feet break after the war, even if the body organs fail, no matter what. Sawtooth slash. Water trident. The slash that separated and tore like a chainsaw landed on the body of the thin man Cassie, and blood sprayed out. The trident in Hody Jones's hand also showed traces of water, as if it was wrapped in water, and suddenly flew out and landed on Oimo, punching out 3 big holes. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the two giants were finally defeated. Hoa, ho, ho, ha. After the battle, as soon as they relaxed their spirits, Eren and the two immediately collapsed from exhaustion, their whole bodies twitching with sweat. French dog team. Spandam was instantly frightened out of his wits. In the sea, Adolf watched this scene quietly, extremely satisfied. Spangdam huddled in an unknown corner and shivered with his head in his hands, his nose running out of panic. Damn sailor, you surrendered to the enemy like this? You're a traitor? Rough shark. These fishmen actually blocked the signal? Can't they even send out a call for help? Advertisement as the fishman who mastered Pluton's design drawings and designed the sea train, Tom certainly couldn't arrange only Eren and the others for such an important matter. Spangdam immediately knelt down. Even his own state and the drama coming from his body cannot suppress the emotions in his heart. It's just that these marine soldiers have been on Judiciary Island for a long time and are too close to the world government. Have you found it? I didn't find it here. Almost all of them exercised sound judgment. Brother Eren and brother Hody, please treat him quickly. The soldier handed over the healing dandelion. Damn it. Rescue Tom and go back and strengthen training. Eren grabbed the healing dandelion unwillingly. Shoosh. Tap tap tap. It's already very powerful to be able to do this now, but it's a pity that you can't stand up on your back. As for the rest, of course they also raised the French military salute knowing the current situation. I will also surrender. The world government will be finished. Only a fool will die with them. There are so many people, I can kill them all. Jinbei held the huge door with one hand and suddenly exerted force to break the thick and huge door. Don't kill me, I surrender. I know the secrets of the world government. I didn't find it here either, let's go look there. Opposite the door are more than 10,000 marine soldiers and world government guards. It's such a shame. 2 guards left us in such a mess. How can we live up to the king's high expectations? Hody Jones covered his face with his hands in shame. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? How can I get back to Mariajoya? The sea has been blocked by those damn fishes, so it's impossible. Aaron showed a ferocious smile and rushed into the lead. But when he turned around, he spotted a dog, and now even a doorman has to work so hard, it's really useless. Wait a minute for me to surrender. First a Marine. People from the world government forced me to be your enemy. Before they could rush in, a Marine raised his hands. Sir Spandam, I need to use you to perform meritorious service. Would you like to hand over the head to me, or come with me? Poof. They don't know the identities and origins of the two giants, they only know that the doorman. Listening to the footsteps disappearing, Spandam breathed a sigh of relief. This is really serious. Not only did he escape from the void, but he also had a head-on confrontation with the giants. His internal organs and handbones were shattered. Even his domineering energy was exhausted. Jinbei could see the state of the two of them. Chapter 163. Do you know you broke the law? Your Majesty Poseidon, the fishman Tom has been brought back. Tom, the horned fishman, is obese but extremely strong. He can lift a boat with one hand. Adolf, the man called Poseidon, the current king of the Fishman tribe. Tom, the horned fishman, looked at Adolf and lowered his head slightly. Thank you for your rescue. You should now call this Lord, His Majesty Poseidon. This is the king supported by everyone on the entire Fishman Island. Aaron raised his eyebrows to remind. Your Majesty Poseidon. Tom had no objection and simply changed his words. Hahahaha, it's been so long since I've been back to Fishman Island. Things have changed a lot. Even the king has changed. Granny Kokoluo laughed. Poseidon. The two human boys following behind hid behind Tom and looked at Adolf nervously. Your Majesty Poseidon, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I shouldn't be world government's dog. I am the head of the CP agency. I know world government's secrets. Please don't kill me. Spandam burst into tears. With a handful of tears, he knelt down quite simply. He even crawled over to hug Adolf and hold Hody Jones down. Adolf glanced at him and focused on Tom. Tom once built a pirate ship for Roger, the king of thieves, and was later captured and convicted by the world government. I have no interest in talking about the mistakes I made in the past. I just want to ask you, are you still a part of Fishman Island? Adolf looked at Tom and said calmly. Mistake? I feel very honored to be able to contribute to a man like Roger. Tom held his head up proudly, looked at Adolf and said. Your Majesty Poseidon. No matter what kind of ship you build, there is no distinction between good and evil. No matter who your ship hurts, even if it destroys the world, the owner who built it must love it. As long as the person who built it cannot deny it or blame it, a man will face the ship he built with a loud voice. Even if he faces the king of the fish people, he still won't change his belief. Adolf's words were deep and cold. The ship is not good or evil, so neither are you. Huh? Me? Tom was stunned. If your ship is going to destroy the world and bring chaos and evil to the world, are you going to let your ship continue? Since you regard the boat as a relative, then if your child is a murderer, you must also love and protect your child. Do not deny him. Do not blame him. Do not discipline him. A ship driven by an operator cannot be denied, because it is a tool. Advertisement. But as a manufacturer, you know who you are building the ship for, but you still want to build this ship to carry evil. Is this what you expect? Even now, when Roger has started the Great Pirate Era, you still tell me here with a proud face that you feel honored. Are you trying to say that you are proud of the people who died because of pirates in the Pirate Era? You are also proud of the fact that a large number of pirates invaded Fishman Island and robbed women? Adolf became more and more severe and even stood up. That was an unavoidable voice. He doesn't want to talk about what happened in the past, but you still express your pride so confidently. Do you want him to recognize your proud deeds as the king? Then on Fishman Island, tell everyone with your head held high that your behavior is something to be proud of? The hearts of Aaron and others were tense, and the voices filled with suppressed majesty and anger made those who had nothing to do with them nervous and frightened. They had never seen the king so angry. I never thought about this. Tom opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't refute even a single word. His pride seemed to be shattered at this moment. Granny Kokoluo could not keep her smile and became worried. Bingshan and Frankie were so frightened that their legs weakened. They're not going to be dragged out and beheaded, are they? Odahime. Recorded. Pirates. A criminal group that lives on robbery on the sea. The daring ones will even loot islands. They burn, kill, loot and commit all kinds of crimes. They're the main factor in the chaos and evil in the world. Assisting criminals, creating favorable conditions for the commission of crimes, whether making suggestions, providing tools, or removing obstacles, is an accessory. Send these 2 items to Ain and ask her to prepare the official document. I will sign it later and ask all the kingdoms under my control to promote it and not cancel it within 20 years. You can also print out 10,000 copies and post them across the entire Fishman Island for you to interpret personally. Adolf ordered. Yes. Odahime felt guilty. When Roger passed by Fishman Island, Neptune, as the king, and Roger were brothers, and they drank and talked happily. Roger even asked about Poseidon. Not much better than Tom, still a royal. Poseidon. Tom felt inexplicably guilty. Advertisement because his matter suddenly involved the whole world? The entire Fishman Island? Adolf looked at Tom. Rituals collapse and music collapses. The 3 views of this world, especially the strong among them, are more biased towards their natural preferences in their concepts of good and evil. That is, self-centered, and this kind of thinking is the fundamental factor that creates conflicts. You don't care about other people's feelings, and others don't care about your feelings. Conflicts arise and fights develop. If you want to build a world where only the strong are respected, just follow the trend, but if you want to achieve peace and order, you have to go deep into the mind. Tom. Many people in this sea have the same thoughts as you. As long as you achieve self-satisfaction, what does others have to do with me? But it doesn't mean that what most are doing is right. I don't want to talk nonsense about what happened in the past, but if you do it again, you will be punished by law regardless of whether you are a citizen of Fishman Island or not. Because this is not the period of the Celestial Dragon's rule, but my rule of the world. Adolf said directly, from the perspective of power and strength, the only option is to obey. Tom lowered his head in despair. Yes. Master. Frankie looked at his mentor and couldn't help but stand up. You be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** If you don't want your teacher to be scolded, just be quiet, Granny Kokoluo said. His Majesty Poseidon? Spangdam raised his hand cautiously. I have a very important confidential report, important secrets about ancient weapon Pluton. Huh? Adolf looked at him. Seeing Adolf, Spandam immediately stood up and pointed at Tom excitedly. He has the Pluton design drawing in his hand. Ha. Let me seize the opportunity. I said you can't escape from my grasp. Okay, don't laugh. It sounds like he's not a good person. Adolf had a headache. They were all playing like this. Spandam was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Adolf also looked at Tom. He was not easy to speak at first, but now he is better. Hand it over. Chapter 164 Pluton Design Drawing. The loud man don't have what you want, Tom said, turning his head and forcing himself to whistle. I can tell he's lying, Otahime pointed out. You can see it just by looking at it. Aaron was speechless. You specifically asked us to bring these two brats back, isn't it important to you? Hody Jones looked at Frankie and Bingshan behind him with a ferocious expression. What do you want to do? Hody, Tom stopped him with one hand, blocking his gaze. In terms of seniority, Tom is even older than the hero Tiger, and he became famous earlier. There is just a legendary craftsman who helps one-piece shipbuilding, and the other is a hero who rescues slaves. Have you ever heard of the saying, a common man is guilty of carrying a jade while he is innocent? You can't even deal with a bunch of bastards sent by the world government. Even if I don't take action, can you maintain such power? Do you think it's a good thing for you and the people around you? Adolf looked at Tom. Tom was silent again and looked at Bingshan and Frankie. Your Majesty Poseidon, I have seen various reports about you before. I admire you very much as a person and I am also impressed by the changes in Fishman Island. But please give me some time, okay? I want to see the current Fishman Island with my own eyes and see the changes in this world. The power of ancient weapon Pluton is too terrifying. It is the power that can truly destroy the world. I cannot hand it over casually. Tom insisted. This is not a question of whether you believe me, but I have to take away. As long as you are the holder, I can agree to this request. 3 days, and only on Fishman Island, advertisement. If you are still stubborn at that time, there is no need for you to speak. Adolf looked directly at Tom. Tom nodded and agreed. Then you all go down. Your brother Dan should be waiting for you outside, Adolf said. Building a sea train in the vast sea will not be washed away by a huge tsunami, and the rails will not be broken. This kind of black technology is also very awesome. He did not believe that this was an original drawing on Pluton's design drawings. It was most likely a design plan that Tom developed himself after studying the design drawings and using relevant understanding. This means that he can really understand and has very high research abilities. In addition, there is Frankie, who not only understands the laser technology that Vegapunk left in the abandoned experimental base, but also completed the transformation and upgrade of himself alone, which is also very awesome. Especially using cola as power, it can also shoot lasers? What kind of black technology is this? As for Bingshan, he is also a ruthless person, but his leadership skills are more prominent. He lacks everything, huh? Adolf breathed out. There was no time to rest, so he headed directly towards Malinfondo. Good news, Your Majesty Poseidon, we have won another place. This time it is the Seven Waters capital with a developed shipbuilding industry. The mayor of the Seven Waters city has a good response from the people. It is not a tyranny, so it is managed by the original mayor, but it accepts your rule. In addition, there was a call from the Ministry of Munitions. He hopes to place a large number of shipbuilding orders in the Seven Waters capital. It is best to build warships specifically for Marine to quickly make up for the losses caused by the last large-scale attack on maritime warships by Murloc forces. As soon as he entered the command room, In came to report happily. Advertisement. Let's place the order according to his wishes. We have raided the homes of so many royal families, so we should have sufficient funds. In the future, more warships will inevitably be needed to maintain overall world domination, including transportation needs. Adolf's body ached. In order to prevent the spread of the image, the entire Marine Corps was dispatched, which also destroyed a third of the Marine warships. There was no direct attack on the Marine personnel, and the escaping boats were not destroyed, but many of them were still submerged in the waves, and there was nothing we could do about it. And now it's all his loss. After 17 days of conquest, Marine has now occupied 36 kingdoms. It is expected that the second half of the month will be the peak period for occupying various countries. After the occupation, the commander-in-chief immediately informed the people of the headquarters hotline, and the headquarters quickly received calls from people in the kingdom. Currently, the reporting hotline has been overwhelmed, and a large number of phone calls have passed out. Most of the calls from people are excited, and they suggest the immediate execution of the former king, or reporting on the actions of local dignitaries. There are currently no bad reports about Marine. Ain handed a document to Adolf. Change the hotline to video so that all residents can see and ask questions, and order the unit to send 2 soldiers to maintain order on the scene. This is a great opportunity to improve the relationship between Marine and the people now. It is also an opportunity to truly understand the different situations in different countries. We can arrange manpower to record the problems discovered. If there is insufficient manpower, we will hire family members living in the headquarters to help. To let more people see our justice, this is a good opportunity to deepen people's hearts and dispel people's uneasiness. Adolf took the document and decided immediately, yes, I'll let someone do it now. Ain nodded. Adolf nodded, then looked around. There are a large number of screens and phone bugs around the command room, which can be connected to any general and adjutant who is performing the task of occupying the kingdom at any time. The responsibility is assigned to the person and is directly commanded by the headquarters. The meeting king, Branu, led people to record various materials. And they also use this method to strengthen the management of fleets far away in the world, form a direct deterrent, and greatly reduce the possibility of escaping from control. Chapter 165 No Solution No Solution. Everyone, stop working so hard and eat first. You can't even eat just to work more than others, right? Only when you are full can you have the strength to work. If you are like this, won't everyone be able to eat with peace of mind? I'm going to take a shit, you go ahead. You don't work secretly, do you? How could it be? You still have to eat. I'm going back to Company Mini. The title of fertility model is my goal, and I would be a fool to get a spot with you. Isn't it my first time to land on the island? There will be many opportunities in the future. That puts me at ease. The Sunfish Man turned his head and smiled evilly. Just take your time, because 5 million people are competing for this spot. But after he came back from dinner, what, you've done so much? Didn't you say you were going to poop? And didn't you say you were going to Company Mini? Didn't they all say you don't care? Everyone was dumbfounded. Idiot. This is landing on the ground with Master Poseidon. We will never have such an opportunity in the future. Damn it. This is too curly. Scenes like this are everywhere on Fishman Island. The Toms who just came back were dumbfounded. Is this how they work now? What are they doing? They are so enthusiastic about work, Frankie exclaimed. There seems to be some incentive reward, Bingshan observed. Everyone is very enthusiastic. What is going on over there? Frankie looked at the huge construction site in the distance. Children are yearning for amusement parks in the human world, so Master Poseidon decided to build a dream amusement park, Coral, that is more suitable for Fishman children, Dan said. Amusement park? I really have no choice, so I'll show you Uncle Frankie's super design. Frankie suddenly became excited. What a mermaid lady. This pervert is not even interested in humans. As seen in the newspapers, he is a benevolent king, although he is very domineering to the outside world, Bingshan discovered rationally. Poseidon. Tom watched all this quietly. Advertisement compared with the liveliness of the underwater world, Mauricio at sea is much quieter. In the middle of the power, the 5 elders sat on the sofa with sad faces, unable to say a word for a long time. No solution, no solution. As long as you are in the sea, even on an island, you will face the threat of Poseidon Adolf. Sinking into the sea together with the islands, it is no exaggeration to say that controlling seawater in the sea is better than Poseidon controlling Poseidon species, and seawater is unkillable. Not to mention that he himself seems to be able to communicate with Poseidons, or even drive them? Combining the two, even if they let Uranus have a blizzard and freeze the sea surface, it won't work. Report. At 3:10 on the 14th, South Blue, the kingdom of Lamar was occupied by Marine, the king was put in a cell, and the king's army was also collected. Report. At 7:15 on the 14th, the North Blue Talcahuano kingdom was occupied by Marine, the king was put in a cell, and a large number of dignitaries were killed. Report. At 11:50 on the 14th, the kingdom of East Daxia Sea announced its surrender and voluntarily gave up the position of king. It started with voyages and battles, and then came the peak of occupation. More than 10 kingdoms were captured in one day. If you can only hide in Mariajoya without supplies or scientific research resources, it is tantamount to committing suicide slowly. Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, swallowed his humiliation. One marine warship only costs 100 million Baileys, which can build 100,000 marine warships. Although he is not technical, he knows technology very well. Directly causing the vast majority of soldiers to favor him and the people. The 5 elders' silence continued, and so did the reports coming in, making the 5 elders' expressions become increasingly gloomy. After the 108 countries were occupied, the 5 elders finally made a decision. It's not that I haven't thought about struggling. The commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong Ji-yu, has more than just marines, but also some ground troops, and even the king's army of the participating countries. What's more, there is a 100-man Murloc force cooperating in the offshore area surrounding the island, who can go out to sea. But this is full bloom. They have no time to take care of themselves, so how can they support others? Advertisement: if I gave you 10 trillion belly, could you make it? There is no way, there are too many young people who want to make progress. In the command room of the Marine headquarters, Adolf has full command of the 170 fleets and speaks to all soldiers via video, focusing on the people. I have to admit that we have no chance of winning in the sea. The environmental martial god Moshe Sheng felt heavy in his heart. If you still don't understand, the maneuvers used by the generals of each sea area are direct force deterrents. The Fishman troops in the sea also made them wait for death on the spot. As for the CP personnel in Marine, or the generals who prefer world government. Have you considered it? Adolf went directly to the topic. But they had to suppress their anger and accept the fact. If a massacre order is issued, I'm afraid the adjutant will replace him on the spot and lead all the soldiers on the ship to encircle and suppress the commander. The others looked at him and fell silent, unable to find a solution. What else could they do but surrender? This is the Pluton design drawing. Based on the technology in the design drawing, I designed a resounding sea train. Tom handed over a stack of paper. Adolf took it and flipped through it. It's not just a matter of money. I don't have mastery of many of the technologies. I also need a very key thing. This is the soul of the Pluton battleship. After a while, I came back to, I'm sorry to say that it is almost impossible to make a famous Pluton battleship. Pluton. Soul. The whole room was so oppressive that it was suffocating. 10 trillion? Tom was so horrified that his jaw almost dropped. A little trick of checks and balances can force the vast majority to be wise. If it weren't for Uranus, Adolf would have led the Marines to attack Marijoa. St. Peter, the god of agriculture and martial arts, said. Adolf's mouth twitched as he looked at the thing designed in his hand. Follow me. Adolf nodded and came to the office from the command room. Your Majesty Poseidon. Tom came. All we can do now is to preserve the greatest foundation. Everything else can be given up, including heavenly gold, power, and face. The financial god of war looked ugly. Surrender. The legal martial god, Saint Wachuli, spoke. Chapter 166 The Surrender of the Five Elders Ship Spirit. The spirit of a ship is created by the crew caring for each other and cherishing the hull. Adolf looked at the words, ship elf, on Pluton's design and felt numb. Ship elves are not only found in the capital of Seven Waters. There are legends of ship elves in many places. However, ship elves generally do not appear in front of people and usually appear accompanied by heavy fog, Tom said. A ship is the home of pirates on the sea. Does that mean that if a family cares about each other in the same house, house spirits can also be born? The family likes Bailey very much. Bailey can also give birth to a money elf? Even a group of pirates can give birth to elves through their friendship. Is it easier for a family that loves each other to give birth to elves? Adolf was speechless. The relationship between two people when they are passionately in love should be stronger than the friendship between pirates, right? Even if it is love for the house, the living room, kitchen, dining table, sofa, sink, bathroom, balcony, toilet, just ask where there will be no traces of love. Definitely full of memories, okay. And his words also stopped Tom and asked, theoretically, maybe, should, probably, is also possible, right? But Pluton is a battleship. So, house elf, war fortress? This question was so out of line that he was not sure about it. Adolf waved his hand and stopped discussing these things. Ship elves are impossible. If you use someone else's ship elves, you might build them but they will run away with them. But without the ship spirit as the soul of the battleship, ordinary control methods cannot flexibly control Pluton. This is a living battleship, Tom said. Adolf frowned, thinking of the Pluton battleship hidden under Wano country. Obviously, even if it is dug out, he cannot control it. Maybe turn around and give him an electric cannon, a cannon. He couldn't complain about this kind of leaving various things to the designated savior. I just think it's ridiculous. The smile artificial devil fruit created by Caesar Coolant, the loser is deprived of all expressions except smile, but he knows his feelings clearly in his heart, and will break down and shed tears when seeing his dead relatives. But true smile, not only the smile on the face, but also the heart will be completely stripped away, leaving only joyful laughter. Even if an important person is dying, even if the whole audience is in tears, even if your partner is beaten black and blue, even if you are fighting a fierce enemy, you can still laugh funny and heartily for no reason. Advertisement: he is truly the destined sun god and savior. Tom, since you can't build a complete Pluton battleship, then master the dismantled technology. Can you, for example, create a powerful robot? Adolf said simply. Tom hesitated. To be honest, I don't really want to make weapons. Besides, you are about to rule the world, so there is no need for horrific murder weapons. Adolf frowned. What do you think peace is? No one commits crimes, no terrorists, no careerists. Everyone is happy as brothers and sisters? Even if I unify the entire world, only by mastering the power to curb wars and struggles can order and peace be maintained. On the basis of protecting people's lives, we can bring them more convenience and a better life. Tom was silent. He found that apart from being stubborn, he was completely unreasonable. Tom, I used to be too idealistic, but it taught me a lot. Otahime shook her head and said. Shirahoshi looked at a few people in the office and followed Adolf closely. She also began to develop her thinking and know how to judge something instead of just judging it by good or bad preferences. Tom is a kind-hearted man, but just a good person. Your Majesty Poseidon, the 5 elders are calling. Ain came over. 5 elders? It's almost time to annex 108 countries. Adolf answered the phone. Poseidon Adolf. 5 elders financial martial god Nishu Langsheng's heavy voice came from the phone bug. It is called by its title and name, not the fish. Skip the prelude and go directly to the theme. Adolf grinned happily. The phone bug gritted its teeth, and the voice of Saint Nassau Lang came out. We surrender, and all the kingdom's sovereignty belongs to you. Adolf said with a hint of sarcasm, negotiate terms with what belongs to me and stop calling. Don't you like fame? All of Marijoa's slaves are given to you? The hero who rescued slaves and abolished slavery. Sage Nishoro seems to be pointing out his reputation. It's somewhat attractive, so what do you want? Adolf asked. Form up 20 kings of the world government and get back our original kingdom, and navigation rights, Saint Nisholing said. Advertisement. Do you think I look like an idiot? To give you a chance to make a comeback for some slaves who were tortured to death by you. What's more, when the Tianlong people of those families return to the kingdom, they will treat the entire kingdom like slaves. For the sake of tens of thousands of slaves, more than 100 million free people will be given to you as slaves? Adolf was speechless. He discovered that some people are not stupid, but simply have beautiful ideas, and they are self-righteous and think that others will think the same as them. Phonebug gritted his teeth again, humiliated. But this time I didn't break out and suppress my emotions. Then I say, in exchange for the kingdom you rule. If you refuse, Lord I Am will use Uranus to destroy half of the country you rule. Saint Nisholang's words were full of threats, and the Tianlong people were so cruel that they could definitely do such a thing. Odahime, Shirahoshi, Ain, Tom, everyone's hearts tightened instantly. Adolf's expression darkened and he could no longer relax. Even if you destroy all the kingdoms and kill all the humans, so what? My basic base is the Fish People tribe. I just need to return the general direction to the Fish People tribe itself and vigorously develop the population. You must have heard about the birth policy of the Fish People Island. I went from being the only king who rules all races in the world to becoming the king of the only race in the world. What's the difference? Adolf looked at the phone bug calmly, and a scarlet color suddenly appeared in his eyes. I don't want rivers of blood and the killing of trillions. But if you really destroy more than half of the human kingdom, then the rest, I will do it. Erase the island together. The crazy words seemed to be felt even through the phone bug. If you can't be a hero for the whole world, then become a hero for your race. Odahime, Shirahoshi, Ain, and Tom all stared at him with bloodshot eyes. How crazy. Erase all mankind? Only the fishmen remain, and such words shocked the 5 elders. The threat that was on my lips was swallowed. Chapter 167 Negotiations between the new king and the old king. People can't stand firm without being ruthless, but when they become ruthless, 5 elders' legs tremble. They're just threats to negotiate conditions, but if Adolf really wants to do this, then it will be their turn to jump in a hurry and become the hero. If there is nothing else, just hang up, Adolf said casually. Wait. Nishu Langsheng stopped. You still want to threaten? Sorry, I won't accept this trick. How about a honey trap to make me hesitate a little longer? Adolf said casually. Nishu Langsheng was angry, but there was nothing he could do. It's so cruel, it's really a strike that threatens to kill them. If you want to wipe out half of the population, then he will wipe out the other half, and even bulldoze the islands, causing you to completely lose your base. There is no possibility of a comeback. Then he took 5 million murlocs with him and lived a life of giving birth to babies without shame or shame. You win, Adolf. Say your conditions. How can we return the original 20 countries to us? It was not the voice of Saint Nisholing, nor was it the voice of any of the 5 elders, a female voice with a hint of majesty. Lord I Am. The 5 elders prostrated on the ground to greet their king, holding high on the throne of the void. The master of the old world, I am. I am. Odahime, Ain and others are wondering, who is it that makes the highest authority in the world government so respectful? Is this a meeting between the king of the old era and the king of the new era? No, it should be more accurate to say begging for mercy. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up, forcing I Am to come forward to negotiate with him, which was also an achievement. Adolf. You are too presumptuous, Lord I Am is the god on the throne of the void. Do you think you've got the world? The 5 elders were furious and could not bear such humiliation. However, Adolf completely ignored their nonsense. At this moment, the only person in the world government who could talk to him was I Am. I Am frowned, the emotions that had been erased for 800 years aroused. Repeated, Adolf. State your terms, advertisement. If you stick your heads out, I'd also like to kill you. But the question is, what else do you have that can compare with the population of more than 100 million in 20 kingdoms? What bargaining chips can you give me to make my heart beat and give you a chance to make a comeback and save your life? Tell yourselves, what else do you have? Adolf said he was all ears. However, the answer they received was silence, because they really didn't have many chips left. The only condition to impress Adolf is to cost them half their lives. Power Rock. An explosive power comparable to ancient weapon, which can easily blow up the entire island, I Am said. Oh, including Marie Joa? Adolf's lips twitched. This boomerang even landed on his head. Im's expression darkened slightly, including. If it weren't for the fact that Fishman Island was in the deep sea, and if Adolf hadn't implemented a policy of dispersed safe zones and multiple gathering places. The world government has long wanted to use this thing to kill them all. Even if the 5 elders teleport all the way with the bubbles in their hands, they still have to drop 180 of them on Fishman Island to get it done once and for all. It's a pity that as long as it can't be completely eliminated, it will only anger the other party, and then it will be Marijoya's turn to be attacked. It's a little exciting, but that's all. I also have powerful explosives. As long as the amount is as large as a house, it can achieve similar effects. Do you know the results of the push by the former Revolutionary Army? Does the former Minister of Construction know? Bring the explosives below Marijoya, and then you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Adolf said, not particularly interested. I clenched her fists with her hands, her breath was short, and she was head over heels. What is her identity? The creator who created the world government 800 years ago, the master on the throne of the void, the ruler of the world. You actually bargained with her. Not only was it reduced to nothing, but it was also used as a metaphor for the destruction of the holy land of Marijoya? I really can't stand it. The world government can submit to you, all armies obey your orders. But the premise is marriage. Every family of Tianlong, anyone you choose, not including me. I was humiliated again. These problems can still be solved reluctantly. After all, Marijoya has many powerful people and a large number of slaves who secretly carry out transportation. The long Red Earth continent cannot be completely sealed. Obviously, he couldn't be convinced at all. Impossible. Before he could finish speaking, immediately refused. Advertisement. Adolf pinched his chin and seemed to be seriously considering this issue. She bowed her head one after another, but completely regarded the Tianlong people as slaves who were insulted at will, and even missed her. Uranus. But if you want to do this, you need to pay a price. The reason for negotiating is because they don't want to suffer so much and have the last hope. Because it is impossible for Adolf to give them this premise. In the 20 countries, there are as many beautiful women as you want. What is so special about you Tianlong people? For 800 years, when had a being as noble as her, revered as the creator, ever suffered such humiliation? Relying on other people? It is more likely that you will live to death. As for those armies, do they listen to you or mine? Keep it for yourself. The reason Adolf didn't attack Marijoya was because of Uranus hanging above his head. That is to say, all, is a little bit convincing. Veins appeared on Im's forehead. I even held my breath. Suddenly the whole place became eerily quiet. This was a negotiation between the two kings, and no one dared to disturb it. In other words, if there is no food or water, a large amount of resources will be consumed for daily maintenance, and it is difficult to transport supplies. How can we survive for a long time? Right to use, Adolf finished. You will be the king, the celestial dragons will be the nobles, and we will rule the world together. Without this threat, would they still be qualified to negotiate terms here? In terms of security, they control Uranus and will shoot down anyone who dares to come up. The premise of this miracle is that they still have information about the outside world, can mobilize certain resources, and can seize the opportunity to use Uranus to kill Adolf. But it's not enough. If a miracle occurs and Adolf is killed, he can rule the world again. It seems like you can't get more chips if you come here, let me tell you one. Stopped talking and hesitated. Marriage? With you? Adolf hesitated. The Red Earth continent is entirely formed from red rocks, and the soil and vegetation in Marijoya were all transplanted and transported up there bit by bit. Spoke. There's not even rain at such a high place. Marijoya is on the Red Earth continent, at an altitude of 50,000 meters, or 50 kilometers. Chapter 168. The helplessness of 5 elders. The collar hung up and the negotiation could not continue on the spot. Adolf wanted Uranus, and only Uranus was worthy of his asking. But Uranus is also the last support of the celestial dragons and their foundation. The test of Uranus is a test of the bottom line of their lives, which is absolutely unacceptable. Even the moment Adolf mentioned it, they already felt uneasy. Lord this is a man who is good at creating miracles. He overturned the world government in 2 defensive battles and took over the rule of the world in a very short time. Now he sets his sights on Uranus, the only threat to him. The purpose is clear. If he really touches Uranus, the threat is too great. The 5 elders crouched in front of extremely worried. But even if they say that, what can they do? If there was a way, I wouldn't be forced into this situation. I won't let him touch Uranus. It's up to you to hinder his actions. As he said this, the supremely powerful left the room without accomplishing anything. Instead, he became very angry. Yes. Master The 5 elders were lying on their knees, waiting for to leave before standing up. Increase the bounty. As long as there are pirates that hinder his actions, interfere and destroy him, it will be considered a success. Issuing a world conscription, we need more masters. Arrange for all CP9 spies to enter Marine and contact him. Surrender is impossible. Surrender is impossible in this life. There is no peaceful transition between the 2 major trends, the new king and the old king. For the sake of the stability of future rule, it is impossible to keep the old king alive. Maybe the entire group of Tianlong people will be wiped out. How many races have they wiped out? They're too familiar with this. What's more, it's just that the rule has collapsed, but it's not that the Tianlong people, are going to die, can't survive. At worst, it's just a bit of a pain to stay in Marigio. But if you surrender, doesn't that mean you are handing your life over to others? How stupid do you have to be to do this? Adolf's heart was heavy. Advertisement, Poseidon. Do you really want to destroy humanity all over the world? Tom looked at Adolf with great heaviness. Boom! Adolf turned his head suddenly, and the terrifying conquerors shot out of his eyes, knocking Tom away and blasting big holes in the walls. As if being crushed by the sea, the body twisted and fell on the ruins, with all the bones broken. Wow! His internal organs were churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Odahime is nervous, Shirahoshi is scared, and Ain is at a loss. Hoa hoa! Adolf was furious, the hot breath coming out of his mouth was filled with boiling murderous intent, and the surrounding atmosphere was distorted under the strong pressure. He was actually threatened him with people all over the world. This is something he has no way to prevent, he can only use threats to contain threats. But idiots like the Tianlong people, idiots with shit in their heads in this world, can they really make rational judgments? Ignorance is the normal state of idiots in this world. In other words, you can only look at the other person's mood. If the celestial dragon goes crazy, does he really want to kill all the remaining people? If the Draco only destroy 1 or 2 islands as a threat, what should he do? Destroy the same number of islands, or terrorize Mariajoya? These measures may seem tough, but what are the consequences? One has lost the support of the people of the world, and the other has lost monitoring of these people. Who knows what 5 elders I am will do, he won't even be able to defend himself at that time. What happens? Is it an attack? Marines rushed over one after another. Adolf. Odahime looked at Adolf worriedly, she could feel the strong anger. Adolf took a deep breath and calmed down. It's okay, let's go get busy. One by one, the sailors looked at the twisted Tom, then at Adolf, decisively pretended not to see him, and returned to their posts. Advertisement. Adolf also looked at Tom, who was seriously injured and dying, took out the healing tears and threw them away, healing him instantly. Poseidon. Tom couldn't believe it. He is a man who can lift a ship with one hand and make a loud noise. He was killed instantly by a look. Come here, said Adolf. Tom also walked through the big holes in the wall. Tom. Do you know why I didn't bring anyone to Marijoa to completely eliminate the Draco? Tom wondered. Because they master the ancient weapon Uranus. They can kill anyone who goes to Mariajoya, and they can easily destroy all countries and islands in this world. Just like they threatened, at that time, what solution do you have? Are you desperate? Adolf asked with cold eyes, leaving him nowhere to hide. He must face this problem head-on. Tom is misfiring. What doubts, what anger, what unwillingness, all turned into incompetence. What can he do? Apart from dying together, what can he do? If he had his way, he wouldn't have to trade his own life for his disciples. This is still based on the situation where the other party follows the rules. Otherwise, if he kills them both together, what can he do? But this time, it concerns the whole world and hundreds of millions of lives, and he doesn't even deserve to be buried with him. Sorry. Tom lowered his head like a child who made a mistake. Since you don't like to study weapons, then study some civilian facilities. Sea trains are good. You can try water vehicles. Okay, let's go back. Adolf said that he was no longer interested in enlightening. Since you are unwilling to do it, he can find Caesar Current. Get out. You'll be looking for me when you think about it, Adolf said, and also went to the experimental base to find Caesar. Chapter 169 Artificial Devil Fruit Big Buddha Army. Boohoo. Welcome, Lord Poseidon. Seeing Adolf arriving, Caesar Current greeted him respectfully. How is the progress of the experiment? Adolf looked around the laboratory. I have tested the artificial devil fruit technology of that guy from Vegapunk, and successfully used the blood factor of the Esper to create an ordinary animal type devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit animal type Inu dog fruit Madara. Dog form. Caesar Current's face was full of excitement, and he took out a devil fruit, followed by a sailor. Well done. Adolf checked the devil fruit illustrated book, and it was exactly the same as the one in the illustrated book. And this marine also transformed directly into a beast, turning into Madara's dog form. It's perfect. It's not the weird beast-like transformation of sad, and it doesn't have the side effect of laughing when you fail. Hee. Caesar squirmed shyly. As expected of the future president of the Academy of Sciences of the Empire, very good. But there is a small problem. In the future, don't use sailors for testing, use pirate prisoners instead, otherwise you will be reported by subsequent scientists. At that time, I can only reduce your research funding, or even remove you from the position of dean and the throne of the world's #1 scientist. Adolf was very satisfied, and his original unhappy mood calmed down. Caesar's research ability is very high, but he encountered Vegapunk who cheated on the brain fruit. He is also engaged in archaeology and scientific research. What can you do? That's okay. Caesar Curran was in a dilemma and was helplessly forced to agree. Your Majesty Poseidon, it's just that the ordinary animal system is too boring. Prepare me the phantom beast species blood factor. For example, Ren fruit phantom beast species Buddha form. Rubbing the palms of his hands, his eyes were shining. He now wanted to suck Sang Guo off. Then produce 180 pieces, advertisement. That's okay. If we use healing dandelion, can we achieve unlimited bloodletting? Adolf pinched his chin as he thought. As expected of His Majesty Poseidon, you understand technology. Caesar Curran's eyes shone, he was really convinced. There are also 24 spider legs from Saint Sarton, which should also be able to extract a lot of blood factors. At that time, we can use the Warring States period to conduct experiments and manufacture them after the technology matures, Adolf said. The Supreme Power 5 Elders. Hey, no problem, I'm guaranteed to create the phantom beast species Gyuki fruit, Caesar was excited. It's a pity that I didn't leave any limbs of Saint Voshuli last time. Just cut off one of his pig legs, although the wild boar doesn't seem to be of much use, Adolf regretted. He turned to look at Caesar and asked, what do you think about biological modification and mechanical technology? Huh? Are you going to mechanically modify living things? I am the #1 scientist in the world. Caesar Current held his head high and patted his chest. Of course a conceited man like him would not say that he was incompetent. Can you create a robot? Tell the truth. This matter is very important, Adolf said. This. How long is the time limit given? Caesar asked hesitantly. Adolf frowned, obviously unsure. Perhaps because of the brain fruit, Vegapunk is an all-rounder, while Caesar is more interested in biochemistry. Of course, this is normal. After all, a person's energy is limited. Even Vegapunk needs 6 clones. Caesar, in addition to the animal type, can you create paramecia, brain fruit? Adolf asked. Paramecia is much more difficult than the animal system and requires a little time to study. Logia is the most difficult, Caesar Current said. Vegapunk can use the blood factors of paramecia espers to make special blood, allowing non-esper people to obtain corresponding abilities, and even use it on the pacifist seraph. But that was in the future, and Vegapunk doesn't have this kind of technology now. Your Majesty Poseidon, do you want the brain fruit power? With a huge head? Ha. Caesar Coolant couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Adolf's huge head. A cold-blooded shark turned into a fat-headed fish in an instant? Advertisement, what are you thinking about? Let you have the brain fruit ability, Adolf glanced at him. But I have already eaten a devil fruit. Even if it is a created devil fruit, it cannot violate the conflict of blood factors, it will cause violent death, Caesar Current said. Multi-fruited person. Adolf couldn't help but think of Teach. Speaking of which, there is another way. Continue your research. I will send out the Fishman troops and ask Warring States to send his blood as soon as possible, Adolf said. Don't worry, Your Majesty Poseidon, as long as the research funds are sufficient, there is no invention that I can't complete more, Caesar boasted on the spot. I hope so. Adolf left without taking out the Pluton design drawings. Sharpening a sword is as easy as chopping firewood, and taking it out now is just a distraction. It would be better to let Caesar concentrate on conquering Paramecia. When there are a bunch of people with brain fruit abilities, what kind of research efficiency will they have? It is not impossible to even break through ancient technology and research and create a more advanced Pluton. Hey Sengoku. Adolf contacted the phone bug. Your Majesty Poseidon? Sengoku wondered. The king of the medical kingdom swallowed the fruit-powered person and captured him alive. Then you are drawing a pound of blood and letting the Fishman troops send it to Caesar, Adolf said directly. Everyone in the Warring States period was confused. You said arresting the king is no problem. He probably heard that he is not a good person. But do you want his blood, or a pound? Is this the unit that draws blood now? Why don't you just drain him off? Don't pretend you didn't hear it. Anyway, there is healing stuff, just a pound of blood. Last time I cut off one of your legs and dug out the lining of your back vest, the bleeding was more than that. Adolf said and hung up the phone. I didn't say I wouldn't give it. This is a personal attack. The corners of Zongguo's mouth twitched, and he felt uncomfortable when he mentioned this matter. Chapter 170 Trillion Bounty. What, are you kidding? What's going on with this bounty? Am I dazzled? Plague Quinn's eyes widened as he looked at the reward list. What? Is there another great person in this sea? Kaido of the Beasts looked at him while drinking. It's that guy Adolf. Poseidon Adolf. Bounty 1 trillion Baileys. Puff, the moment they heard this, everyone else's mouths spurted out drinks, even Kaido's eyes popped out. What did you say? How much? Are you sure it's not 10 billion Baileys, or 100 billion? Yan Calamity Jin was no longer calm. I also suspect that my brain is broken. Maybe I was infected in yesterday's experiment. Let's go get it checked now. Plague Quinn handed the reward list to his subordinates, holding the wall with one hand and shaking his lil head with the other. 100 million. A whole 13 digits, really a trillion Baileys. Oh my god. This world is so crazy. 1 trillion, this is 1 trillion. It's enough to buy the heads of our entire pirate group. Not to mention our beasts pirates, the entire New World pirate bounty combined, is it worth it to him alone? Suddenly, the entire beast pirates went crazy and looked at the reward list in their hands in disbelief. This string of zeros is simply dazzling, this guy is really awesome. Kaido looked at the reward list in his hand, and the portrait of Adolf grinned happily. He now admits that sentence, how can one ship accommodate the entire sea? Instead of being angry at being provoked, he was excited. This was a man he had to admire. To single-handedly subvert the hegemony of the world government, and even issue such an outrageous reward list, it is obvious that there is no way out. But isn't the world you describe more boring than world government? What Lousy wants is the pirate empire. He wants to make the whole world completely violent. Kaido felt uncomfortable thinking about this, but even if he felt uncomfortable, he couldn't stop it. The world government is being hammered. If he makes a fuss, won't he get killed? 1 trillion bounties. What a powerful man. If he can defeat that B asterisk 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 D Kaido, then I, Kazuki Odin, can found my country. The 18-year-old white-haired idiot secretly looked at the reward list and marveled. It's too outrageous. How many devil fruits can 1 trillion Baileys buy? How powerful is it with such a high bounty? Will you die just by looking at it? 100 taller than Dad. How many times is this? Advertisement. Dad is the strongest in the world, but he is so much taller than him. Damn it, those guys from the world government. Let me meet them and show them off. The Whitebeard pirates were all horrified beyond belief. I can't believe that the Fishman Island with their flag is so awesome. The reward amount of 1 trillion belly is a huge shock to the brain. Idiot, there are new newspapers every day. There are more than 100 countries ruled by Adolf. The gold in the sky is as high as 1 trillion every year. This is a complete replacement of the world government. It is not unusual to be offered a reward of 1 trillion. What's really shocking is that he actually forced the world government to the point of desperation. Phoenix Marco had a headache, so he took care of the old one from above and the young one from below. Turning to look at the burly man sitting in the center, Dad, we have to face a problem now. I know what you want to say, Marco. Whitebeard was holding a wine bottle and looking at the silly boys laughing and having fun on the boat, with warmth in his eyes and a smile on his lips. Looking at the white-bearded father, Marco knew his mood and couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly. This is the captain they follow, their father, Whitebeard. On the deck, Teach looked at Whitebeard sitting in the center, and then looked at the image of the reward list in his hand complicatedly. My life is over. Ha, let's hold a banquet. This is a man with 1 trillion bounty on his head. Poseidon doesn't know when he will return our pirate group's flag. He won't destroy it, right? The Fishman Island has been protected by our flag until now, that ungrateful man. Teach took the initiative to stand up and shout out suggestions, which completely aroused the atmosphere on the boat. Banquet. Lousy thought he was extraordinary last time. He is definitely not an ordinary man. I didn't expect him to grow up so quickly. You fart, what you said last time was to see him cry and ask Dad for help. Who would have thought that the world would be so magical and completely change? One by one, they boasted and sighed. Well, I want Poseidon to realize my dream, to build a country where all races in the world live together. The reward of 1 trillion belly is the best proof that the world government is not good. Big Mom raised her hands in excitement. Mom, Adolf rules the world, there is no need to marry us anymore. The eldest son, licking fruit Perisparrow, had a heavy forehead with cold sweat. We might even become enemies. After all, we are also pirates. Added the second son, Nuo fruit Katakuri. Big Mom came back to his senses and looked at Perisparrow and Katakuri with its huge face, giving them a direct sense of oppression. Then he looked at 18th girl Butterfruit Garrett. Mom, when I was on Fishman Island, he said yes in front of other people, not just Praline, but even me, 18th-year-old Butterfruit Garrett said. A man like him won't lie. Big Mom also chose to believe it. It's not that I don't know how to do it, it's that I disdain it. It would be so embarrassing for a man who dared to declare war on the entire pirate force before starting a war with the world government. He had to lie in front of so many people. Advertisement, what? Run quickly, suddenly sensing something, he set off quickly. Especially for Derek and others who were brought out from Wufeng only 2 days ago, their worldview is being refreshed over and over again. Luffy. I heard what kind of king do you want to be? Garp turned his head and showed a kind expression. The world government is about to be overthrown. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper and then at Luffy who was drinking juice beside him. His whole body felt numb. Not only does she want to get married, she also wants to eat this cake as soon as possible. Let our chief chef prepare the largest and sweetest cake in the world, and turn the entire island into a huge cake to decorate. It's the sea. On the island ruled by Adolf, the Marines were directly stationed at the port, making it impossible for ordinary pirates to fight against them. Even if you land from other places, you will immediately go to encircle and suppress the information. Boom, Garrett, Praline, your man is the king who rules the world, be happy. Well. The vast majority of pirates around the world are not only shocked by this terrifyingly high bounty, but also deeply worried. The more Big Mom thinks about it, the happier and more excited she becomes, and the saliva in her mouth is highly corrosive. A proper dimensionality reduction attack. You were the one who kidnapped my grandson and became a pirate, red hair. In the castle of a certain destroyed kingdom, Jorikol Mahawk was pouring red wine and there was a reward list on the table. Grandpa? Luffy's eyes popped out and the fruit cup fell from his hand. But Mom, Poseidon hasn't come to the kingdom for so long, 14th girl Fruit Smoothie reminded. Garp, who was wearing a dog head hat, gritted his teeth, broke through the wall, and punched Shanks one by one. Peeved. 1 trillion Baileys? Are you kidding? Moonlight Moria's eyes almost burst out when she saw it. Run. Where to run, but don't keep me waiting too long Poseidon. Poseidon Adolf. The bounty is 1 trillion belly. The boss is in trouble, it's that guy Garp. Garp has returned to the East Daxia Sea. Lucky Lu shouted anxiously, holding the flesh and bones in one hand. Bang. In the eyes of ordinary people, this bounty has become the gold content of their new king, proof that the world government is extremely angry. The terrifying punch was beyond the ability of this young Shanks to catch. It even broke his arm and flew straight away. The entire wall collapsed, leaving a long ravine on the ground. It doesn't matter, Smoothie. Now is the time to annex the power of the world government. The whole world, so many countries, it is understandable that it will be later. Big Mom is very generous and considerate. Wakao. How long has it been since then? Has the world changed? This guy is getting more and more exaggerated. Crocodile had a complicated mood. Even because of the Murloc troops under the sea, you can't escape. How to play? Before Luffy could finish his joyful words, he also flew out. The pirate group has not yet launched a large-scale encirclement and suppression, and they are already feeling pressure. If we launch an encirclement and suppression, I am afraid that the days of being chased by marines will be gone, and they will be sunk when they are discovered. Chapter 171 New Dragon Palace City Celebration 10,000 meters above between Fishman Island and Mariajoya, the newly built Ryugu Castle. I miss you so much. If you touch me, my heart will beat wildly every time I think about you. The moment he saw Adolf, Hancock rushed forward, grabbed Adolf's hand and pressed it to his heart. This heart is really big. Thank you for your hard work, Hancock. Adolf chuckled and took advantage of the situation to hold this love-minded person who has eyes full of you in his arms. Sister. Sandasonia and Marigold were helpless and could not stop him at all. Adolf. No, Master Poseidon, Aina, Sarah, and Haida looked at the man with all their hearts. Violet and Shirley also came out from behind. He also held Shalulia Palace's hand and followed silently behind him, looking at Adolf with great complexity. Some time ago, they were all in the Kuja Pirates, floating in the Windless Belt, providing a mobile surveillance platform for Violet. They didn't come back until the Dragon Palace City was built. Violet's importance is too great, and even now, Adolf still doesn't want her to be exposed. Sorry, before the world government is truly overthrown, I still want you to hide here out of sight. Adolf hugged Violet with a deep apology. Or appear next to me as a citizen of the daughter country, but not exposed to public? But Monet has seen me, Violet said. Monet, Adolf frowned. Monet once worked as an undercover agent in the kingdom of Dressrosa. He must have met Violet and most likely knew her abilities. As for Monet, although he has a certain amount of trust, after all, he has been in contact with it for a while, and he also packaged and accepted the entire Doflamingo team. But the best thing to do is not to give him a chance and not to test his loyalty. There are many people who know about Violet's existence now. It's just that the vast majority of the Nine Snakes pirates only know about Violet's existence, but don't know the specific abilities. In addition, the information is closed and they are almost isolated from the world, so it's not a big problem. It doesn't matter, it's fine to hide it in the safe room as your little secret, Violet comforted. The beauty hidden in the golden house. I also want to be in the body. Hancock suddenly became jealous. You don't have to hide your beauty in the golden house, you can be my little wife, Adolf coaxed helplessly. Little sweet wife. It's so embarrassing to call someone that before you get married. Hancock held his face that was burning. That's right, if you let sugar turn me into a toy, will the whole world forget about me? Then I can be by your side as a matter of course. Violet suddenly thought of it. Advertisement. This is a ruthless person who asked to be turned into a toy. Theoretically, this is true. Even if they know Sugar's ability, they don't know your existence. It's safer than hiding in a secret room. And if you become a toy and it can move, you can also use the fruit's abilities, right? Forgettable problem? Can it be solved with domineering power? Adolf thought about it, and this plan made him excited. Compared with wearing makeup to disguise one's appearance, this kind of concealment is higher. Let me verify it first. Before that, you should let me hide your beauty in the golden house and hide it in a secret room for me to enjoy. After a little hesitation, the big hands happily manipulated the jujube dough, making Violet's body feel weak. Even if you forget me, I can let you see and remember me again with all the things we did when we first met. Violet had a blush on her face. This is indeed a way. Adolf nodded. Then let's have a warm reunion and go find Sugar. Everyone's pupils were dilated, their faces were rosy, and their breath was confused. A substantial display of charm, your Empress love brain is everywhere. A delicious cooked meat with a fiery passion and a voluptuous figure. A cold and charming mermaid, a blue shark mermaid with sharp teeth and aggressive attacks. There are also 3 south blue exotic dancers. 2 giant snakes and pythons over 5 meters tall, gatekeepers. A song resounds indulgently, heather blooms, falling on the skin of the snow-capped mountains, with a touch of heat. In the end, the Tianlongro weapon, which had been silent but was being led by a chain, pushed away the last remaining heat from Fatty, and the supreme authority was like the gauze falling off her body. At the end, he skillfully cleans the battlefield. Sugar, does your fruit ability exert an effect on the outside world and make the world forget it, or does it cover yourself and be forgotten by the world? Adolf summoned Sugar to Dragon Palace City and asked Sugar. It's a small one, looking exactly like a little asterisk. Wearing a red bear shawl with a crown and a unilateral glasses on her left eye, she is so cute. The most important thing is that it is legal. I don't know, what's the difference? It's just to make everyone forget. Sugar was confused. Advertisement, is this important, Your Majesty Poseidon? Monet asked. It's not very important, just try it first and get the result. Adolf no longer struggled with this point, and used a pen to record the information to confirm the information. Sugar, you've turned Monet into a toy now. I'm trying to use domineering energy to impact myself to see if I can break the effect of your influence, recalling Monet. Adolphe said. Well, sister. Sugar looked at Monet. It doesn't matter, come on. Monet nodded. Then here I come, snowman toy. Sugar smiled evilly and put a palm on Monet. There are no optical effects or vibration shock. It is so easy to turn a person into a white snowman. At this moment, Adolphe forgot the existence of Monet. It's incredible. Even if it's right in front of me, I still forget to use my ability. Forget your appearance, what happened, and my impression of you. Adolphe was amazed, looking at the little snowman, and then at the information recorded in his hand. Monet? Shui Shui fruit ability user, Sugar's sister, I request to conduct an experiment to test the domineering. If the entity hadn't recorded it, I would have even forgotten my original purpose. Your Majesty Poseidon. Monet, the little snowman, jumped on his short legs. Monet, can you still use the snow fruit? Adolphe asked. The little snowman Monet twisted his body, and large snowflakes flew. It's okay, but the ability is limited to a certain extent due to physical limitations. Adolphe nodded, but this restriction was not very big, and his strength was about the same as before. Then let me test my dominance. Adolphe closed his eyes, and his huge domineering energy burst out, almost instantly recalling the forgotten memories in his mind. Although I don't know the reason, I am indeed affected, and I can break it with excessive domineering. Okay, the experiment is done, let's remove the ability. Monet, you take a rest here, and you will live here in the future. With your character and ability, you are suitable to be a personal secretary, do you understand what I mean? The fingertips brushed her face, maybe it was the snowman with the snowy fruit, with a hint of coolness. He has golden eyes, a gentle personality, and snowy fruits to add flavor. Unlike the coldness of heavy snow, the light snow scene makes people calm. I have no objection to staying in Dragon Palace City, Your Majesty Poseidon, Monet chuckled, still showing a bit of shy expression. Sugar and I will come. Afterwards, Adolphe led Sugar to the back room alone. Chapter 172 The Kingdom of Germa. Damn it. You Marines are just our dogs. How dare you handcuff me? I am the Queen of the Kingdom, Gol Mylan, and I request to speak with the Marine Fleet Admiral. You have no right to attack me. The crown fell, and the luxurious queen was bound by chains extending from the ground. There was a circle of Marines aiming guns next to her. Shut up, Tina. You have no right to talk to His Majesty Poseidon. Contact the headquarters. Tina has captured the Queen of the Kingdom of Dieppe, Gol Mylan, and will prepare to take stock of the kingdom's treasures. The dashing pink-haired woman wears dark purple gloves and is 24 years old. She has quite good combat power in the Marines. Headquarters received it. The video call bug is fully activated. The Marine Headquarters command room gave instructions. Yes. Do you think that if you catch me, you can get the treasure our family has accumulated over many lifetimes? Can you make this country peaceful? Can you turn these untouchables into good people? Stop dreaming? Gol Mylan rampant taunting? Queen Gor Mylan. Where did you hide all the treasures? Some onlookers shouted eagerly. Drink ha. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the treasure there. Gor Mylan grinned wildly. She couldn't wait to see the whole kingdom fall into chaos. Come on, it's all mine you find. No, stop them. Inciting a riot. Kill the person who just asked the question and hang him at the city gate. Anyone who incites riots shall be punished with death. Marine Headquarters Command Room, make a judgment immediately. Tina understands. Stop them. Those who incited the riots will be executed on the spot. Tina turned to look at the people rushing out, gave a decisive order, and rushed out at a faster speed. Xiaoyu threshold. The iron branches of the fence were derived from his hands, and all the people who were watching were captured. As ordinary people, there is no way to break free from the restraints of steel. Damn it, let me go. Those treasures are mine. Since she said she would give it to us if she found it, you can't stop her. Bang. Bang. 2 bullets hit the head, and red and white blood flowed out of the skull, and the body fell weakly. Death occurred, shocking everyone, and Tina also found the person who just shouted, "You are the one who asked where the treasure is, right?" Advertisement. No, I'm just curious, I just said something casually. You can't kill me. You're a righteous Marine. Don't I even have the right to speak freely? The man was horrified. He just wanted to have some fun and imitate the man who started the era of grey pirates. Tina is very angry. Inciting riots is a death sentence. You are unpardonable. Tina looked at the people around her who were restrained by her, and at the 2 people who had been killed. She was extremely angry. Shoot him. No. Bang. 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 Hundreds of guns opened fire, turning it into a hornet's nest in an instant, making it impossible to die. In a word, this is no longer a matter of standing out, and the impact it brings will even the former Marine have to shoot him. Hang it up. As a warning. Yes. Report to headquarters. In order to prevent possible subsequent chaos, Tina needs support, Tina reported. Headquarters has received it and has mobilized 10 warships for support. The headquarters think tank has discussed that you must find the treasure as soon as possible and transport it away in front of the entire island to cut them off. Marine Headquarters issued instructions. Tina received it. Tina put down the phone and looked at everyone. Tina is warning you. Marine is so powerful now, it's not like the past. Take Gol Mylan to prison for custody and interrogate the whereabouts of the treasure. Yes, Marine's actions continue. The world government also resisted desperately, lobbying, instigating rebellion, uprising, guerrillas, and all kinds of extravagant activities. In particular, the resistance of the kings of various countries is even stronger. Not to mention their future rule, it is even related to their current life and death. How can they not jump in a hurry? However, the spread of ideas and the wishes of the people, marine military discipline, power checks and balances, and military force are impeccable. Just ask how to resist. It's just delaying time, doing something, creating limited chaos. Even some remnants of the royal family left the sea early. There is no way, the island country is such a small place, there is no strategic depth, and there is no place to hide. If you want to survive, you can only become a lost dog and flee overseas. Bulu bulu bulu. Sakaski, what happened? Adolf took the phone. The kingdom of Germa stubbornly resisted and refused to rule. It has defeated them all, but it is difficult to carry out the next actions, Sakaski reported. Advertisement, the kingdom of Germa, continue. Adolf was thinking about the information about Germa in his mind. All citizens of the kingdom of Germa are made up of soldiers. All soldiers are weapons cloned by technology and completely obey the orders of Vinsmoke Judge. According to the plan recognized by the people as a benevolent king, they fully recognize Vinsmoke Judge as the king, so we can only let Vinsmoke Judge continue to serve as the king of the kingdom of Germa. Sakaski explained the situation simply. Yes, Lord Kaji is the king we recognize. Get out of the country, Marine, we only agree with Lord Kaji's rule. On the huge warhouse, red lava was everywhere, like a volcano erupting, and even giant snails were killed. One by one, the defeated warriors who fell to the ground struggled to stand up. Even though their arms and legs were broken and their bodies were still stained with hot lava, they did not let out any screams. This is a group of weapons who don't know what pain is and don't know the fear of death. The real dead man, Sakaski, Poseidon, Judge gritted his teeth. Looking across the entire scene, all the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. His 3 children also fell and crawled out of the magma with great difficulty. Obviously, it was just Sakaski who completely defeated them. Poseidon, according to your rules, the kingdom of Germa is still under my rule. Kaji couldn't resist, so he could only follow the other party's rules. The citizens are producing weapons. Can this be considered a country? But since it is produced, it is indeed considered a person. It is really a special situation, Adolf considered. Kill them all according to my wishes. This country is a warmonger. It will provide war services to anyone who gives money. It will be troublesome to keep them, Sakaski said simply. Kaji is unwilling to accept that his fate is completely controlled by the thoughts of others. Kaji, are you willing to accept my rule? Adolf did not accept Akainu's suggestion. I'm willing to. Kaji gritted his teeth and was forced to accept. Their family has always wanted to return to their past glory of ruling North Blue, but if they really couldn't see the reality clearly, they would have been at odds with the world government long ago. What kind of country would they become? Father. Reiju was shocked. That arrogant father actually lowered his head. Very good, then I won't pursue your kingdom's affairs. Since you accept the rule, you need to go to Dragon Palace City and be summoned by me. In addition, human warriors are not allowed to be produced, whether as weapons or citizens, nor are they allowed to provide war services. But I allow you to continue researching technologies that make humans stronger. As for research funds, I will provide you with them. Adolf said. What are you waiting for if you don't accept the order? Are you waiting to die? Sakaski reminded him coldly. Yes. Chapter 173 Caesar Vegapunk Current. I'm going to be drained. Stop it, I'm going to die. Warring States looked pale and stretched out his hands with difficulty, as if to grasp the last light. Okay Caesar. Adolf said, skillfully throwing out the healing dandelion and falling on Sengguo. Shu luo luo luo. Then let's stop here this time, General of the Warring States period. I'll come back to you when my Phantom Beast giant Buddha fruit is manufactured and mass-produced. Caesar Kulang's face was filled with excitement. Next time? Do you think of me as a blood bank? A blood bank that extracts unlimited blood materials? Sengguo immediately pulled out the needle and roared angrily in his face. Turning to face Adolf again, and you, didn't you say it's only 1 kilogram? This is already 100 kilograms. How many rounds have you smoked? Aren't you the only Phantom Beast in all Marines? You're already here anyway. I can't keep asking you to come back all the time. I might as well get more at once. Adolf felt guilty. Next to it, there are several baskets of blood bags, a full 100 liters. It is equivalent to the entire weight of an adult man, and the total blood volume of a healthy adult accounts for about 8% of the body weight. It really took N rounds. Even if he is a subordinate, can he not feel guilty if he does this? HMPH, I hope you can really make it, otherwise, I will show you the power of the Buddha fruit. Sengoku clenched his fists, but he was extremely shocked that it could really be created artificially, devil fruit? Even Phantom Beast species. Hey, I'm the world's best scientist, of course I can make it, Caesar shouted. How many can be made from these materials? Adolf asked. Materials. The corners of Sengguo's mouth twitched. If everything goes well, we can probably produce 1,000 pieces, but it would take a long time to produce such a large amount in the laboratory. I want to research a new production method. Since it is a fruit, then research a specific fruit tree, and then you only need to water the corresponding nutrients to produce artificial devil fruit. Boohoo! Isn't this a great idea? I'm such a genius. But it's not easy to study this kind of fruit tree. Caesar Current talked excitedly about his idea. Your suggestion is good. I also happen to know where there is someone who cultivates this kind of fruit tree. Adolf thought that the artificial devil fruit tree cultivated by the small humans would produce frames of fruits, but the failure rate was too high. This is obviously not a problem of the little humans, but a technical problem on Caesar's side. Really? Where is such a person? Caesar Current was surprised. You should research the phantom beast technology first. I will bring it after a while. Now let's solve another problem. Adolf said and looked at Wobble next to him. Tuntun Fruit Wobble sat on the ground, at a loss and eating his hands like a fool. Blinking his eyes wide, he didn't dare to speak at all. Steel plate embedded in the body? Is this a modified person? Caesar knocked on his outer shell. I am Wobble, the king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom. I have the ability to swallow the fruit. I like to eat grilled houses and rusty iron swords. Can I eat them as I like? Advertisement Wobble seems to be a good baby, but obviously, his current good behavior is due to his insignificance in the face of the terror of the ultimate boss. What kind of omnivore is this? Forget it, let me draw some blood as a sample for the Esper. Caesar Current picked up the syringe. Wait a minute, it's too big, the syringe is too big. Wobble panicked. But obviously, resistance is useless. Wobble, you can swallow 2 ability users and merge them into one, right? Adolf said, while using a healing dandelion on him. With this tube drawn, who wouldn't be anemic? Wobble nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't want to become a blood bank. Come and show us. As Adolf said, Aim came over with 2 prisoners, both of whom were ability users. A fusion of abilities? Caesar Current was interested. Wobble immediately began to perform before their eyes, transforming into the house he had eaten. Devour Wobble House. Then he turned around and swallowed the 2 Esper prisoners. After chewing, the ability was activated, and the 2 prisoners were successfully combined into one body with 2 heads and 4 arms. They really became one. These are 2 ability users, and they didn't die? Caesar Kulang was surprised. Hey, what's going on? Separatist quickly. Damn it, I don't want to share a body with another man. Both prisoners were equally at a loss. Okay, shut up. If you cooperate with the experiment, your punishment will be reduced. You were all death row prisoners, but now you are in prison. Adolf frowned slightly, and his slightly majestic voice immediately silenced the 2 of them. Now show your fruit abilities. I am Paramecia, the roly-poly fruit. I will not fall down no matter what kind of attack I receive. I am Paramecia sponge fruit, as astringent as my brothers in the dark and damp, but also hard and strong. The 2 people quickly cooperated. Compared to reducing the penalty, they were more afraid of the ultimate boss like Adolf. While talking, the 2 of them used their abilities. One can stand without falling, and the other has a strong body. However, the body parts shared by the 2 do not appear in both abilities at the same time. A-hole, what's the use of your roly-poly? You can't just stand and get beaten. Let me turn my body into sponge body and firm mode, and my combat power will explode. The sponge body ability person cursed. Idiot, don't talk to me. My mouth smells like heather. That idiot would turn his body into his own brother. The person with the roly-poly ability also complained. The individual parts can use their abilities at the same time, and the common parts can only use their abilities alone. The strength of their strengths cannot be added, so there is no rejection reaction. Adolf frowned. Forcibly linking 2 people together with fruit abilities cannot be considered a person with multiple abilities. Isn't this completely worthless for research? Caesar Current said in disgust. Now combine this brain with the roly-poly person. Advertisement Adolf had someone lift him up to Vegapunk's head. So big. Is this really a brain? Wobble was shocked. His mouth was not that big at all, and his whole body was not even that big. Vegapunk's brain. Your Majesty Poseidon, what do you think? Caesar Current suddenly thought of something. That's right, if there are no problems with the experiment, I will install it for you and see if you can use the ability to borrow the brain fruit, Adolf said directly. It's really daring to think about it. Warring States was speechless. Caesar Current was even more disgusted, unable to imagine himself holding such a big head. Wobble, this time requires the brain to be highly integrated with his, and try to connect his brain thinking with this brain, at least to be able to mobilize the database, Adolf requested. I'll give it a try. Wobble cooperated honestly. In his kingdom, he is a heinous villain, but in front of this group of bosses, he is just a good boy. The whole person turned into a huge factory house, opened its bloody mouth, and used all his strength to swallow the huge head of more than 10 meters, and then swallowed the person with the roly-poly ability. Finally succeeded in merging Vegapunk's brain on his head. How does it feel? Can you feel the improvement in your thinking? Adolf asked. I learned so much knowledge all at once, I feel like I have become a super scientist. Those with the roly-poly ability are extremely confident. When a person dies, doesn't the devil fruit leave the human body? It's Vegapunk. That B************ D is still alive? Tell him, I am the world's #1 scientist. I have also completed research on artificial devil fruits. Caesar Kulang immediately grabbed him by the collar and roared. No, I can't communicate with him. The person with the roly-poly ability was in a dilemma. Even if you merge, your intelligent thinking has not been improved. Instead, it is connected to the database of Vegapunk's brain through Waypol's ability, just like a public organ. Adolf ponders. You try to calculate 1450*250, 362,500. The person with the roly-poly ability subconsciously replied. It seems that you can not only access but also borrow this brain server. As long as it does not involve thinking, it is a public organ. Adolf did not think that the pirates were smart. Okay, let's remove the ability and then combine it with Caesar. No, I don't want to bear such a big head, it's so disgusting. Caesar Curran's face was distorted. You don't want to be called the world's #1 scientist. It's not worthy of the title, right? Adolf chuckled. The corners of Caesar Cullen's mouth twitched. Warring States, please go back to the front of the Grand Line. Adolf looked at Warring States next to him. Warring States nodded. He didn't want to have his blood drawn here. It gave him a headache just looking at it. After Warring States left, Wapple also installed Vegapunk's huge brain on Caesar Current. That huge head was really uncoordinated. What a powerful computing power. That guy from Vegapunk actually used his devil fruit ability to cheat. Caesar Kulang instantly felt the power of the brain fruit. This is just a single database, not the full capabilities of the brain fruit. Wisdom, thinking, and the incredible power of devil fruit have not been fully utilized. Caesar Vegapunk Current, I have a big baby for you to see. Chapter 174 The long-cherished wish of the Fishman ground. 100,000 citizens have gathered at the estuary and are ready to set off at any time. Odahime came to Adolf and looked at him with expectation and excitement, this man full of fantasy. 1 month has arrived so quickly. Adolf put down his pen and ink, rubbed his brows, and saw a stack of documents on the table. These are the reforms that must be made after ruling a country. If you let those marine warriors capture pirates and fight, it will make it difficult for people to govern the country. But there is no way, there are really not that many civil servants who are loyal, upright, love the people, righteous, have leadership skills, and know how to govern. Among all conditions, governance ability is the smallest problem. No matter how incompetent one is, it can still be regarded as peaceful governance if there is no trouble, but there is a fear of subverting the power of others, substituting flowers and trees, secretly subverting old warehouses, stealing the sky and changing the situation. Now that the situation is like this, what should he do? He can only write the document in detail, and then impatiently read through the various reports that have been uploaded. This workload will be huge. Your Majesty Poseidon, why don't you let us lead the team? Anyway, it's on the Sabaody Islands right next to us. During this period, we have strengthened our training and our strength has improved a lot. I dare not say anything else. It will be no problem to hold on until everyone returns to the sea. Jinbei, Aaron, and Hody Jones noticed Adolf's busyness and spoke one after another. Your Majesty Poseidon has been busy for so long, please relax a little. World governments have survived in the past, but now they will only be better than before. What's more, the progress is too fast, and none of us can keep up with your pace. Aine felt distressed and persuaded. During this period of time, she had been staying up late at night with Adolf, often late at night, and even made an emergency call just after falling asleep. It was really hard. Give these documents to Branu and ask him to explain them to the think tank at a meeting. Then Aine, you can take a rest for half a day. Let's go to the mouth of Fishman Island. Adolf organized the documents, then stood up and said. Okay. Aine nodded. Odahime and others also smiled happily. A group of people came to Fishman Island. Through the active efforts of everyone on the island, the entire Fishman Island took on a new look. It no longer had the rough and primitive appearance of the original rocks, and was more dreamlike than the original Fishman Island. Look, it's His Majesty Poseidon. Countless people looked at it enthusiastically, and they were all shouting crazily. The whole place was like a meeting place where millions of people gathered, and it was so exciting and exciting. Everyone, I'm here to fulfill my promise, advertisement. Adolf was in the air, his eyes softly scanning the entire scene. Just one sentence caused the whole audience to scream, filled with sounds of strong emotional release, and even the mermaid lady was so excited that she fainted. In this collective atmosphere, even people with dull emotions will become excited. It's so shocking. Tom looked at the scene in front of him in shock. During these days on Fishman Island, he could clearly feel everyone's admiration for Adolf. It was a topic that made him excited when he mentioned it, and he was mentally prepared for it. But I didn't expect that it would become so crazy. Poseidon. King of the world. Adolf, Frankie and Bingshan, the two humans who were specially allowed to stay temporarily, also stared blankly at everything in front of them, looking at the figure in the air. At this time, Fishman Island was completely his own time. It is an unparalleled existence in the entire history of the fish people. Even gradually became myth. Set off, Adolf said a simple word and went directly to sea, followed by 100,000 people. Fishman Island has finally taken this step. Neptune looked at the king followed by countless people, feeling complicated in his heart. This comparison directly compares him to the canned herring in the Seine River, with E. coli seriously exceeding the standard. The world is originally a huge grassroots team. Everyone is in a mess and no one is talking about it. Even he is relatively good in it. But now that a new standard has come out, it will naturally be compared by the people and become a foil. Look after your house. Shirahoshi and I are going too. Odahime was delighted and excited, completely unaware of Neptune's complicated emotions. Father, I went with mother. Shirahoshi was also so excited that his face turned slightly pink. The two of them quickly followed the large army and followed Adolf closely. Go ahead and have fun. Neptune forced a smile and looked disappointed after watching them leave. My heart is so cold. On the other side, Adolf led 100,000 people through the undersea channel and arrived at the Sabaody Islands on the sea. The huge number is equivalent to the permanent population of the Sabaody Islands. This is the Sabaody Islands, a gathering place on the roots of huge trees. It used to be the settlement of the lower realm of the celestial dragons. There were civilians, nobles, pirates, and human traffickers. It was a forbidden area for us fishmen. Advertisement, but starting from today, we can interact with humans in the world openly. Sending our voices louder, Adolf raised his arms. 800 years, finally set foot on land. 100,000 people responded enthusiastically, and even tears flowed from their eyes. A phone bug transmitted the live video back to Fishman Island, and the whole island was excited. This is something they have longed for hundreds of years. Sunshine and air are such common things, but they have become a luxury for them. I, Poseidon Adolf, will pay for all the expenses. Enjoy the world above. Tomorrow, I will take you to another island to build a sea resort island belonging to the fish people. You only have a chance to shop for free today. Adolf grinned and said jokingly, compatriots, rush. Hahahaha, go, go, go. All the fishmen and mermaids rushed into the Sabaody Islands with excitement. You also take out all the products, don't run out of stock casually. The playgrounds are also in operation, Adolf laughed. Okay, please try my handiwork. Why do we want your money? You have solved all the pirate garbage on this island. The celestial dragons are not here anymore, so we don't have to live a life of fear. Your Majesty Poseidon, come and try our home-brewed wine. Each of the masters showed off their craftsmanship with the same smile, and all kinds of treasures were brought out. The arrival of pirates can promote the island's economy and bring certain consumption. But pirates, human traffickers, criminal groups, and celestial dragons are more likely to take their lives away. Lord Poseidon, Shirahoshi clenched his fists and looked at Adolf excitedly. You also go and see the mountains, water, forests, clouds, and everything on the ground that Otahime mentioned. Adolf nodded to Shirahoshi. Yes, mother. Shirahoshi nodded, then looked at Otahime. Then let's go. Otahime also happily led Shirahoshi and the people to join the carnival. Chapter 175 Pass on, Poseidon loves to suck milk. Your Majesty Poseidon, I will lead a patrol. The mermaid auction is worth hundreds of millions, so we have to worry about it. Jinbei said. We have repeatedly patrolled the Sabaody Islands, and cracking down on crime has become a normal practice. This kind of thing will never happen. Flying Squirrel said confidently. I trust your judgment, but if you don't let the soldiers patrol and be vigilant, they will also slack off. Adolf said, agreeing with Jinbei's behavior. The real danger that may occur is not here. Turning around to look at the Red Earth continent in the direction of Mary Joa. Is Rayleigh still on the island? Adolf asked instead. They are still here. Although they haven't done anything during this period, they haven't registered yet. Do you want us to fill it out for them? Flying Squirrel asked for instructions. Marine promised to change his ways for the pirates. What the hell? Adolf frowned and headed towards Tree Island number 13. Report. We found a lot of Poseidon-like activity under the Red Earth continent. The size is very huge, most of them exceed 10,000 meters. The guards rushed to report. Anyone with eyes can see. The five elders looked down at the sea below, their expressions darkening. The sea surface ripples like huge waves, and black shadows under the sea appear from time to time, showing a monster-like horror. It's really too big, and it still appears in groups. How could it not be discovered? You can really control Poseidons. The mermaid princess is a Poseidon, right? Peter Saint expressed doubts. This is preparation for war. Moshe Sheng's expression darkened. It's just that 100,000 people are on guard when traveling on the ground. Are they worried that we will destroy the entire Sabaody archipelago? Saint Satan said indifferently. It's okay if he brings the vast majority of Fishman Island, but there's no need for 100,000 people. Nasho Langsheng sighed. Even if all 100,000 people were killed, it wouldn't have any impact at all. The ocean race is really troublesome. Is there any way to trick him into coming to the Red Earth continent? Only in this way can we ensure that he is killed. Saint Wuchuli had a headache. The five elders feel increasingly helpless. As the healing dandelion is used in large quantities in Marine, they also know the existence of this kind of thing, and it becomes more difficult to kill it. The formation of Uranus weather takes a certain amount of time, and even ready-made weather requires at least 3 minutes to control. If the target is a human, what if they are discovered? Where can they hide? But Adolf is a fishman and can enter the sea. The only way is that Adolf is on the Red Earth continent and has no time to return to the sea. The five of them go together and sacrifice themselves to entangle. But both of these are not easy. They are alive, extremely strong, and the most important thing is not mentally retarded. Advertisement. At least it's out of the bottom of the sea. It gives us more opportunities. Let's think about how to contact him. If you don't even understand it, it's too difficult to target. A honey trap. Any plan can be used as long as it is effective. We have fewer and fewer resources to mobilize. Five elders headache discussion. Once again, I felt that my brain was not enough. It was like my brain was filled with feces, and it felt blocked. Let Vegapunk think of a way. He is a brain fruit user. Maybe he can find a way. His talent is in research, not politics and military affairs. If he had this talent, he would have made money for research by himself, and there would be no need for him to be hired by us. Dash 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 dash. It's Adolf, long time no see. Rayleigh sat at the bar. Since Marine came, there are no people in the Sabayati Islands, and business can't be done. If this continues, the tavern will close down sooner or later. Shaki complained while smoking a lady's cigarette. If you specialize in the pirate business, then it's better to close down. No more pirates will appear on this island in the future. Travelers, merchants, island residents, there are still many. Adolf came in and placed the 2 documents on the bar. Shaki and Rayleigh looked at each other and couldn't help but become quiet. Although you have been kind to Fishman Island and Hancock in the past, I also recognize your help. But some rules are certain, and even I must abide by them, without exception. Think carefully whether you want to enjoy your retirement here or become a symbol of the next era. Adolf said and turned to leave, the backlight from outside the door making his figure blurry. It's really a show of respect. They came to give us advice in person. Shaki smoked a cigarette and picked up a document. Things that need to be filled in include the time when you became a pirate, the places you have been to, your title when you were offered a bounty, the amount of the bounty. A kind of suddenness where the sky is high enough for birds to fly and the sea is wide enough for fish to swim. Today is a day worth celebrating, of course we have to drink together. Odahime yelled completely, are you right? Your Majesty Poseidon, come quickly. You are happy today, let's drink together. Odahime ran over with a bottle of wine and handed it over. Poseidon. The flying squirrel in the distance saw all this in his eyes, and was inexplicably moved in his heart. Still a child. Ha, Lord Poseidon who loves to drink milk. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Advertisement his face was flushed, his eyes were blurry, he was completely drunk, and he looked like he couldn't stand still. Ha. He is not afraid of death and likes both endings very romantically. You are the king of Fishman Island, the king of this sea, and the king of the world. You don't want to drink milk at this time, do you? If I can't agree to these conditions, why should I trust you? My grandpa probably raised me when I was little. Don't drink if the wine is so bad. Adolf helped him speechlessly. But when facing the people, he is so kind and harmonious. All Murlocs are invited to laugh. Oh, you guys. Adolf had no choice but to drink half the bottle of wine. But as the deputy of One Piece and the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, his choice is of great significance and cannot be decided based on self-romance. No matter how good you have said before, no matter how much you have done, no matter how much hope you have seen. Adolf reluctantly took the bottle, he didn't like drinking. Hundreds of years of oppression on Fishman Island are regarded as fish and captured slaves by the world government. Everything is released today. Ha. Let's drink together. I just happen to have just given birth. Do you want to come and taste it? You can come into my arms. I don't know how those anonymous guys will choose. The drunk Odahime became even bolder, staring at Adolf with her chest raised. It's equivalent to semi-monitoring, rather than just believing you if you say you want to be a new person. Only the moment you truly set foot on land is the moment of inner liberation. Promise to change your past, your future life plans, where you live, what your occupation is, and register with Marine once a year. And this article is actually mainly aimed at those who are really forced to go to sea. It is normal for people to fall into trouble and turn into bandits. The whole crowd laughed happily. Whether it is to be a witness of the era or to offer one's head for the next era, it seems to be the romance of pirates. Ha. What do you think? Shaki looked at Rayleigh. Just now, I was issuing a warning to one PIECE's deputy to deal with major events that affect the world. I also need to be wary of attacks from the world government and be ready for battle at any time. Poseidon is so childish. Shirahoshi also laughed. 6SK Chapter 176 All people practice martial arts. A day in the Sabayati Islands is a day of carnival. Not only food and drink, but also flowers, plants, forests, cities on the ground, including the coveted playground. Everything is novel to the deep-sea fish people, and it seems to open the door to the whole new world. From the perspective of travel and adventure alone, every island in this world exudes unique charm and is worth exploring, especially Sky Island, Fishman Island, Upside Down Mountain, etc., which are full of thrilling adventures. It's just that Odahime used to brag about humans too hard. Fishman Island also has cultural scenery that other islands don't have, including the fishmen themselves, who are also a very special race. How can we blindly promote other civilizations while ignoring the culture of our own race? Your Majesty Poseidon, where should we go next? Shirahoshi looked forward to it. Adolf chuckled and faced the sea. Here we come. Huh? Everyone was confused. Boom, the sea surface rises, the sea is turbulent, a mountain. No, it is an island rising from the sea. An island raised like a mountain appeared in front of everyone. Not just mountains and rocks, but even forests. A large number of trees. The entire island is 75,000 meters, or 75 kilometers, far larger than the entire Sabayati Islands. The highest point of the uplift reaches more than 5,000 meters, and there are 4 or 5 smaller mountains on the side, forming a mountain range. An island rising from the sea. When we came up, we didn't find such a big island, right?
I have lived in the Sabayati Islands for so many years, but I have never heard of such an island down there. Everyone looked up and widened their eyes, as if it had just appeared out of nowhere. And in front of everyone's eyes, a smaller mountain stretched out. Then he opened his eyes, hundreds of meters away. Ah, eyes. Its eyes. Everyone was horrified. It was a monster bigger than the island. Anyone who sees such a giant creature opening its mouth will be frightened.
That is the horror that can be felt intuitively due to the body shape. Even Jinbei, Eren and others had numb scalps and trembling legs. Such a terrifying existence can wipe out all living creatures just by crawling across the island, the kind that rubs against the sand and gravel and becomes one with it. Advertisement: even smaller islands disappeared directly from the sea level.
This is an island turtle. I heard about it in the windless zone before. From now on, it will be the mobile resort island of the fish people at sea. Adolf said. Originally, he wanted to strengthen the connection between Fishman Island and the Sabayati Islands, and also promote contact with humans to increase the fertility rate. But the Sabayati archipelago is too small, and it's still under Mariehoya. Wouldn't it be disgusting if 5 elders' heads were blown open? It was Poseidon who called. Everyone's mouths were open and their jaws were about to fall off. Even from a distance, Pluton was a little confused. What was going on? Isn't your current Poseidon the same as his Pluton, just a title that's too famous? How come it's the real thing? Wait, why can you command this island turtle? Are you? But, Otahime suddenly thought of something and looked at Shirahoshi again, confused. Isn't Poseidon a mermaid princess? He is a princess. If he is Poseidon, then what is Shirahoshi? I am Poseidon, the king of this sea, shouldn't I? Adolf chuckled. With his strength, this is what it is and no additional explanation is needed.
Turning to look at the island turtle, okay, everyone, come on. Taking the lead into the sea, Jinbei, Eren, Hody Jones, Otahime, Shirahoshi followed closely, and all the 100,000 fishmen followed. Arrive at Turtle Island in a grand way. There are thick rocks on the entire turtle's back, which are formed by the accumulation of silt over many years. There are also a large number of trees, flowers and plants. Apparently, the turtle's back has been exposed to the sea for more than 10 years, giving plants a chance to grow.
When everyone came on their backs, the island turtle also moved away. The seemingly slow movement range is just the visual effect brought about by the extremely large size, which can be clearly seen. But with such a huge body, how can it be so slow? Northern Myanmar still needs you to create value, but in a place where crime is everywhere, there is no need to stretch your waist, it is cruel torture. To please them and establish prestige. I will not impose mandatory requirements on you like I do on the regular army, but I also hope you can work hard. And those who have lived in Fishman Street know the cruelty there even more. The exaggerated climate outside, the terrifying creatures in the deep sea, and the living environment are really cruel, and individual strength is needed to resist. There were also photographers who broadcast the live video back to Fishman Island, making the entire Fishman clan envious. Poseidon. Tom looked deeply at the man. Everyone, do you know why I must bring you here in person? Advertisement. Adolf told the reason directly. The world government, human traffickers, pirates, and people who may take risks for profit, they are all watching you.
Not having a sword in your hand and having a sword but not using it are not the same thing. But world peace will always be relative peace, overall peace. It does not mean that there will never be pirates or people who harm others. Adolf turned back and looked at all the fishmen and mermaids who were looking at him excitedly.
If it were possible, Fishman Street wouldn't be such a scary place anymore. Adolf looked at him. Adolf's voice deepened, and his profound words suppressed everyone's emotions. No, to be precise, you are too weak and have no ability to resist risks. But in this world, if a mountain is destroyed and an island is destroyed, the cows will shake their heads. It turns out that even if the world is training hard, can it kill a cow with one punch? Then the only way is to master the power. Peace comes from the power to protect yourself and your country. Only when we have the power can we say no to those who force you. This world is different from the original world, fundamentally different. Because it's not safe to come out this time. The excitement of Jinbei, Eren, and Hody Jones also subsided. Sure enough, humans are still plotting against us. Someone said with hatred. All the fishmen hesitated and asked themselves, most of them couldn't do it.
They looked at each other in confusion, and then looked at Adolf, the king they admired. Only with strong power will the gangsters take the initiative to reason with you calmly, and others will smile at you. The future must be peaceful, and I will not tolerate evil happening. Then he should be encouraged to practice martial arts. He also hopes to see more strong people emerge, even more powerful than the generals, or even surpass them. Can you survive in the former Fishman Street? Facing other criminal groups alone will only make it more dangerous. Personally take you out to sea, to the Sabayati Islands, to contact humans in the outside world? After I go back this time, I will ask everyone to practice martial arts, a training model where everyone is a soldier, and exercise for at least 2 hours every day. Seeing his expression, everyone slowly calmed down and waited for the king's words. The policy of weakening the people is not feasible. To stabilize the rule, it can also be solved by using the method of relatively strong officials than the people. His human buff is completely controllable. Chapter 177 Pluton Energy Technology. Everyone, get moving. Swim at the speed of Turtle Island for an hour, and then do Fishman karate sparring. That's today's exercise. The peace we have now is because someone is carrying the burden for you, but it doesn't mean you won't encounter bad people. If you don't ask for a counterattack, at least you can run away and survive. Before returning to Fishman Island, Adolf was training 100,000 fishmen as the chief instructor. Similar to how all the people become soldiers, what is more important is to cultivate the culture of martial arts among all the people. Seeing the live broadcast, Fishman Island Neptune and Minister Zuo also organized themselves. Aaron, Jinbei, Hody Jones, I leave this place to you. Let the Fishman warrior lead everyone in training, Adolf said. Yes. The three nodded. Adolf nodded and left, arriving at a huge cave in Turtle Island. The cave has been simply decorated with a large number of collected corals, shells, pearls and other decorations, and there is even a huge shell bed, full of Murloc style. Adolf is half lying on the shell bed. The mermaid posture is actually not suitable for humans to sit down like that. Half lying down is the best. All the important documents faxed by Ain are here. Odahime came over with a stack of documents. Yeah. Adolf took it. You can talk about ideals for people, but for such a huge organization, you must talk about systems. Now that the system is not perfect, let others know that they care and are concerned about these things, which will create psychological pressure and fear of not doing a good job. Otherwise, there would be a fire in the granary when we need to reserve grain, and there would be a fire when we need weapons. It would be funny if the generals on mission colluded with the world government pirates. Your Majesty Poseidon. Tom found Adolf. What's wrong? Adolf was still looking at the document. Plop, Tom suddenly fell to his knees. Adolf looked up.
I apologize for my incomprehension. As you said, peace is always relative. It is only because of those soldiers who carry the burden forward that everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. I am willing to do anything for Fishman Island, including Pluton. Tom felt guilty and said firmly at the same time. Quote. Advertisement. Adolf looked at him, a little surprised to be honest, he hadn't talked to Tom yet. But it's not surprising that the current environment of the Fishman Island and the Fishman tribe is bound to be affected. What he instilled in Fishman Island is self-improvement, and only the peace they control is their peace. These spirits. And the fishmen now completely believe in these ideas as a creed. Get up, you refuse because of Pluton's terrifying power. I can understand your concerns. In fact, I am also worried that if you have such terrible power, you will inexplicably give it to other people, which will bring disaster to the world. At the same time, I also want to apologize to you. Last time I lost control of my emotions and hurt you. I didn't even apologize.
Adolf quickly stood up and helped Tom up, speaking softly and apologetically. No, this is not your fault. The 5 elders threatened the safety of the whole world, and I also questioned your decision and caused you trouble. I apologize to you for my stupidity. Even after being lifted up by the king, he still treated others with such humility and courtesy.
Tom felt honored, but at a loss, and felt even more guilty. Recalling that time, I couldn't help but kneel down again in shame, feeling deeply self-blame and heartache. Who has the right to question a man who has actually saved people all over the world and is still doing his best to protect people in the face of desperate situations? As long as it is not used on Pluton, I can convert seawater into energy, which is completely sufficient for the lighting needs of the entire Fishman Island and everyone's household energy needs. It can also be installed in the living areas in the Red Earth continent. Okay. Odahime took the file. Adolf helped Tom up again, took him to the seat next to him, and joked, his words and actions affecting Tom's emotions. Are you a drunkard who only sobers up and drinks? Adolf had a headache. The Fishman Island is in the deep sea, and the sunlight depends entirely on the sun tree Eve. The compatriots in the Red Earth continent living area can only rely on simple water flow to generate electricity for lighting, which poses great hidden dangers. Technology is developing forward, and the past technologies have not yet been mastered. Especially Vegapunk, which claims to be 500 years ahead of the world, is also engaged in archaeology and science. I am really speechless. King of Thieves. Hahahaha. He is indeed the famous Poseidon. Tom laughed in admiration.
Adolf couldn't help but think of Frankie Cola's ability to convert energy into green tea, juice, and other beverages. It was such a black technology. But now the king is Adolf, and you call her princess. What is the relationship like? Neptune is still guarding the house on Fishman Island. It was for people's livelihood, and Tom suddenly became energetic. But in my eyes, you will always be the princess, Tom said.
Advertisement. The best thing is to use sea floor stone as energy source to completely release the sea energy in sea floor stone. Tom said. He has been away from Fishman Island for too long. Although he agrees with Adolf, he still retains certain concepts of royal blood inheritance, and has known Odahime and the original royal family for a longer time. Adolf asked. She has been too close to Adolf recently. You are smiling so happily. Do you want to drink? Odahime came over with a tray. It doesn't matter. Adolf didn't care. Odahime, fax these documents back. I've already signed them. Tom, regarding the Pluton design drawings, what technologies have you mastered? Adolf asked. It's like a country that went to the moon but never went there again for half a century. Isn't that a big deal? His Majesty Poseidon is really powerful, but Conqueror's domineering impact almost killed me. Even Roger doesn't have such a strong kingly spirit. Tom laughed. Pluton is too complicated. It is not a technology available in this era at all. I only have some superficial knowledge. Tom shook his head.
It's not that the current King Adolf is afraid of overthinking it. Princess Odahime. Tom stood up quickly. I understand. Converting seawater into energy, however, it was Adolf who said this, so you were right. Hahahaha, come and sit. I really wanted to kill people at that time, and you did it yourself. Energy is the core of everything. I will provide you with a secret research institute, and you will give priority to mastering energy technology, Adolf said seriously.
The power Pluton needs is too strong. We must fully master the energy power technology. I can't create it yet. Don't compare me with a thief king, Adolf said with a smile. I want to know how much research you have done on energy technology.
If it were before, he would definitely retort, One Piece Roger, you call him the king of thieves? Who are you humiliating? Building ships for Roger is his lifelong pride. It's really a crime worthy of death. I am no longer a princess. Odahime put down the wine bottle, scratched her cheek in embarrassment, and secretly looked at Adolf. Chapter 178 The Potential of Shadow Fruit. After discussing with Adolf, Tom immediately found Frankie and Bingshan, who were sparring with him, and started studying in secret. They did not use any special privileges to follow them, but relied on their own skills and real contributions to create a waterway train that surrounds Fishman Island. A group of just a few people built a sea train. This technology and hands-on ability are absolutely ceiling level. Your Majesty Poseidon, we found Moonlight Moria's thriller bark, Jinbei came to report. Moonlight Moria? Adolf held his chin and thought, let's go and have a look. Oh. What is that? Moonlight Moria's eyes widened and she looked in disbelief at the terrifying monster that looked like a giant mountainous island in front of her. Moreover, it hit them at an extremely exaggerated speed, and the ripples set off on both sides were huge waves of tens of meters. Lord Moria, run quickly, we are about to hit you, 15-year-old girl Perona screamed, holding her head. An island is coming. Transparent Fruit Absalom was horrified. It's over, you've done too many bad things and you're going to die. Suture Dr. Hogback buried his head under his butt. The appearance of the Poseidon is actually not ferocious, but its huge size speaks for itself. It is an absolute shock to the soul and visual impact. Quickly avoid it. Although it is called so, Thriller Bark is just a sailboat, driven by wind, there is no way to avoid it. When Turtle Island arrived, he took the initiative to avoid the driftwood the size of a bottle cap, and at the same time slowly stopped. Stop. Moonlight Moria and others were shocked. Thriller Bark is already big enough. It not only has a castle, but also a garden, a cemetery, and a forest of dead trees. But even if it is as big as it is, if Turtle Island hits it, it will be broken into pieces. Lord Moria, look, there seems to be someone up there. Perona's soul was floating in the sky, looking far away. Is there someone? Damn it, get the boat over to me. Moonlight Moria was furious and scared him to death, you know? However, as Thriller Bark approaches, Poseidon Adolf. Moonlight Moria lost her voice. That Poseidon Adolf who incorporated the Marine organization and ruled the world. Transparent Fruit Absalom was excited. It's so amazing, Lord Moria. He just landed on the island, and he was greeted by a big man like Poseidon in person. Perona admired. It's such an honor to meet such a big shot. Suitoring Dr. Hogback was excited. Poseidon, it's only been a month since he came to see me again. Didn't I say I wouldn't join? Moonlight Moria refused again. Advertisement. As expected of Lord Moria. The three younger brothers admired him. Adolf looked down at them and their eerie ship. What sweet dreams are you all dreaming about? Moonlight Moria, you are breaking the law, do you know? Jinbei was confused. Why did he feel like he had heard this sentence so many times? Quote. Question mark, exclamation mark, quote. Moonlight Moria was alert. You will not fail in recruiting, so you want to find an excuse to get rid of me. Excuse. Don't forget that you haven't registered the documents issued by Marine yet, so you are not on the whitelist. In other words, you are still talking to me as a pirate. Be careful. Adolf glanced over and flew towards their Thriller Bark in midair. Moonlight Moria felt uncomfortable, and that seemed to be the case. Master Poseidon, please come and sit in the castle. Sindori will prepare some coffee for His Majesty Poseidon. Hogback flattered him. Adolf came to the gloomy castle and looked at the corpse murals on the wall. They were all zombies. They were still discussing Adolf's identity in a low voice, but he even asked Moria to accompany him. What a scary place. Shirahoshi was scared and shrank close to Adolf in search of safety. It's a pity that you can use a good fruit like this. Adolf regretted. What a pity. Moonlight Moly raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction and followed beside him. Since you can make zombies, why use corpses as materials? Wouldn't it be better to just use the body of the shadow himself? After controlling the shadow's mind, make it into a puppet. Maximize your original strength and retain the fruit ability, similar to the living dead. Not to mention the waste of 2 for 1, there are also various weaknesses such as light and fire. The strength will also drop significantly and it will be unable to exert its original strength. Zombies have too many shortcomings. What is the consciousness of the living dead puppet itself? You can ask a surgeon to sew up the corpse, but you can't ask an anesthesiologist to make it a vegetative state? Even after controlling the shadow thoughts, it can be developed by forcibly twisting people's will.
What a great idea. By developing the ability of the shadow fruit to a deeper level, I can turn everyone into my puppets. Create an unprecedented army of living dead puppets. Moonlight Moria was excited. As long as you target pirates, you can do whatever you want. Pirates are not protected, but if you attack marine civilians, you can wait for death. Adolf glanced at him. It's not that he believes in Moonlight Moria's character, but that if he wants to form a fighting force, he must have the body and shadow of a strong man, and he looks down on ordinary people. Exclamation mark quote. Mariah had a toothache and felt uncomfortable, but he was still the world government he was before. Lord Moria, a strapped warrior walked over on wooden clogs. This is Shimotsuki Ryoma, the corpse I found in Wano country. Moria proudly introduced. This knife. Adolf noticed. Yohahoho, can you show me your DK? Shimotsuki Ryoma looked at Otahime. Advertisement. Quote exclamation mark. Rude person. Otahime was annoyed and wanted to slap her.
Bang. It exploded into pieces, with countless black blood and white bones splattering towards the back. Then at the next moment, part of the body completely turned into blood mist and flew out, completely splashing on the wall in a mist-like state.
Now even the zombies controlled by the shadow will die. Otahime was startled and subconsciously looked at Adolf. After all, he is also the former royal family of Fishman Island. My current assistant is not allowed to make some jokes. Drops of water fell on Adolf's palm, and his eyes turned to Moonlight Moria. The dull eyes even made him see his own death. My scalp is numb. Ah, Your Majesty Poseidon. Otahime was pleasantly surprised, especially feeling that emotion. It was so cool to stand up for her. Adolf smiled and nodded. Gouda. So scary. Perona shrank. Your Majesty Poseidon. Jinbei picked up the sword that fell on the ground and handed it to Adolf. One of the 21 skills of the Great Knife. Black Knife Chushui. Adolf drew his sword and brushed the blade.
None of the people present were swordsmen. Although Adolf did not use a sword, he had the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, but he was more focused on understanding the sea. Autumn water is thick, the sea is also thick. Close your eyes, armed domineering flow into the black knife, let it devour it, and even turn conquerors into blue water like colored flames, gradually spreading throughout the body. This is a substantial manifestation of conquerors.
There is no external exposure, but even just seeing it makes people feel extremely stressed. The spirit seems to be trapped in the sea of Netherworld, unable to be reincarnated forever, and the brain nerves feel the extreme pain of collapse. Shua. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, the ancient castle was instantly cut open with a break. The blue slash flew out. Not only the clouds in the sky were torn apart, but it even flew hundreds of miles out of the sky, and the torn sky could be seen at the end of the horizon. At this time, the shadow of the killed corpse flew out and seemed to be returning to its owner. Jinbei, catch up. I want a bone of the Shadow Master. Adolf ordered. Bone. Jinbei was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask any questions and immediately chased after him. At worst, he could be cured. Chapter 179 Princess Mononoke Perona. Ah, isn't this too exaggerated? How could there be such a scary person? Perona was frightened.
We were obviously in a gloomy castle, but the light shone in, and we even saw the clouds parting. Isn't this what we have seen? Adolf tilted his head slightly and curled up the corners of his mouth, this playful girl with pink gothic style. I'm scared to death, Perona shouted while floating in the air.
Then he turned around and patted his chest in fear. Will I not be punished for shouting like this? It would be terrible if I was killed because of my rude words. No, I am a spirit body now. Why am I even trembling? Perona reacted. Adolf looked at the lovely Princess Mononoke, Perona. He is now very interested in the shadow fruit and the lingling fruit. He wonders if he can use the fruit's ability to solve the problem of the Pluton ship elf. At the same time, I am also very interested in this cute girl with gothic style. It's a little small, but it will be a big thunder in the future, although it can't be compared with Shirahoshi. Phew, I almost thought I was going to die. Transparent fruit Absalom and suture Dr. Hogback wiped away cold sweat. Don't destroy other people's castles. Moonlight Moria shouted dissatisfied.
Adolf looked at the black knife Kiyoshue in his hand. The black sword has its own temperament and sword intent, or the user gradually imprints his own temperament and will on the sword through domineering force. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. It is equivalent to an extension of the holder's will. It's a pity that the black sword was not infused with my domineering energy, and it doesn't completely fit me. He doesn't have much research on swords, but as a black sword, one of the 21 skills of a sharp sword, it must be excellent. But at his level, that's all, and he doesn't regard it as a treasure. Perhaps I should build a handy weapon and create a ranking of famous swords? Adolf thought. Ranking of famous swords? How do we compare? Using weapons to kill each other? Moonlight Moria was interested. Of course, strength speaks for itself, and swords are famous for people. Only if they are strong enough can the black sword be powerful enough. Adolf played with the sword and put it back into its sheath. Hehehehe.
Then my shadow scissors can also be included in the rankings, right? Who said scissors are not swords? Moonlight Moria smiled evilly, wanting to see those swordsmen who use swords defeat him who uses scissors. You'd better improve yourself, otherwise you won't even be able to get into the rankings. Advertisement. Absorb other people's shadows to master other people's abilities. A large number of shadows can also increase physical strength and even domineering. Such a powerful fruit ability will make you useless. Adolf glanced at him. Why do you feel like you know the shadow fruit better than me? Moonlight Moria doubted life. That's because you are useless. Adolf said unceremoniously. PFF'd. Perona laughed and quickly covered her mouth to hold it back. Stop laughing. Come here, I have something to ask you. Adolf looked at Perona. Me? Perona pointed to herself in confusion. Is this her first time meeting Adolf?
But the soul still passes through the wall, returns to the body, and then the real body comes. Moonlight Moria, give me a tube of your blood, Adolf said. My blood? What do you want to do? Moonlight Moria was alert. You just need to cooperate. If you refuse, I will take you back and drain you, Adolf said bluntly.
What did you say? Moonlight Moria grinned angrily, seeming to tear it into pieces. Lord Moria, Absalom and Hogubek were nervous. They really didn't have the courage to start a war with Adolf. Mariah also got angry, and then he said, Humph. How much do you want? 500 milliliters. Hogubek. Okay. Lord Moria. Hogbak quickly took out the syringe blood bag. Can you give a shadow to a stone, wood, or toy and make it move? Adolf also asked while he was drawing blood. What kind of application is this? Moonlight Moria wondered. Before he could answer, Perona's true form also arrived, followed by a ragdoll bear zombie with eyes and a mask. It clearly illustrates the problem. Adolf looked at the stuffed bear zombie next to Perona and thought. Pluton is a battleship. Even if a human's shadow is infused into it, it will only have the same abilities as a human. It can't even move because of the material of the battleship.
The ship elf plan can only be used as a final reference. The ragdoll zombie is my favorite servant. Master Poseidon, do you also like such cute dolls? Perona was delighted to see Adolf looking at the ragdoll zombie, thinking they had a common interest. I don't appreciate it at all. I still like a cute girl like you. Adolf looked at her.
Advertisement. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Perona blushed instantly as her head steamed up. How could anyone confess like this? It's too sudden. Maybe this is the last time we meet. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't say it if we like it? Adolf chuckled and teased. This is the first time we met and we are so affectionate. The young girl Perona couldn't handle it at all. Wow, even Shirahoshi Otahime was surprised that such a girl dared to confess her love. Someday someone like Moria will commit a crime, and I will have no choice but to execute him, along with all of you on the ship. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. This is the last encounter you are talking about. Perona's joy and shyness suddenly turned into anger. Don't talk like you can kill me casually. Moonlight Moria was unhappy, although it was also true. Okay. No kidding, Perona, show me your abilities. Adolf chuckled.
A girl with no scheming at all, although she likes gloomy, zombies, and other dark horror things, she seems to be afraid of cockroaches, right? Huh. Perona puffed up her cheeks and glared at Adolf angrily, but she still cooperated obediently. Out of body, ghost clone, negative ghost, mini ghost ghost bomb, extra large ghost kamikaze bomb. Perona showed off these abilities one by one, and even wanted to make Adolf look bad in revenge, but it was a pity that he was broken by hockey. After all, it is not a petrified fruit. Even the brain and consciousness are petrified, and there is no resistance at all. You can use negative ghosts, which means you can use emotional abilities. Anger, happiness, lust, calmness, sadness, you can try these. Adolf said. Quote question mark quote. When I type this, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. Can the development of fruit abilities be achieved with just one sentence? Little Princess Perona was very angry. Okay, you're right, Adolf frowned. Compared to shadow fruit and lingling fruit, they are much more reliable. Since you can leave your body, can you theoretically possess other people or even objects? Of course, the most reliable thing is Big Mom's soul fruit, which can directly allow the soul to reside in various things, making it personified, and controlling internal functions. But there's a problem: control. There was no way he could hand over a killer weapon like Pluton to Big Mom. He wouldn't even have the right to use it, let alone the right to control it. Even if technology creates Seraphim and then uses the soul fruit, he doesn't trust him very much. After all, as long as the scientists modify the permissions, the Seraph will no longer belong to him. There is too much uncertainty. Chapter 180 Practice more food. Is Pluton important when the world government has not yet been killed and the Uranus threat still exists? Of course it's important. This is not a maritime warship, it is clearly a space carrier. It's completely possible to fly up and fight Uranus head-on. But hidden dangers are also issues that cannot be ignored. This can be solved during manufacturing to avoid possible hidden dangers. Speak frankly, Perona, I need your power, how about staying with me? Adolf looked at the pink playful goth girl. Quote. Question mark quote. Perona was dumbfounded. What is your identity? Poseidon defeats the world government, incorporates the marine organization, and rules the world. Tell them now, they need your power? What kind of lie is this to kidnap a girl? You. What are you talking about? Perona reacted and pointed at Adolf at a loss. B asterisk 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 D Adolf. Don't think that if you let me go, I won't take action against you. You actually want someone to kill me. Moonlight Moria had veins popping up on his forehead, and his anger was off the charts. A place where shadows gather, Moonlight Moria absorbed all the shadows on the island on the spot. The power of nearly 1,000 people was superimposed, and the body expanded like a giant. Even the castle was stretched open, and the power exploded. He even pressed his palm on the ground, raised his body and looked at Adolf, and his casual actions caused the earth to shatter. Every move shows extremely terrifying power, Adolf. An angry voice was squeezed out from between the teeth, full of anger and unwillingness. Looking down at the figure, he raised his arm and made a fist, covered in black military color. This blow can completely shatter the entire Thriller Bark pirate group. After all, it is just an island ship, not a real island. Shua. There was a flash of blue light and shadow, and the black sword was unsheathed. A cut mark fell deeply on the huge belly, and a large number of shadows were released. How is it possible to be so strong? Moria's pupils were dilated in disbelief. He was actually killed by one move? My abdomen felt like a caesarean section, with countless dark shadows flying out, and I couldn't even cover it until all of them were aborted. Advertisement, as I said, you are too weak. Adolf sheathed the autumn water. The gap is too big. Absalom and Hagubik's eyes almost burst out. Lord Moria, I'm here. Hagabok hurriedly brought the needle and thread to the scene. After a lot of hard work, the wound was finally sutured. It looked like a caesarean section with a long scar. Damn it. What do you want? Moonlight Moria sat on the ground angrily. What do I want? Adolf looked at the goth girl. Perona swallowed secretly, feeling nervous. She was picked up by Mariah when she was a child, so she has always regarded Mariah as a father and respected and loved her very much. Moria also gave her the Ling Ling devil fruit, which made her very pampered. Perona, you don't want anything to happen to Moria, right? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted widespread attention, and everyone looked at him with questions. Aren't you a representative of justice? Is this what you should say? Perona complained speechlessly. But aren't you pirates? Adolf asked. It seems like this? Everyone was stunned and realized that this was a pirate ship. Moreover, they had made zombies out of human corpses, a group of evil-doing guys. Then don't use this term. It's like forcing a girl to do something evil, Otahime said helplessly. So what's your answer? Adolf asked. This. Perona bit her lip and looked at the seriously injured Moria. Don't worry about me. I won't let him succeed even if I die. Moria was furious and struggled to hold himself up. Mariah has gone berserk, and you don't have much time left to choose, Adolf chuckled. I do. You, the forced trafficker, are the most annoying, Perona yelled at Adolf unwillingly. Don't look so hateful. I'm not trying to trick you into a piece of shit. Only by my side can your strength improve rapidly. I need your ability, at least to the point of fruit awakening. Adolf chuckled. It was fun to bully little girls. I will use the fruit development direction you mentioned to make you regret it. I won't allow you to take her away, but even the strong must abide by my laws. Conqueror's domineering power turns into azure-flowing colors, with raging blue arcs, which is the richness and depth of the sea. Advertisement. Are you not afraid of forcing me to follow you? Perona insisted. And Adolf, who returned to Turtle Island, was lying on his side on the shell, looking at the restrained Perona and chuckled. Are you afraid? Otahime was stunned when she felt Adolf's sudden change of mood, and her face turned red instantly. Pity. In order to find the transparent fruit Absalom for his subordinate, he bravely ventured to the pirate island hive alone, and he became a real man in terms of temperament. What's going on? I can't move my body, Mariah. I like strong people, and I hope to see more and more strong people appear, and a prosperous age of strong people. What do you mean? Perona took 2 steps back in confusion. Ordinary people's morality depends entirely on poverty, but he is sticking to his moral bottom line, otherwise you will become a cream puff. Boom, originally depressed by the blow, he cheered up due to the humiliation. He wanted to take revenge, and he wanted to save Perona. Goth girl Perona is unbelievable and doubts life. What kind of logical genius is this? Adolf stood up and passed by Mariah, whose body was frozen. Moria stood up with difficulty and roared, releasing his huge momentum, and his armed domineering energy surged with the roar. Damn Adolf. I will definitely defeat you. Otahime's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't pirates have human rights? Patted, I'll take Perona with me, so I can practice cooking more. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you talking about human rights with pirates? It would be nice if you could treat her like a human being. What he didn't know was that he had become stronger, and Adolf had also obtained his blood factor, when countless. After Adolf left, Mariah's body resumed action, punched the ground with a hammer, gritted his teeth and roared to the sky, extremely angry. If you're so afraid of what I'll do to you, then come on. As he said that, he walked past, forcefully suppressed on Mariah. It will be a real pity if I haven't applied to join the whitelist next time I see you. Of course it's something you're worried about. If you do it, won't you stop being afraid? It's already happened anyway, right? Moria's eyes were horrified. Under this conqueror's forced suppression, the cells in his body were trembling with fear. Lord Moria, I will never give in, and I will also find a way to escape, Perona said unwillingly, and then followed angrily. However, not forcing myself is my bottom line. Chapter 181 Gaia Island Kong Island. The cream puff incident didn't happen. It was clear that the other party was a pirate and there was no need to talk about human rights. He was still sticking to the bottom line. Come on, put some positive energy into the puffs. Hahahaha, the pirate group that massacred Baisha village is on this island. Come and catch it, Marine. I plan to wash my hands of myself in a golden basin in a while. You won't come to arrest me now, will you? Hahahaha, no one admits it. In Gaia Island, a gathering place for pirates, countless pirates are laughing wildly. But no one admitted it. After all, the pirates were being driven out quite badly now, and they didn't want to be targeted. Damn it. Not a single one of the 770 people is alive. Each of these pirates is a serious suspect. I think they are just covering each other. If it weren't for the fact that marine troops are scattered across various countries and can't spare so many people, I really want to capture them all. On the warship, the sailors were angry. With only 3 warships and no strong lieutenant general, a pirate gathering place like Gaia Island would probably be torn apart by tens of thousands of pirates on the spot after landing on the island. If it weren't for the presence of the Fishman troops, hundreds of pirate groups would have rushed over. I slaughtered an entire town a few months ago, and the tavern owner's wife still dares to ask us for money? Who are we? We are pirates. Lousy and her brothers took her turn on the spot. That girl screamed so loudly that everyone in the town heard it, and she even wanted to ask Marine for help. The only option was to kill them all, and her eyes were all red. A captain of a pirate group boasted loudly and showed off his achievements with a stern expression, for fear that others would not know. Have you done any looting? You can find some gold and silver, right? The other pirates were envious. These guys hide too tightly, and each family is too troublesome, which makes me burn. The most exciting thing is that the mayor's daughter died while playing, and then she asked the chef to cook it, and her skull is still there. The captain became more and more arrogant as he spoke. In their eyes, people are like 2-legged sheep, especially beautiful women. The younger the better, preferably a few months old, as they are the most delicious. Instead of being frightened, the other pirates became even more excited. You guys should return the skull to Marine, otherwise they won't be able to pay the bills. Ha 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 ha, damn it. Marine's face was distorted. He actually talked about cannibalism in front of them. Boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a bolt of thunder exploded, and the dull sound shocked everyone. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow approached in the distance, and an extremely heavy sense of oppression shrouded it. What is that? Advertisement looking at the Turtle Island appearing in the darkness. All the pirates' noses were frightened, and Marine's legs were weak with fear. Sea soldier. Report the situation. Adolf's voice came out. Poseidon. Marine, Fishman, pirate, surprise, surprise, horror. They never expected that Poseidon would come in person. Yes. A small town was massacred 1 day ago, and all 770 people died. We followed the clues and came here. The prisoner is on Gaia Island. Gaia Island is a gathering place for pirates and is known as Devil's Town. However, they protect each other and are all pirates. We cannot land to investigate. Marine quickly recovered and reported. Wait a minute, Your Majesty Poseidon, I didn't do it. I want to change my mind and become a new person. I reported him, but he was drunk and showed off to me yesterday. Adolf had no expression on his face, stretched out his hand to pull out the water vapor from the atmosphere, and condensed it into a trident of water. Like the continuous power of the sea, the invisible water is turbulent. The sea undulated violently, forming a 1,000-meter tsunami on the spot. The entire sea area turned into a 3-dimensional space, and countless huge waves rolled up instead of the sea level. Ah, are you kidding? Tens of thousands of pirates on Gaia Island were horrified. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and huge waves of thousands of meters rolled up from all directions. It was like the end of the world. Turn on the videophone bug, Adolf ordered. Marine then picked up the phone and recorded the scene in front of him. Pirates gathered on Gaia Island, massacred 770 people, protected each other, and sentenced to death. As the trial was announced, the trident of water swung down, and huge waves of thousands of meters came down layer by layer, killing everyone on Gaia Island. Even the houses and buildings on the island have been washed away, leaving only sandy soil. Only the 3 warships nearby were not affected at all, but were lifted up by the huge waves. Your Majesty Poseidon. Marine was shocked and excited. It was processed quickly, and tens of thousands of pirates were all wiped out, even their traces were wiped away, and the pirate island became a clean island. And this scene was also recorded by the phone bug. After the execution is completed, you will send the video to the headquarters, and they will broadcast it all over the world to tell the world our attitude. Power is poison, a chronic poison, and a violent poison. Why? Perona was on guard, fearing that her bestiality would suddenly overwhelm her. But before that, restrain your desires in the cage of reason and be controlled by your own will. More than 10,000 meters in the sky, White Sea. Okay, Odahime's phone bug conveyed. Advertisement. Your Majesty Poseidon, does Sky Island refer to an island in the sky? Shirahoshi asked curiously. If I really do this, not only will you be scared, but the whole world will be scared. Sky Island, an island in the sky, Odahime expected. The 3 humans threw it into the bubble, held the bubble and went up. Only the truly powerful can control it. He also knew that it was not that he should not be taken with him, but that someone really needed to stay here. He was the strongest and most trustworthy. If this kind of thing happens again, report it immediately and I will arrange personnel nearby to wipe them all out. But, why does it feel a little uncomfortable? Yes, Marine saluted, then left with the warship and continued its original mission. Be careful. If the bubble bursts, we are doomed. Perona was about to cry without tears. The huge water column really didn't feel safe at all. That's right, you'll know after you go and see it. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the seawater became calm again. Using hard power to forcibly stimulate the sea currents in the sky, the fishmen can go up along the sea currents without the need for tools. Heaven. Perona looked at the sky in confusion. Poverty and weakness make people follow morality. Only after enjoying all the top temptations in the world for a long time will he not be deceived by the colorful world. Aaron, Hody Jones, Tom, Frankie, Iceberg, Odahime, Shirahoshi, Perona. What's wrong with you? Is your head broken? Although she is also very bad, she always likes to bully her and threaten her. Perona, do you know why I don't force you? You are obviously a pirate and you don't need to talk about human rights. Adolf looked at the sky. Call Tom, Aaron and the others to go to Sky Island, and then let Jinbei protect everyone and continue setting off, Adolf ordered. Once forced to commit R******, it will be completely indulgent, and then it will only get worse until it goes berserk. Adolf's gaze was profound, looking straight into his heart. Adolf said in a cold voice. Adolf explained easily. Well, nothing. Do you want to go to heaven? Adolf looked close to the sky. Looking at the water column soaring into the sky, Jinbei sighed and followed Turtle Island away. Perona looked at him doubtfully, and suddenly felt a little confused. Wasn't she quite easygoing before? And how long has he been in contact with power? Ah, ha. Flying. Shirahoshi was surprised at first, and then laughed happily. The more adventures he experienced, the more cheerful he became. Chapter 182 Sky Island. Boom, from the blue sea to the white sea with high-altitude clouds, Adolf and others were driven by the seawater and arrived at the white sea smoothly. Wow, it's all clouds, we are really in the sky. Odahime and Shirahoshi were excited, looking at the sea of clouds around them with shining eyes. Sky Island really exists. Aaron and others were surprised. Sky Island? Perona looked around. Frankie and Bingshan were even more excited, jumping over and over again in their own bubbles. Look, mother, we can swim in the sea of clouds. Shirahoshi played happily, and threw the materialized clouds towards Odahime, as if splashing water. It's so interesting, it would be great if everyone could come up together, Odahime gasped excitedly. There is a safer route to Kongdao. I have something serious to do this time. The powerful water flow into the sky is also suitable for use as a special flying waterway for the fishmen. It is another playground besides the undersea whirlpool. Adolf looked at the sea of clouds around him, and then at the others, especially Odahime, who had a delicate physique. I was still excited just now, but now I feel dizzy, nauseated, vomiting, palpitation, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and I look like I'm going to die. Mother. Poseidon-sama, look, mother. Shirahoshi himself felt very uncomfortable, but he still held Odahime anxiously, almost crying. It doesn't matter, Shirahoshi, I can come out of the Fishman Island and come to the island in the sky. Even if I die now, I will be satisfied. Odahime looked ugly, but she still showed happiness. As if he was explaining the funeral affairs, he looked at Adolf expectantly. Your Majesty Poseidon, will the citizens also come to Sky Island? Princess Odahime. Tom was nervous. What's going on? He's not going to die. Attack. Is there poisonous gas? Aaron, Hody Jones, Perona and others were nervous and had no idea what was going on. You can't die from altitude sickness. Adolf was speechless, this weakling who broke his palm when he slapped others. When it came to altitude sickness, Aaron and the others were so strong that they adapted directly and didn't even notice the problem. Odahime is the crispiest among crispy skin, the weakest among the weakest, and she will really die in another minute. Perona, Frankie, and Bingshan are also not strong, but they are in the bubble when they come up, so naturally they will not be affected. Gulu gulu. Kneading the palms, the sound of detergent stirring was heard, and a ball of translucent viscous liquid appeared on the palms. Advertisement. He took a deep breath, but it didn't reach his lungs and blew out huge bubbles. Then the bubbles are made smaller, so that the oxygen inside is compressed and no longer so thin. Is everything okay? After entering the bubble, Odahime recovered instantly, and her uncomfortable state was gone. Shirahoshi, how do you feel? Adolf looked at Shirahoshi. It's a little uncomfortable, but I will persevere, Shirahoshi breathlessly said firmly. Altitude sickness is something you can adapt to. If it's severe, tell me. Adolf wasn't too doting or pretentious. As Poseidon, even if he is not good at his own strength, his physical fitness is at the level of a lieutenant general, right? Yes. Shirahoshi nodded while holding Odahime bubble. Let's go to Sky Island. Who? Kong Ming roared, like the sound of the sky, the leaflets faded away, and a giant purple monster rushed out from the sea of clouds. He opened his big mouth and swallowed everyone. Ah. What's going on? Are there sea beasts in the sea of clouds? The little cute Perona was panicked, but the other strong men regarded it as normal. Aaron's look, Conqueror's pressure, forcibly stopped the empty beast's movements. Trembling, he retracted his huge mouth. Conquerors? Does Aaron have one too? Tom was surprised. Just in time, come give us a ride, Aaron said. The giant purple sky beast was sweating and nodded repeatedly. Is this a bed? There is also a fence. There are people living on this island, Perona discovered. And Adolf and others also entered the door and headed to the upper level. Whether it's sightseeing or war, it depends on Kongdao's attitude. But he felt shocked every moment. Yes, Your Majesty Poseidon. Aaron restrained himself and apologized. I'm sorry, miss, I scared you. I am Amazon, the supervisor of Heaven's Gate. Are you here for sightseeing or war? Master, what is Conqueror's domineering spirit? Frankie asked, and Tom naturally explained it to him. Advertisement, the Kingdom of Gods. Haha, what an interesting name, Adolf chuckled. There was an empty beast on the way, and the speed suddenly increased a lot, and he soon arrived in front of the gate of the empty island. See the island, trees? Do the islands in the sky also have trees? The clouds are so soft. The blonde girl looked at them in surprise, especially Shirahoshi, who was simply shocked, and then there was Aaron and the others' strange and ferocious looks. This is also the biggest feature among different islands in the world, a paradise for travelers. Monster? Aaron's sharp teeth and fangs reveal cruelty, and his eyes are like looking at prey. Welcome to Angel Beach in the Kingdom of God. I am Sky Island resident Cornies. The girl Cornies bowed to show respect. I understand. The old woman nodded honestly. Not to mention the deep-sea fish people, most humans have never seen such a strange world. So big, is she still a child? Adolf said. Tom also had a strange look. It didn't take long for Fishman Island to undergo transformation, right? On the contrary, along the way, Perona, Frankie, and Bingshan came out of the bubbles from time to time and slowly adapted to the Sky Island environment. We are a race of fish people living in the sea. They're fish people with human-shaped limbs. I am a mermaid with a tail. As for these three, they're human beings. Adolf explained to her in an approachable manner. A clean temperament that is not stained by dust. Is the White Island made of clouds? It's so magical? A blonde girl with wings plays the harp, with a cloud-like appearance. A man with Conqueror's domineering attitude actually bowed his head. Even Lord Moria doesn't have Conquerors, Perona was surprised. The group landed on the island and were surprised by everything they saw. Fishtail? Monster? Are you travelers from Shanghai? Tell your ruler to come see me. Odahime can't do it anymore, just stay in the bubble. Ah no, I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't have spoken like that. Cornies, a 16 or 17-year-old blonde girl, also apologized quickly. At this time, the ethereal music came. An old, short, winged woman took photos and asked. It seems that because she lives on an empty island and is not exposed to soil and dust, her skin is washed like clouds. If you look carefully, your blonde hair is also very silky. Aaron, control your temper, Adolf said. Chapter 183 Cornies. Kingdom of God, lovely avenue, wandering around with Cornies leading the way. There are not many types, mostly fruit shops, empty fish shops, clothing shops, shellfish shops, etc., food, clothing, and utensils. They are all things I don't recognize and have never seen before. The buildings are also made of clouds, which are completely different from Fishman Island. Odahime was surprised as she lay on the bubbles. She was very interested in everything. There are 3 types of clouds on Sky Island. Heian. Certain particles in Hailu stone erupted into the sky by volcanoes, and condense with water vapor to change the density, which is equivalent to the seawater in Shanghai and has strong buoyancy. The second type. Island clouds. Floating on sea clouds, very soft and elastic clouds, people can walk on them. We also live on island clouds. The third type. Processed clouds. The clouds processed by Daokun are generally used to make furniture or as building materials. Cornies introduced. Living on the basis of clouds, without sand or dust, no wonder your skin is so good. Adolf looked at the residents of Sky Island and saw that all of them had really good skin, especially Cornis's, who was so supple and supple. Cornish chuckled. I think you have another idea. You be asterisk 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 D. Perona was dissatisfied with kicking Adolf. She wanted to do evil things to her before, but then she turned her attention to someone else. Look, there are islands floating in the sky. Shirahoshi, let's go up and have a look. Yes, mother. Shirahoshi carried Odahime's bubbles up, and everyone else followed. This is a shell shop. Our lives are closely related to various shells, Cornish said. What are these shells? Shirahoshi asked politely. So big, advertisement. This is a large flame shell that can store fire and then emit it. It is mainly used for cooking or as an oven, but it also has a wide range of uses. The boss was shocked by Shirahoshi's size and quickly introduced him. Look, there's a person with a tail. Is she still a child? I can't imagine how old I will be as an adult, it's too exaggerated. There are a few others, they are like man-eating monsters, so scary. Everyone is discussing behind their backs, and anyone who sees Shirahoshi's figure will be shocked. And that cute lowly look is obviously still underage. I can't imagine how old she will be when she becomes an adult. As for Aaron and others, their ferocious appearance also made them feel afraid. Storing fire. So practical. If Fishman Island had such shells, every family would be able to eat hot food. Odahime suddenly thought of the people of Fishman Island. Her love for the fishmen is serious. This is the sound shell, the water shell, the impact shell, the flavor shell, the cloud shell, the wind shell, the blowing wind shell, the flame shell, the light shell. Seeing that Otahime liked it, the boss quickly introduced various shellfish. These are very suitable for Fishman Island, especially the lantern shells, which can glow when there is no light at night. If you take them back home, everyone will definitely like them.
We all want these, and these. Otahime was so excited that she jumped up and down. Shellfish is indeed very suitable for the style of Fishman Island, but we didn't bring any money, right? Adolf said. Money. Everyone looked at each other. Adolf, Otahime, Shirahoshi, Aaron, Hody Jones, Tom, Frankie, Iceberg, Perona.
Do you think any of them looks like they're carrying money? Although I also want to help you, you really want too much. Cornies was embarrassed. She was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Advertisement. Forget it this time. Even if you buy it, we can't take it with you. Let's wait until the next time Fishman Island officially starts trade with Sky Island. Adolf said. Okay. Otahime regretted. The amount of shellfish needed by Fishman Island is too large. You can leave the Sky Island residents to build a shellfish farm, and Fishman Island can eat no matter how large the amount is. If you get the first pot of gold, I can ask you to place an order as the general person in charge. Let me tell you secretly, I am the king of Fishman Island. Adolf said with a smile to Cornies. I walked around the lovely street, but in the end I just saw something strange. However, Cornies spent money to buy a sky map, which suddenly increased Adolf's understanding of Sky Island. Cornice, tell me about Bika and Akainu. Adolf asked, looking at the empty picture. Bika? That's a small island in the south. It doesn't seem to be anything special, right? Akainu is the island where gods live. It is called the Holy Land. It is the only base island in the entire Sky Island. It is very close to here, which is the soil of Qinghai. Cornies thought carefully. On the current Sky Island, Thunderfruit Enel has not yet become the ruling god, and Burka has not yet been destroyed. This is a bit time-consuming. Adolf frowned. He didn't want to waste too much time on the empty island. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of them. The old man in the middle is wearing a unique costume that looks like a celestial dragon, and he obviously has a noble status. It's the god who lives in the sanctuary, and the god's bodyguard. Cornies was surprised. I am the god of Sky Island. Gone 4. Illegal intruders, what is your purpose in coming to the kingdom of God? Gone 4 looked directly at Adolf. God. Haha. Adolf chuckled. Chapter 184 Devil Fruit Tree Planting Base. Pirates from Qinghai. The Sky Islanders will not surrender. Gonfeur fell to the ground. Although he was beaten badly, he was not gentle at all. First of all, let me make it clear that I am not a pirate. I am the ruler of the country. According to the rules, Runjun can continue to govern the people, and you fall within this scope. But the premise is that you must abide by imperial regulations, implement imperial decrees, and agree with the common consciousness of the empire. Adolf said, taking out the self-healing dandelion and curing him. For a force, directly conquering the ruler and making him surrender is the fastest way to rule. And Gonfore also has work experience. Gonfore looked at himself in shock. His bones were all broken by the hammer. Is he just fine? As for Adolf, after seeing the gap between strength and weakness, he had to consider, what if I refuse? You can refuse, or even unite the people to resist rule, and I can also abide by your wishes. Take the initiative to leave the Sky Island. Really? Gonfeur was surprised. But you rejected me. Can you reject those unreasonable pirates? Those tens of thousands of violent thugs? Adolf turned to look at him calmly. What do you mean? Gonfeur frowned. The empire is unified, and pirates must be eliminated within the territory. Then where can these pirates escape? It can only be outside the territory I rule, such as Sky Island. Gonfour's heart skipped a beat. How could he stop the tens of thousands of pirates? At that time, Sky Island will become a hell on earth, a paradise for pirates. You know Roger, right? There are many guys second only to the Roger pirates. Who do you think you can stop with your strength? Just a random fish in New World can take care of all of you. As long as power cannot control desires, it will definitely become a hell for ordinary people. But it is a paradise for the strong, Roger pirates. Are the pirates from Qinghai going to cause harm to us Sky Islanders? Gonfeur was unwilling to give in. He knew Roger and how powerful they were. Who cares? Adolf's words instantly made Gonfeur heartbroken. Advertisement, yeah, who cares? All they really care about is themselves. The weak have no right to speak, so what does destroying you have to do with you? Think carefully about whether to go to war. Adolf passed him and headed towards the seaside. This war is not with him, but with those pirates. Cornice, take me to Apaya one more time. Okay. Cornies bowed slightly to apologize to Gonfeur, and then followed him. For the sake of the people of Sky Island, please seriously consider, Otahime said sincerely, and the strong emotions were conveyed through her words. For the people of Sky Island, Gonfeur hesitated. He knew too little about Qinghai and too little about Adolf. Suddenly a man comes to your house and beats you up, saying he wants to rule you, or is it for your own good? Who knows, my family, I am afraid this is not a fraudster, right? But he understands that the weak do not have the right to choose, and Adolf gave him the right to choose, which was the greatest sincerity. How can there be a mud island on an empty island? Everyone was surprised. How did we get up here? The climate in New World is more extreme than this. Adolf boarded the island and observed carefully. Dirt is very common on the ground, but it is extremely precious on the Sky Island, Cornelius said. The future god Enel does not allow ordinary people to enter, and the same is not allowed in the current Gon 4 era. Otherwise, if you give me a hand, no matter how big the island is, it will be carried away in a bag. You can grow plants and they grow so luxuriantly. It also cuts off communication with Shanghai, which is a good place to naturally grow devil fruit trees. It will be perfect if we call in the lush fruit bins and arrange a strong guard. Adolf was satisfied. King, Aaron looked to one side and noticed something, and asked Adolf for instructions. Stop it, this is also a problem that needs to be solved, Adolf said. Yes. Aaron disappeared in an instant. Adolf and the others also walked in that direction. Swish, 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 advertisement. Quick, don't let anyone find out. 4 or 5 primitive tribesmen were running through the jungle like thieves. At this moment, a figure stood in front of them and said, Stop. Weird. Monster. Lackey run. Since when did this kind of monster appear on Sky Island? The sharp fangs, jagged nose, and terrifying appearance made all of them feel numb. Subconsciously define it as a monster. Who are you talking about as a monster? Aaron gritted his teeth in anger, and the conquerors boiled with his anger, spreading out with force, making people feel a strong sense of oppression. Bang. He even threw out his palm, water droplets flying from his palm like bullets, shooting large trees into pieces. It shows a ruin of broken wood with an angle of more than 100 meters. It is a terrifying strength that matches the appearance. What? The Sandia people panicked, and now they didn't dare to move casually at all. Aaron. For ordinary people, the appearance of Fishman is indeed too terrifying. But as our population increases and people around the world become more aware, they will only envy us that we can survive in the sea. Adolf comes from the forest. Yes. Aaron came to the side respectfully. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adolf. I am a ruler from Shanghai. I will rule this empty island. Adolf looked at a few people. Ruler. This land is left by our ancestors and is a sacred land belonging to our Shandia tribe. It is never allowed to be given to anyone. Wappa, who was 18 or 19 years old, his eyes became firm. Obviously, it doesn't belong to you now. Adolf looked at them. He was in a panic, holding a small bag of soil in his hand. I came here to steal soil. Sooner or later I will take back the land I belong to. Wappa gritted his teeth and refused to give in. Obviously you can't do it either. A simple sentence to kill deeply hurt their hearts. Chapter 185 Thunder Fruit Enel. Although the Shandia people do not belong to a special race, they are also a minority. Are you interested in joining me? I can help you return to this land? Adolf initiated the invitation. He remembered this man. Although he was not strong, he had strong perseverance. No matter how injured he was, he could stand up countless times for the wish in his heart. Wappa was stunned. There are many islands in Shanghai. This place only has special meaning to you, not to me. It is perfectly fine for you to manage it as an autonomous region. Of course, the premise is that you agree with the empire as a ruler and implement imperial policies. Adolf said. Are you really going to give this land back to us? Lackey, a girl of 17 or 18 years old, couldn't help but say. It's time to return. You can survive here, but the ownership of the land belongs to the empire. You have no right to make any purchases, sales or gifts to this island. And you need to follow imperial laws, implement imperial policies, and identify with the empire as a whole. Adolf corrected. It's a pity that these primitive people don't understand the difference. The only thing they understand is that it's not really given to them. No, everything on this island must be returned to the Sandia tribe, Wappa said firmly. Adolf frowned. Wait a minute. Gon Fool rode on a Pegasus, and the bird that ate the Pegasus fruit came over. God. Gon Fool. Wappa was filled with hatred, his face as scary as a ghost. How can you decide the ownership of the sanctuary at will? Gon Fuhrer said quickly. This island has been in Bye-Bye for more than 400 years, and you have ruled for so many years. But there are no traces of the Sky Island people's buildings, nor large-scale settlement by the Sky Island people, or development such as food cultivation. On the contrary, your palace is on top, which already explains everything. I can allow you to manage the empty island, and I can also support them to return here. Adolf looked at Gon Foray calmly. That gaze seemed to reveal the deepest ugliness in the human heart, which was frightening in the panic of being completely seen through. This. Gon Fuhrer was ashamed in front of so many people. Advertisement, but looking at the Sandia tribe, if he refuses, then he will be out and have to choose to accept. I agree. Accept your rule. If he was really that tough-minded, he wouldn't run away when facing Enel. Wise choice. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly, and he used the Sandia tribe to make him feel in danger, and he succeeded with a little trick. Gon Fuhrer is the recognized ruler of Kongdao, so of course the main task is to conquer him. Wait a minute. This land belongs to the Sandia tribe. How can you be allowed to decide at will? Wappa couldn't accept it. I once negotiated coexistence with their chief, but this warrior thought there was nothing to talk about and said Sandia would not give in and asked me to give everything back to them. He even asked 100 people who didn't want to die as sacrifices in exchange for erasing their crimes. He was so greedy. Gon Four said quickly. This is our hometown, no matter who of you rules. I will lead the Sandia warriors to take back this place. Wappa said firmly. Adolf looked at Wappa speechlessly. He originally wanted to take him as his subordinate and train him well, but he turned out to be a fool with a flawed mind. I see that you are a man who is not afraid of death, so may I ask, are you afraid of genocide? What's going on with this Qinghai mermaid? Adolf warned, then ignored the group. Otherwise, let alone seeing, hearing, and seeing, even if you can't predict the future, your body won't be able to react, and everything will be in vain. Wappa trembled, and that terrifying look in his eyes made him understand that this man would definitely do what he said. Huh? Everyone present was confused as to who he was talking to. Only Aaron and Hody Jones grinned with excitement. When the skyrocketing water came to the Sky Island, Enel discovered them. Fishmen, mermaids, and humans had to attract his attention, but he didn't expect that he would also be discovered. Chip. It's just that with the blessing of natural elements, the movement speed is a little faster. He only recognizes the present. Who cares about the grudges of hundreds of years ago? These old things can no longer be explained clearly. Odahime, Tom, the Sandia clan, everyone present looked at him with their pupils contracted. Kill the clan. Advertisement. If it escalates to an invasion between races and countries, it can only destroy you. But Enel understood that Adolf was talking to him. No, we will not offend you. We will seriously consider your proposal. Lackey quickly stood in front of Wappa, fearing that he would say something provocative again. You've been paying attention, haven't you? Come on, Adolf said, and at the same time conquerors clicked on him again. Don't make me keep clicking on you, Adolf said. Turning his head to look to the south, the domineering energy that spread over the entire Bye-Bye Sea had already locked onto its target. Whether it is the shining fruit or the thundering fruit, their speed is not the speed of light, but the speed of their own elementalization. The third time conquerors clicked, the intensity increased, making Enel feel even more uncomfortable. What? What's going on? Enel's body trembled. As the embodiment of thunder, he is fearless. Turned into lightning and headed towards a Peado. Consider carefully whether to accept my kindness and don't regret it when faced with it. He was fearless, but for the first time he felt fear. Conqueror's domineering energy turned into azure lightning, thundering across hundreds of miles. I gave you the opportunity to return to this island, but what you call retaking is an invasion of my land. Enel was shocked. Pilly, but it's definitely not as scary as the speed of light. Enel on the southern island Burka was suddenly hit directly by conquerors, and the huge terror was like an electric shock. Adolf's eyes were cold. He didn't like killing people, but if someone wanted to die, he could only give him the result he wanted. The heart network is the same as me, covering such a large area, and it has this strange power. Since you called me, come and take a look. With a flash of lightning and thunder, a man called a god appears. Chapter 186 is this. God? At this point in time, Enel is 29 years old and has already eaten the thunder fruit. To be precise, I ate it long ago. He defeated Gon 6 years before Luffy went to sea and the plot began, and ruled the Sky Island. Before that, his hometown, Burka, was destroyed. And now it is 8 years before Luffy went to sea and 10 years before the New World chapter. There is a gap of more than 2 years. But the question is, if you eat the thunder fruit, don't you want to develop it? Debut in 2.5 years and crush the island with thunder? This kind of big move obviously couldn't have been brewed for 2.5 years. Then it is only possible to eat the devil fruit earlier and undergo long-term exercise. The original work doesn't say when to eat it. Regardless of other authors' timelines, just eat it here, otherwise you don't know who to give it to. Anyway, if the artificial devil fruit technology is mature, Logia can be produced in batches.
Devil fruit. Thunder. Aaron and Hody Jones noticed. Their expressions sank slightly. This is a strong opponent. You have heard my introduction several times. It's your turn to introduce yourself. Adolf said. I am Enel, and I want to go to Infinite Continent. Are you interested in Infinite Continent? Enel initiated the invitation.
Infinite Continent? Where is that place? Everyone was confused. Above the moon. When night comes, can't you see it? That infinite land? Enel is full of yearning. Mother, is the moon land? Shirahoshi wondered. I don't know. The moon is too far away from this world, and it's still in the sky. There's no way to go up to it. Odahime was also confused.
It's not surprising that you fishmen don't know this. The Sky Island is 10,000 meters away from the ground. You can clearly see the entire moon. You can see it more clearly when the moon is closest. Enel explained. You can see stars in the countryside, but not in the city. There is not so much air pollution and light pollution in this world, and the moon can be seen directly with the naked eye. I personally feel the pressure of the moon approaching and being so close. Lord Poseidon, let's spend the night on Sky Island today. Look at the moon. Odahime suddenly looked forward to it, as willful as a playful child, and Shirahoshi also looked at him with big eyes. No problem, I want to see it too. Adolf chuckled. I am very interested in Infinite Continent. The purpose of coming here is Infinite Continent. Build a ship that can go to the moon. Adolf directly admitted that this was extremely attractive to Enel. Really, Enel was convinced by one sentence. After he became the ruler of Sky Island, God, although he had a lot of mental problems, he was not like the celestial dragons, who regarded people as slaves like insects and killed them whenever they wanted. Advertisement. He even still invited Nami and Zoro to go to the Infinite Continent.
I haven't become a god yet, but I can communicate normally. Fly to the moon. Are you going to fly to the moon just after coming out of Fishman Island? It's incredible.
Otahime, Shirahoshi, Aaron, Hody Jones, they're all in for a surprise. Moon landing. Cornish, Lackey, and Perona couldn't believe it. What a distant and legendary word. Of course we won't set sail right away, the ship hasn't been built yet. Adolf looked at Tom, can you do it? Building a ship to fly to the moon. This is really a challenging task. Tom was stunned and became even more delighted. Is this possible? Frankie and Bingshan were both doubtful. I am thunder and lightning itself. As long as I build a ship powered by thunder and lightning, I can take you to fly up. Enel took the initiative and released a powerful thunder, showing his amazing strength. Thunder and lightning itself. The rumored strongest Logia thunder fruit. Aaron was surprised. Tom, with Pluton as a reference, is it difficult to build a ship with a power system? Adolf asked. As long as it's not a replica of Pluton, I'm confident. Tom patted his chest. Very good, I will transport the materials you need through the sky current. Pluton will do his best. Once Caesar Coolant completes the replica of the brain fruit and lets these geniuses eat it, it will not be impossible to recreate Pluton. As for the ship elves Pluton needs, Adolf couldn't help but look at Perona, he was not sure whether he could succeed.
However, his main purpose is to deal with Uranus, and he does not necessarily need to create Pluton to fight Uranus.
Perona was confused, why do you think Pluton keeps looking at her? Adolf rubbed Perona's head and bullied her. Enel, the Sky Island is too small. Come with me and see the real world of strong men. Adolf looked at Enel and invited him. A world of strong men. I still don't know what kind of ability you are. Enel looked at Adolf. Are you curious about the ability just now? Haha. Then let's see it. Adolf chuckled, happy to broaden his horizons for his future general. Pretend to be cool and strike. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. As the words fell, thunder arcs jumped around him. There was a sudden change in the sky and the earth. There were obviously no clouds above 10,000 meters, but there were also billowing dark clouds, thickly blocking the sun. You can't see the boundary when you look up, and it's so heavy that it's suffocating. Advertisement. Even the white clouds on Sky Island have turned into pitch black clouds. Even the 7,000-meter White Sea has turned dark. The entire Sky Island, hundreds of miles of sea area, and the cloud island where Sky Island residents live. Whether it was Enel, Wappa, Lackey, or other residents of Sky Island, they all stopped. With his eyes wide open, he looked at the sky, at Cloud Island, and at everything around him with fear and fear.
Bang bang. A dark red thunder suddenly passed through the thick dark clouds, and the dark red flash illuminated the world for an instant.
The sound of thunder so close at hand is more shocking than the thunder fruit, and the soul seems to have been hit hard. What's going on? What happened? This is an empty island. Even the clouds on the island have turned black. We won't all be electrocuted, right? Kongdao is going to end. Run away. Idiot. The entire island is made up of clouds. Where can we escape? On Sky Island, such terror is simply a catastrophe. No one dares to imagine what kind of destruction will happen. And Enel also clearly determined what happened on each island through his mental network. The scope was so large that he doubted life. But it's not over yet. The sea clouds are turbulent, layers are rising, huge waves are crashing, and the entire Bye-Bye Sea is undulating. Even Cloud Island is twisted. The fixed-form Cloud Islands undulate like water waves, seeming to return to a liquid state. The hearts of all Sky Island residents who watched this were about to explode. Adolf took off with the help of floating bubbles and appeared among the sea of clouds. The flashing arcs of dark red and blue made his figure stand out in the darkness, and his cold gaze made him even more domineering and majestic. My name is Adolf. I am the king who rules Qinghai Chaobai.
The current ruler of Sky Island, God Gone Fool, has voluntarily surrendered to the Empire. Because of its orderly governance, he can continue to manage Sky Island. Abolish the name of God, title, Island Master. The residents of Sky Island are subjects of the Empire. They should abide by the laws of the Empire, identify with the identity of the Empire, and be proud of the people of the Empire. Anyone who harms the people of the Empire or violates the territory of the Empire will be punished with death. The words are filled with the Supreme Conquerors, which is a sound that shocks the soul, vibrating layer by layer and spreading throughout the Sky Island, like the sound of the power of heaven. Anyone who hears it can feel the majesty that cannot be violated. As this, God, Enel stared blankly at the great being in the sky. Compared to him, the incarnation of thunder, this is the horror of destruction. Chapter 187 Enel I Conquer. The mutation ended, and the people of Sky Island fell into panic. Anyone who sees this kind of world-destroying catastrophe can't bear it, and their mentality is broken. But it's not a big problem. The legs of Sky Island residents are still weak, not to mention that in an environment like Sky Island, you can't run even if you want to. As expected of His Majesty Poseidon, he is so domineering. Aaron and Hody admired him. Isn't this completely a tyrant's declaration? Everyone will be afraid, although it is indeed domineering. Otahime had a headache and was proud. Lord Poseidon, Shirahoshi worshipped. It's amazing. Perona and Cornies were shocked, staring blankly at this godlike existence in front of them. This man. At this moment, Wappa and Lackey of the Sandia tribe truly realized how powerful he was. That is a terrifying existence that can subvert the entire Bye-Bye. In the face of such an existence, even the island can be easily destroyed, let alone people like them. Gone fewer even felt the aloof indifference of the sentence, killing you has nothing to do with you. When a person floods an ant nest with urine, will he care about the feelings of the ants? This is the true mentality of God. Conqueror's hockey, like your knowledge color hockey, is also a type of hockey. In addition, there is armed color hockey.
Want to learn? I'll teach you. Adolf looked at the stunned Enel. Is that okay? Thank you. Enel regained his composure and accepted the request. Single quote. Single quote. Adolf chuckled and nodded, simply subduing Enel, which was an unexpected surprise for him. His arrogance comes more from the power of the Logia thunder fruit, the ridiculously large and ubiquitous sight, the elementalization of the body that cannot be harmed, the extremely exaggerated destructive power, the power of thunder in the sky. With these abilities, who in the world of ordinary people would not regard themselves as gods? What's more, the ruler of Sky Island is called God. In the long run, it is normal to have an arrogant attitude. If you were a modern person who doesn't eat beef, let alone your wife, your mother, and your daughters would all strip naked and lie on the telephone poles, turning them into puffs on the street. You even have to watch it with your own eyes and record it with your mobile phone. Compared to Enel, this is nothing. He just doesn't allow others to speak ill of him. Advertisement. Now that Enel has entered the circle of equally powerful people and sees the wider world, he no longer has a godly mentality. Because I will be woken up by a certain king with one punch.
I will only demonstrate this once. Go back and think about it carefully. I hope you can make a wise choice. Adolf looked at Wappa, Lackey and the others. Lackey placed the bag of soil in his arms on the ground and returned it. Thank you for your tolerance. I will tell the chief and let him seriously consider your proposal.
Then left with the others. No matter how unwilling Wappa was, he had to bow his head. If he continues to act recklessly and provocatively, the entire Shandia clan will face annihilation. Is this a price he can bear alone?
Take us inside and have a look, Adolf said. Yes. Gon 4 quickly led the way. A simple show of strength, and all the little thoughts were lost. Apeado, the island of gods, is a part of Gaia Island that was washed up by rising sea currents in 400 years. On the island is Shantura, an ancient city that perished 800 years ago. It is a legendary golden city with a large number of bell towers, ritual vessels and other objects made of gold.
And these legends are true. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Yellow. Gold. Adolf came to the golden bell that looked like a mountain and looked at the historical text embedded in the base.
Abandon the values in your minds. As a high-level country, having feelings for these will make you deviate from the direction you want to go. The entire city is built with gold. How many tens of millions of tons of gold are there? Yes, Wong, it was difficult for everyone to calm down. He is more interested in the material than the content. The water in the palm turned into a long whip, which was thrown dozens of miles across the air and entangled, and was pulled up forcefully. But, this is too shocking. With a punch, the golden bell, which was as huge as a mountain and weighed several thousand tons, shattered into pieces and flew into golden fragments. Advertisement: raise your hand, make a fist. Can anyone understand? The energy rushed away, swept wildly, and the dust flew and spread. The arrow from the string chased after him at a faster speed. The dazzling blue and red light pollution flickers, making it impossible to look directly at it. Anyone can feel the power of destruction. Boom. Historical text. Odahime became serious. Adolf passed through the city of gold and regarded gold as dirt.
Not only is he extremely domineering, but his armed color is also pushed to the extreme, and his palms are even filled with blue water vapor. It's obviously in the air. It's obviously a mermaid with a tail, but it's just wagging its tail in the air, dragging the historical text up in an extremely exaggerated way. Odahime and Eren looked at him. Their king was proud of him. After all, he is a high-ranking official who rules the world. Don't act like you have never seen the world, Adolf reminded. The world government is trapped in Marie Joy. It's best if you can understand it. It doesn't matter if you can't understand it. Adolf tapped the historical text with his knuckles to test its material and hardness. But after flying hundreds of miles and falling into the Sea of White, Adolf also took action. Real wealth is population, land, culture, military, food, and circulation economy. Eren asked, but looked at Odahime and Tom. Among them, only Odahime and Tom could possibly understand. In his eyes, cold gold is not even as warm as thunder. King, even Cornys felt the incomparable charm of his personality. That's an exaggeration. I couldn't resist this punch. Adolf looked at his fist and doubted his life.
It's like being in water. Passing through the ruins of the ancient city and arriving at the legendary place, everyone's eyes popped out. The gold accumulated here is just beautiful stones. For the country, the people's wealth is more meaningful than these. The people's wealth is the country's gold. A lot of gold. You guys stand back. The historical text embedded in the base was blasted out with a punch that was enough to destroy the island, and the atmosphere exploded in circles. Chapter 188 Belated Baptism, 30 million volts Thunderbird. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Thunderbolt. Boom, boom, boom. At night, on Apeado Island, Enel and Eren fight. Thunder arcs exploded, and lightning flashed. The thunder is loud and the raindrops are small. Is this the strongest thunder fruit in the rumor? Stop being elemental,
my armed domineering force will knock out your teeth, ha. Eren smashed the terrifying brontosaurus into pieces with one punch, laughed wildly with excitement, stepped across the trajectory of the thunder, and was surrounded by fine arcs of electricity, rushing towards Enel. Damn it, what's going on with armed color hockey? Enel wiped away the blood on his chin, and even when he spoke, his words were leaked. He was extremely embarrassed. At the beginning, I didn't know the status of the weapon, so I directly fought with Eren in close combat, and even wanted to use elemental weapons. The result was that this fish man who was like a little brother was punched all over the ground with teeth. How can I bear it? 200 million volts, thunder god. Enel roared, his whole body was filled with lightning, and he turned into a dazzling and shining thunder giant.
He raised his palms and struck the charging Eren with lightning. Eren was alert and immediately dodged sideways. Lightning with more than 100 million volts struck the ground behind him and exploded. The ultra-high current even melted the soil, turning it red like magma. At the same time, Eren also came to Enel.
With ferocious eyes, looking at the Thor mode with electricity all over his body, his fists are covered with armed domineering, and he attacks ferociously. Crazy. Enel's pupils shrank. Thunder Fruit Thunder Man, in Thunder God mode, is covered with 200 million volts of electric current. Anyone who comes into contact with him is equivalent to being continuously attacked by 200 million volts. How can you still hit him like this?
Faced with such ferocity, he felt guilty and subconsciously dodged. Both sides have the domineering power of knowledge, and as long as they are not damaged, it is still possible to dodge simple attacks. It's a pity that when facing the destined savior, not only was he melted away, but he also forgot everything he saw, heard, and looked like. Even the health bar was reduced to only 1 bar, and he fell to his knees after just touching it. But obviously, Eren does not have such treatment.
Boom. He has a lot of combat experience and combat awareness. He defeated Enel with stronger hard power and seized the opportunity to blow him away with a backhand punch.
Cough cough cough. Enel fell on the ruins, choking and coughing. Before he could recover, his feet were caught. Jump jump jump. Advertisement. It hit the ground one after another, causing the earth to sink into pits one by one.
Knocked out his Thor mode. It's a completely one-sided and brutal situation. Thunder God. Ha! What a weak god. Eren ended the battle with great ridicule.
Enel, who wanted to become a god before today, has completely dimmed his eyes. It's the kind of despair, the bleakness of losing the future. The god of the thunder fruit descended to earth, and the omniscient god of the entire Sky Island was suddenly shattered in the face of the cruel reality. He even asked Hody Jones to drag him by his feet and throw him in front of the bonfire like a corpse. Hiss. So miserable. Odahime and Shirahoshi couldn't bear it. Let me bandage it for you. Cornies took the initiative to stand up.
Quote ... exclamation mark quote. Enel stood up with difficulty without saying a word, his mentality collapsed. Adolf looked at Enel funny, thinking that a peaceful conquest would save him from a beating. The necessary procedures were still indispensable. Moreover, he proposed it himself, it was reasonable and in line with his wishes. I am honest now, and I will be obedient in the future. After beckoning, Hody Jones took out the healing dandelion and healed Enel's injury. So amazing. Cornies was surprised when Enel's consciousness returned to reality and he climbed out of the pit, as lost as the wild dog on the roadside on a rainy day. The strength is good. If you improve your physical foundation and develop it properly, the thunder fruit still has great potential. Adolf encouraged. We will fight again then to give you a chance for revenge. Eren grinned. Veins popped up on Enel's forehead, and he got angry. No way, violence can always make people see reality clearly. The moon is out. Someone said something, and everyone subconsciously looked up.
Moon, a very common thing, but for the people and countries who want to land on the moon, it is no longer common. Stars and sea, poetry and distance, distant romance.
It is something that can make people excited and proud. Adolf looked through the telescope, but unfortunately he didn't find what he was looking for. Tom, how long will it take to build a moon landing spacecraft? Adolf asked. Just send a small number of people up there, 2 months is enough. Tom understood what he was thinking. 2 months. Adolf was surprised. Well, Cornus's heart beat faster and her face turned red instantly. Advertisement. Let's all rest and leave Sky Island tomorrow. Enel felt chilled for no reason. If you don't accept it, you can have another fight. Eren said casually. Hody, come practice with me. Eren turned and left. The sky is not the sea. A buoyant boat without water will fall if it runs out of energy. The king is fighting for the future of Fishman Island, don't disturb him. Odahime couldn't stand it, how could she have the nerve to explain such a thing? Don't think that if you beat me once, you will always be superior to me. The thunder fruit has restraint on you, right? Moon landing, faster than imagined. Enel looked at the sky and longed for infinite continents.
Adolf said. There is no need to do everything by yourself. Just be in charge of the core technology. You can leave some scattered things to other people. This is also the training of other scientists and craftsmen. Come on. His voice came from inside the temple. What's wrong, mother? You want to sleep so far away? Shirahoshi wondered.
Cornies looked at Adolf's back and hesitated. I'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Hody followed. Enel, you should go to bed early. You won't have such a good time in the future. I've been doing things all day today, and I haven't taken a good look at everything on Sky Island. Otahime said reluctantly. With Enel itself as the energy system, I'm not sure it can support the distance to the moon. After all, his strength is not good enough. Are you leaving tomorrow? In such a hurry, Cornies was reluctant to give up. The experience of one day was more exciting than her life. Okay, Tom nodded. Stand tall and proud. A-hole. Didn't you send it there on your own initiative? Perona complained. You said that Fishman Island needs a lot of shells. Can you discuss what kinds of shells are needed? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Shirahoshi also blushed instantly. You can get rid of the world government and live here.
I have already gone to deal with the Sky Island matter.
Adolf turned around and entered the Palace of God to rest. As for Gon Foray, Otahime was so embarrassed that she took Shirahoshi further away, so as not to be disturbed by the sound. You can design the Fishman Island energy system and the moon landing spacecraft first. I'll have people collect the materials, and other engineers will carry out preliminary construction based on the design drawings.
No matter how sci-fi the moon landing is and how many problems there are, even a broken ship like Enel in the original work has landed on the moon, not to mention Tom's technology, Adolf is completely assured. Tom thought it took too long to explain. The two of them went to the lower island, which would not affect the king's rest, and they were desperate for strength. Enel was annoyed when he saw Eren grinning. He also has a temper. Enel's face was ugly. Was he looked down upon just after losing once? Is this yellow? This is obviously contributing to the population?
Chapter 189 Departure New World. Are you sure that yesterday's change was caused by one person? The chief of the Sandia tribe trembled. Yes, we have seen with our own eyes that if this were not the case, Wappa's character would not give in. Lackey confirmed again. Warrior Wappa remained silent and followed him to Apeado. When the sun rose, more than 30 people came to Apeado and saw Cornies, Tom, Frankie, Bingshan and the others. Where is that king? Lackey asked politely. Just left. Cornies stroked her belly with one hand and looked longingly into the distance. If you agree to the king's proposal, you can live here, but you must also abide by the laws of the country. Tom said. Agreed. 400 years later, we are finally back. The chief of the Shandia tribe knelt down excitedly, and they also saw the figures of Adolf and others who had just left. Rumble. The White Sea was in turmoil, and a huge crack more than 10 kilometers long suddenly appeared. The sky is cracked. Quote. Question mark. What kind of monster is this? Is it really a human being? Enel's eyes almost burst out. I'm Poseidon, isn't this natural? Let's go. Adolf led everyone through the cracks in the sea of clouds and fell from the sky.
What regular route should we take? What we need is to overtake in corners. So the sea of clouds is also a sea? Eren and Hody had a row of question marks on their heads, doubting whether they were alive or not. They haven't even figured out how to play with the seawater, but the sea of clouds has changed again. It's becoming more and more magical. Not only the White Sea, but also the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters also split open and returned to the sea in just a few minutes. Instead of chasing the island turtle, he returned to Fishman Island. King, you're back so soon. Neptune arrived. Well, how is the situation on Fishman Island? Adolf asked. I have already led the nationals to train. These are the training contents. Neptune handed over the documents. Advertisement. After everything is formalized and programmed, Neptune will also be able to write reports. Adolf briefly browsed through it and found that it mainly focused on Fishman karate, Fishman jujitsu, and physical training. It was quite satisfactory and had no faults. But it's much better for those pirates who don't have any teaching materials and rely solely on brute force to train their physical fitness. There are textbooks for systematic training, or letting them fight with wild beasts in the wild. The effect of happy lunatic education is obvious. A martial arts competition stage will be added to Fishman Island, and rewards will be given to those who win 100 consecutive victories. There will be no mandatory targets. The main purpose is to cultivate a martial arts culture. Later, I will guide the whirlpool of sea currents through the Fishman Island and use it as a slide in the Fishman paradise. Try to understand the water potential, just like understanding the realm of a swordsman. Adolf gave instructions, and it was up to Neptune to make the specific plan. Yes, Neptune nodded. These are important documents from the past 2 days. Ain also put down the documents. As long as the feedback from various countries is not negative, please help me review it. How's the progress over there with Zephyr? Adolf flipped through it casually. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to breathe. But for him, as long as the 170 participating countries are ruled and the world government's power tentacles are cut off, everything else can be slowed down. The main goal now is world government. This is the initial version. Teacher Zephyr said that the big picture has been released, but there are many customary laws in the original laws of various countries. It is difficult to judge whether they are good or bad, and it is likely to cause bad consequences. Ain translated the criminal law open. As long as it does not harm others in society, and does not affect others in society, then it is allowed. Details can be added later. The law is constantly being improved and changes with social changes. Ain took out Gilder Tetsulo's information. A country that unifies the whole world and no longer has any enemy countries is undoubtedly suitable for this kind of ruling thought. New World? What is that place? Enel asked. Yes. But I'm not sure they're loyal. They're worried about coming to the Marine headquarters to destroy the base. After all, this is in the deep sea. Branu prepares the ship, prepares to move the command room, and synchronize the headquarters and base information, Adolf ordered. Adolf opened it while confirming the final direction of the law. Their marine was established to deal with pirates and stabilize the order of the sea. As a result, after so many years, the pirates have not been eliminated at all. Adolf decided. Advertisement, let Zephyr continue to improve. I will take this copy with me to read on the road, Adolf said. Another Avenger tortured by the world government. By the way, Gilder Tesoro is a user with the ability of the Golden Gold Fruit. According to Doflamingo's information, he was once a slave of the Celestial Dragon, and later robbed him of the Devil Fruit at the auction. Call these two up. As for Big Bear and Dragon, they will continue in Sahai in the first half. Until the emergence of Sun Wu's Lao Lu, who did not talk about martial arts, and the emergence of other thinkers. The most difficult one is New World, but we must guide human nature to morality and restrain human desires with moral thoughts. The longer the rule, the more stable the country will be without war. You mobilize 30 lieutenant generals from the mobile force to come to New World, one person and one ship. Golden Fruit. Why go up if you don't have any strength at all? You'll be dead as soon as you're discovered. What a fart. Poseidon, are you going out again? In wondered. Huh? Enel looked at the wine barrel in front of him and fell into confusion. Although the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties were prosperous, the Shang dynasty lasted the longest for more than 500 years, and the Zhou dynasty lasted nearly 800 years. This is a challenge for you. You will spend the next 2 months in the New World, don't die in it. Now only New World is left. This time I will take charge personally to see who of them dares to move. Here, let's draw a bucket of blood first. It is not impossible for a country to collapse and disintegrate internally due to ideas. I haven't even taken a break since I returned to the deep sea, and I'm about to set off again. Adolf looked at the information and noticed one of the items. Join Marine to overthrow the world government and avenge a man. The moon landing spacecraft will be completed in 2 months, so there is no rush. What is urgent now is to improve Enel's strength. Do we want Big Bear and Dragon to go to the New World? During this time, strong people such as Crow and Gilder Tesolo have joined us, and we are becoming more and more trusted by people. As for the world government that has ruled this world for 800 years, it is just the idiots of the world waiting for the savior to come. With the code in hand combined, the domineering look on his face appears. Great, those pirate trash can finally be solved, Ain was excited. Yes, Branu saluted and went to do it immediately. Chapter 190 Cow and Horse Princess Manchili, a multi-sail warship with a length of more than 300 meters and a 3-story viewing platform. Under the lazy sunshine, Adolf lay on the bubble bed and flipped through the first edition of the Criminal Code. It is fair enough and regulates the judiciary itself. I have no problem here. After Adolf read it, he asked Zephyr to do this because of ZFA's fairness. As for more details, they will naturally be exposed during use, and you can just add them when the time comes. The law is not only the justice of the people, but also the extension of their will here. It mainly depends on whether it deviates from the general direction of the idea. The rest can be left to professionals.
I will tell Teacher Zephyr now. Ain nodded happily.
Thanks for your hard work. On his shoulders sat a silicone doll the size of a thermos cup, with completely simulated skin and feel, and wearing a purple princess dress. Is your body still used to this? Adolf asked. I have adapted to it, and the sugar also makes me feel less cold. Violet pinched her arm and stretched it. It was like rubber, after all, it was a simulated doll. That's right, this bionic doll is none other than Violet, the staring fruit. But after turning into a doll, everyone forgot about her except Adolf, Sugar, and Hancock. After all, not many people know her. As for those strong men with powerful domineering power, they basically don't know him. Even if they think of it, they will not realize the existence of this person, let alone expect to be around Adolf, and even the file does not exist. It can be said that he has truly disappeared from the world, making contributions anonymously. For Lord Poseidon, Monet came over with a tray and handed over his favorite milk. Even Monet, who had met Violet before, completely forgot that this person existed. After all, she did not belong to the strong category. Thank you. Adolf took it. This is my job. Lord Poseidon, come and eat strawberries. Baby 5 in the maid's costume was dissatisfied and was feeding him, vying for favor. Okay, Adolf chuckled, this poor woman who got it for free. In the swimming pool, Shirahoshi lay half-length on the platform enjoying the warmth of the sun, and Odahime was also taking a break. Shirley lies on her side on the bubble bed, holding a crystal ball in her hand to emit light, meditating seriously, practicing the domineering power of seeing, hearing, color. The one who really works hard is Ain, sorting out the situation of various countries and major pirates in the New World, and always reporting on the problems that arise in the occupied kingdoms. Adolf wanted Monet to help her, but the Doflamingo gang and 2 high-ranking officials failed. Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5 are also with him. The kind of relationship that has already happened cannot allow them to intervene in more power. However, Ain is not too busy. She is mainly responsible for information transmission and data collection. Others include the command room and other staff. Wait a minute, Stella. I will pull them off the altar soon. On the deck below, Gilder Tetsolo looked at the undulating sea and clenched his fists tightly. Crow and Enel stood on the mast looking from a distance, juxtaposing the masked king. Under the battleship, Aaron and Hody Jones led the team. Can lead thousands of Fishman warriors and 10 sea beasts at any time to provide support in high-mobility combat. How is Magellan? Adolf asked. Let me ask the phone bug. The blonde Deputy Warden Sergeant Domino took out the phone bug. Greater than. Lord Poseidon, I'm in the toilet. Advertisement. First there was a series of diarrhea sounds, and then Magellan's words. I said you should control it a little. If a person with abilities has diarrhea because of his ability, wouldn't it be useless? Theoretically, it's okay to eat any toxin as food, right? Is it really possible to have diarrhea due to poisoning? This joke is not funny at all. Adolf was speechless and had a headache. It's obviously a top-level combat force, but it was reduced to this. Sorry, I will try my best to control the fruit's ability. Magellan accepted the criticism honestly. If it still doesn't work, put on the Shanghai Lushi handcuffs and practice more to return life. If it still doesn't work, keep wearing them and then take them off when it's time to fight.
After Adolf hung up, he was also convinced. Lord Poseidon, when can we catch the pirates? Little Sadie can't bear it anymore.
I want to hear the pirates' heart-rending screams. The pink leather-clad pervert, Little Sadie, twisted the cooked meat and made a slurping sound, lying on Adolf's chest from behind and asking. She has endured it for so long and she really can't bear it anymore. Keep it up, and if you can't bear it, I'll make you scream. Adolf's fingertips flashed with dark red electric arcs. He was also a troubled girl. Little Sadie's scalp was numb when she looked at it, but her body was inexplicably excited. Your Majesty Poseidon, here we are. Yeah, Adolf stood up. Everyone else nearby also paid attention. At the port of Dressrosa Kingdom, King Riku personally greeted Scarlet, Cyrus, and Rebecca. There are still many royal troops standing in 2 rows, and the only thing missing is the red carpet. Poseidon. Adolf. The madman who once killed the celestial dragons and committed heinous crimes. King Riku looked at Adolf and others who got off the huge warship complexly. Last time, I had to cover up and even use threats to avoid exposure, but this time I was able to appear openly in front of the whole world. As a king, as a conqueror and ruler, is he coming to take over the rule of the kingdom of Dressrosa? I don't know how he will arrange for us. Scarlet was nervous and worried. Don't think too much, at least he helped us drive away Doflamingo, Cyrus reassured. They remembered that Adolf had appeared in the kingdom of Dressrosa, and they also remembered that Adolf and Hancock forced Doflamingo back and then threatened them. But he forgot the most important thing about taking away Violet, and even looking at the photo, he couldn't remember who it was. Mom, didn't you say he is a good person? He has helped so many people? Because of him, everyone in our country can have enough to eat. Rebecca didn't understand, she forgot her aunt's existence, and her hatred for Adolf disappeared. This is also the horror of the childlike fruit. Yes, I think he is a very kind king, Scarlet said gently. Adolf. You bad B asterisk 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 D, big B asterisk 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 D, advertisement. The little human Princess Manchili appeared from behind Scarlet's shoulder, jumped onto Adolf crying, and punched him in the chest. The cow horse princess second only to Circa. Princess Manchili, do you know? Adolf's words immediately silenced Manchili, what do you know? Because of you, tens of thousands of dying warriors are alive. You saved not only them, but also their families, the future of the entire country, and the hope of the whole world. It is because of your silent efforts that I can defeat the bad guys. Because of you, countless people have been cured of long-standing illnesses. They have escaped from the despair of illness and have seen new hope. This is all because of your appearance. You are the real hero, Princess Manchuri. Everyone in the world should know your name, everything you have done, and the efforts you have made for everyone. I'm going to build a statue of Manchuri to commemorate your greatness. Adolf picked up Manchuri, seriously and with a sacred tone. Not a word about the crushing of cattle and horses. Wow. Princess Manchuri is so amazing. Does everyone in the world have to know? I'm so envious. But also to build a statue, what a great man that is. Little humans emerged from the corners one by one, admiring the manexary that Adolf held up. At this moment, the palm of Adolf's cupped hand seemed to have light and became sacred. No, I just listened to what you said, Adolf, and kept making healing dandelions, but I didn't actually do anything. Everyone admired him, and Manchili was so embarrassed that he instantly forgot the hardship of being squeezed. During that time, even her pee and poop were collected. Hold your head high, Princess Manchili, who saved countless lives. Let everyone applaud you and learn from you, you are our role model. Adolf's voice was a little louder, and even he had a bit of admiration. Manchili couldn't help but raise her head following the words. Pa bang pa. There was a round of applause, all the excited little humans applauded, and even Manchili was so excited that her face turned red. Holy and holy Princess Manchili, are you willing to continue working hard for everyone? With a small body, she becomes the most heartwarming healing goddess in the world. Adolf lifted up Manchili again. I do? Manchili was so excited that her face turned red, and her eyes revealed passion and enthusiasm. Princess Manchili is amazing. Bravo Princess Manchuri. Every little human race cheered and applauded, all proud of Manchili. On Adolf's shoulder, Violet covered her forehead with one hand and was speechless. This bad guy must be too manipulative.
Monet, Enel and others in the back had completely speechless expressions. Are they coaxing children?
Advertisement Chapter 191 I offer my high respect. Adolf put Manchili on his right shoulder and looked at King Liku. Take me to the fields to see. Field? King Liku was stunned. I want to see the food production, which is related to whether people around the world will no longer be hungry, Adolf said. When Adolf came here, we cultivated many varieties of crops, and they are all plants that grow quickly and are easy to feed. Leo happily waved and led the way. The ability of the small humans to cultivate plants is certain, and the crops they cultivated are now naturally grown in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Although it has only been a few months, vegetables with the shortest growth cycle have even achieved 2 rounds of harvest. Not only do these generations of farmers have enough to eat, but they also see future prosperity and achieve agricultural income generation. That's right, the former kingdom of Dressrosa was so poor that the entire country had to raise 10 billion, but it still couldn't come up. One can imagine how well fed and clothed they are. These cabbages are ripe, ready for picking, right? It's growing very well and the yield is huge. Have you ever calculated the yield per acre? Adolf looked at the cabbages in the vegetable patch and was in a good mood. This should be ready for picking, right? King Liku looked at the farmers on the side. We are already picking. The yield per acre is astonishing, reaching 5,000 kilograms, and it only takes 1 month to mature. Our family has also planted many vegetables, and they all have a bumper harvest, an unprecedented bumper harvest. The farmer was so excited that he was very excited. If our family were to plant it, 1 acre of land could produce 9,000 kilograms. This is not even the most productive crop. Leo held his head high and confident. Adolf nodded. The yield of these crops was astonishing. It was entirely a matter of small humans cultivating crops. And if they are carefully cultivated by their family, it is not surprising that the output will double. But compared to this, cultivating more new high-yielding crops is what they really should do. Great Leo, and all of you, with these high-yielding crops, people all over the world can have enough to eat and no longer have to face hunger. Adolf sincerely lamented that his talent was just like a bug. Then can we be heroes too? Leo looked at him expectantly, and everyone else looked at Adolf, eager to be recognized and praised. Of course, you are all heroes. Advertisement? I will publish your deeds in the newspaper and tell everyone loudly about your contribution. Adolf said with great certainty. Great, we are all heroes too. The hard work day and night is all worth it. In an instant, all the little humans cheered. Their joy and sorrow were so simple and pure. Do you know? Her family was very poor when she was a child. She was considered a waste of food since she was born. She was abandoned by her mother at a young age. Then she lived an extremely difficult life. If I had your help at that time, she wouldn't have to go hungry, and she wouldn't be abandoned. Adolf brought baby 5 to express his sympathy, but he gave it to her for free? Isn't she a very pitiful woman? The psychological trauma suffered at that time will take a lifetime to make up for. But he doesn't think baby 5's mother did anything wrong. It can even be said that in that kind of living environment, not killing baby 5 and exchanging children for food is already a kind of human kindness. Why are my eyes uncontrollably crying all the time? I will be hated and thrown away. Baby 5 looked at Adolf. What is this man talking about? My heart was relaxed and I kept wiping away my tears. It seems that anyone can do it, and we can do it for whoever needs it, but isn't it a bigger collapse and a bigger inner closure? Ooh, so pitiful, you must be in pain. The little human felt the same and was so emotional that he couldn't help but burst into tears. But now you have cultivated crops that have changed the world, and the harvest and happiness you have brought to the world. Every household across the country has had a bumper harvest. There is so much food that we can't finish it. No one is short. It would be a pity to let it rot in the ground. Because I really know nothing. Seeing Adolf's behavior as a king at this moment verified everything. Father, everyone's harvest is also brought by Adolf. Scarlet made a last-ditch attack. All the little humans were so shocked that they backed away. As a king, I offer you my highest respect. What about the people's trust that he promised? He knelt down immediately? He sold the royal capital? They were actually recognized by the king of the world, and everything about them was seen. Advertisement. After seeing a series of things Adolf dealt with, I can see the difference between the king and the king. He really loves the common people and can bring them a safe and better life. This, yeah. Adolf nodded. King Adolf, leave it to us no matter what. Great, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll call all my family here now. Lord Poseidon. We heard that you want to rule our kingdom. I'm sorry to King Riku, but can you please find a way to help us sell these vegetables? King Riku was embarrassed. He suddenly felt that even though he was a benevolent king, he was not qualified to manage. Of course, I will not let your hard work rot in the ground, nor will I allow the fruits of your labor to be trampled by pirates. Adolf gave an affirmative answer. They all also read about Adolf's deeds in the newspapers, which contained a lot of soft articles, and they all understood it. But the little human was moved to tears. This would be the highest honor for them. Adolf chuckled. You completely deserve everyone's respect. But such a king seems to be trustworthy. Leo, Manchili, Chief Ganchao, and every friend of the Dantata clan. I really have no regard for my father. Seeing Adolf turn around, the farmer fell to his knees in excitement. But if everyone gets rich, they will attract pirates. King Adolf. You are actually, the Dongtata tribe is right next to them. They have lived in such poverty for hundreds of years. It's really useless. Violet, who turned into a doll, complained. Adolf said to them very sincerely. The patriarch Gon Chao nodded firmly. At this moment, he would not hesitate to use swords, mountains, and seas of fire. The farmers who saw it were excited and ran to tell the folks. King Riku, Scarlet, Cyrus, and Rebecca were deeply shocked. King Riku received a critical hit. Stop it, I have something very important to ask of you. Adolf rubbed Manseli's head with his fingertips. No more. No more hungry people, no more children abandoned because of poverty. Chapter 192 Arrangement Leaving. Rebecca, Manserly, and Leo, let them talk about state affairs. Let's go play in the sunflower field. Doll Violet jumped in front of little Lolita Rebecca. Rebecca was also used to the sudden transfer of small humans and subconsciously picked it up. Who are you? How do you know my name? What a strange person. Like a doll. Rebecca squeezed Violet's body curiously. I am. Seeing that Rebecca didn't recognize herself at all, Violet felt disappointed. She is Aunt Rebecca, and she has a very good relationship with her. She often plays with Leo Man, Shirley and others in the sunflower field. But now I have forgotten everything. Same as our Dongtata clan, but more than twice as tall. The little human clan came over. Go and play, Shirahoshi, Odahime, you go too. I remember that the flower field in front of the royal court is very beautiful. It is a scenery that is not found on Fishman Island. There's no need to follow, it's quite boring here. Adolf took the initiative to speak. He felt sorry for Violet. Being anonymous and forgotten by everyone I know, the sacrifices made are too great. The sea of flowers that mother said. Shirahoshi looked forward to it. Scarlet, take Rebecca with you. Cyrus and I are here, King Riku said. Okay, father. Scarlet nodded. Come on, I'll take you to our secret base. Princess Manchili was delighted. Idiot princess, you can't just take people to the secret base, Leo scolded. Why? Otherwise it wouldn't be a secret base. Huh? It seems so. A group of people ran out laughing. Childish. Sugar has grapes hanging on her fingers and looks down upon her. Although she still looks like a little Lolita, she is already legal. It really surprises me. I didn't expect that it was you, your majesty, who stopped young master. Minister Doflamingo. He would be very upset if he knew about it. Monet looked at Adolf amused. What's wrong with him? If he is the king of Dressrosa, he will either run away or be killed by me. Besides, it's a secret pleasure to change the minister of the empire from an island country. It's a done deal, and he has completely grown up, so what if he knows? Advertisement as long as he is still here, no matter who has a small thought in his heart, he will have to hold it back. We were surprised when we heard that Doflamingo joined you. We thought you were a group and joined forces to deceive us, King Riku said. Then you must be worthy. One sentence made King Riku shut up. If you don't know how to speak, stop talking, it's quite shocking. Your Majesty Poseidon. Ghost Spider came with his team. Let's take a look together. Adolf nodded. I visited the kingdom of Dressrosa for several days and also went to Greenbit, the primeval forest of the Dongtata tribe. The growth of all crops is amazing. Tomatoes are like grapes, cucumbers are like bangs, and the fruits they produce are all crowded together. Not only the crops, but also the fruits are growing at an astonishing rate. People watching are particularly excited, which is the joy of harvest. After my observation, Riku Dold 3, you have an orderly governance and a very high reputation among the people. You are qualified to continue to manage Dressrosa Island. Now, are you willing to give up your identity as king, follow the imperial decree, identify with the imperial leadership, aim at the well-being of the people, and continue to manage Dressrosa? Adolf looked at Riku Dold 3. Prince Riku looked at the citizens watching in the distance. National? No, Dressrosa can no longer be called a country? I, Riku Dold 3, am willing to fight for the happiness of the people. This is the best result for the kingdom of Dressrosa and their family. At least it's much better than those kings who were imprisoned and awaiting collective execution. Very good. From now on you are no longer a king, but an imperial official, fighting for a better life for the people. If you were able to be a benevolent king in the previous environment, I believe you will not make mistakes in the future. But governance skills are also a must. You still have a lot to learn. For example, leading the people in the Dongtata tribe to learn agricultural knowledge. This island is adjacent to the Dongtata tribe and is a future agricultural island. All crops will be grown experimentally here before they can be distributed to large-scale planting around the world. You have a very important responsibility. If you can't do it, then we can only let you retire early and replace it with other young people who want to make progress. Adolf emphasized that he even told him what to do. I'll try my best to handle this. King Riku, the island owner, felt uncomfortable. We all believe in you, King Adolf. Princess Manchili nodded and jumped onto Adolf's shoulders. Riku, this is my personal phone number. If you have any important matters, please contact me directly. Adolf thought and gave him his personal phone number. If anyone else had said that, he would have flipped the table over on the spot. Advertisement. Leo jumped out and asked loudly. Believe me, the difference now is not forever.
When the world government is eliminated, you can go anywhere you want. Aaron, take them to a Payado and pay attention to safety. Adolf ordered. Everyone. King Adolf needs our strength, who is willing to serve the king with me. To completely eradicate hunger from this world. Sorry, I know. Crow quickly used the loudspeaker. Quote. Princess Mangzili, please come with me. Your abilities are too important. I'm worried that the world government will take action against you. It's safer to stay with me. Me, yes. Aaron nodded. It's His Majesty Poseidon. Even if I die in battle, I will never let any pirates harm them. Ghost Spider said seriously. Crow, you have the ability to fly. Please support all parties in this sea area. Adolf gave instructions to Crow, the user with the coal fruit ability. The Crow replied, yes. Riku once again felt Adolf's attention. You should understand their importance. Leave it to us. Riku doled 3 governs Dressrosa Island and develops agriculture. You need to integrate Dawn soldiers, establish a military base, and protect Dressrosa Island and the Grimbit Dantata tribe. But Adolf spoke, then you were right. Violet understood what he meant. I'm fine, that's enough. Adolf was speechless. What kind of stupid behavior showed his character? It's normal to forget to use it, but have you even forgotten your ears? After these few days, he became very clear about the strategic significance of this island and what Poseidon wanted to do. Then Leo, please lead the 500 Dong Tadas to another place. I need you to plant a special plant. This is very important, Adolf said. When you speak in a low voice, pay more attention to the loudspeaker and don't let others remind you all the time. Adolf said gently. Adolf nodded and looked at Violet over his shoulder. Adolf glanced at Cyrus and then at the ghost spider. Everyone raised their hands actively and even jumped up to express their wishes. It used to be worse, but he was definitely good in it, but now, he's under a lot of pressure. Further strengthening the security of Dressrosa. This is such an important thing, and he is the general named by Adolf to come to Dressrosa, which shows his trust in him. Chapter 193 Weapon Fruit BABY 5. Weapon Transformation Electromagnetic Gun Girl. Whoosh. The upper body of Baby 5 becomes the muzzle, and a high-speed projectile flies. The speed is beyond the range that can be observed by the naked eye, and the range is up to hundreds of kilometers. It is simply terrifying. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. In the sky, Enel's sense of sight was always on, and he quickly dodged and distanced himself, escaping from the edge after another. What a fast speed. What a power. What a long range. What's going on with the weapon this woman turned into? It's the same projectile, but the power is so different. Cold sweat appeared on Enel's forehead, and he was no longer as relaxed as he was at the beginning. The next round was a direct flow of metal jets, shot out like a shotgun. After all, he was hit in the body, completely penetrated from the chest to the back. Unfortunately, as the electric light flashed, the body returned to its original state. Thank you Logia, otherwise we would have been in trouble. Enel looked at the thunder arc hole where the mouth was closed. TCH. Logia is troublesome. It would be nice if he had armed hockey. If you add the domineering power of seeing and hearing, you can also fight more accurately. Baby 5 is unhappy. It's a pity that there is no destiny buff. It is obviously impossible to cause damage to Logia with such a simple physical attack. It's a good weapon, but if you want to cause harm to me, you must at least master the armament hockey. Enel said. Adolf was lying on the bubble bed, holding the electromagnetic gun blueprint in his hand, looking at Baby 5 and the others. They don't have to be armed. Huh, is there anything Your Majesty Poseidon can do? Baby 5 looked at him. Sea Tower Stone Bullet. Adolf didn't give in. Baby 5's eyes lit up, then dimmed suddenly, but I will lose strength even if I touch the Sea Tower Stone. The sea floor stone is embedded in the warhead and does not directly contact you. As long as it comes into contact with the enemy's ability user at the moment of impact, then this attack can cause effective damage. Adolf took out a Sea Tower Stone needle from his belt, and wrapped his palm in a ball of sea water. Conqueror's domineering force swept through the water ball, and he squeezed it suddenly. The water mass stirred like a washing machine, dripping water penetrated the stone, forcefully breaking the Sea Tower Stone into pieces. Then roughly shape the iron block into the shape of a bullet instead of the spherical shape of a flintlock gun, and finally embed the pieces of Sea Tower Stone into the bullet. The whole process was so rough that the people onlookers were confused. Wow, that's amazing, Princess Mangzili exclaimed. Kneading iron is like kneading dough, it's too exaggerated. Perona was surprised. Halushi can be crushed. Sugar expressed doubts. Although sea floor stone is hard, it is not completely indestructible. Otherwise, how can it be polished into handcuffs, chains, bullets, etc.? Of course, the craftsmen change the properties of the sea floor stone under special conditions, so that it can be easily polished. It will undoubtedly be much more difficult for Adolf to use violence. Advertisement. Take it, this time you turn into an electromagnetic gun and let Charlie use it. Adolf handed the bullet embedded in the Sea Tower Stone to Baby -5. As expected of His Majesty Poseidon. In this way, we can borrow Charlie's super insight, and the bullets are still sea stone warheads, which can perfectly solve all problems. Baby 5 exclaimed. Me, you can give it a try. Charlie stepped forward. Weapon Transformation Electromagnetic Gun Girl. Baby Five's entire body has turned into a huge weapon. It is said to be a gun, but it is completely the size of a cannon. Your body can change at will. In theory, it's okay to become smaller. Try again, Adolf said. Baby Five changed again, this time reduced in size, like a heavy sniper rifle, with a reduced cannon. Charlie picked up the electromagnetic heavy sniper and faced Enel. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Enel's mouth twitched and he looked at Adolf with resentment. What fun is there in being invincible? Only when you are infinitely close to death can you understand the true meaning of life. Adolf was lying on the bubble bed. I really thought he was joking when he said, "Don't die. Don't get shot in the head, Thunderboy." Gilder Tezzolo teased. Shut up. I'll wait until the next island to make you look good. Enel was unhappy. During the few days in Dressrosa, he either fought against Gilder Tezzolo, or fought against Ghost Spider, Aaron and others, without any rest. And he is always the one who gets beaten. Even on the ship, we still have to face the crazy attacks of Baby -5. Come on Enel, I have made a lot of healing dandelions. Mangzili encouraged while standing in a bucket of healing dandelions. Come on, Master Shiarli. Shirahoshi made a small fist. Kill him with one shot. Otahime was also cheering. Shiarli nodded, then closed his eyes and aimed his heavy sniper at the target in the air, Enel. Gulu. Enel swallowed secretly, and at this moment he felt inexplicably the future of his own death. The pressure explodes. I really thought I wouldn't fight back. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. He took out the healing dandelion with difficulty and pressed a lot of it on his body. Every time, he struggled crazily on the edge of death and was forced to use the healing dandelion to bring him back. Enel's mentality exploded. As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Advertisement. Yes. Well, even if it becomes Pluton, with Pluton's attack strength, Baby 5 cannot provide such a huge amount of energy. The first shot forced him to dodge with all his strength, but the second shot was bound to hit. If you are forced, you can only escape further, trading distance for reaction time. One attack after another makes Enel autistic, and he has to avoid being surrounded by the ghosts of autism. The weapon fruit has great potential for development, and can even directly turn into Pluton. Negative ghost. Repeat the process of escaping, being shot, being treated, and escaping. At this moment, Shiarli also pulled the trigger, and the super-fast warhead flew through the Thunder Dragon in an instant, tearing the thunder into pieces, and flew over unstoppably. Even with Shiarli's proficiency in applying his knowledge to combat, he accurately grasped the moment when he couldn't dodge, and opened a hole with the first shot. Not only the training of Enel, but also BABY5. I want to play too. When coupled with Shiarli's wide area prediction of the future and Violet's super far-sightedness, the effect will be. However, at the next moment, a bullet hit the side of the waist and passed through the kidney. Wow. Enel held his stomach in disbelief. Surprise appeared on Enel's face, and he dodged at the same time, narrowly avoiding after another. The scary thing about predicting the future is that it's one step ahead of you, and it looks like you bumped into it yourself. However, the scientific research team can manufacture various Pluton equipment, such as energy systems, weapon systems, armored shells, etc., and then integrate Baby 5 into Pluton to replace the ship elf for control. Perceived. I anticipated my move before I even took it. What kind of insight is this? Shiarli nodded. The cool mermaid carried heavy sniper fire. The scene was always a bit inconsistent. Shiarli, remember not to start your head. Adolf reminded. Enel turned into lightning in midair and moved at high speed. At the same time, a thunder dragon appeared from the drum behind him and rushed towards it with a bite. This is really tragic. Gilder Tezzolo laughed. Damn it. You must aim. When I say aim, I mean, don't shoot your head. Adolf put one arm around Monet and enjoyed the rare comfort. Perona's soul left her body, accompanied by a group of ghosts with ghost faces, flying straight towards Enel. Boom whoosh. But as soon as the trigger was pulled, Enel continued to suffer. Chapter 194 Squeezing the Fruit Smoothie. 14th Girl Squeeze Fruit Smoothie looked up to the sky. A ball of lightning streaked across the sky at extremely fast speed and landed on the mast of the Queen Mother Anthem. After running for more than 100 kilometers, we are out of attack range, right? We can finally stop and take a rest. Is that woman a devil? She's just treating me like a clown. There is no normal person around me. Enel's heart twitched, and his muscles even reflected the twitch of the nerve being hit, and waves of pain came over him. Even my heart has been broken, every time it flashes before the King of Hell. If he loses his will a little, or even slows down his reaction and falls into the sea, then he is finished. In this case, can he not fight hard? It's really strange that there are people on our boat. Who are you? Did you fly from the sky just now? Twin sisters. Charlotte Strom, Charlotte Snaman look. I am the man closest to God. I have mastered the power of divine punishment. I want to take a rest. Are you pirates? I suggest you change your route. It would not be a good idea to continue in this direction. Enel lowered his head and noticed Smoothie and the others. He originally said directly that he was a god, but seeing the injuries all over his body, he decided to change his mind. God, how ridiculous. Do you think you are a celestial dragon? Even the celestial dragons who claim to be gods have fallen prey to that gentleman. Twin sisters. Charlotte Strong, Charlotte Snaman. Dragon people, Enel wondered. Go away. We are going to meet that gentleman, and we must not allow a trace of blood on the ship. 14th female, fruit extracting smoothie interrupted. It seems that talking down won't work. Enel stood up with a cold face. 200 million volts, God of Thunder. Using the strongest mode on the spot, he wanted to regain the majesty of God. He even slapped it with a palm, and strong thunder flew out. Devil fruit, Shua, the 14th girl, fruit squeezer, smoothie, swung her long sword and slashed the thunder to pieces, and even cut off the arm of the God of Thunder, Enel, unstoppably. Advertisement. The slash flew by and even squeezed the body of Thor Enel dry. The water in the body is sucked dry by the slashing, like a mummy. The squeezed fruit seems weak and not suitable for fighting. But as one of the 3 strongest players in the Big Mom Pirates, Smoothie makes up for his shortcomings with his overwhelming hard power, and at the same time, his fruit ability brings additional gains to his attacks. It can be said that as long as she hits the target and is weaker than her, it can have an instant kill effect. What kind of ability is this? The God of Thunder, Enel, was horrified and forced himself to use the healing dandelion with great difficulty. He had to replenish his body with water first, otherwise it would be shattered into pieces like dry wood in the next moment. Being shot through his body one after another made him unusually adaptable to pain. I can endure it even if my arms and legs are broken. Juice Giant. At this time, Smoothie filled his body with the water he usually extracted, and became like a giant, while exerting basic strength close to that of the giants. The extremely huge body stretched out a palm and pressed Enel to the mast, forcibly controlling it. She just wants to end the battle as quickly as possible and minimize the damage on the ship. You don't even know how to use armament hockey, but you still dare to snatch the healing dandelion from Marine. Did you let the devil fruit go to your head? With the large-scale use of healing dandelions, almost all major forces know the source and effects of this thing. Damn it. What kind of monsters are the women in Qinghai? No, are all the people in Qinghai so strong? Enel was completely unable to resist, and his mentality exploded. All the guys he met during this period were strong ones. Could it be that he was so weak when he came to Qinghai after claiming to be a god on an empty island? It's over. Giant Smoothie exerted force on his palms, and drops of blue and fluorescent juice were squeezed out of Enel's body. Whoosh. Smooth suddenly noticed something, and a bullet flew past the side of his head. Chance. 500 million volts discharge. The lightning flashed, the arc swept wildly, and a strong electric light exploded, forcefully opening Smoothie's hand. The stalemate was instantaneous, and a terrorist explosion broke out. The sea became turbulent, and waves swept over it. Golden Divine Fire. Marine. 14th female squeeze fruit Smoothie was stunned. They are provoking one after another. They really don't take us seriously. Rumble. Advertisement. Dark skin, tall figure, the long-legged tribe has legs longer than life. She has long silver-white wavy hair, wears a pink-striped bodysuit, and has a rose tattoo on her right leg. Resistance. Or compliance. In addition, Garrett and Praline are also ready to get married at any time. A group of people took the initiative to come to the Marine ship. Sorry, I was too negligent just now and didn't realize that he was yours. And the lightning man who settled on their ship also came to the ship. He was obviously Adolf's man. The giant Smoothie watched Enel turn into lightning and escape into the sky, and then looked at the ship, which was just a small dot dozens of kilometers away. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the real owner was the one who attacked. Isn't this embarrassing? Charlotte Smoothie. Although we have talked about getting married before, we still need to confirm it. These two are not enough for you, you still want to pack them all in a beautiful way. Huh, me. Smoothie was stunned. Adolf didn't even get up from his bubble bed. He wasn't Big Mom himself, so there was no need for him to take him seriously. Adolf looked at Smoothie who came in front of him. He didn't care about Enel's trivial matter at all, not to mention that it was Enel who boarded the ship without permission. Poseidon Adolf. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Then lead the way, to the world. Tell me, your current attitude. Enel crazily squeezed his life potential, releasing an intensity that was originally unattainable, and his adrenaline exploded. Let me ask, how many beautiful daughters like you does Linlin have? If I take them all at once, is that okay? Adolf suddenly said. Smoothie's posture was very low, without the arrogance of a pirate at all. Now he is no longer alone. Not to mention other things, the golden fruit Gilder Tesoro, the poisonous fruit Magellan, and the great swordsman Shiryu of the Rain on this ship are no worse than Smoothie. The giant's power was slashed out with a sword, and the sea was torn apart by the slash, and even spread to dozens of kilometers away, reaching the end of sight. Dozens of miles away, the distant ship turned into a golden glow, and a golden giant appeared. His eyes shot out dazzling pure gold beams, facing Smoothie's slashing attack. As the ships from both sides approached, Smoothie also saw Adolf and others on the ship, as well as the golden giant who took her attack. Holding the sword in both hands, the pink and purple momentum burst out all over his body, and he slashed down with all his strength. Sister, please stop, it's Marine's ship. Strom, a thin 16-year-old girl, spotted it with a telescope and shouted quickly. Yes, Smoothie nodded, and the two ships headed in parallel. She has prepared a wedding cake and can't wait to hold the wedding ceremony. She has also invited Whitebeard, Kaido and many other famous pirates. The tights are quite sexy and have the ability and directness of a warrior. Your Majesty Poseidon, as soon as Mother knew you were coming to New World, she immediately sent us to pick you up. At this moment, everyone stood aside and listened to his orders. If you don't try your best at this time, it will really be doomed. Chapter 195 Utopia Big Mom. It's so embarrassing, even my hand is broken. Gilder Tezzolo joked. Don't run away from home next time, there are all bad people out there. Baby 5 smiled. HMPH. Shut up. Enel looked ugly. Wu can. Baby 5 was injured and cried out on Adolf's chest. Enel looked at Adolf and asked, with her strength, it is impossible for her to perform such a strong attack. Is the weapon fruit so strong? With the electromagnetic weapon, I asked her to transform completely according to the design, including the internal structure. Then the attack has nothing to do with her own strength, but the effect of technology. By the way, the energy is connected to the power room of the ship. Its power has nothing to do with her own strength or physical strength. Adolf patted Baby 5 on the back and explained. The power of this ship is relatively average, and it was not designed by Tom. If it were replaced with a cannon like the Wanli Sunshine, the mass of a ship could fly a kilometer away, and its ejection speed would even be faster than a cannonball. This will be used on the electromagnetic gun, haha. The corner of Enel's mouth twitched. The energy is connected to the power room, the warhead is embedded in the sea tower stone, and the weapon it turns into is a design provided by the big forces, and is operated by a woman who can predict the future. What on earth is he fighting? You've almost rested, go and practice with Hody. Quote. Quote. Enel's head tilted. What on earth are you talking about? He just took his hand and hasn't sat down yet, right? Go ahead. If you don't work hard, you don't know how much potential you have. Boom. Adolf put his finger in the air, and a drop of water knocked Enel away. And Hody Jones is already waiting for him at the sea. Adolf looked at the two people fighting fiercely in the sea and air. It was very difficult for the electromagnetic gun to deal with the thunder fruit. He could figure it out by himself if he looked at it. What is more important now is the growth of physical fitness. No, the voltage has reached 500 million volts with all my strength. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Baby 5 lay on Adolf's chest and slapped him. Then get some sleep, we have to continue practicing tonight. Adolf patted his back to lull him to sleep. During the day, he becomes a thermal weapon to develop his fruit abilities, and at night, he has to personally train his physical fitness as a thermal weapon. I'm so sweaty from high-intensity exercise, how can I not be tired? As the ship approached Cake Island, the surrounding sea area also changed. Turned into various types of juices that can be drunk. Even the islands are giant edible dessert islands. The person with long bread and fruit-eating abilities is one of the former members of the Rocks Pirates and the chef of the Big Mom Pirates. Advertisement. His fruit power has awakened, turning many islands in Totland into desert islands, and the seawater has turned into a sea of juice. 14th girl squeezing the fruit smoothie explained. These are not secrets, as long as you have a little knowledge you can know them. My mother loves desserts and her dream is to build a utopia where all races and species can coexist harmoniously. The races living in Totland include humans, fishmen, mermaids, furs, snake-headeds, long hands, long legs, three-eyed, and hybrids of different races. In fact, most of our children are of mixed race. Smoothie continued to introduce, to some extent he was saying good things, even though it was true. It sounds like an ideal world. What are the taxes in Totland like? Adolf asked. All citizens of Totland must pay 1 month of their life every 6 months as a fee for their mother's protection, or they must leave. These lifespans will be used to make chess soldiers, which are the basic military force of Totland. They serve as soldiers in the pirate group and maintain domestic security. Smoothie replied. Send your lifespan. Otahime was shocked. Adolf raised his hand and suppressed her words. Don't you need monetary taxes? Or manual labor like Corby? No, most physical labor can be done by Homit's soldiers. If there are good ones who can join the pirate group, they won't have to lose their lifespan. Smoothie answered whatever he wanted. 1 month in half a year, 2 months in a year, 200 months in 100 years, 16.5 years. But if there is no need for Corby and no money and taxation, life safety can be guaranteed, and it is not too harsh in this chaotic sea. Adolf nodded. He didn't regard it as evil just because he surrendered his lifespan. Instead, he thought it was very reasonable. Paying money as taxes, isn't the time spent working to make money a waste of life? Now there is no need for this laborious process, just take this period of life, it is simple, crude and efficient. What's more, looking at the surrounding juice seawater and desert island, it's obvious that you don't have to worry about eating and drinking. In other words, paying a life tax of 1 month in half a year not only covers safety, but also includes food. Just lie down and live your dream life. Those with good abilities can join the pirate group, there is no need to pay life tax, and there are channels for advancement. It can be described as a utopia in a fairy tale. Of course, pirates are under the jurisdiction of the pirates. They are arrogant and wanton in any situation. If you expect them to behave well, it is better to hope that you will not be targeted. But nowhere can it be perfect. Dash 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 dash. Boom. It has been almost 2 months since the last time we agreed to get married. Is she the kind of person who can wait patiently? Mom, stop it. Didn't you say you wanted to decorate the city until Garrett and I get married? This is the judgment of the soul. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Advertisement. There. The wedding cake. There. Hold it with the other hand. And the moment Big Mom reaches out. The food of homies is like ginseng fruit, and the expression reflects the human face. Her consciousness completely darkened, and a huge face appeared in front of her. The evil monster with huge size and terrifying tonnage fell from the sky, crushing the hardened chocolate ground with both feet, and his eyes were completely confused, and he completely lost his mind. Life or treat. It's not this. This isn't either. Come back quickly, Praline. It's useless to talk to Mom at this time, Garrett shouted anxiously from the side. The eyes are also filled with madness. Adolf grinned and intertwined his fingers with Big Mom. Lin. No, Mom, I won't stop you anymore, Praline was horrified. However, Big Mom waited until the last trace of patience was exhausted before falling into confusion. 21 female mermaid Praline suppressed the fear in her heart and tried her best to prevent Big Mom from falling into confusion. No, don't. Help me. Is this how you parent? Didn't your elders teach you how to get along with your relatives? Life is still a snack. It's like a monster roaming the city. Wedding cake. I want a wedding cake. This monster is not even merciful to children. Who among the many children will not feel scared? The angry punch shattered the dessert house, and the force spread cracks on the ground. There were pits wherever it passed, and some people even died in the aftermath before they could escape. However, Praline's shouting did not wake up Big Mom, nor did Garrett call Praline back. Instead, Big Mom, who was completely in chaos, came to pay attention. A mist-like soul emerges from Praline's body and materializes in the form of Lifespan. Praline opened her mouth in disbelief and went crazy. Her mother actually activated a soul spell on him. Please wait a moment, wait patiently. Finally, he finally saw this monster, the Born Destroyer. All it takes is Big Mom to reach out and grab her, and the 19-year-old girl will run out of life and die on the spot. But it was still chewed up and swallowed, and everyone who saw it panicked. Sister Smoothie has picked up Poseidon and is on her way back now. He even grabbed the soul-endowed homie's food and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 196 Beating the Mother-in-Law. You go aside first and wait for me. Adolf nodded to Garrett, then patted Praline beside him on the shoulder and said softly. Praline's face turned red, and her heart beat faster than expected. Heroes saving beauties are always simple and unpretentious, breaking into hearts at the most helpless moment. Go away. Big Mom noticed Adolf, but his eyes were confused and he was still irrational. Instead, because others blocked him, he fell into deeper rage. He raised his extremely huge arm and punched out with a heavy punch, causing the atmosphere to explode. Boom. However, Adolf dodged sideways to avoid the straight punch, and then suddenly threw him over his shoulder with his big arms in his arms. Head down, Big Mom's whole body was planted in the ground like rice seedlings. The vibrations came from under the feet, the ground within 100 meters radius collapsed, and even the entire island could feel the vibrations. Adolf even turned over and pressed on Big Mom. He grabbed her collar with one hand and made a fist with the other hand. The Conqueror's flashing dark red arcs of lightning swept over her, making people's scalp numb just by looking at her. Don't think that because she is my mother-in-law, I won't do anything harsh. Jump. Grr. The atmospheric explosion was enough to shatter hundreds of meters of rock. The island was shaken and a punch hit Big Mom hard on the face. His head whipped around and saliva flew everywhere. The neck even made a series of numbing twisting sounds, as if the bones were breaking. Ah, Mom. No way. Did Mom kill her? Dafu, Owen, Cracker, Garrett, Praline, all opened their mouths and couldn't accept it. No. This level of attack is not enough to kill Mom. Don't forget Mom's monster-like defense. The second son, Nuo fruit, Katakuri had already sensed it. Poseidon. Mom went crazy because of schizophrenia. What she wanted was a wedding cake, but she said she had to wait until the wedding date was confirmed before starting to make the cake. The eldest son, licking fruit Perospero said quickly. Are you awake? My mother-in-law, if you want to continue to go crazy, I'd be happy to stretch my muscles. Adolf grinned, his whole body pressed against Big Mom, and he could already feel her rationality. Yeah, what's going on? Why does my face hurt so much and my teeth are loose? It's Adolf who's here. Well, you're finally here, I've been waiting for months. Big Mom regained consciousness from his chaotic thinking and looked at Adolf in surprise. Twisting his neck and returning the misplaced neck bones, there was another series of teeth-breaking creaking sounds. Idiot, you almost killed my fiancé. Advertisement. You are 58 years old, and your children are surrounded by groups. Is this what you do as a mother? You also say that you want to build a utopia where all races coexist harmoniously. If you don't even love your own children, how will you love others? What kind of home is this? Is this what the nuns taught you? Idiot. Adolf pointed his nose at her and cursed her with no respect. He recognized the Totland utopia, but he could also see Big Mom's stinking habit as a pirate. Not only did my mother recover from schizophrenia, she was scolded. I've never seen a mother wake up without eating what she wanted. This is also the first time I've seen someone talk to my mother like this. It's unbelievable. Mom won't get mad, right? If she does, this island will be doomed. Perospero, Katakuri, Daifuku, and Owen all opened their eyes wide and went crazy. That is the mother who was like a devil in their eyes. None. When Big Mom thought of Carmel, not only did she not get angry, but she cried because of her longing for him. No matter how much she did, she was like a child. Mom is crying. Every eyeball is about to explode. Is the world crazy or are they crazy? Idiot, you are crying in the wrong place. Shouldn't you blame yourself for not fulfilling your responsibilities as a mother? Adolf cursed and punched him hard. Jump. The atmosphere exploded and the entire island shook again. If the nun had taken you like this, you would have died a long time ago. You are not the nun's biological child. Reflect on how you treat your own children. You actually want to take away your daughter's life. Is there a mother like you? Adolf got angry and continued to curse. Poseidon, Bree, Praline, Garrett, and all the children of Big Mom are touched. Even consider him a hero. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Big Mom came to her senses and sat on the ground with her legs hugged in a grieved manner, trying to hold back the runny nose. He seemed to realize that compared to the nun's mistakes, he was like a child who made mistakes and didn't dare to speak out at all. Have you realized that you were wrong? Adolf was tough and had a terrifying aura all over him. Big Mom pursed her lips and nodded, looking aggrieved. What's wrong? Quote. Question mark quote. Big Mom glanced at Praline, who was hiding far away, and the other scared children, and pursed her lips in frustration. I just want to eat it so much that I can't help it. My mouth is watering just thinking about the wedding cake. Advertisement. Queen Ma died, and the ministers cried more sadly than Zhu Yuanzhong, and now Adolf is the Queen Ma who protects them. Who doesn't like this parent? Adolf sighed, got off Big Mom, and helped her up at the same time. By then you won't even have a chance to shout that you're wrong. I don't expect you to change your personality, but you must also understand how relatives should get along with each other. If it weren't for the large number of dessert fruit users in the Big Mom Pirates, as well as the long bread eating chef, Cake Island would have been demolished long ago. Just like a child who sees any fun toys or delicious food in the mall, he doesn't care and screams. He really made me cry to death. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Here at Big Mom, the food is infinitely expanded. If you suddenly think about eating it, you will go crazy if you don't eat it. Of course I have to. As the queen of a country, she also needs to save face. Big Mom felt aggrieved. Thinking of the nun, she felt guilty. She was indeed not a good mother. However, Shibi's saliva flowed to the ground, causing the ground to be corroded and causing smoke to rise. You want to take care of me? Big Mom was dissatisfied and stamped her big face. But the difference in power level is too big. The fatter kids in the same class will bully the thinner ones, not to mention the gap like Big Mom. Everyone must be treated with care. Is it possible to ignore the facts? You were abandoned since you were a child, and you are a person born with terrifying powers. From the beginning, you have been unable to play with ordinary people. I can't blame you completely for your mentality. Adolf recalled Big Mom's experience and expressed his understanding. You are Praline and Garrett's mother, and you will be considered my relative from now on, so I will talk to you properly. But even if you want it, can you steal it? Or even kill the boss and take it away? This is where education must be conducted. Of course, this is the nature of children, and it's nothing in itself. As the 5 elders said, who cares whether the insects underfoot will be trampled to death? Even if you are the mother-in-law, don't think that I will be lenient when it comes to educating you. The children of Big Mom were all stunned. They were really moved by such a fierce and powerful Adolf. Who wouldn't be afraid of you? Even your children would be more afraid of you than love, right? Is this the kind of feeling you want? Adolf had a strong aura. It seems that he is not the parent, but their brother-in-law. But now that I'm here, you have to change it for me. Just like when he first came to this world and regarded other people as NPCs, Big Mom still regards other people as the same kind. Big Mom is still his mother-in-law, right? She is older. Who can bear this? If you ignore the facts, you can only talk about violence. You'd better listen when I'm trying to reason with you, otherwise don't blame me for not being reasonable with you. Adolf turned his face on his head completely, being unreasonable and unforgiving, that is, he was strong. Really, isn't this just a child who hasn't grown up yet? There is also such a thing as thinking disorder, which is just a child's temper that you don't care about. You still need others to take care of you. Chapter 197 The King of the World. Master Poseidon, please take a seat, serve tea quickly. A group of people welcomed Adolf and others into the castle, and various homits desserts and snacks jumped on them. This is the savior who will protect them from now on. Even the strongest Katakuri is afraid of Big Mom when he is angry, which is completely unreasonable. But if Adolf is here, we can call for reinforcements. On the huge dining table, more than 100 people were seated. The hosts were Big Mom and Adolf, sitting side by side. On the left are Gilder Tezzolo, Magellan, Shiryu of Rain, Enel, Odahime, Shirahoshi and others. On the right are Perospero, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, Daifuku, Owen and others. Well, there is a child with the same size as me. He is a mermaid, a good boy, a good boy. Big Mom looked at Shirahoshi in surprise. She only shows the love of a mother when she is under 10 years old. Shirahoshi's body shape is more in line with her appetite, and everyone sits at the dining table to eat. But she is too big. Without the same body shape, it is difficult for her to experience the feeling of family harmony, warmth and happiness. Isn't it cute? This is my princess. Adolf smiled and looked at Shirahoshi. I have been waiting for you for 10 years, my cute little princess. You. What do you want to do? Otahime was shocked, everyone was frightened, and Shirahoshi also blushed instantly. If someone like you becomes the king of the world, it will be a disaster for the world. Perona complained. A-hole, don't think of treating your children like trash. Big Mom even cursed at Adolf, who was seated at the same table. Ha. So I'm waiting patiently. Adolf laughed. It's impossible for him to let go of Shirahoshi, not only because of his broad mind, but also because of Poseidon's power. This overly dangerous power must be within his sight. It is best to sleep with a broad mind at night and master the ups and downs of the sea. Poseidon, it's time to set the wedding date for you, Garrett, and Praline. I can't wait to eat the wedding cake. Well. Big Mom is not obsessed with what Shirahoshi will do 10 years later. Advertisement. She doesn't even care about this son-in-law's philandering, even she has more than 40 husbands and gave birth to so many children. Before this, let's discuss the matter of Totland. If we can't reach an agreement, there will be no need for a wedding date. I will take it away today, along with all your daughters. No, you still have the identity of a pirate. Adolf also became serious. Are you going to fight me? Poseidon. Big Mom looked at Adolf forcefully, suppressing his terrifying momentum. Mother, Garrett, Praline and others are worried. Perospero, Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie looked at the opposite side. Tezzolo, Magellan, and Shiryu of the Rain were ready to explode at any time. An agreed engagement. This kind of thing is a verbal agreement that can be broken any time. Even if they are married, they can kill each other. This is what pirates are. The spirit of contract is something that is in the hands of the stronger. Only with enough power can others have to abide by his rules. Quote! Exclamation mark, quote. Shiryu's mouth curled up, showing his arrogance. Tezzolo, Magellan, and even Monet, Hancock, and Iron were not afraid. So what if they are in the pirate emperor's headquarters? So what if the enemy has hundreds of times their number? Quote. On the contrary, when the eyes of Big Mom's children faintly glanced at Adolf, they all showed uneasiness. This is a ruthless man who single-handedly defeated the 22 heavenly groups of world government and killed the knights of the god. Even on Cake Island, they don't have any sense of security. I must completely remove the pirate garbage. This sea must be restored to the blue it should be. No matter now or in the future, there will be no exceptions. Advertisement. Adolf looked at him, refusing to give in on the matter of principle. He even warned her in front of her. So, you Charlotte Linlin must disband the Big Mom pirates and speak to me as the Queen of Totland. Before I actually order action against the pirate group, you still have time to think about it. Boom. Big Mom suddenly stood up. Conquerors burst out, impacting the audience. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Adolf even completely released the blue conquerors who swallowed the whole world. Mountains and rivers surrender, four seas unite. Conquerors is not only the one who rules the world's life, but also integrates the meaning of the sea, the infinite sea, the world-class conquerors. It seems that the whole world is submerged under the monstrous sea. Forcibly suppressing Big Mom conquerors within this square inch, and can't even spread out. Infinitely compressed in front of his majestic and vast conquerors, only the last place left is compressed to the extreme. Being forced to squeeze to this point is already a domineering one. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Your conquerors. Big Mom's pupils widened. At this moment, she seemed to have just opened her eyes to see the world. And Adolf is the embodiment of the world, the embodiment of the sea. No, that is the ruler of the sea. Outside the castle, the sky and the earth changed color, and dark clouds rolled in for hundreds of miles. Endless blue lightning swept across the clouds, flying wildly through the clouds. The entire sea is turbulent with blue lightning, and waves of 100-meter tsunamis roll up, as if they are going to submerge the world, and Cake Island is the center of the apocalypse. The source of all destruction. Chapter 198. Big Mom gives up on pirates. Quote! Exclamation mark, quote. The whole place was silent, everyone looked at Adolf in shock. How could he single-handedly suppress the Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom, with only conquerors domineering power? This is not the sea, let alone the deep sea. Poseidon. Adolf. Garrett and Praline blushed with excitement. Power, strength, wealth, standing at the top of everything in the world, such a strong and domineering man. Almost all the daughters of Big Mom are excited. Adolf looked at the over 100 people on both sides of the dining table. On one side are the blood-related sons and daughters of Big Mom, who form the core members of the pirate group. On one side are his confidants, ability users with great potential, and main combatants. Big Mom. I admire your Totland very much. Putting aside unstable factors like pirates, this is a utopia that only exists in an ideal world, a carefree Eden without labor. Piracy factors aside, Totland is exactly what you thought. All races in the world can live together peacefully. I recognize your ideals and the country you established. Even I can't think of a more ideal form of society. Adolf bluntly said that based on his knowledge of another world, he could not find a more perfect social system for ordinary people. In the original world, it would be a paradise where he could lie down, something he would never dare to dream about. At most, we can add some ideological education, know how to love each other with courtesy, justice, integrity, and know how to learn and progress to create happiness for everyone. This is the limit. Poseidon. After hearing what he said, Big Mom also calmed down, and Conquerors also restrained himself. But you are a pirate, and your existence is an unstable factor. Even if you do nothing, others will follow suit and become pirates. This is a principled issue that cannot be ignored. You can just care about your Totland, because you're just the queen here. But I can't. I can't ignore the overall stability of the world. Because I am the king of the world, and I need to be responsible for all citizens of the world. Adolf praised it highly and finally returned to the original topic. You have a responsibility, and I also bear a greater responsibility. The so-called putting aside the facts, let's talk about your mother. Gu. Big Mom sat down again and drank the milk tea in the cup. Poseidon, my dream is to complete the peaceful country that the nuns hope to build a utopia where all races coexist, and then everyone can sit down and eat together. Advertisement. I know your thoughts. I only have a small area of the sea, but you want to change the entire chaotic sea and build a peaceful world. The world government has been suppressed. The dream is no longer far away. It is really amazing. Big Mom sat on the chair and looked at Adolf next to him, his expression full of good expectations for pursuing his dream. She went to sea to fulfill Sister Carmelite's wish, and then she was abducted and induced by Baobao to establish a pirate group. She was only 6 years old that year. But the dream she had when she was 6 years old kept her going throughout her life. Yes, the world will definitely be peaceful and will never be as chaotic as the world government. The nun's dream will come true, and everyone will be happy to sit and eat together. You don't need a scary identity like a pirate. Even the identity of a pirate hinders your dreams. Adolf gave ideological education in a gentle tone. He is still willing to persuade Big Mom. Who allowed her to have so many daughters? If he were 18 years old, Big Mom would. Well, originally I wanted you to help me become one piece, but now it seems that it's impossible. Forget it, it's just an insignificant thing. Then give up. Pirates. Big Mom laughs happily. Everything you experience as a child can really affect a person and even become his persistence throughout his life. Mother. Bree and Pudding all looked at Big Mom blankly. Is this still their mother? Even Perospero and Katakori couldn't believe it. Are you convinced? Give up your identity as a pirate so easily. Welcome to the new world, a wonderful and peaceful world. Adolf raised the corners of his mouth and raised the milk tea in the cup. Well, don't let me down, Poseidon. Big Mom laughed happily and clinked glasses with Adolf. Her wish, the nun's wish, is about to come true, in this man. Ha. Those guys from the 5 elders are already waiting for death in Mariehoya, and the world has fallen into my hands. If this situation fails, then I will not be able to get up from the beginning. Family is not meant to be killed, idiot. Fourth son stop the ship. King Irving silently reminds you, do you just ignore these men? How can anyone eat his own family? This is Big Mom. Is it possible for you to torture your family without giving them any time? Advertisement. Adolf's confident laugh was very inspiring and morale boosting. They still call you Mom. Then can't you give your family some time? I believe it won't take long with their strength. What child can control the temptation of delicious food? What child doesn't roll all over the floor and howl? I'm sorry, I'm so unqualified compared to nuns. Even if they were killed on the spot, they would not believe that Big Mom would apologize. You put so much effort into creating a utopia, turning everyone into friends, relatives, and family members, and then you yourself became the devil of the utopia. Apologize. For such a person, she is willing to listen to him. When the principled issues were resolved, the atmosphere became relaxed. You don't care if your own children are dead. Then you won't be alone. Everyone laughed happily and drank the wine together. Cheers. Because Big Mom would really kill his own children. Everyone. Cheers to the future. And it was still about her family. She did not love her family as well as the nun. Adolf criticized. Big Mom scratched her head in embarrassment. She was quite fat, cute, ugly and cute. Remember, you must exercise restraint, you know. For the sake of your lovely daughters. Adolf warned. But Linlin wants to eat. Big Mom felt aggrieved. But you can even kill your own daughter, and an inexplicable mental illness almost destroyed Cake Island. What's going on? She was very fond of Adolf because he and the nun had the same dream and could realize the nun's dream. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the scene of completely annihilating the world government and opening up a new world. Smoothie and Pudding were all stunned. They even apologized. Clinked glasses with Big Mom and then raised them high to signal to everyone. Mom actually. Hey, we sons, please help us put in a good word. So Linlin, no, my mother-in-law. Adolf was dissatisfied with education. You also know how I operate the country of Runjun. I can promise that Totland will continue to be managed by you and develop in the current social form, as long as it does not violate the basic laws. Chapter 199 Have a baby with me first. Well, it's time to discuss the wedding date. How about we hold it tomorrow? There is enough time tonight for you to understand. If you're in a hurry, today is fine, but I don't know if the wedding cake can be made in time. Big Mom is holding her belly and laughing, and the way she secretly swallows saliva is too obvious. You are just greedy. If you want to eat cake, there is no need to use the excuse of marriage. Adolf was speechless. It's different. How can a wedding cake be the same as an ordinary cake? Everyone eats the cake together at the wedding, that's the happiest thing. Big Mom is full of expectations. The 18th girl, Butterfruit Garrett, and the 21st girl, Mermaid Praline, looked at Adolf with shame. It's really enviable. 35 daughter Little Pudding was lying on the dining table looking at Adolf. The other daughters were also envious. Even the sons are looking forward to this man who can suppress their mother to quickly become a family, so that they can feel safe. Stare. The doll Violet, the mermaid Shiarly, the hot weapon girl BABY5, and Otahime looked at Adolf and just stared. It doesn't matter if you're not the exclusive type. They are obviously older and have a closer relationship, but you actually married another woman first. It's so outrageous. Especially Violet, she helped so much and made so many sacrifices. For a moment, full of resentment was revealed from the eyes. I asked, why are you looking at me like that? Adolf looked at Otahime. Otahime came back to her senses and quickly looked around. Suddenly she noticed that everyone was looking over her, and she danced around in a panic and quickly explained. What are you thinking? You are a fishman, so of course your first one must be a fishman. I see, I thought you were speaking for yourself. Your daughter Shirahoshi. Adolf looked up and down at Otahime, this thin washboard. Stupid. What are you talking about? How could I allow Shirahoshi to marry you? Otahime's face was completely blushing, and steam was rising from her head. Oh, you're talking about Shirahoshi. I thought you were referring to Otahime, Monet teased with a wicked smile. Quote! Exclamation mark, quote. The hot air broke through the lid, and Otahime shut down on the spot and fainted. Ah, I fainted. Little Sadie was surprised. Advertisement. Mother. Shirahoshi lifted Otahime nervously. Perona, Sugar, Monet, Domino, and Little Sati are just watching the excitement, and they will not get involved in this kind of thing. It doesn't matter if you accept the consequences. No matter what, there is nothing we can do. As for Big Mom's side, it doesn't matter. There are more than 40 husbands and more than 80 children. Soldiers are fighting life and death on the front line. As a king, what's the point of getting married now? Let's put it until after the world government is solved. With world peace as the music, thousands of lights illuminating it, a good harvest as the banquet, people laughing and playing the music, we will hold a grand wedding of the century. Come to celebrate the coming of a new era. Adolf glanced at Violet, Shirahoshi, Shiarly, Perona, Sugar, Monet, Domino, Little Sadie, and BABY5. Then there are the girls Garrett and Praline from Big Mom's side. There are also Hancock and others who are not present, and every other beautiful woman they meet. If he couldn't realize even this small wish when he came to the pirate world, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? What's more, this is a centralized imperial structure. In addition, the fish people want to vigorously develop the population. It's great, even I envy them. Big Mom was a little moved after hearing this, and looked at Adolf. The mermaid clan, power, strength, and dreams are all plus points in her eyes. It is simply perfect. Now that Adolf has shown the superiority of the fishmen race in the sea, a perfect race that even surpasses the giant race. Poseidon, if you are not in a hurry to get married, why don't you have a baby with me first? Big Mom said suddenly, touching her belly. Puff. Even in this world, it is a crime for a man to a woman, but it is not illegal for a woman to a man. It's a pity that Adolf is too strong and can't do it at all. I could have considered it when you were young, but I'd better forget it now. The child we give birth to must be the strongest in the world. How did you say such a thing? You really need to sleep with the door closed and protect your innocence. In other words, Big Mom is still alive now. Advertisement. Violet and Shiarly also breathed a sigh of relief. They had a sense of crisis that their good cabbage was almost eaten by a pig. It was really a waste. In front of the dinner table, everyone squirted out. I looked at Big Mom's belly. Unfortunately, Big Mom is too fat now and is so big that it's hard to tell whether she's pregnant or not. This is getting more and more exciting. What's going on? Garrett and Praline felt relieved. If you really like children, why not give me your beautiful daughters? I would be happy to have children with your daughters. If it were other men, she would just tie him home and hold him on the bed, and then do whatever she wants. Is it possible that the more than 40 men were willing? Let's talk about your daughter. I want your 8th daughter, Bree. Eyeballs popped out, mouth opened wide, looking at Big Mom in disbelief. Let him inherit your empire from now on. Quote. Question mark, quote. The corner of Adolf's mouth twitched. He never expected that Big Mom would have such an idea. Big Mom raised her hands in excitement. Adolf looked at Big Mom doubting his life. Did you hear that right? Inherit the empire that rules the world. You are already 58. Thinking about it this way, can her bloodline rule the entire world? Call. Well, that's such a pity. Big Mom laughed. But the good thing is, she can't, but her daughter can. I have the best talent in the world, and you have the racial talent to rule the sea. A peaceful world that inherits the nun's dream. Quote. Adolf also wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Even 2 years after the beginning of the plot, in the New World chapter, the youngest 46-year-old Draghi is 9 years old, and the 39-year-old Anana is 8 years old. Even if he faced the World Government 22 Days group, he was not afraid, but at this moment he was really panicking. Even men will be laughed at. It seems that I have seen the giant mermaid child who looks a bit like Adolf, holding the power of the world, wielding the power of the sea, and all the people surrendering at his feet. Chapter 200 Catch all the daughters of Big Mom. Bree. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look. Bree looked around in surprise, with a blush on her face. Is it her turn? Is love going to be her turn? Others have doubts. Is there something wrong with aesthetics? A big red nose and a long scar on his face, what interests him? You bastards, what are your looks? Bree jumped in anger. Those with the mirror fruit ability can enter the mirror world and appear anywhere through the mirror. It means that the army does not need to climb onto the red continent in large numbers and can appear directly in Mariehoya. Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly and his voice deepened. His words made everyone quiet down, and their eyes revealed enthusiasm and excitement. World Government. Gilder Tezzolo gritted his teeth and began to pay attention to Bree. This is an ability user who can deal a heavy blow to the world government, and even has more strategic significance than a powerful combat force. Well, since that's the case, I'll give it to you. I can also help you deal with the world government. Big Mom readily agreed. In her eyes, and in all of their eyes, the complete elimination of world government has become increasingly clear. So Bree, are you willing to help me? Adolf drops a healing dandelion on Bree's face, erasing her years of scars. Advertisement. My face. My face is restored. Bree looked at the mirror in surprise and shed tears of excitement. The scars on her face made her jealous of women with beautiful faces, so much so that she wanted to cut their faces off. It can be seen that she cares about it very much, and now she is cured. Yes, I am willing, Lord Poseidon. All of a sudden, he became a complete fan of Adolf and was willing to work for him. Adolf smiled and nodded. The mirror fruit has extraordinary strategic significance. Climbing Marigio is only a trivial aspect. After all, there is nothing we can do as long as we break the mirror and completely destroy it. The real function is to truly connect the various islands as a bridge. If every island has a mirror fruit capable person and opens the mirror world node accordingly, then a huge mirror world network will be formed. Traveling will no longer need to face the storm of the sea, and the materials transported can also increase exponentially. No matter how big a ship is, how much can it transport? Although there is such a thing as a sea train, it is very easy to be destroyed by Poseidons, various storms, destruction by strong men, ship navigation, etc. In the mirror world, there is no need to be too far away. It can even be said that by mastering the mirror world, there will be no problem in establishing human cities on the Red Earth continent, and completely solving the problem of material transportation. Okay, now that we've finished talking about business, it's time to talk about some personal matters. Adolf looked at Big Mom's many daughters. Huh, what's the personal matter? Big Mom looked at him. Advertisement. I only met Garrett and Praline on Fishman Island before. You just happened to propose a marriage or something, so I took advantage of the opportunity and asked for them both. When I came here, I met Smoothie. The Longlegs are also very beautiful warriors. I wonder if you can give up your love and give Smoothie to me. Adolf grinned and proposed directly. Smoothie, this is the most powerful master among my children. He is also very important here. Big Mom hesitated. She doesn't care about Garrett and Praline, after all, they are not too strong. Even in her opinion, Ain, Charlie, Perona, Sugar, Monet, Domino, Little Sati, and Baby 5 are all such vases, and there are too many substitutes in this sea. So Smoothie, who is powerful and irreplaceable, has a very large weight, it is not unacceptable. You really brought it up. Smoothie was surprised, she thought it was just a casual comment. Then are you willing? We are free to marry now. If you agree, I will ignore your mother's opinion. Adolf looked at Smoothie and joked. I'm not disgusted. No, I should still be very willing. Smoothie smiled, they couldn't make the final decision in their marriage. Children should listen to their parents' arrangements. Big Mom was very unhappy. Big Mom, let's have a fight. Adolf suddenly said. Challenging Mom to get my sister. It's so touching. Big Mom's daughter looked at Adolf with longing. Well, it seems like you and I are bound to get my daughter. Big Mom laughed boldly. Of course I want Smoothie, but it's just because of another thing. I'm very interested in your physique. You are as invulnerable as a monster. It reminds me of the black sword that can only be made by a great swordsman. Adolf looked at Big Mom up and down. His fat body didn't look like he had exercised at all, and he was pure indulgence. It's boring, but if you care, come on. Big Mom was not interested. Chapter 201 Black Body. Overlord Body. Boom. Zeus turned into a somersault cloud and flew across the sky, arriving at the uninhabited island in the Totland Sea. The two directly started a fierce battle. Come here, Poseidon. In the sky, Big Mom laughed wildly, with armed colors and even conquerors entangled, and dark red intertwined thunder arcs erupted, showing the horror of destruction. The most talented monster. Adolf also punched back, but it was useless, and the pure weapon collided with him. Boom. It looks like the collision of two fists, but it explodes with terrifying power like a nuclear explosion. Like a blazing sun setting, the sky and earth are red, accompanied by dark red arcs of thunder. The terrifying impact of the explosion blew away all the sand, stone and civil engineering, and a tsunami tens of meters high also sounded on the sea level. Even Perospero and other spectators had to block the strong wind with one hand. It was like a knife cutting into the face, which was so painful that they could hardly open their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The two fists collided, and the destructive lightning arc swept wildly. In just 1 minute, the ground was shattered and filled with dust. Cracks spread, and even Big Mom's own castle collapsed and fragments fell. So much so that the foundation of the entire Cake Island has been shaken. Conquerors are all useless. You underestimate me too. Big Mom is irritated and roars with Conqueror's flush. The bodies of those above the rank of general became stiff, while those below the rank of general fainted. As strong as they are, even a roar can produce the effect of an ultrasonic attack, causing the earth to crumble and rocks to disintegrate. She is a born monster. Compared to the weird soul fruit, its body is equally abnormal. She has had extremely strong strength and indestructible skin since she was a child. Even the swords of the giants could not hurt the 5-year-old her. Instead, the sword was broken by the shock, and she could even seriously injure a giant with a slap on a mosquito. With such physical strength, the soul fruit actually limits her height to some extent. Advertisement. It's just a means of expansion, not the upper limit of strength. This is a high birth rate every year after the age of 18, and she has a husband of a different race and gives birth to a mixed race child of a different race. What kind of hybrids include fishmen, mermaids, snakeheads, long legs, etc. But even though she was pregnant every day and gave birth every year, her strength became more and more terrifying, and she even became the emperor of the sea. What kind of talent is this? It's almost like a system where you get stronger by giving birth, but the task is still to create babies of different races. Won't the female channel Huang Wen's account be banned? Don't underestimate me too much. Adolf grinned wildly and fought with punches. But it still didn't explode conquerors, and still relied on pure armed color and physical strength to collide. Big Mom has a terrifying physique like a monster. He also has the power of a white-bearded monster, the physique of a bullet, and the fists of a garp. He has all the talents of the strongest person he has encountered so far. Zeus was anxious, but the armed color in the clouds and mist seemed to be materializing, making him unable to control it at all. Are you so strong already? You can't even use conquerors. Big Mom grabbed Prometheus with her left hand and blasted it downwards like the sun. With the physical strength of these monsters, it is impossible to determine the winner without fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. Mother. The battle between Poseidon and his mother was too fierce. In just 3 minutes, the island began to collapse. The fourth son, ship-stop King Owen, was shocked. Defeat the attack forcefully, even penetrate Prometheus. Under the domineering blue water vapor carried by the water trident, the damage caused to it is unimaginable. We'd better stay away so we don't get involved. This is a direction that everyone can practice. If you master it, your strength will definitely leap forward. But this inspiration is very meaningful. Advertisement. He grabbed the pirate hat on his head and turned it into a big sword. The huge sword energy was just like an interstellar cannon, and it swung out with terrifying power. Trident of the sea. If you dodge such a blow, most of the island will really be destroyed and turned into a land of lava where the sun has fallen. Boom. It flew down from above and stabbed Big Mom in the back. Adolf pulled out water vapor from the atmosphere, and the trident reflected azure waves, the ultimate weapon color blessing. Big Mom was not only physically sore and tired, she was even injured. Obviously, monster defense has its limits, so it's not really invincible. The terrifying sword energy flew hundreds of kilometers, and the sea made huge dents in the impact of the air waves. This power could even destroy the island. Adolf stood above the abyss, with Big Mom below. Fire from heaven. And Big Mom is embedded thousands of meters deep underground. Conquerors burst out with all the power to swallow up mountains and rivers, and even sent Big Mom flying into the sky with one blow. Ah! Prometheus screamed. I can't be sure if it has the same physique as Black Blade, Black Body. Overlord Body. Even if it breaks in, it will be like a moth flying into a flame, and it will be destroyed. The trident in his hand flew into the dark clouds above, and in the center of the whirlpool of the sea of clouds, a dark cloud trident that was over 100 meters tall flew. And now, with the same physical fitness of Big Mom. But at this level, it was obviously far from losing her fighting power, she was just injured. Adolf blocked the front with his top-notch weapon with one hand, and suddenly flew it away with one arm. Elbaf's spear Wei Guo. As the trident of the sea of clouds fell, a huge crater appeared on the ground, like an abyss, surrounded by water vapor. Big Mom became more and more unhappy. It was like Hawkeye using a knife on Zoro, a pure humiliation. Sea of Clouds Trident. Chapter 202 Two Gods of Matter and Law Invincible Configuration. Poseidon, you. Three-eyed tribe memory fruit pudding. Before Big Mom finished speaking, Adolf slowly came down from above. I didn't expect you to know that Pudding is a three-eyed clan. It seems that you have really investigated us. You want to understand the text of history. Get the secret of Raf Drew. Well, it's a pity that Pudding is still too young and is still very early in his awakening. In the giant pit, Big Mom got up and sat on the ground. Mother's love turned sour and profit rational. No, I'm not interested in One Piece. What really matters to me is the memory fruit ability. Although the mirror fruit can set foot on Mariehoya, do you think the world government doesn't know that I have been to Cake Island? Doesn't it know what abilities you have? Obviously, it's just a beautiful imagination to set foot on Mariehoya. Adolf didn't give in and explain the reason directly. Even though the world government is trapped in Mariehoya and can't get out, CP is all over the world. Especially a force like the Sea Emperor, and even more especially an organization like Marine. It can be said that the five elders must know about large-scale operations. Although it is impossible for the world government to distribute funds, after all, even the gold in the sky is cut off, many people will give up this level of status for life, but will there be any people who prepare their own dog food? Then what does this have to do with Pudding? Big Mom sat on the ground and looked at him like a fat ant. In the previous battle, the world government suddenly appeared near the Fishman Island under the sea, relying on the people with the gate fruit ability, and now, he is in my hands. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. You want Bree to modify his memory. Well, as expected of you, your thoughtfulness is really scary. Big Mom's eyes lit up and she even laughed. He became more and more satisfied with Adolf, and at the same time, he became more confident in overthrowing the world government. Little world government, fiddling with it. Adolf chuckled lightly and did not continue, leaving her the most room for imagination. But in fact, it doesn't matter how you get to Marigio. This was not a battle based on the number of troops from the beginning, so there was no need to consider troop transportation. If we really want a final attack, we must start with bombing, use a power rock to send the entire Marigio into the sky, and finally stop those who are still alive. And the last action on his side must be all masters. For these masters, 50,000 meters is a matter of minutes. Of course, it is definitely better, silky smoothness increases the success rate. It's just that he knows these things in his heart, but he can't say them. What he says is unimportant or is designed to mislead others. Advertisement. Just to let you know, I spent a lot of time preparing for loneliness and fell into a trap. So Pudding, can you give it to me? I need to help her develop her fruit abilities. My mother-in-law. Adolf stretched out his hand to help Big Mom up, acting like a gentleman. Well, since you call me mother-in-law, we are a family. Of course I can lend you Pudding. But since you don't want to go to Lovedrew, how about helping me go? Big Mom was so happy that she didn't show any maternal love, and she looked at Adolf expectantly. It's okay to just go to Lovedrew, but the title of One Piece is not okay. Finally, how about you take the live broadcast? Reveal the secret that has been buried for 800 years to the world. I will also arrange video phone bugs on every island and every town. Adolf thought. Well, let's do it then. Big Mom laughed excitedly. The more she looked at Adolf, the more pleasing she became. What a good son-in-law this is. Becoming One Piece in front of the whole world. No, getting that legendary secret treasure, was something that made her excited just thinking about it. It's a pity that I can't become the king of the world. Even if she obtains the legendary secret treasure and knows all the secrets of the past, she doesn't think she will be Adolf's opponent. Then let's go up. Mother-in-law, Adolf chuckled. Prometheus. Where did Prometheus go? Come give my son-in-law a ride. Big Mom shouted. She recognized this son-in-law. I think I heard it just now. Let Zeus do it. Then come Zeus. Big Mom simply ignored the injured Prometheus. Mom, I'm here. Zeus's little cloud flew over and grew bigger. Adolf jumped on the Zeus cloud and climbed up from the huge pit together with Big Mom. Adolf asked with a frown. Lord Poseidon, please take care of me in the future. Big Mom's physical talent is strong enough. Once the soul fruit is developed, it will cause magical damage. It is no exaggeration to say that it may even pose a threat to him. From now on, just follow Poseidon. Big Mom said with a kind smile, but she didn't care about Zeus's thoughts at all. The stronger the strong man is, the stronger the homies created by the soul will be. So what determines the time limit of the soul's life? How long does homies exist? Island. Big Mom thought while sitting on Zeus. It is indeed a good idea, then let's do it. Advertisement. I see there are a lot of food and flowers and plants on the island. These won't last forever, right? Do you still want your consent if I hit you? After the homits on the island turns into ordinary food plants, my soul will be reincarnated and inject my soul into them for rebirth. Mom, do you want me to leave you? Zeus was at a loss. But he just didn't say it. Since your soul fruit can give souls to flames, thunder clouds, swords, and even waves, why not give souls to the island? Is it because of the size of the island? Adolf asked. Big Mom is in a happy mood explaining her wonderful son-in-law. Well, I want to do this, but if you don't have fear, your soul won't loosen, and I can't pull your soul out. Big Mom said with a smile. Fear loosens the soul. Does it mean to be scared out of your mind? If you collect 1 month in half a year, if all these souls are used to build the army, you can maintain more than 3 million troops all year round. Or is it possible to say that the opponent is unconscious, asleep, or knocked unconscious, and the soul cannot be forcibly captured using hard force? Zeus looked at Adolf cautiously. Okay. Please take care of me. Adolf chuckled. But Big Mom uses byproducts as the main way to use soul fruit. You need to be afraid to capture the soul, so if others are not afraid, can't they attack the soul itself? Adolf asked concerned. If you like it, I'll give you Zeus. Big Mom said generously. The entire Totland has a population of more than 20 million, and there are still many reckless pirates causing trouble every year. There is no need to worry about running out of life. It's a pity that this invincible configuration of the two gods of matter and law was lost after giving birth. Obviously putting the cart before the horse. I'm also very interested in such pets. You can use my soul to make me a Homits like Zeus. What's more, something like Homits is obviously just a byproduct of the soul fruit. Just like the zombies created by the shadow fruit, it is only a trivial use of abilities. Adolf proposed unceremoniously. It's okay if I don't resist. The soul fruit can capture the soul of life, and the unit of measurement is lifespan. The licking fruit may have been given the wrong name, it should be a candy fruit, but the soul fruit is a fruit ability that is directly related to the soul. Only the homies made with my soul can exist forever. This is the highest level. Homies made with other people's souls are limited by their lifespan. Chapter 203 Little Cute Pudding. Lord Poseidon, what type of woman do you like? Tall and long-legged, sexy and plump, youthful and cute, or, still petite? Little Pudding, who was only a few years old, handed over the caramel milk tea and looked at Adolf nervously and expectantly. Ha, of course they are beautiful ones, such as little cuties like Pudding, Adolf joked as he took the milk tea. Really? Pudding blushed instantly. Don't let her fool you, she is a monster. That's right, Pudding has 3 eyes, it's so disgusting. Lord Poseidon, look at her eyes. Mother doesn't like her very much either. Each and every little naughty kid poked fun at him, and even lifted Pudding's bangs on his forehead to reveal his hidden eyes. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. At this moment, Pudding's whole body froze, fear and anger filling his mind. The sky fell, her ugliest secret exposed. Adolf frowned, and just one expression made her pupils shrink, and her nerves seemed to be collapsing. What should I do? What should I do? I have been discovered. The ugliest side has been discovered. Is this how you treat your loved ones? Mocking, humiliating, bullying. Adolf's expression darkened slightly, and he glanced at the little ghosts, including the children of Big Mom and the children of Perospero. Is he speaking for me? The sudden change left Pudding in disbelief, and his mood went from hell to heaven. Ignore these idiots, your eyes are beautiful, and compared to these idiots, you have a special sense of beauty. Adolf held Pudding in his arms and let her sit on him. Quote! Exclamation mark. Yes, the close contact made Pudding's forehead feel hot and her whole body became unreal. Damn it, I'm so envious. Female 36 Flan Pei bit her handkerchief and tore it apart. In the swimming pool nearby, Charlie felt something in her heart and used the crystal ball inexplicably to emit a mysterious lavender glow. What's wrong? Adolf looked. The kingdom of Lunaria will be massacred in 3 days. It was done by a transport ship, Captain Orlando. Charlie said calmly. The kingdom of Lunaria has been occupied by Lieutenant General Stirs, and follow-up work is being carried out. Advertisement. Orlando, nicknamed Top Hat Chef, has a bounty of 600 million Baileys, and the Top Hat Pirates have a total bounty of 1.2 billion. Ain immediately told the relevant information. Let Shiryu of the Rain go there. Adolf nodded. He believed Charlie's prophecy, even if there were Murloc troops patrolling the relevant sea areas, and there were Lieutenant General troops, etc. But since it is predicted like this, it means that this pirate group broke through the original defense line in various ways and completed the massacre. But this time when he comes to New World, he will have a suppressive effect. Suppressing the entire New World, of course we can't let this happen. Yes, Ain immediately called Zong. Then he said, under normal circumstances, when pirates target a country, they mostly target the royal family's wealth and will not waste too much time collecting private wealth. This will cause them to be surrounded by Marines and unable to escape. Can you tell? Adolf looked at Charlie. No, I'm more sensitive to death. Charlie shook his head. It's okay, just let Shiryu of the Rain ask. Little Sadie also likes torture. Adolf said. 3 days later. Divination. It's so magical. Pudding opened his eyes wide. There is a sense of predicting the future, but 3 days is too long. Smoothie hesitated. Charlie is good at divination and has a strong talent since she was a child. Then I taught her how to see and predict the future. The combination of the two, haha. I can only say that it is terrifying. Adolf chuckled. He has grown up, and this has a deterrent effect on others. If you are not in awe, you are welcome to try. I thought they were just tools for you to play with, but I didn't expect them to be very capable. Big Mom laughed loudly. Divination and predicting the future can actually predict 3 days in the future, and the distance is so far away. It's really a terrifying ability. Katakuri looked at Charlie with a serious expression. They are not tools, I will be unhappy if you say that. Adolf frowned slightly. Well, sorry. I have prepared a tea party, let's have afternoon tea together. Big Mom said with a smile. Shirahoshi, Otahime, and Sugar, it's time to go. Monet waved his arms to the girls playing in the sky. Shiryu of the Rain has also taken the sea beast to the kingdom of Lucia. Everyone flying in the sky noticed, and Zeus descended from a high altitude. Magic carpets, clouds, wings, bubbles that can fly freely, etc., all kinds of flying homets. You came out this time specifically to find a woman, right? Perona was speechless. Can you not be enthusiastic? Advertisement. He even had no doubts about Adolf's ability to deal with these legendary guys. What a pity, I haven't had enough fun yet, and there are all kinds of delicacies on Cake Island, Otahime regretted. Ain said that she is still reliable in her work. I can't help it, I'm busy with business, but it's okay to take this little cutie like you with me. Master Poseidon, you are welcome to come again next time. Come and play early. Master Linlin, I will come to play next time. Shirahoshi waved his arms. Well, let's go. Adolf nodded. You are always welcome at Cake Island. Lord Poseidon, the supplies are ready and ready to go at any time. This is the man who can cure Big Mom. The man who speaks for them. Perospero, the licking fruit, Katakuri, the glutinous fruit, and Irving, the ship-stopping king, all these tough guys looked at Adolf with mist in their eyes. She really likes Shirahoshi, her body type and age, she is so crazy about it. Otahime stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Master Poseidon, are you leaving? Pudding said reluctantly. Totland is now under Adolf's name, and they are equivalent to Adolf's subjects. In this sea, are there people he can't deal with? You are always welcome, my little Shirahoshi. Big Mom waved to Shirahoshi with motherly love. Or bring them all. Let's go on honeymoon in advance. Leaving. Are you leaving Cake Island? Shirahoshi lay on the Zeus cloud and looked down, with a happy smile on his face. Single clouds come in various colors and look very magical and interesting. Mom, I'm leaving. Zeus shed tears, but unfortunately he was ignored. Adolf was cautious. Adolf stood up and put down the little pudding who was riding on him. Unless they run to the Red Earth continent, anyone who comes will have to die in the sea. No, I have a few days here, it's time for me to leave. At the exit of the sea, everyone at Big Mom bid farewell, led by the Queen Mother anthem, and all the major ships sent each other off 10 miles away. Kaido, Whitebeard, and Akoku haven't sent any of these guys. It seems that they don't want to give up their identity as pirates. I have to waste some time on them. I am the queen. If they lose their status as pirates, they will be nothing. Well. Big Mom was totally laughing. This time I came to New World with a mission. You are still my assistant. Don't just play around. Adolf was speechless, but there were few things on Fishman Island, unlike Ain who was exhausted. Chapter 204 The Tired Five Elders. Damn it. This guy Big Mom actually surrendered. He voluntarily gave up his identity as a pirate. Peter Saint, the god of agriculture and martial arts, had a dark look on his face. These women, Smoji, have boarded his ship. It seems that they are entering into a marriage alliance. Would that man also use marriage as a compromise? Saint Vachuli, the legal god of war, sarcastically said. Anyway, if an emperor of the sea gives up his position as a pirate and joins the pirates, it will cause an uproar in the world, and it will also be a huge blow to the pirate power. The environmental martial god, Moshe Sacred Heart sighed. World government organizations that still exist outside have no money to stop operating. Many CPs have also given up their spy identities, and even took the initiative to surrender to Marine, selling out CP organizations in exchange for profits. We even read this information from the newspaper. Does that mean that as long as the news birds don't come to marry Joa, we won't know about it? The financial warrior god Nasho Langshung's mentality exploded. What's even more shocking is that they can't do anything after receiving the news. Without the heavenly gold, there is no way to obtain scientific research equipment and resources. Even if we spend a lot of time transporting them from the Red Earth continent, there is nothing we can do if we don't have money to buy them. Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, said with difficulty. The current situation is really uncomfortable for them. It's like waiting to die. If we continue like this, we will have trouble eating and drinking. If we starve to death in Mariehoya, it will be a joke to the whole world. Peter Saint, the god of agriculture and martial arts, reminded. Adolf wants to use the mirror fruit to board Mariehoya. Can we tie up this ability user? With her, at least the transportation can be solved. It can also establish contact with the lower world. Legal martial god Saint Vasily proposal. The five elders thought about the feasibility one by one, but there was no other way, and they didn't want to wait to die. This day-to-day life is really grueling, simply tortuous. Dad, do we really want to ignore it? Adolf has been at Cake Island for so long, and Big Mom has also sent an invitation, making it clear that he is waiting for us. Teach couldn't help but ask, sitting on the deck with a cherry pie in hand. Stop chirping, Teach. Are we going to surrender when that guy Poseidon comes to New World? No matter how strong Poseidon is, what if he rules the world? Don't forget that we are the Whitebeard pirates. The world government doesn't do anything to us. Yes, we also have our pride. Everyone on the deck was dissatisfied and fought in unison. Dad. Teach had no choice but to look at Whitebeard. Gla la la la. Even if he wants to give up his identity as a pirate, it's only because he wants to return the flag we put on Fishman Island first. Teach. I understand your worries. If any of you are unwilling to follow me, you can disembark after docking. But as long as you still call me Daddy, you can always bear my name. Advertisement. Whitebeard Edward laughed boldly. Dad. Everyone was moved and excited. Didn't they become pirates just to live a life of drunkenness and freedom? Give up your identity as a pirate. Then become an a-hole. Is your brain broken? A bunch of idiots. Teach's face darkened. He has already spoiled it and given up some dark fruits, but showing it to pieces doesn't mean waiting for death. This group of people can't see the situation clearly. Could it be that he still can't see clearly? Which world is the strongest? Facing this sea, after all, he is just an old man. At the end of the banquet, late at night, Phoenix Marco came to Whitebeard's room. Dash 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 dash. Although she had already expected it when she sent someone to pick her up, she didn't expect it to be so straightforward, even her daughter was included in it. It's really ugly, Kaido sneered. Boss Kaido, someone found Poseidon's ship at sea, and it was heading straight for us. His next target is us. What should we do? Plague Quinn was running around anxiously. Brother, calm down, Honest Jack said. Plague Quinn punches Jack in the head. That's a ruthless man who has completely defeated the Knights of God after 22 world government groups were defeated. How can he be calm? Boss Kaido, why don't we surrender too? Big Mom and the others surrendered first and gave away so many daughters. It wouldn't be shameful for us to surrender. Plague Quinn rubbed his fat hands and suggested. It's so noisy. Kaido was dissatisfied, and Plague Quinn was so frightened that he stood still and did not dare to speak. Grand Admiral, Poseidon seems easy to talk and likes beautiful women, but he is absolute in his actions. It is impossible for such a man to give up the world at his fingertips because of a woman. Black Maria said, holding a pipe. What needs to be said is said, it all depends on Kaido as to how he decides. Come if you want. We are pirates, can't we run away if we can't defeat them? It just so happens that after he rules, the world will become boring. What about world peace? It's so boring. Kaido scoffed. What he wants is a riot. A world of great strife where everyone fights each other. Advertisement. At that time, I may be the only one who can escape. If you want to surrender, then surrender. He simply confessed that it was obvious that he didn't even think he would be an opponent and could only run away. I will follow you until the moment I help you become one piece. Yan Calamity Jin said calmly. Death. He should have died a long time ago. Kaido saved him and gave him a life. Boss Kaido. Jack took a step forward and made a choice with his feet. Dash 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 dash. Contact your pirate group to dispatch, kill all Marines, and massacre more. You actually dare to come here in New World with one person and one boat. Do you think the Lieutenant General can be unscrupulous? New World is our chassis. The New World occupies Akainu on Beehive Island, and every major force has received news. Actively surrender. Obviously impossible. A more violent counterattack or waiting for death is the norm. But unfortunately, Adolf and the others have a wide range of predictions about the future, especially in terms of death. Divination is accurate to the time, place, and even the person. In addition, there is also the super farsightedness of 4,500 kilometers. In terms of mobility, marine warships can accelerate with external wheels, have sea beasts pulling ships, and even have high combat mobile support units. New World is said to be big, but if you compare it to the whole world, it is too small. Poseidon marches into the New World, Big Mom surrenders and gives up the pirate flag, the wind of the times blows too fast. The red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper with extremely complicated thoughts. How long has it been since he ran away from Windmill Town? The world has almost been conquered. Do you want to see how a miracle happens to the chosen child? What should I do, boss? Jesus be you chewed gum. What else can we do? Be careful not to get caught by that guy Garp. Otherwise, you will suffer. Shanks feels bad. No matter what they do now, it will be useless. It's so bad. Shanks are so stupid. Yuta made a face. Chapter 205 sitting in the center. Mother, please slow down, or you can't catch up. In the sky, Shirahoshi lies on a huge rainbow homies and plays with other friends. Master Shirahoshi, you are too big. Rainbow homies tried to catch up. Shirahoshi, hurry up, it's so awesome to fly. Let's go higher. Otahime smiled happily, her colorful wings fluttering behind her, soaring like a bird in the sky. With her petite body, Homitz was under less pressure and could fly faster, completely ahead of the competition. Weapon transformation rocket girl. Baby Five's lower body turns into a rocket, dragging long flames and smoke behind it as it shuttles through the sky. It is undoubtedly the fastest. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. Everyone, please slow down. Shall we go to the clouds? Pudding's magic carpet, Sugar's basket, and Mansilo's petals are chasing each other in the sky. Laughter filled the blue sky and white clouds. There is also Monet, who is like a big sister, flying in the sky like wind and snow, looking after these little fools. Negative ghost, negative ghost. Hehehehe. The big devil is here. Perona's soul body flew in the sky, throwing out a large number of ghosts with evil intentions, covering her mouth treacherously and snickering, chasing them overwhelmingly, and the cute demons danced wildly. Everyone, run away. It would be so embarrassing if you were caught autistic. Run, run, the ghost girl is here. The beauties fled in chaos, and when the disaster came, they all flew away, so happy. Your Majesty Poseidon, the times and locations divined by Miss Shiarly have been marked. Most of them are hunting operations against our Lieutenant General. There are also some looting activities in small places. We don't know yet whether they are premeditated acts of revenge or normal actions of pirates. This is the current location of Director Magellan, Lord Tesoro, Lord Shiryu of the Rain, Lord Crow, and Lord Hody. On the map, Ain marked the location, making the battle clear at once. Mrs. Shiarly, who was sitting next to her on the oblate bubble, looked at the crystal ball in her hand. She was wearing a purple coat, and her mysterious charm became even more profound. She is simply a prophet and a witch. Adolf turned his attention away from the little cutie on the horizon and looked at the battle map. There are flowers blooming in all directions, so there is not enough manpower. No turbulent pirates have been found near the Big Mom waters, which is the best situation so far. Ain said. Advertisement. So we need to warn these pirate emperors first. The most troublesome are these individual pirate groups. Adolf frowned. Order the nearby Lieutenant General to deal with the pirates first, ensure the safety of the people, and then continue the task of occupying the kingdom. One less of these pirates will die. There are not that many powerful pirate groups. Let the mobile troops take action day and night, and kill the pirates directly. There is no need to waste time on these pirates. Yes, Ain recorded the order. Do you want me to go out? Enel rarely relaxed and sat on the mast, chewing an apple. Adolf looked at Enel. After this period of training, Enel's strength has improved rapidly. Only when you are infinitely close to death can you understand the true meaning of life. This adrenaline is exploding every day, and the body itself cuts off painful and tired nerves, frantically squeezing life potential. Can the training effect be bad? Not only has the thunder fruit been greatly developed, but also moves such as electromagnetic guns have been mastered, and even armed hockey has been mastered. I just don't know if I can awaken Conqueror's hockey, but it's obvious that I can't get Conquerors out of being abused. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Enel was unhappy. Okay, there's no one to train you now, so you might as well find your own opponent. Ain, pick a few weak ones for him. Adolf said. These three have bounties of 300 million, 400 million, and 500 million belly, and their target is a small town. The pirates in the New World basically master armed color hockey. There is a fundamental difference in strength from the pirates in other sea areas. Please pay attention. In addition, if you encounter other unrelated pirates, please leave immediately. Our current mission is to protect civilians and occupy the country. There is no need to get entangled with them. Ain took out 3 reward lists. You have good maneuverability with the thunder fruit. I can leave these miscellaneous fish to you. Adolf threw the reward list up. Yeah, it's just a reward. Enel was dissatisfied. Smoothie's bounty is 932 million belly. Do you want to experience the difference again, which is only 2 to 3 times? This is New World, stop being so arrogant. Adolf strikes. Quote. Enel stopped talking on the spot and turned into a bolt of lightning and went away. Don't die, Adolf said deeply. Advertisement. How could I die before I surpassed you? The corners of Enel's mouth curled up slightly in the light of lightning, and he speeded up a bit more. I can also go out and fight. Smoothie offered. It's not a big problem at the moment. I won't be polite if I really need you to take action. Shiarly, please do some hard work and monitor the New World's movements. Adolf said. Yeah, Mrs. Shiarly nodded. Surveillance by others also requires intelligence, spies, etc. No matter how bad it is, it also requires various analyses. That's good. You can tell the future by directly predicting the future, and you can accurately predict the time and location. How do you do this? A proper dimensionality reduction attack. Ain continued to monitor the command room on behalf of Adolf and grasp the overall trends in real time. It's okay for the little guy to be ignorant. I hope the big guy can be more honest. If it really makes me furious, things won't end so well. Adolf was lying on the smoothie glass's lap, with the pillow at the base of his legs. He is 4.6 meters tall and his long legs, which are 1 meter longer than his 2-meter legs, can be used as a bed. When he opens his eyes, he will be protected by thunder. Shirahoshi hasn't grown up yet, so let's make a living first. Master Poseidon has the strength to wipe out the entire New World, right? Why not just do it? Next to him, 18th-year-old Butter Garrett asked. After this period of time, they had a basic understanding of Adolf's strength and power. There are 30 people in the New World who have mastered the 6 styles, 2-color hockey, and powerful taijutsu. The standard strength of a lieutenant general is in New World. The bounty is at least 500 to 800 million berry, which is better than Gion, cake and other streams, and it completely exceeds 2 billion. Bailey. There are also 4 powerful mobile troops, as well as the Fishman and Sea Beast troops, including Poseidon himself. If you are bringing other generals over, how about a flat push? Adolf ignored what he heard and didn't explain. The current situation is dominated by stability, mastering the sovereignty of each country, and controlling the world. Pirates and other diseases are nothing more than ringworm and scabies and cannot affect the direction of the world at all. It would be unwise to transfer a lot of energy to pirates at this time. Report to the Admiral. Shirahoshi found a huge elephant. Came the phone call. Shirahoshi saluted seriously, with a cute milky voice. Come on Poseidon, it's walking on the sea. Should we go on an adventure first? It's so exciting. It's so big, will it be swallowed in one bite? The little cuties discussed it one by one, looking like they wanted to explore but were scared. Master Poseidon, it's the giant elephant Zoe. Monet reported, she was more reliable. Chapter 206 Fur Clan. On top of the giant elephant Zuowu, there lives a group of special races that have lasted for thousands of years. On this day, a UFO suddenly appeared in the originally peaceful village. If something happens, please come out quickly. Swish, swish, swish. One after another figures came out of the jungle, instantly surrounding the cloud-shrouded group. A cloud. Didn't you just pass through the clouds? The clouds are only at Zuowu's legs and cannot reach the height of his back. Everyone, be careful, there is always something inside. Sicilian, Giovanni, Consulate, and the Inuarashi musketeers of the furry principality are on guard. What happened? Duke Inarashi was also attracted. At this time, two eyes and a big mouth appeared in the cloud, with a cute hat on its head. Then it slowly shrank, revealing the huge ship carried on its back. Thank you Zeus, do you want to add something? Adolf came to the bow of the ship, dark red thunder arcs flashed on his fingertips. Quote. Forget it, can you let me and Enel fight together next time? Zeus floated beside Adolf speechlessly. Is this something he can eat? Compared to Conqueror's Ark, it likes Enel, holding it and chewing it. A serious tonic for the human form, it makes him feel so good. Okay, he also happens to have a companion. Adolf agreed casually. Zeus creates thundercloud weather for Enel, and Enel strengthens thunder and lightning for Zeus, a perfect combination. The mermaid, with blue hair and blue fins and scales, is the Poseidon Adolf who has been fighting for world peace all his life. Wanda, who was just an ordinary soldier, recognized him instantly. Really, it's exactly the same as in the newspaper, no, more handsome. Master Poseidon, do you want to help? I want to join you. One by one, they lowered their guard and looked at Adolf as if they were seeing an idol. With such a great reputation, there are bound to be people who admire it. But Adolf's fame has reached its peak, and he still stands in the position of most ordinary people. So to ordinary people, he is a hero. The true savior. Even though the fur tribe has no contact with the outside world and has no other relationships, their greatness and sublimity still make most people like them. Even if you are not masked, you can still regard it as faith. In other words, the sense of distance actually produces deeper beautification, adding layers of perfect filters. It's good that you all know me. My name is Adolf, and I'm here to see if there is any tyranny and oppression here. Adolf got off the boat. All the good deeds we have done and the great righteousness of the publicity office have quietly turned into goodwill feedback. Oppression by tyranny. No, how could the Duke oppress us? Duke Inarashi and Nako Viper have been having conflicts. They fight when they meet. It would be great if you could help mediate the situation. Yes, this is the biggest trouble in our kingdom. One by one responded enthusiastically. You are the king of the fur tribe, right? Adolf came to Duke Inarashi. Advertisement. My name is Duke Inarashi, the king of day. Duke Inarashi said. Normally, I should use secret visits and public prosecutions to determine whether the people of the country are being oppressed. But time is tight, so I directly proceed with my knowledge. The entire fur tribe has less than 10,000 people, but the people are relaxed and comfortable, and there is indeed no inner pain of being persecuted. Adolf looked into the distance. His cognition color can sense the inner emotions of those people. This is the characteristic of Odahime's cognition color. It is more direct than asking, and it also filters out lies. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Duke Inarashi frowned. The other fur tribes also quieted down, and the atmosphere suddenly became serious and formal. I must rule the world, including special races. Only in this way can large-scale conflicts be completely eliminated and war avoided. For your situation, I can tell you clearly that as long as you recognize the empire and follow the basic imperial laws, you can continue to manage the fur tribe, no different from now. I can even provide a special race, the fur race, with a subsidy of 10 billion belly every year to help you develop your race. These include grains and vegetables, panacea, education subsidies, military security, life science and technology, etc., covering food, clothing, housing, transportation, disease security, and a series of national policies. Of course I know that the matter is too sudden and it is unrealistic to agree immediately. I can think about it carefully before making a decision. This should be an orderly and step-by-step process, but time is tight and the gate of opening comes to the fore. Ain also handed him a document, which was a governance plan for a few special races. There are a large number of protection treaties, and the only obligation is to identify with the empire and follow the law, without any other mandatory requirements. You want to use Bailey to buy us. Let me recognize your rule. Duke Inarashi frowned. Buy. I really don't know how you understand the word subsidy. Adolf was speechless. Brush. No matter who you are or what you did outside, get out. Our family has its own mission and does not accept the rule of anyone else. Afterimages flickered, and another group of people appeared. The leader even attacked Adolf directly. Zizizi. Smoothie drew his sword and blocked Adolf's sudden attack. How dare you attack Lord Poseidon? Seeing that the attack failed, Cat Viper quickly backflips to distance itself. Stupid dog. What does what he does outside have anything to do with us? You don't still want to recognize him as your master, do you? The Cat Viper cursed, looked at Adolf, exposed his paws, and licked his paws as if he regarded him as food. Fish tail. What an enemy of deliciousness. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Adolf's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you don't eat the toast, you will be fined with wine. Smoothie behind him was angry and suddenly slashed out with his sword. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Cat Viper's pupils shrank, and it was impossible to dodge from such a distance, so it was forced to resist with both claws. Meow. He roared with all his strength to block the attack, and then launched an offensive. Advertisement. Odin 1 sword style Mao Shao clash. The conversation ends here, I hope you will think about it carefully. Even the trick that can defeat Perospero in one move is a complete joke. Cat Viper struggled to prop up his body, and lowered his palm from his covered chest. A huge hole appeared, and he could see behind him through the flesh and blood. We are a formal organization, a formal country. Don't think about pirate revenge every day. That is pure recklessness and will never accomplish anything. Adolf rubbed Xiaozu Tang's head. If Poseidon becomes the king of Wano, a mere fur tribe is too arrogant, let's show them some color. Granu was unhappy. Duke Inuarashi sighed. Will it take 10 years for Poseidon to rule the world? Will he rule Wano? Upon hearing these words, Duke Inuarashi instantly stiffened and could not move the hand that touched the sword. Don't forget that we still have a mission to complete. We haven't avenged that lord yet. We haven't helped that lord become a general yet. Neko Viper. Duke Inuarashi's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to draw his sword. Electricity flashed all over his body, and he suddenly rushed forward. The electric light and flint completely turned into an arc afterimage. Just ruined half his life. Zeus turned into a huge cloud again, wrapped the ship back to the sea, and continued to move towards the ghost island. The family is very harmonious, there are 2 masters, and everyone is a soldier. How can it be possible to admit the rule of others like this? That man is fully capable of destroying this place and killing everyone. Boom. Do you want me to become a big guy? Just kill this elephant. Baby 5 held a lady's cigarette in his mouth. However, at this moment, it flew backwards at a faster speed. If Adolf rules Wano, they will be left with nothing but pure despair. Duke Inuarashi, Lord Neko Viper, is this okay? Wanda hesitated. If I hadn't come out, wouldn't you be leading your clan to join him? Since he is willing to solve the problem through talking, he should not use violence. Little tricks like Sky Island are useless. Have you had enough trouble? Adolf's voice was cold. Whoa, cough, cough. After Adolf finished speaking, he turned around and boarded the boat. From the beginning, he did not think that the fur people could be recovered at once. At that moment, it was just a drop of water entwining the blue conquerors. Duke Inuarashi's heart sank. He was also very fed up with this cat. A drop of water. The 9 red scabbards, the World Government 22 Heavenly Group can defeat them, they are nothing. You are too impulsive. This may bring disaster to the furry clan. I know, but it's too early. It will take another 10 years for that adult to show up. Boss Cat Viper, treat him quickly, he's seriously injured. Dr. Goat rushed over anxiously carrying a medical kit. Cat Viper has a ferocious face. Chapter 207 Meeting with Kaido. Here he comes. Poseidon is here. Hurry and report to the Grand Admiral. Adolf is coming to Ghost Island. At the entrance to Ghost Island, a group of pirates looked at the man who got off the boat in horror. Even with tens of thousands of accomplices, they have no sense of security, and their legs are trembling instead. As Adolf advanced, they kept retreating and getting out of the way. No one dared to stand in front of him. There is likely to be a battle later. Your Majesty Poseidon, should we go too? Even Smoothie is not here. With our strength, Ain was worried about being held back. Don't underestimate them. Adolf patted Ain on the shoulder. Them. Ain turned to look at the girls beside him. Mirror Fruit Burr, Weapon Fruit BABY5, Spiritual Fruit Perona, Childlike Fruit Sugar, Healing Fruit Manchery, Divination of the Future Shiarly, and the doll that is always on Adolf's shoulder. Toy. Big Mom's many daughters all have good combat power, but they are still far behind the 3 disasters of Kaido pirates. As for Otahime and Shirahoshi, who are the key protection targets? Can such combat power really stop so many pirates? Lord Poseidon, the Grand Admiral is already waiting in the banquet hall. Please come with me. Black Maria came to greet her in a loose kimono. What a big human, Shirahoshi exclaimed. You will only be bigger than me from now on. Lord Poseidon likes big people very much. Black Maria was charming and sultry. Shirahoshi blushed instantly. Is this a topic that can be discussed with her? Black Maria also looked at Adolf frivolously. Although the height of 8.2 meters is not as good as that of the future Shirahoshi, lying on his chest, he can perfectly enjoy the squeezing of Obai. The plump watermelon can even be seen from behind, which is simply spectacular. What's big? Small, and narrow. I like pretty. Adolf holds his head high. Advertisement. PFF Hahahaha. Black Maria was stunned and couldn't help laughing, her body swaying with fleshy waves. Be more serious. Lord Poseidon. Ain covered his face, it was so embarrassing. Don't be so serious. It's clear that Kaido won't cooperate. Then the next step will be easy. It's just a beating and sinking the entire Ghost Island. Don't think it's so complicated, there are no twists and turns. Adolf was casual and didn't care at all about saying such things in front of them. It made other pirates nearby feel numb and even secretly escaped. The island is about to sink, who dares to stay here longer? Kaido has been waiting for a long time, and he still has his 3 big signboards, Fire Ember, Plague Quinn, and Drought Jack. As for the Flying 6 cells and so on, those 6 people are specially listed in the real battle because their strength is far higher than other real battles. There is no one yet. Poseidon Adolf. Let a new person subvert the rule of the world government in an incredible way. At least one thing is true. He is just a clown who does funny things to make people laugh. The corners of Adolf's mouth were tilted up, and his words were extremely arrogant. Ooh, the king of the world. Although Kazuki Oden is a pure idiot, Kaido can use strategies and is not an idiot with pure brains and muscles. I did make a mistake. I didn't expect you to reach this point. He was convinced. Ooh, doesn't it make us all look like idiots? Speaking of Noah, there seems to be rumors that the half-built giant ship Noah on Fishman Island has some unfinished mission. It's a pity that it was blown to pieces last time. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. What kind of bullshit savior? Joy boy. The Nika who has made the world wait for hundreds of years really makes people's stomachs hurt from laughing. Advertisement. As Adolf entered, Kaido grinned, showing arrogance and pride, but his slightly narrowed eyes revealed shrewdness. And time is behind me. Ooh, what a ruthless boy. Kaido laughed. You just kicked Marine out of the New World, then you turned around and incorporated the Marine headquarters. Even let the old guys from Sengoku Garp recognize you. And you ruled the world. Kaido laughed so much that tears flowed from his eyes. Who makes people have that qualification? There is obviously only one person, but it seems like the center of the world. Adolf took the initiative to come to the prepared banquet and sit across from Kaido. Of course, I heard that this was a mockery of his overestimation, but I didn't take it to heart at all. Adolf, every time I think of your deeds, I get so excited that I can't help but run to the New World Marine base to make a scene. Oh, I admit that you are the strongest. Gouda, this is the man named Poseidon. The group of pirates watching from a distance swallowed nervously. Even Whitebeard had never convinced him, but Poseidon Adolf. Even that legend is a joke. Everyone looked at him, attracted by him, because he was afraid. Oh, this world is so crazy. Oh, I've finally met you, Adolf. Kaido laughed boldly, the dragon's beard on his lips swaying. What a joke of the century. His former captains, King of the World Rocks, One Piece Roger, and a group of legendary pirates were all chased by Marine. Kaido raised his glass high and drank it down with a loud laugh. No one in this sea can defeat the Marine and world government. You were defeated in an incredible way, and you were defeated so completely and so quickly. How long will it take? 20 or 30 years from now. You are the one who invited me on board. Could it be that your ship is Noah's Ark? Or is it a ship named Era? It has the size to carry this sea. Chapter 208 Thunder 8 Trigrams. Joy Boy, Nika. Ha. If you knew who Joey Boy was, you would probably die laughing. Adolf couldn't help but laugh when he mentioned this. Do you know who Joey Boy is? Kaido was stunned and looked at him with curiosity. Who is it? Who is Joey Boy? That excited expression on his face makes him want to rush forward and have a fight right now. I know, but I won't tell you. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Veins popped up on Kaido's forehead. Ha. Black Maria couldn't help but want to laugh. If you are still alive, you will meet him in about 10 years, right? After all, he is an idiot who loves to make trouble. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't cause trouble. Of course, if he dares to fly the pirate flag, he might be caught and executed by Marine as soon as he goes to sea. Adolf holds his chin, the protagonist who was beheaded at the beginning. Just seconds after showing up. You must do this. Oh. Kaido was amused. It depends on whether he cooperates. I can't kill Jean because of some legend, unless he becomes a pirate, Adolf shrugged. If the legend is true, I also want to know what kind of shit fate he will follow. Kaido looked forward to it. Admiral Kaido is not Joey Boy. Forget it, I want to help Kaido become One Piece, and I don't care if he is Joey Boy. Jin looked at Kaido. With this atmosphere, there shouldn't be a fight, right? Plague Quinn looked at the two of them nervously. Is he the Poseidon mentioned in the newspaper? If he can defeat Kaido, then I will have a chance to escape from Onigashima and go to Wano country to do what I, the Kazuki Oden, should do. The 18-year-old white-haired idiot poked his head from the corner thinking in mind. There are too many people. When there is a fight between Poseidon and Kaido, I will at least ensure that everyone escapes to the mirror world. Ain glanced around solemnly. In the entire banquet hall, Kaido and Adolf sat across from each other, and everyone else stood around. There were nearly 1,000 people densely packed on the upper and lower floors. They are all burly men, and their strength has a bounty of at least 30 million. There are also a large number of real-level players, and even 3 major signboards. It completely surrounds the banquet hall. Anyone who sees it will understand that this is a Hongman banquet, and maybe it will be a sign of throwing a cup. Advertisement. Okay, stop talking about those things. The purpose of my visit this time is very simple, just to tell you. Give up your identity as a pirate, sign up for a whitelist with Marine, and conscientiously restrain the people below, or simply disband the gang. Then I can forget all the things you did when you were a pirate. Anyway, it was not my rule at that time. You too. Anyone who is on the reward list must register with Marine, and then abide by the law and be a citizen who neither steals nor robs. Adolf looked at Kaido and gave a strong warning. PFF'd. Citizens who don't steal or rob, one of the pirates couldn't hold it back. For pirates who have a habit of burning, killing and looting, the word, good guy, like, not stealing or looting, is simply the biggest joke. Oh, is it funny? Adolf turned around and looked. Bang. With his eyes widened, the powerful conqueror's head exploded, and blood spurted out from his neck. All the pirates were frightened for a moment. The one who was so close is even more chilled in his heart. Sensing something, Adolf's eyes suddenly turned to another person, and the powerful conqueror's thunder exploded, killing the other person. It's impossible to even think about it, it's illegal to even think about it. You can't even think about it. All the pirates complained collectively. Not good. He can feel what they are thinking. Is there such a thing? He is simply a monster. No, doesn't he know the purpose of our siege here? Then he's still coming in. Damn it, he looks down on so many of us. All the pirates reacted, gritting their teeth in dismay and fear. Then tell me your choice. Kaido. Adolf turned his attention to Kaido again. Boring. This world is so boring. Including the future you described, it's so boring. Only by dragging those in power who are addicted to comfort and enjoyment to the battlefield can we achieve the greatest equality and freedom in the world. Only war can determine the value of man. Only strength can determine the right to speak. Kaido stood up, holding the mace and Yashi ring towards Adolf. Advertisement. Gritting teeth full of unwillingness. He has not yet established a pirate empire, and the entire world has not become a huge battlefield. He is so willing to end it like this. How could he be willing to? The world will become so boring in the future. What a bullshit peaceful world to build. Haha. Then according to your logic, with my power, I seem to have a higher say than you, right? Why can't you follow your logic? Yield to me, or should we say that we need to judge the strength and weakness through a clear war, and then we can determine the right to speak? Adolf looked at the drink in the glass and laughed, not paying attention to Kaido at all. Stop playing word games on me. War is what I want. I will have no regrets even if I die for this. I'm going to launch the greatest war in the world. Drag everyone into the war. Everyone must fight to stay alive. Only by fighting can he get everything he wants. Only when you stand at the highest pinnacle can you deserve to own the whole world. Thunder 8 trigrams. Purple lightning swept across. Kaido wielded the Hachiji mace with both hands and swung it suddenly. The strong electric current even activates the physical nerves, and the huge body can reach extreme speeds that are impossible to catch with the naked eye. Boom. The thunder and lightning flourished, and the purple thunder exploded. Hit. The pirates rejoiced. Lord Poseidon. The girls panicked. Yan Calamity Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. However, when the strong light came down, the scene inside was revealed. Adolf received Kaido's thunderous blow with his left hand. So, first already own marine organizations all over the world and control the power of the world. Standing at the apex of everything. Why can't you follow your ideas and obey me? Does it take a fight to confirm your point? The wine in Adolf's right hand poured down. The wine appeared crystal clear under the light, gathering in the air as if it were an entity, and turned into a trident of water. Look up and look at Kaido. Or, what you want is just chaos, to make your blood warm. Chapter 209 Absolute Armed Color. Boom. The azure trident collided with the pitch black mace. To be precise, there was no substantial contact. One conqueror's and one armed color stirred together as if they were substantial, and a strong wave of air suddenly erupted. The dark red lightning that swept through the void was filled with destructive power, and the rock walls of the huge banquet hall were destroyed. Many of the surrounding pirates were killed in the aftermath, which simply affected the fish in the pond. No, it was fried fish in the fish pond. Run. The Admiral and Poseidon are fighting. Isn't this too exaggerated? It was just a collision and cracks appeared on the rock wall. Boss, go out and fight, the lair will collapse. Nearly 1,000 axe-wielding pirates who are ready to break the cup to win are about to wet their pants. Why do they suddenly jump out and besiege them? Run for your life. They have been following Kaido all year round, which has opened their eyes to the fact that the strength of the top powerhouses in the sea is exaggerated. This kind of boss casually tears open hundreds of miles of sea, uses mountains as sandbags when he has nothing to do, and even jumps from a height of 10,000 meters without being hurt. He is simply a monster. However, Kaido completely ignored it, because this pirate island was going to sink to the bottom of the sea today, and no one could escape. Ooh, doesn't that make sense? Beat me, kill me, end this era of pirates. Adolf. Instead of being embarrassed by being seen through, I was excited and agitated, completely boiling over. At this moment, the transformation of the dragon into a beast was completed, and the power of the animal dragon was enhanced to the extreme. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Holding the Bajiji mace in both hands, he swung all his strength and unleashed a thunderous strike. Not only the fruit's power of thunder activates the body, but also Conqueror's Batang and top-level armed colors are all brought into full play at this moment. You have to work hard to warm up my blood. Poseidon God destroy. Adolf grinned, his eyes revealed fierceness and madness, and the trident in his hand collided with the ultimate top-level armed color. Bullet's super blood bowl physique, Big Mom's ultimate physique, the domineering power like a white-bearded monster, even the sword intention of the Holy King of Garen, and the artistic conception of the sea that he himself comprehended. Even without the ultimate conquerors who can conquer the world and unify the world, the top-level armed color can be on par with Kaido. Boom boom. Strong energy erupted from the left and right sides. Under the strong impact, the atmosphere instantly exploded into transparent particles and materialized and repulsed, and the hull buildings were completely torn to pieces. Advertisement. The skull buildings on Onigashima collapsed with countless cracks, and large rock fragments fell, as if they were about to disintegrate in the next moment. The pirates inside didn't know how many were killed in this instant, and how many were bleeding and fainting. Even the entire island shook violently, and the strong impact energy spread from the earth, like a magnitude 7 earthquake, with huge ravine cracks appearing on the earth. In the face of such power, what does the aftermath of the collision between Luffy and Ming mean? But even if they don't even know how to dominate, they still set off a tsunami of tens of meters and spread out. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. What kind of monster are you? You're not even useful for bullying. Has the armament color solidified to this point? Kaido's pupils shrank, shocked beyond belief. If his attack landed directly on the island, he would probably have to forcefully destroy the island and turn it into huge pieces of floor. But for such an attack, Adolf didn't need to be bullied to deal with it head-on. The severe shock and pain even caused his jaw to burst. What are you surprised about? For our level, is there any difference between steel and water? They are both kneaded into dough. Adolf spoke with madness. That's right. Domination is the power that surpasses everything. Even water can be more powerful than the supreme sharp sword. The shocking scene did not scare Kaido, but made him even more excited and crazy. What a terrifying power this is, how satisfying the violence it is. Boom. Dragon Man Kaido Hachisai swings his mace crazily, every blow is domineering, every blow is the power of destruction, the horror of world destruction. Adolf holds the trident and collides completely head-on, showing the pure aesthetics of violence to the extreme. Every collision caused a destructive impact, shattering the huge skeleton castle occupying the island, and a large number of rocks cracked and fell from the ceiling. Hardening, spreading out, and destroying the inside are all just techniques. What determines the true level of an armed color is its absolute hardness. Absolute strength. This is the world of difference. In the past, it still required some domination against Big Mom, but now it has the same physique as a Big Mom monster, plus various superpositions. Even if Big Mom's strongest talent has not been used yet, the superposition effect of physical fitness is not as simple as 1 + 1. Big Mom, Whitebeard, Bullet, Sengoku, Garp, Garen Sheng, even 5 elders, Akainu, Shirahoshi Poseidon, etc. Advertisement. The superposition of these different physical focuses will make your physical fitness straight up. Based on this kind of physical fitness, Whitebeard's huge strength can be greatly increased. Armed domineering is also generated from a strong body. Regardless of strength or defense, they are all a qualitative leap. So much so that you don't even need to fight against Kaido, it's just hard steel. There's nothing we can do to help here, get back to the ship. Ain retreated with the girls. Fortunately, he was behind Adolf. Due to the angle, the aftermath behind Kaido and Adolf was minimal. Everyone, come in quickly. Mirror world. Bree was also panicking to death and quickly opened the door to the mirror world. Don't even think about leaving. Jack stood up and pulled out his ivory blade worth 900 million belly. It's like a giant beast from the wild exuding a wild atmosphere, and every step you take is oppressive. Yes, capture them, and then threaten him with these women. Quinn also planned to capture them. Jin ignored them and focused entirely on Adolf. Threatening a king with a woman. Are you kidding me? Are there few beautiful women in this sea? Negative ghost. Perona released an overwhelming amount of ghosts and rushed towards Jack. Honest Jack frowned and slashed at the ghost with his knife, but it passed through the ghost's body without any real feeling. The ghost was also intact and passed through the huge body of Jack. Then he knelt on the ground and said, I'm so sorry that the mission failed. I'm just a waste. Ha 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 ha. It's not that big of a deal. Perona laughed. Idiot, you use armed domineering. How dare you let this fruit's power be used? Quinn yelled at the idiot. But seeing Perona surrounding the dense ghosts, completely forming a ghost protective shield, and the people inside quickly entering the mirror world one by one, he began to become anxious. Plague bomb. Take out the Gatling and shoot wildly, this time the negative ghost is completely useless. Ha 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 Poseidon, if you want your women to survive, then just capture them without mercy, or do you want to watch them be tortured to death by the plague? Quinn laughed excitedly. Chapter 210 3 Disasters Unique Skill. What do you want to threaten me with? Adolf looked. Crack, click, click. The glass is broken, and the picture of the girls entering the mirror world is broken. Where is anyone there? What? Where are the people? Quinn was in disbelief. He even fired at the place surrounded by ghosts, but all failed. Idiot. Let's go first. Bad guy, hurry up and get rid of all these guys. Perona's soul floating in the air laughed at Quinn, and then looked arrogantly at Adolf with her arms akimbo, and the mirror world was closed. Well, go ahead and don't forget to explain your affairs. Adolf said. Damn it. It turned out to be a mirror. The mirror deceived you. Quinn couldn't accept it. The imitation of mirror fruit does have shortcomings, but mirror's imitation even includes devil fruit, armament color, and seeing color, which cannot be perceived. Perona's flying position in the air and the misdirection of the negative ghost made him completely unaware of this little trick of deception. It's okay not to use conquerors, but he keeps talking nonsense to women one after another, and doesn't take me seriously at all. Kaido's eyes turned red, and the mace struck harder and harder, even Ba Tang had a layer of scarlet. Adolf also fired back with a trident, but still didn't even use conquerors. Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, let's help the Admiral too. Jack came back from his negativity and looked at Adolf with fierce and cruel eyes. Poseidon is too strong, let's go together. Black fire. Quinn's Brachiosaurus transformed into a beast, opened its huge mouth and released a laser beam that penetrated it. They originally thought that even if Kaido didn't have the upper hand, he wouldn't be an opponent at all. They had to let their boss have a good time. The result surprised them. Bang. However, Adolf turned his hand and punched, and the powerful domineering force on the back of his hand formed an absolute plane like a mirror, and actually knocked the beam away. How is it possible? It actually flew away. This is a laser beam. Quinn was stunned in disbelief. Diao Zhengwang. Fire disaster Jin turns into dragon fruit ancient species pteranodon form. He pulled his crossbow-like head back, and then suddenly shot out a flaming arrow. The speed was no slower than the laser beam, and the power was far beyond Quinn's attack. Aha! Whoosh! Advertisement. Adolf held the water trident and shook it with all his strength. The terrifying force knocked Kaido away. And at this moment, the tip of the trident in Adolf's hand caught Jin's Diao Zizhuang. The water body was like a conduit, showing extremely incredible flexibility. As Adolf turned the trident, a flaming arrow shot out from the end of the long handle, hitting Kaido. Single quote! Exclamation mark! Single quote. Boom! Kaido's pupils shrank, and he could only hurriedly raise Hachijai to resist. It even flew out under the power of the explosion. Huge holes were knocked out of the wall, and its huge body was like a huge meteorite. If the nest was not large enough, it would collapse. Mr. Kaido. Jin was nervous. This huge power is more terrifying than Whitebeard. What kind of monster is it? Kaido fell into the pit and his hands were in pain. Jin's attack had no impact on him, but Adolf's full blow caused his jaw to split open. If he hadn't clenched his hands tightly, Bajiji would have been thrown away. Boom, 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 boom. Ha! At the same time, the war trampled on Jack, who turned into a prehistoric mammoth like a wild elephant and galloped forward. Every step the giant took made the earth shake. Thousands of troops and horses were unstoppable, and even a rocky mountain of several hundred meters could be smashed away. Not giving any chance to breathe at all. You're still a little short of strength. But the most serious problem is your brain. Adolf blocked his collision with a palm. The palm left deep fingerprints on the trunk of the giant elephant. Ha! The ancient mammoth form is undoubtedly a symbol of strength with thick skin and thick flesh. But at this moment, Jack's pupils were constricted and bloodshot, and he exerted all his heartbreaking strength, but he couldn't even move forward half a step. Boom! Then Adolf's top-notch weapon blasted Jack away with one punch, crushing everything in his path like a hill. The ground shook when it fell. Don't underestimate the ancient species. Let you see the power of the ancient king who has ruled this world for more than 100 million years. But the most interesting thing now is you are very good at tricks, and you still want to do something to my woman. Adolf looked at Snake Quinn. He thinks he's special enough, but what's going on with Quinn? I can't say that there is no harm at all, I can only say that I can't see it at all. The pterodactyl Jin suddenly accelerated in the air. His racial talent made him extremely fast. With the potential energy of accelerating his whole body, his wings slashed at Adolf like blades. The pterosaur Jin looked at Adolf in disbelief. Advertisement. By the way, I am very experienced in scientific research, but you are a scientist and you are a dog. Even Vegapunk is no match for me when it comes to body modification. Brachiosaurus. I have a question. If I use the Sea Tower Stone on you at this time to force you to remove the fruit's ability. Emperor Dan Gong. No, it's even the same as Big Mom. At this moment of direct contact with Adolf, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, the kind of coldness that makes him become a corpse. At this moment, he seemed to see the challengers launching attacks with all their strength, making Wushang immune to doubtful life. Good chance. Quinn was flattering, but his pupils were staring at his palm, and he instantly recognized what was on his fingers. What a hard body. It's even stronger than my defensive posture. The giant python ejected, its head and tail ejected from its body, as fast as a rocket. It's like the head and tail of a snake are inserted into the body. Now it's taken out and turned into a python. And the body is still lying there on all fours. He is not only a user with fruit abilities, but also a great swordsman, but such a full blow cannot cause any harm to Adolf. The corners of Adolf's mouth curled up, and an interesting question suddenly occurred to him. Brachiosaurus Quinn was on all fours, with its long neck and tail stretched straight. In the middle of a series of flattery, the snake's body retracted crazily and its bloodshot eyes came out. What will become of you? He even stretched out a hand and rubbed his fingers together, revealing the original posture of the gold-plated ring. Master Poseidon, do you need a dog? In fact, I have always admired you. That's it. Wait, what do you want to do? Ha, you're careless. Brachiosaurus is such a creature. Quinn laughed and completed the death coil in an instant like a python. Adolf grinned, revealing 2 rows of steel teeth. You are a hero who saves the world from fire and water, a great man who rescues those in distress. The legendary savior who has not appeared in the past 800 years and will not be born in the next 800 years. How can you, who is so noble and majestic, use such an insidious thing? Quote question mark. What kind of structure do you have? Can you still do it like this? Adolf was shocked. He is also very interested in Jin's racial talent. If you want to cause harm to me, come up with some decent attack. Adolf glanced at Jin in the sky. Quinn was covered in cold sweat and forced to laugh. Sea Tower Stone. It's Sea Tower Stone. Wait a minute, you misunderstood. I was just saying hello. In fact, I wanted to be their dog. Chapter 211. Starting from today, it is our world government's counterattack. King Kong Dysprosium. You show Fire Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon's purple thunder and Conqueror's black thunder exploded with all their strength in Hatchisai, and the domineering thunder seemed to have become a physical entity. As the mace was swung hard, the sword-like aura took shape, which was more powerful and domineering than the spiral shuriken. The flames of the race known as the Clan of Gods flourished, wrapping the sword body, and slashing out flames as substantial as lava with one sword. Their strength exploded to the extreme. Even rocks and mountains can melt through huge holes, and the thick and terrifying high-temperature heat wave atmosphere is distorted. This was not a sudden outburst, but it had already begun to accumulate power before Quinn strangled Adolf. None of them thought that Quinn could pose a threat to Adolf. Creating a time gap would be enough. The only thing that's surprising is, this man who stands at the top of the world actually uses something as insidious as seafloor stone. And he also uses gold paint to disguise it. Are you kidding me? Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Adolf's eyes darkened, and he raised the trident in his right hand to withstand Kaido's unique move, which seemed like a real thunderstorm. At almost the same time, Jin's guard, the Fire Dragon Emperor, also flew over and hit hard with his left hand. Adolf's strength exploded with all his strength, the muscles in his arms bulged, and the veins bulged, as if blood vessels burst, and he withstood the pressure. But with the special moves of the 2 powerful men, it was a powerful force that could sink the island. How could it be blocked with just the strength of the wrist? Boom. The stalemate lasted for a moment, and then they were blasted away by the clash of purple thunder and fire melt. The attack flew hundreds of miles away and exploded into a huge surge in the sea. The sand and gravel on the seabed were thrown away during the impact, revealing solid rock plates. The sky shook, deafening, like a nuclear explosion. The impact of the explosion also set off huge waves hundreds of meters high, sweeping wildly from the center to the surroundings. The huge waves that can submerge the island are just the aftermath of the battle and the impact of the explosion, but not the attack itself. At this level, they are simply 2 different creatures from ordinary people. It's the gap in life levels. It's like the difference between a demon and an ant. Ha. He. It makes me feel stressed. You guys. Adolf's breath was full of steaming white mist. When he looked up, his eyes showed excitement and madness. He stood on the ground, with huge ravines carved out of the rocky ground on both sides. The electric arc flashes with green smoke, and the red lava melts the earth. And he was right in the middle of the bifurcation, abruptly changing the angle of the 2 attacks. What a monster. Kaido came to the edge of the big hole. Although he was more excited, he also became more solemn. Even he had to sigh like this. Fire Ember, Plague Quinn, and Drought Jack came to him. Let's look at Adolf below. The burly and wild muscular bodies are full of oppression. Advertisement. And at the entrance of the cave where they were standing, there was still red lava falling off. It was the phenomenon of rock melting in the terrifying high temperature, as if the devil had walked out of hell. However, what they faced was the ruler of the sea, the king of the world. Who is oppressing whom? The warm-up is over, let's get to the main course. Adolf became excited. Oh, he actually said this was just a warm-up. As you wish. Zhang Sanshi, Yin Nai Luo. Kaido laughed wildly, his dragon form suddenly jumped into the sky, conquerors wrapped around Hachiji, and the thunder in the sky thundered on Hachiji. With the violent attack from top to bottom, the dark red and black thunder was activated, and even the light of the world became scarlet and dim. Poseidon Ruhai Current. Adolf held a trident and used his arm domineering to the extreme, and he actually received a head-on attack from Kaido. The handle bent instantly, as if it was stretched to the extreme and was about to break the next moment. Adolf and Kaido looked at each other so closely that they could even feel the heat in each other's breath and the boiling madness. The earth collapsed, and the rocks lifted up like continental plates. However, the trident in the hand is like a vast ocean, but it has the solid texture of steel bars and molten iron that are tightly connected. He actually used the power of water to dissolve the overbearing blow like a rolling stream, and wiped out the destructive power in the vast ocean. Even the roaring waves from the sea bounced Kaido back with the handle. Are you talking about water or a weapon? Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido landed, his thigh muscles bulged, and turned into lightning at a faster speed. The Hachiiji mace and the blue dragon thunder in his hand were condensed to the extreme, and they condensed into Hachiiji and exploded. Hahahaha, this is the power of the sea. How much do you know about Dai's temperament? Poseidon Wu high fury. The trident in his hand is blue. Even if the weapon color is enhanced to the extreme, it is not pitch black, but is completely integrated into the water with the artistic conception of the great swordsman, emitting azure light. As Adolf's arms waved, he collided with Kaido Hachiiji. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. While an electromagnetic nuclear explosion broke out, a world-destroying tsunami roared. Presenting substantive pictures of the thunder world and the ocean world. Purple and blue divide the world into two colors. The entire Onigashima Island is composed entirely of thick rock, which is an uplift of rock plates under the seabed. However, in this collision, more than 5 million m2 of rocky land disappeared in this collision. Waves of gigantic thousands-meter level waves surged up from Ghost Island, sweeping wildly into the distance and even causing devastating disasters to the surrounding islands. Even the clouds in the sky were lifted into a circular arc and kept moving away in the rolling air waves. The huge skull's head was forcibly opened. There is a gap in his physical strength, but he won't be killed in one blow. Advertisement. Jack turns into a giant mammoth, breathes out from his giant nose, and blasts out armed-colored air cannons, which are no less powerful than Quinn's technological weapons. The entire island suddenly shook violently, the ground continued to collapse, and powerful winds continued to rage like a storm that destroyed everything. At the same time, 4 huge magic circles appeared, and burning meteorites fell to the ground, revealing the monsters inside. On the huge ship, Smoothie and Charlie said at the same time, "They are coming." Adolf didn't know how many times he beat Kaido Jin away like a sandbag. If it weren't for the powerful and arrogant body of the animal type, he would have exploded. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Adolf also turned into a blue stream of light and chased after him. Oh. This is the battle I want, this is war. Air cannon. Brachiosaurus launcher. With a bird's head and a snake's body, feathered wings, and an extremely huge body wrapped in black flame clouds. Black fire. Adolf waved his trident, and there was a dark red thunder winding around him. Kaido and Jin cooperate with each other in 2-on-1, greatly increasing their combat power. But he didn't stop because of the severe pain, but instead aroused the cruel factor in the blood. The vicious and ferocious 5 elders appeared on Ghost Island. They all transformed into beasts, showing a terrifying posture of phantom beasts, and rushed towards the ship on the shore at full speed. Starting from today, it is our world government's counterattack. With the force of the blow, Kaido's eyes almost burst out, and bitter water poured out of his stomach. Then he looked at the huge ship in the distance, his body twisted, showing a monster-like posture. Jin transforms into a pterosaur and cooperates with Kaido to attack. Spark Queen. He was so timid and afraid of death that he showed the greatest loyalty by not running away. The 3 of them turned into lightning-like afterimages, and every collision shook the atmosphere. Poseidon and the Kaido pirates are fighting fiercely, it's time to take action. Isn't this one-sided to make you happy? Then as you wish, let's give you some strength. Kaido laughed wildly in midair, waving the Hachiiji crazily in his hand. Every blow was a combination of the full-power Azure Dragon Thunder and Tyranny, and every blow was the power of a small nuclear explosion. On the skull building, Quinn's modified manipulators, mouths, and missiles were launched one after another, constantly supporting long-range attacks. A man wearing a suit with straight beard and long hair looked back at the movement of a fierce battle in the distance. From the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the clouds. Diao Zhengwang. It got to the point where Jin had to calm down in the pit for a while before he could get up. Especially combined with the racial characteristics of the Lunaria tribe. In other words, this world's powerful physical fitness plus defensive armament and domineering, as well as tenacious vitality, cannot be killed at once.